AVULUS and BZM locks them down. BZM to full. Chrysalis is going to pop at the end of this false promise with how much damage he's taken for sure from Nightfall. Triple kill for the Troll. Tundra getting cleaned up once again. Ultra kill. Give him the rampage. Come on. Nobody grief him.
No.
Key attacker.
But Pure right into the face of
Okay,
Call on
the
Pure.
big call. Boom. He had the connection to them. Get the kill to the leader.
Yuragi's still alive. They've got the Glimmer King. Kaori keeping them alive in this fight, and they take out Kataomi. GPK tries to leave, and now the arrow needs to run, but the Mailed Strike comes through. The battle hunger is there, and the damage from Yuragi to get another 2 charges on that Desolator.
He gets jumped. Once is going to be able to do damage, and here it is. He gets jumped, but the silence coming onto the tree, and the tree as well.
God.
It's a perfect bait.
Now on the 2 heroes, they're going to have Tofu coming over with the Orchid ready to go again. And Kiyotaka is gone. Serpent Ward's committed. I mean, the connection is on to Tofu, but he's 4-staffed away from the Serpent Wards, and they just can't even get their hands onto that. Blink, good call with the Infest. But that makes them very vulnerable as they're going to have to start to run. Sleight of Fist.
Rage in 2 seconds.
On both the life
Nice
as
ball.
well as the axe.
Trying to fight, trying to toggle.
Watson, he's going to have himself an ultra kill. He'll look over for Kiyotaka, who will call GG. They find Rue, Avalanche toss, PP. He'll go forward, he goes in, and they will get this kill on a Rue. No, they won't. He was on 1 health, and he ends up surviving, and Laro just gets the godlike kill as he has got the double on PP and Michael, and they find Parker again. They don't even get Rue.
Talking about holding on to the Divine Rapier, but he never even gets a chance to buy it. Now he has to buy back. They hit the Fiend's Grip. Can they get this kill? They pushed him back behind the throne. There's the double mass Serpent Ward. They're going to focus on the throne. They've got the Wukong's command. He's Rue. They get the kill on some
focusing the throne. Look at the snakes go.
The snakes are going for the throne. They've got the clip, but they need to take out the Serpent Wards. They hit for 28.
They're so healthy. They have 68 speed.
So much
Arena.
HP. Another and another
not
and
enough.
Another. The Serpent Wards are trying to
They
get
need
the
one more
finish.
hit.
Oh, they hold on 100 health on the throne. I can't believe it. Yuragi, he's gonna die. They have held on with 100 health on the throne. They'll use the song. I mean, they'll want to surely stick around and finish off the killer against this Dragon Knight. Jad, he's dead. Mickey turns over towards Daze. Daze to fall. Double kill for Mickey. Mixer also in trouble. I mean, Storm's he's turned up, thrown in a meatball, but now he's got to run.
You get some vision right now. They drops the wall. Picking up goes there. They pop up. You went into the air. There's the Armigo from Whisper. Holding Dignum in the Razor. Dignum will try his best, but it's not going to be enough. They've already lost them both. They will be able to use another one. Maybe Fade can try and turn this around. Absolutely not. He's forced to just surge himself out of here. At the very least, Whisper and Yuma lost most of their HP, but Speed, he jumped onto Yuma, hoping to assassinate the sword, and he immediately just gets 2 shots, and now he's going forward. Yuma gets an ultra kill at the end of this game.
Maybe jumping in a little too deep there onto the back lines, trying to make a play with the Sonic Wave, ends up dead. Now Chrysalis, he's got the BKB ready to pop. They'll look to Speed, the whip comes in from Whitemon as 33 picks up the double. Fade surrounded by 33 and BZM, a triple kill for 33. A risky move there to try and fight into the Death Prophet, and it goes horribly, horribly wrong for Wildcard. Ultra kill for 33.
Courier comes in.
This is the tank.
Rivers the Shiro. They'll go for the Kunkka. Sonic Wave lands, but now they've got the Stampede. Medusa trying to do anything, but now Shiro's going to run out of mana, and he is in trouble. They're in with the lasso. They've got the control. They got the kill on a Y, and they're going to take out Shiro. The Medusa is dead. The damage from the Avalanche, they'll take the hero's life, but does Bach have enough? Not really. Nothing to say, not looking like he's going to have enough either. Ghost Ship comes in, that lands, and that's another kill for the side of BetBoom Team. Planet, it's going to be a full team wipe here for the Radiant.
Wants to use the Infest as well to dodge the drag back from the X-Mark there. Looking to try and burst him the once. Arme's able to get the rage off though. They can't even kill him the once, and now he's ready to turn. In on towards Crystallis, they try and drop a golem to hold Arme back. It's not going to work. 33's in on the backline with the Epicenter. It's good damage, but it's not good enough. Triple kill for Arme. 33's getting dealt with by XM.
Arme.
And they release it. There is RP ready.
Requiem and looking for the Lina. That's a good kill for them on the side of Xtreme to get Yuma. But do they have enough? Sleep landing again on Ame. Whisper's already dead. They go for this Shadow Shaman.
His ground.
Schofield's gone. Analog on the run. He's got 2 lives, but they might be able to just take them both away. They looked for the sleep. They'll look over at Ame. KJ doing some decent damage, but gets ripped apart by the help of Pelosin with this Shadow Fiend. And now Analog, he's going to die again. It's so a full team wipe.
Those are some moments from the closing days of our group stage here at PGL Wallachia Season 5, and now we're stepping into the playoffs. The Swiss days are done, and now we're into a double elimination bracket. Welcome, friends, to the beginning of playoffs here. My name's Tsunami, and I'm going to be guiding you through it for the mornings from here on out. But I'm also joined by a fresh face on my couch, Nomad. To what do we owe the beach boying pleasure?
Well, Tsunami, I'm here to bring a bit of life to the morning panels, to bring a bit of creativity. I'm a content creator, Tsunami, so I've created some content for you.
That's amazing. You're a titan of industry, Lizard and T-Gov.
Hello.
You're here.
I am very scared. The last time I had to do a quiz, the quiz master rigged it, so a certain panel member, not naming any names, had all the easy answers, like, what's a strength hero? You know, and then the next question was like, what is the base attack time at 27 minutes with these items? So I'm very scared that this quizmaster,
they're all out to get you.
Whatever content he will do is going to.
Yeah, I've been told that this is another tradition around here. Have you been doing these morning game shows during previous Wallachias?
Yes, I have, Tsunami. Yes, so you know, it's a bit of a trend now. It's a good way to bully you all in the morning.
Do not rig it, Nomad. Okay. I'm looking at you.
You've been playing ranked until 3 a.m. and you're going a bit crazy. The hallucinations are kicking in. Should we get started with the game show? All right. So, I am going to be showing you guys some nicknames, okay? It's as simple as that. We'll see some nicknames. They'll be from a player from this Wallachia, and I want you guys to guess who it may be. For some of them, it's very, very easy, but for some of them, Lizard, it's very, very hard. Do you know a lot of nicknames?
Some.
This is a dangerous game.
I dabble.
I learned one nickname when we were in the green room earlier. Apparently, Nomad Lizard calls you Nomi.
Yeah, he does.
That's a nickname.
Yeah, bromad,
Bromad, there you go.
Depends on the day.
Yeah. Some days I'm slow mad as well.
Slow mad, most of the days.
Most days. All right, let's get into it. Let's see if you guys are going to be slow mads. Let's get our first nickname up on the screen now. Magaro Supremo. Do any of you have any Spanish under your belt?
Yeah, I would assume this is a South American player. Maybe this is the nickname that Puppy has taken. I can see him being pretty supremo. That's
well, a lot of the clue here comes from Magrao. The first word.
Dark Margot?
That's the one that I don't know.
It's not Dark
I'm
Mago.
being very literal.
They are at this event.
I'm gonna say it's PP.
Okay.
You're going for PP?
Just because I wanted to say it's PP.
Okay, so I was going PP straight off the bat.
PP Supremo.
Can I know the player names?
No,
No. Okay, sorry. Okay, all right.
it might show it.
Just for
I don't know. Like
I'm just moving it there just for legal reasons.
All right, I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. Okay. I mean, obviously it's an SA team.
Analog.
Magrao translates as skinny, which means
Skinny.
you're absolutely right. It is analog. T-Governor nailed it. Yeah, congratulations, bro.
Thanks, bro.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, sorry.
Skinny
There you
Supremo.
go. There's your reward. Yeah, Skinny Supreme. That is Mr. Analog, his nickname.
good job, good job.
Yep. All right. So let's take a look at the next nickname. See if we know this one. All hail Britannia.
Ari.
It's gotta be Ari.
I want to ask you. Does that sound like a name which Ari would have?
These are Steam names, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I thought these were maybe nicknames that you were giving them.
Oh no, that would be
I feel like
unhinged.
Britannia
That'd be
is-
so weird.
So
Britannia
maybe
is
not
some
Ari.
anime stuff, probably like some nickname from anime, which basically means 90%.
I'm gonna go with
It does not narrow it down, does it?
Boom. it's not Ari, but on his team, someone's going to be like, haha, British. And I think Boom's that type of guy to maybe lean to Boom.
Interesting. Do you agree with his logic, Tsunami?
I see where he's coming from. Also, I don't think it's very Ari coded. I don't know if he's that egotistical or nationalistic.
Doesn't really rock up.
Cool.
With the,
We're gonna take over the world again.
bring back the colonies. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's him.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna go with tofu.
Okay, all right. You guys avoided the bait. You worked out, but it is in fact a Moon Meander, this one. And yeah, it is an anime reference.
It had to be some anime.
You're absolutely
enjoyer,
right.
but it doesn't narrow it down at all. There's so many weebs in this goddamn community.
Finland.
I will say that
Saga?
Tundra is one of the weebiest teams, I think, when
That
it
is
comes
true.
down to nicknames and stuff. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Here we have I Bow Before Dota God Save. I bow before Dota God Save.
I worked with a man, I coached a man who was very poetic, and I'm going to go with copy.
Okay. What do you think?
Why would he be deferring to a 4 position though?
Because he speaks with this whimsical, putting it bluntly, bullshit that his Steam names are always in this vein of ethereal levels.
I see. Okay.
All right, you know what? You nailed it, T-Gov. You're absolutely right. I'll go and get the other guys a chance to guess it. Is
guy's
indeed
a
a copy. Well
beast.
done.
Wait, okay, so you're out here complaining about rigged games, and now Nomad has reverse rigged it in your favor.
Sorry, provide the proof.
Yeah, we've covered our tracks very
We've
well.
never worked together before. I don't know this.
I don't know. First time meeting Tigo. He seems like a great guy.
Exactly.
All right, let's bring up the next one. Have a look here and see what we're working with. And the next one, we've got 3 different names. Might even have some more, but yeah, depression, sick and empty, desperation. Do we have the rest on here, production, or are we just going with these 3 for now? Oh yeah, okay, let's keep going. And now we've also got the rest of this guy's nicknames. These are all one player, by the way. These are all from the same guy.
Do I know this one?
I get so alone.
This is so Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka, okay, Lizard.
I'm going with Kiyotaka as
Go
well.
with Kiyotaka.
It's one of the
Doubling
kids.
down.
It's either Nightfall or Kiyotaka.
I don't want to get it right. I just want them to have help.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like such a cry for help, and I'm like, hey, let's make content from this.
GPK? No.
In English?
I'm gonna retract.
Wait, what?
Nightfall.
It was Nightfall.
there
Yeah,
we
yeah.
go.
You had it. You
I
had
knew
it,
it was
Neil.
one of the kids. It's either depressed or epileptic.
There
and
was-
now he's in this state.
There was something with these very downer nicknames coming from Eastern Europe, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago when these guys started coming up to the scene. I don't know what it is, but it was really popular to have.
I mean, same with me in school. You know, like that was.
Okay. No.
Need to get some
Yeah.
hug or something, yeah.
I mean, he's still a great Dota player.
Did you have an emo phase, Tsunami?
I at most I would have I had the little haircut. That
I knew it.
God.
I could just
Of
tell.
course. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
same
I didn't
here,
do
brother.
the fingernails or like the black clothes.
All right, let's bring up the next one.
His nickname is
and-
I am so alone as he BKB TPs out.
Yeah, you bring your own problem.
all right, let's see if you can get this one, guys. We've got
Ooh la.
like
Some keyboard smash.
yeah. Again, this one I don't think there's really much working out
Give
to be
us the
done.
region.
Give us a
All
clue.
the characters are in English. There's no like
That's
hoops on
true.
the A's or the O's, so it's not like a Scandinavian player or anything like that. It's a simple English keyboard.
So we're looking at a Western European player.
I don't remember. I'm very good at my job, Tsunami.
I'm gonna go with Antares.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the player that I forgot their name of, so I'm buying time to say words.
But you're convinced it's this player that you don't remember.
Yeah, it's gonna be obviously Kaori.
Kaori, okay. Tsunami. I think they might be Eastern Europeans, so
Eastern European. Okay.
if I remember correctly.
I'll throw in an Antares in there.
All right, you'll go for Antares, 2 for Antares. Interesting. Let's take a look and see who it is. It was Lal, the mid laner from Team Spirit
We were
there.
close.
Yeah.
We got the region right at least.
Very
Yes, you did.
The clue that gave it away, there were no double dots there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. All right, so now we come into the final round. We got Tsunami on 2.5 points, T-Gov on 3 points.
Wait, you've been
and,
tracking?
Lizard. No, I'm making this up. Lizard, you're on 0
18
points.
points.
I was like, this is really impressive who's been tracking it, but all right.
All right, let's bring up the last one. 50 Centaur.
That's
Ace.
Yeah, I know
Ace.
that one.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, I would have guessed like a liquid player.
Which is actually not that. Whatever.
Yeah.
I played with two guys like 10 years ago, like my literally first team. They were both from Trinidad Tobago, by the way. This was a global team. Their nicknames were 50 Cent and Tupac. Shout out to those guys.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that little insight there, Lizard. That's the show. You know, T-Gov, you're a winner, I guess. So congratulations on knowing the player names.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thanks, Nomad. Do I win a prize or anything?
Maybe.
Oh, okay, cool.
Your prize is to be able to do the rest of the pre-show presentation with us.
I was going to ask if I could share it with you guys, but
Of course.
if that's the prize, then I'd love to share it with you.
A birthday celebration. You got to share the cake with everybody.
Yay.
Nomad, thank you very much for the game show and the insight into the pro players. And we'll get more insight from you and the coaches. Yep. That's beautiful.
Great.
That's the synergy I love to see. Thanks, Nomad.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Don't trip like all the other players when they're doing
There's so much space now.
Oh, there he
Come on,
goes.
Tigo. Let's go.
Lounge, my friend.
Wait, why haven't we paneled like this?
I actually have no idea.
This is so
This
much
is so
better.
much more comfortable.
All right, anyway.
Anyways, good
So now
morning,
we talk about
everyone.
the show.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah.
You ready to get into some playoff action, gentlemen?
Yeah?
Absolutely.
We've been doing this group stage for 5 days.
Like this.
A bunch of Swiss, and it ended up with 8 teams making it over to the playoffs and 8 teams getting eliminated out of our 16-team tournament. AVULUS and VP fell on day number 3 with their 0-3 score, but that meant that Gaimin Gladiators and Team Spirit made it through. And other inclusions, NAVI sneaking their way through. It is not the NAVI that is going to TI, but it is another NAVI. And Aurora Gaming and Liquid also made it through with them with a 3-1 score. But that took out Edge, OG Esports, and Nigma Galaxy in the middle of the pack on day number 4. And then yesterday, we covered our last set of teams. Xtreme, Tundra, and BetBoom Team making it through and beating out Wildcard, Heroic, and Tidebound.
Yeah. Looking into the teams that got eliminated, I feel like Tidebound was maybe the only one that could have made it through to the playoffs and actually made a case that they're as strong as the remaining teams. Maybe they just didn't have their day, more or less. And another team that kind of surprised me, I don't know if you guys would agree, when it comes to the performance, was Wildcard. I feel like they played a bit better than I usually expect from NA. So
yeah, I think the way that it panned out is indicative of how TI invitations and qualifications played out, which is that Wildcard does look more competitive. They made it to the last day because they're going to TI. Whereas, like, who knows how a Shopify Rebellion would have done in contrast. And really the only exception is Tidebound. They were directly invited to TI, and I believe that they're the only direct invite that didn't make it through the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Tidebound is, I agree with Lizard there. It's like they are the team that I expected to make the playoffs, but they didn't. And they've kind of got a lot of work to do, right? Especially because they are one of the, the hopefuls for China, a region where we always talk about, oh, NA, they're not doing so well. China, even though they get to lands, they often don't really make it to the grand finals. It's very rare that we get to see like the big run from a Chinese team.
Yeah.
You rewind several years, they were always there. So yeah, I think there's a lot of work to do still in the region between Tidebound and Xtreme. But of course, Xtreme, they did make it through the playoffs. So yeah, we still have one team to kind of carry the region at least.
Yeah, we'll see how deep of a run Xtreme can make. And they also were making it to the very last day of Swiss, so none of these teams were able to confidently make their way through. And maybe some of these teams are adapting to some of the heroes that have been emerging through Season 5 of Wallachia. Now, granted, we had a patch yesterday. I don't know how much of yesterday's games were a result of the patch, but it seems that it didn't change too much from when we spoke to Miero.
we've got a lot of heroes, by the way. I just wanted to look at these little over 60 percenters in the group stage, or if you can call that from the Swiss stage. Nature's Prophet, 78% in 90 games.
It's pretty wild.
And the hero, he is banned, don't get me wrong, but he is not contested as some other heroes, like an Undying, let's say. So this is like ridiculously high. He's followed as well by Magnus and Queen of Pain, both on 16 games, by the way, sitting and both having a really high win rate. Now, I won't include them if it was sub 15, maybe around 10 games or something, but
This is a good sample size.
over 15 is already a decent sample size going into the tournament, right? And of course we have Naga, Tusk, and Bat both sitting on 20 games and all three of them being over 60 as well.
When I saw Lizard put in the the best heroes. I was like, oh, come on, we got to talk about the worst. So I quickly threw in the stats. I was like, okay, let's look at the worst heroes. And it's quite damning, right? Same kind of profile for you. I went actually for +10 games. And the fact that we have heroes on the previous patch, I don't mean letter patch, but even like number patch.
Yep.
Jakiro, Tiny, Bristle, all were quite high up in that patch as well. But now in 7.39, as we move down multiple letters as well, they are just not hitting the same way. And I feel like when we do move from patch to patch, tournament to tournament, there are some heroes, even when they get nerfed, that just kind of carry over because it's like the easy hero to draft. Like, we understand Bristleback, let's pick it. And because of that, it's forced into a lot of lineups for no reason. Like, when you look at a Spirit or a Tundra or a Gaming, they're not rushing to pick Bristleback every single time. But when you look at like a team that maybe is eliminated, they see the hero like, oh, we finally got it, you know? Yeah. So I do feel like there are some heroes that are clinging on to being meta just because they're comfort heroes rather than them truly being like very good heroes.
What would be your reasoning for Willow? Because I didn't see that Willow was that popular in the previous patch. She has a pretty bad win rate right now, and I feel like she's a 7.39 hero.
Yeah, so for Willow, for being 7.39, she has become like the go-to 4 position, where when you enter the second phase of your draft, you have an Axe or a Centaur or any hero, you just casually pick Willow because it feels nice, it has Terrorize, it's got control. So she kind of feels like the pick it in most drafts.
A default.
A default, exactly. And normally with the default picks, they fade more towards the losing side.
Yeah, I think that was also happening with Ringmaster at the tail end of 7.38. He was just like, I don't know what to pick. Let's just pick a Ringmaster.
Exactly.
She's annoying. Some teams, though, make her work. I feel like Gaimin was playing with Dark Willow and made it work as well, right? So, but overall, she's just annoying. I feel like she wins lanes with, like Tigav mentioned, with an Axe. However, I also think that she doesn't bring something that's very necessary in games, and that's like a reliable stun from a position 4.
Sure.
And a lot of teams recently have struggled to find that one hero that can always get them a proper initiation, get the target on, stun it like a Beastmaster Roar that's usually banned out. And if your 4 isn't doing it, most of the time no one is.
Well, you were mentioning that Gaimin might have their handle on Dark Willow. Gaimin have a handle on a lot of things, which is why they were our first team to make it through to our playoff bracket. And with them, 7 other teams joined them. Gaimin is going to be facing off against a Tundra, and it's a double elimination bracket, so you're not out if you lose this series today. NAVI against Xtreme. Aurora will be facing off against Liquid, and Team Spirit will be taking on BetBoom Team. Of course, the teams that you see here will be the order that we are also going to be playing the games today. It's going to be our very first series of the day, a best-of-3 between Gaimin and Tundra, then followed by NAVI Xtreme. Aurora and Liquid will be covered by Shiver and the gang, and they'll be closing out the night with Team Spirit and BetBoom Team.
A lot of cool games, starting from the bottom, Team Spirit BetBoom, like a regional classic. I feel like BetBoom yesterday have finally more or less found themselves or rediscovered what they're good at, and that's crushing you in the lanes and playing off of that. You don't need normal standard offlaners. You just pick Queen of Pain, you jump in there, you have some crazy skill-based support, Bane and Shadow Demon, that can pick off everyone, that can stop you from TPing, that can save. Like, they rediscovered their identity, but again, I have to say that they're not looking that great. But Team Spirit as well, they had some really rough games, right? Like the Ancient Defense.
Yes. no, sorry. Yeah, they did. They did. It was one of those ones where it's like Spirit in their kind of their rise to getting good. They always seem to play longer games, which means they have these epic moments. If they were more informed, they'd be just winning earlier, but whatever. Spirit.
They made it through in the 3-0, but so did Gaimin Gladiators, and it was 2 very different 3-0 series victories, because Gaimin Gladiators didn't break a sweat their entire way through. This was prime Gaimin Gladiators that we saw during the group stage.
Yeah, they were looking incredible, and it was one of those things where they were playing games with slightly different styles, but it was always cutthroat, where if they get a small lead, they would remind them. And I think at least in previous iterations of gaming, they get a small lead, but then Ace would be farming and he doesn't join the fight, or Watson's farming and he doesn't really know how to join the gaming system of fight, right? At least in this tournament, maybe I'm getting a bit carried away. It feels like they've found a better blend where they're bringing everyone to the correct fights, and it's not like this weird lost version of what are we?
Yeah, I feel like teams also disrespected Quinn a little bit when it comes to the drafting stage.
True.
when you look at previous tournaments where Gaimin weren't doing well, teams would identify what Quinn wants to play, either ban it out or counter pick it. I think he had a couple of really free games.
Yeah, the Aurora one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Aurora with Queen of Pain as well was ridiculously easy. The second game as well wasn't that hard for Queen. He was just absolutely dominant, and when he is dominating, his whole team is just rallying behind, and it isn't that hard to play Dota.
This series will be the biggest test for them. Despite the fact that Tundra had to make it until the very last day of Swiss, between these two teams, it has not been in Gaimin's flavor at all this entire year. So they have played 8 or 9 series of Dota since Copenhagen. You guess what Gaimin's win rate is against
100%.
I did look in the Discord. It's
saw it.
100%. Sorry.
Yes.
We are astute individuals.
The inverse of that, I suppose.
Yeah,
0%. Yes.
Yeah.
They have played a lot of games
Oh,
together.
yeah, he asked. Sorry. I just said your number.
No, I did it on purpose. It's
Oh,
fine.
my bad. I just blind. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Moving on.
Bandwagoned with him. Be
I
your
did.
own man, T.
I trusted him. I was like, you know what?
I baited you.
You did bait me. Yeah. They've done everything
Yeah,
they
but
can.
Gaimin didn't look great right through the season.
No, and they've had a handful of roster shuffles along the way. So has Tundra. In fact, many of those victories were Duraccio beating Gaimin Gladiators. Now, with both these teams having their rosters settled and with Gaimin Gladiators hitting their, I don't know, their streak, their hotspot right now, then hopefully it's a little bit more competitive, but history is not on their side.
Is Tundra settled? Like last Wallachia, they already had a stand-in almost
true.
through the whole tournament. They played with mid-1 and they did really well.
And then he didn't let him close out the tournament. That was the worst
so sad.
part.
That was so
Like
disappointing.
mid-one's doing all this work. It's like he doesn't have a team, and then it's like he's getting to the final day or whatever, and then the 33 rocks up. It's like, no, I'll play again. It's like, come on, man. Why
Thanks for keeping my seat warm, buddy.
Yeah,
It's
like,
kind of cool for mid-1 because they lost that series, right?
Yeah, it makes them look better. They may have lost that series no matter what.
Yeah.
But talking about Tundra one last time before the draft, I feel like this is a tournament where they tried to experiment in the off time. The experimentation hasn't worked, and as they come to the tournament, they are now kind of scrambling to try and find new stuff. Like in the interview with Crystallis yesterday, he was saying that how, like I was talking about some carry heroes I saw him playing in pubs. They did try it in their scrims, it didn't work out, and now they're coming here. So it feels like they've had a lot of failed scrims in the build up to this tournament. And now it's like, compare that to gaming, it feels like they are very successful. Like everything that's happening is moving in that upwards trajectory. Whilst Tundra, every series is like recalibrating the entire team.
I just gotta say that I feel that this isn't really a Tundra patch. I might be wrong, but when I say it's not a Tundra patch, I mean the offlanes that are being played right now all got nerfed in the last little C patch, right? That 33 is playing, but I didn't really want to talk about 33. I want to talk about Crystallis. Like the heroes that he plays and that he has played through the tournament, to me, do not look that great. At least so far, it was all about these glass cannons, which he isn't generally known for. He is more of a sacrificial carry that just goes in there, creates stuff happen. Like the last series, they played some Kunkka, right? They played Kunkka twice.
He loves his Kunkas, his Svens, historically his Razors.
Yep.
But he did give us a really critical bit of information. He said when he wins on a hero, he'll play it again. So he won on Kunkka, he played it again, lost, no more Kunkka. He won on Gyrocopter, which means today has to be the Gyrocopter day, if he's honest.
Until he loses.
Yeah, exactly. So if Crystallis is an honest man, Gyrocopter will be picked. That is my prediction.
No pressure, Tundra.
Well, they won't be able to
The
pick.
integrity of Crystallis is on the line.
Yeah.
If he does pick it, though, he won't be picking it against an Enigma. In fact, he'll most likely be picking it against an Axe as we get into our game number 1 draft of playoffs. Tundra actually ban out their Death Prophet. Granted, they weren't first pick, but I think 33 has played it the most out of anyone in this tournament so far, as well as taking out Nature's Prophet, Undying Naga. Gaimin, they ban out the Doom, the Brewmaster, the Ursa. Those are more peculiar first phase bans than I would usually see from most teams.
I feel like they're protecting the Axe a bit with those bans, and they're banning out some heroes from 33. He just played Brewmaster as well in the last series.
But what you just mentioned about 33 and Crystallis, leaning more towards Crystallis hero pool, I think 33's hero pool also is struggling a bit. When you look at his tournament so far, Brewmaster, he's looked good on. Doom is a staple. No matter what patch you're in, it's going to be viable for 33. Then you ban Ursa to protect your Axe. So what Gaimin's saying is, we only care about 233 heroes. We'll protect Axe, where if you don't counter it, it can go to a core role, of course. Tofu or Malady will, of course, play it in the support role if required. But
It's their first time playing Axe during this tournament, actually.
yeah, but it's a hero that is so popular in top level pubs, and we've seen it in multiple pro games that there's enough information that I would expect any team now to be able to pick it up and to understand why it's good.
Yeah, so far from Tundra, at least the Abaddon game didn't look that great. That's the game that they lost.
Against Xtreme.
Yep, it was the...
Was that the Midas game?
It
Yeah,
was the Midas Octarine on Abaddon.
I mean, it's kind of cool because you can have really low cooldowns, but yeah, at the same time, usually you don't really want that from your Abaddon. You want him to actually dominate the lane and pressure constantly and be that front line for you.
I think they got baited by pubs a bit, because that's like a build that I saw 33 doing in pubs, but it works because pubs are slower, right? There's not as much conviction. People aren't really punishing you at every single timing. But when you move to a pro game, if you look towards your offlane and he's investing thousands of gold into items that aren't putting him in the center of a fight, like some games it's going to look incredible. There's probably going to be another game in this tournament where the build happens and we're like, wow, this is amazing. But it's probably a slower paced game with less tower pressure. But yeah, again, we'll see. Maybe this game, it could be this game, right? If
yesterday we saw like a 30-minute Midas as well, and the game was a mega creeps defense for 60 minutes almost. Yeah. So you never know. But Queen of Pain banned out, by the way. That's one hero that looked amazing, and now it's understandable, right? Like they ban out the Queen of Pain, they get the bat for themselves, and because they picked the Abaddon already, they don't have to worry about that one as a sort of a counter. Yesterday we did see a team test out Oracle into the bat, but it didn't look that great. Like overall, BetBoom played the Oracle and they were attempting to save and have that false promise always for their cores, but I don't know. There is something about the hero still that feels a bit weak to me. I might be wrong once Insania rocks up.
Yeah, I'd say Insania rocks up. He'll probably show us a little bit more about the hero.
I like that Tundra's already preempting Quinn's bag of tricks, because as we had mentioned, if there's... Oh,
there we go.
Not even waiting for Insania. If there's anything that has brought Gaimin Gladiators to a very obvious success during their first 3 days of group stage, it was Quinn getting the matchups that he wanted and obliterating the mid lane. And so I'm glad Tundra are sneaking in these bans early.
There's an item like being an Arc Warden spammer. I'm sorry, everyone.
We know.
I feel that
this is the second time you apologize for it. We're not forgiving you.
The Aghanims build on him is kind of cool with the silences. I'm not sure we're going to see it here. BZM doesn't really love playing it so much, Queen as well. But into Abaddon, going for Aghanims and the forgotten forbidden item that breaks you on spells.
Oh, like Kondo?
Yeah, like you could maybe insta-kill him on your own until he gets, of course, some defensive stuff. But it is a lot of gold to invest, but
it's quite the edge case scenario to counter out an Oracle.
No, he's all. I'm not speaking about Oracle, about any hero that needs a break and a silence like Abaddon. I was just saying that Aghanims is already like just theory crafting, maybe in a different game. For now, we get a cozy little Dark Willow.
Yeah, they reveal the Axe will be going into the core role with the Oracle and the Willow pickup. And already, like Axe playing into Abaddon, not the most comfortable matchup, but...
So Gyro maybe for them? What do you think?
What, for Tundra?
Yeah, they go for the monkey instead.
Chrysalis confirmed liar. How could you do this to me? How could you instead want to play one of your most comfortable heroes?
Yeah, how dare you?
I feel like Gyro was also fine here.
Yeah.
I kind of enjoy both of them. Like Wukong's command into brambles and everything is nice. So is playing Gyro. Like you don't really care if you control it all too much. And both of these heroes lane decently into the Axe.
It feels like Tundra just want to make sure they win their lanes, right? Between these two teams, they are the fastest winning teams, I believe, in the playoffs, right? They're at least in the top 3, both of them, because they know that when they get that early lead, they do break their opponents. And lanes, of course, dictate a lot for a fast-paced team. And Enchantress, Monkey King, you're going to have a creep to send out the Willow. Willow can't really threaten in lane. If you get some early levels, then you can always jump on top of the Axe. You get Corrosion, you chase them down. So it makes sense. Tundra just want to make sure that they really threaten the Axe as much as possible. And I like the fact that Gaimin do go for the puck, because they're preparing themselves for the flexibility of the Batrider. Bat could still be the mid, could still be the 4. So they want to get that mid laner pick up now for Quinn, because if some of the anti-bat mid heroes get banned out, the draft could get very awkward.
What about some good old BZM monkey mid then? You just play the monkey into the puck. This has been a sort of a counter. If
I agree. I actually didn't think of that, but that would be a good little switch up to then counter Gaimin already thinking about Batrider to suddenly forget about the monkey flex. It often can happen when Chrysalis is on the team. You only think about, he's playing monkey, it. Yeah.
And in the end, like, I wouldn't really enjoy a bad core in this game anyway, because there's an Oracle on the other side. It is a bit annoying, but we'll see. They can go either way. They can also just pick up like some, let's say, some tiny from the mid lane as well. A lot of burst damage. Enchantress, by the way, is I feel like this hero just got buffed again, and she's in a really decent spot once more. If you go for over-healing wisps or whatever they're called.
Overprotective wisps.
Overprotective, yeah, if you go for them. Well, they are over-healing, truly.
They are doing a lot of healing, yeah.
That's nice. The other facet is also good. Overall, you can threaten a lot of lanes. The slow is good. And the dispel always comes in handy.
But that's where, like, something I often bring up in draft is, where's your front line for a team? Gaimin, they are yet to have that with their lineup, right? Puck and Axe both want to initiate. Oracle and Willow want to play behind that initiation. But there's no one who naturally soaks the fight to then create those moments. Often getting that from your carry role can be quite hard. So it does feel like Gaimin is going to play more on a split push and smoke style of gameplay rather than you kind of brute force yourself into an area and keep controlling it. Tundra, they have plenty of it with the Ench, like you mentioned, with his Facet running in, Abaddon running in. Even Monkey can stand his ground with Wukongs. Yeah,
they ban out the TB. Another hero that they've been playing recently on Gaimin is SF, but I don't feel it's that great into Abaddon.
But it's more about the map play. I just mentioned the lack of frontline. Terrorblade with illusions, you push waves, which then sets up the pick-off play that they can do well. Templar Assassin with the traps, you get vision, you then see heroes to then get the pick-offs. So these are two heroes that enable the lack of traditional frontline in a draft. So it makes sense.
I'd be curious to see if Templar Assassin's vision is as highly rated post-C patch, because that seemed like the biggest nerf of the patch was her trap vision.
How much did it get reduced?
It went from 400 to now it's 200, I believe.
It's actually pretty big.
Yeah.
I didn't remember. What's the English? My brain lagging.
Didn't come across my
mind. There we go. Thank you.
You still walk
in the
over
morning.
it.
Yeah, if you walk over it, but if you're in if you put it on the middle of the stairs, I think you can walk on the side of the stairs and you won't be seen now.
I feel like most players they just put they just put the traps in creep camps anyway, and
yeah, that's true.
That's where you get most info out of.
I'd like the Razor pick, to be fair, right? It's early BKB hero. You can link a Monkey or an Abaddon and you control the fight. You naturally run into engagements. Sure, it is locked behind around 8,000 net worth for you to get to this point, but your lane is good. Your natural path to these items should be quite clean, which then opens up everyone else to feel good. I don't mind it. Closing out the game, though, difficult. You don't really hit Roshan. You don't really hit towers.
Yeah.
You have to kill your enemy. But in regards to bringing life to the draft and pickoffs, it does fit the bill. But the whole killing the ancient part, Tundra's got to die for that.
Do you just go tiny mid here, or do you put the monkey mid and... Like, I'm thinking, versus Razor, usually the heroes that are good are glass cannon heroes, but they're not good against Axe. That's always the problem. Like, he, at every single point in the game, has a kill on you. Even the lane is difficult. So, and they just have to decide which way to go. They go with the Beastmaster.
So it's going to be, what, Beast mid?
Yeah, probably.
Against a puck mid?
Yeah, just farm, don't care, buy Ags,
or you
take off.
Yeah, probably, right? Like, why would you put him on safe? You could put him on safe lane as well. You see that they're still deciding, and put the monkey mid because the matchup is also really good.
Maybe they even care about the Razor lane, so they want to try and find a way to survive that, yeah?
Beast off lane with Abaddon safe lane and monkey mid.
I feel like we could probably make a case for any variation depending on how you want to hype it up. A mid beast.
Who's going to get static linked by the Razor?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you do the beast, then at least you have the beast to work with, right? Like you can slow the Razor a little bit. You also farm the stacks a lot easier. You recover nicer from the offlane as beast.
Okay, it is mid.
It's mid. Okay. A BZM
it's like
master, like he's played it a lot.
The way that I see it is offlane beast is you think you can get the Helmet Dominator to take the tower, to force the Razor to be defensive, and then you lose the kind of the aspect of him being the frontliner because he's recovering, but that's unlikely because it's a Razor lane, right? And then you have mid Beastmaster, where no real mid laner shuts him down. He'll get Aghanims into Blink, and you'll always get to pick off. If Oracle ever shows himself, a Monkey will jump him, a Bat will jump him, a Beast might even roar him, depending on the state of the fight. So I don't mind the Beast pick. It kind of creates a little bit of life in the early game, but yeah, Gaimin, the Razor pick, there's so much pressure on Watson to do everything, I feel. Like, he has to win his lane, he has to enable people to play behind him because Puck's farming, Axe is farming, and Watson's kind of the big tempo for the early game.
And they have to finish it fast because I give Tundra way more scaling with a Abaddon, a Monkey King, and a Beastmaster.
I give them great scaling too. You can never count out Puck. Like, Puck scales insanely as well. But yeah, I absolutely agree that Tundra have got maybe a bit better scaling.
Well, let's see maybe what CY's justifications are for this draft, because he's standing by with Nomad.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with, can I call you Cy?
No.
Great, okay, I'm here with CY for Gaimin Gladiators. So the last time you faced Tundra, they knocked you out of Blast. What's going to be different this time around?
That we'll win this time.
Great, thank you for that, Cy. So tell me about these drafts. How are you feeling about this one?
It's a bit interesting because like they're definitely like countering on some lanes, I think, and it kind of comes a bit down to that because I think their heroes, if they get behind for whatever reason, I think it can be a bit rough. But the same for us, of course, like they can maybe have some tempo if like things are going really well for them. So we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, the panel were a little bit worried about the Razor pick not really giving you great like Roshan and Tower push. You know, are you concerned about that at all?
No, I mean, in some contexts, maybe, but like usually when you take towers and stuff, it could also be after fight, so you can still have link damage. Like there can still be ways to do that. So I don't know, not in particular.
Okay, so the plan is just to overwhelm them on the map and outfight Tundra.
Yeah, hopefully we can outplay them in the skirmishes, and you know that's what I think a lot of Dota comes down to. So.
All right, CY, thank you very much. Good luck in this game. Number one, we'll hand over to our casters of Odie, Pixel, and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Nomad and CY there, as we get into the action of Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators. Yep. Kezu, what do you make of this one?
I'm liking what I'm seeing, kind of from both teams. It is, of course, the first game of the playoffs here. And I feel like we should have Tundra being ready now, because in the last days, I wasn't too impressed with them, whereas Gaimin, they looked real hot. Like, they cruised through this entire group stage.
They did. Yeah, let's see how they're going to do today here against Tundra. As you say, oh, we got the static link coming in. That's a dead Monkey King for sure. First blood for Watson. Saxon's got to be careful as well. He should be fine, but yeah, well, that's the way to start things off there for Gaimin. Get that first blood on the carry.
Nice lead up. I do like when you kind of go for this move, you know, you have this Monkey King in the safe lane. He wants to play very aggro even early on in the lane. So just going there with a couple heroes early on, nice move, get themselves a first blood.
All in all, did you like the way that Tundra responded to sort of that Razor coming out and close things up with the way that they wanted to run their lanes, put a BZM in the mid, putting the Abaddon top, putting the Monkey King safe?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty good. I was debating you could maybe put the Beast up top, but I still think that Beast should do very well against Puck mid. But the other day when we saw it, that was not the case, so I want to see if BZM can maybe show us a little better gameplay than whatever we saw the other day.
And what are you expecting out of this top lane? Like, you know, Watson on the Razor with the static link, is that enough to sort of overwhelm the Abaddon, or is 33 going to be able to survive through those efforts?
There should be a sub-diff in this lane, whereas, sure, Razor on its own is good against the Abaddon, but Zax on the bat, he should put a bit of a stop to it. So I'd say 33 will be fine for a bit, and then like minute 3, 4, 5, Watson should start getting the upper hand. I guess he has first blood on Watson, so
he does.
That should be a difference. With early boots, I believe that should be coming out to him.
A pleasant little boost there for the Razor to start things off with. And then down on the bottom lane, Chrysalis on the Monkey King. Does he care too much about this Willow and Axe?
Early on, he shouldn't care to... I feel like no. Chrysalis is going to be fine in this lane. It's just more about the fact how much can Ace really help out Tofu with the battle hunger. But eventually, I believe Chrysalis on his Monkey King, his best hero, he should be able to take over the lane.
So far, so good on these first few waves. Barely missing a CS. Biggest difference we've seen so far in the first waves is really in that mid lane we're seeing. That bit of an edge here for BZM on the Beastmaster.
I mean, it's not easy for a Puck to deal with Beast, unless the Beast is maybe... Like, you have to be lazy with the micro. The boar should not die. You can always do what he just did. He bottles one rune, he denies the other with the boar too. So you have to be very early if you're Quinn on one of the 2 water runes.
Also, BZM can continue to maintain this nice lead here with the superior CSing, and that's not going to be easy for Quinn. Has to be careful.
Yep. Yeah. This is, of course, one of the strengths. We've got a lot of CS capabilities with the Beastmaster.
So far, top lane, nothing crazy really happening here. Both Watson and 33 getting the farm. See things start to heat up now. The level 3's online for Watson. He's going to go straight away to try and chase down 33, and 33's looking pretty dead. No TP potential, maybe can try for deny to the neutral. But it's not going to happen. Watson gets the last touch, gets himself another kill.
Yeah, level 2 Link, the early boots that we talked about from the first blood.
Yep.
Just not too easy to sustain at the moment. Maybe you have to keep the flame break on Saxa to try and like break the Link from Watson, but yeah, not too easy for them.
It's going to be very easy for them to run him down like that each and every time. Of course, we'll always have the Fortune's End ready as well to try and catch him. So has to just try and run. And as you say, just hope that Saxa can sort of create the distance between them.
Need to see later also what Whitemon is going to look to do here in this early game. Of course, one of the strengths of Enchantress is to try and move into the mid, maybe have a little gate move. As Oracle Razor are very susceptible heroes to an early rotation. Four-minute rune. Whitemon does have a creep here.
Oh! Well, this time BZM not quite able to deny the bottom water in time, so Quinn will be able to refuel the bottle on this one.
At least for now, every core is pretty happy in the game. Of course, with BZM and Watson maybe being the happiest. Sure, Watson CS isn't incredible, but he did get the first blood. And then another kill in the lane.
Those couple of kills are going to do him pretty well. We'll see if they can set the lane up in a position to make another attempt at taking down either Saxa or 33. Very difficult, of course, for them to try and get kills their way. Tundra, Watson, they'll start getting the Link going again. It's going to be the max one pretty much. So won't look to push forward. Happy to just sort of hold back, secure the CS, get the range deny. And bottom, I guess, so the question is, so down here, obviously, Chrysalis is getting very good farm. Will Ace continue to play the lane, or are we soon going to start seeing Ace just skip creep waves and grab them from beyond the tower? Or is he fine to sort of stay in lane against the Monkey King?
He's okay for now. I mean, it's great if you can look to go and skip, but it's not easy against the Monkey King. Of course, he's so mobile. They should definitely try to keep him in the lane.
Okay.
They are bringing Saxa into the bottom lane here for Tundra. I think it makes sense. Top is so hard to pressure. 2 Jingle stacks already on Ace.
Ace is pretty far up. They'll get the slow into the flame break. Jingu Mastery stacks will build up. Ace looking pretty dead, dragged back by the Wild Wing Ripper. Nice rotation there from Saxa coming in with the TP, catching Ace by surprise. They'll get themselves their first kill of the game, Tundra.
I always really like these ones. First of all, it's nighttime. That's 33 up top.
He has been left alone, and they just go straight for him with this. The shield, it's not going to save him. Too much damage being built up here from the Link of Watson. So you get a kill down bottom, but you do leave 33 vulnerable to getting run down by Watson and Malady.
Of course, just good heads-up play from both teams. I mean, Gaimin now, they have a double wave with the siege creep up top, so we'll have to see how Tundra deal with it. Whereas Tundra looks like they can kind of return the favor in the bottom lane. Because now Gaimin, they're also bringing Tofu up top. Of course, Saxa does not have a TP.
Both teams just getting super aggressive against the enemy offlaners, as each look for the opportunity to dive them. We'll see the dive on the bottom lane start first here, as they're in on top of Ace. Same time, the dive was a success on the other side. Watson kills 33 again. Dreamcoat comes in. They get the kill, but can they get out though? Tundra, as Quinn's turned up. Both Chrysalis and Sax are getting burst incredibly low. Quinn's going to have another round of spells in a second. Chrysalis got the stick charges. I see the Fortune's End coming in. Quinn in position, has to keep his distance here to avoid the Jingu stacks building up. Doesn't have enough burst to chase on though, so Chrysalis will live. Both teams getting away with the dives and getting these offlane kills.
Yeah, but Tundra, they got the double Wisdom Shrine. Interestingly enough, BZM, he just angled over towards the top, whereas Saxa, after the play bottom, just got to invade a little further. So after all is done, yeah, with the double steal, Definitely a slight edge to Tundra here from the XP.
That's going to make all the difference on these supports, getting their 6s as soon as possible. On 33, he's going to pick up some XP, at least a wave from that mid lane, the top. It's just a pretty nasty place, honestly. I mean, for Tundra, who wants to go up there against the Razor right now?
Right now, on it, perhaps if you either bring a lot to make a move on this Razor, or you kind of put nobody and you just wait for Gaimin to push in the lane. Because, yeah, I like that they just even gave the mid lane to 33, even if it was just for a little bit. Aha, Tundra, what is their move? So it looks like the one way that they think 33 can stay up top is to smoke up your supports and run them through the gate. Let's see what Watson has to say about this move up top, if you can read it.
Yeah, they know he's here. They double-check it, Tundra. They've hit the scan. TPs are now coming in for Watson. I mean, Watson's going to start 33, so the wraparound from Tundra needs to come soon. Because 33's already getting gone upon. BZM turns up, but 33's dead. They come in with the Roar, so this time, surely they'll be able to make sure that Watson goes down. He will fall. They'll get Malady as well. So Tundra, they lose 33 again, but this time they get the 2 kills in return, one of them being the big one, taking Watson down.
Yeah, they're probably not too sad about this one. 33 just manning up a little bit, making sure that they stay around. But yeah, they do get some turn kills with, well, rainbow TPs, so some breathing space for Gaimin here.
Elsewhere on the map, Quinn is getting a chance to pressure in onto the tower. Chrysalis continues to get a lot of beautiful space down bottom as he works towards that diffusal blade timing.
I do like what Saxa is doing. Did, of course, make the move up top. Then he knows that they're looking for some stacks because the bottom lane is not really being played by Gaimin, so he's just walking into the enemy triangle to now maybe scout and steal some of the stacks on the Bat Rider here.
Still looking at top really a lot. I'm sort of focused now on just sort of keeping Watson safe. And 33 still has to be careful in case Watson sees a chance to go on him again.
Okay, we need to be ready for this move. They're bringing Crystallis as well here on Tundra into this top lane.
Hasn't, of course, quite got the defusal, but still very strong here. Level 8 on the Monkey King.
Got a lasso.
Into the Roar. It's enough, easily enough here between the two of them.
This is why these plays matter. Like, Saxa, after this initial play top, he went into the enemy triangle and stole a triple stack. He just farmed it on his own, gets level 6, catches Quinn off guard.
Yeah, that sort of comboed with those early wisdoms that they're able to get their hands on. Absolutely making the difference and allowing for that sort of play. Top lane getting freed up now with sort of the fact that Gaimin Gladiators had to back off of how much Tundra had up there. Because Gaimin Gladiators, you know, they can't hold the tower. Tundra's able to take the tier 1 top much earlier than Gaimin's going to be able to find any tower themselves. Back down bottom. And they're ready to start the push here on towards Ace. They're going to get him. So Tundra doing a good job of holding onto the towers, taking them on top, continuing to make sure this bottom area feels very safe for Crystallis.
Well, the early macro movement right now from Tundra, very, very clean. Some more stacks coming out for Gaimin. They will have to put up a fight if they want to hold those, because Tundra did have a ward that scouted that prior.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Quinn's starting to shift towards the bottom, but both supports are here on Tundra to help out Crystallis. So not really that easy for Quinn to set something up.
It's a little bit awkward, because sure, you want to go and make some moves maybe here if you're Quinn, but you don't have to, I mean, you have okay follow-up damage, right? Oracle with some Purifying Flame, sure, but you do need Tofu to get his hands on the ultimate. Tundra playing very quick.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They're going to scout out again this sort of full situation here. They're going to find Tofu. Lasso's there immediately. Can anything be done to save Tofu? Malady is here. Will provide some level of protection. It's not enough, though, as Tofu goes down. 33 trying to push on for more as they'll look towards the stacks here, Tundra. They want to try and take these. Ace will turn up to defend them. There's only so much he can do right now, though, as an axe. BZM with his own axe is clearing up the stack. The Dream Coil will be down onto the 3, and then look at the Roar out, but the False Promise was there in time, so Malady's able to live that little bit longer. Static Link in on the Crystallis, they bring him down. 33 will get the borrowed time off. Saxa in with the Firefly on top of Watson. Slowing him down as well. Watson getting caught by the root. He'll fall. The buyback's in play from Malady. Can they get anything more? They have to punish Tundra for this. 33's got another round of the shields. Whitemon and BZM starting to back away. Tundra, do they have anything left in the tank to continue to fight Gaimin Gladiators? It's getting a bit risky now. They'll back away, Tundra. I mean, they'll take that. They force out a buyback. I think they got a good amount of the last hits on the stack.
Yeah, I think Saxa did get quite a lot of those.
Yeah.
I mean, at least Gaimin were able to put a stop to the play somewhat. Because it kind of looked like it's really not too easy for them to fight as Grisales ready for round 2.
He's ready to go. Cool will be there to stop the Wukong's command from being casted, so with the help of Tofu, Ace will be fine, but they have to be so careful of this Monkey King now that he's got this Diffusal Blade online. We'll catch this again in the replay. Just good, aggressive plays here, and yeah, as we saw, Gaimin, they had to do everything to try and not let Tundra get completely away with this. Tundra still definitely got away with a lot, though.
Well, Ace nearly got the dunk there onto 33 here. Pretty sure while he was in the chop animation, he actually, his passive procced, which healed him above the threshold. But either way, very interesting and deep fight at the 12-minute mark.
Would have been great for Gaimin if they could have found at least one of these extra kills at the end. 33 or BZM, but Tundra, they back off perfectly. Make sure that they don't lose anything else from that. And are able to maintain that lead, and we'll see on the builder. Yeah, Watson going for the Maelstrom into BKB this game. And yeah, on the other side, obviously, just Chrysalis going full in for the aggressive play with the Diffusal into the death so that he's looking towards next. He just wants to get on the targets and kill them. He doesn't want to play any sort of slow-paced farming game. They want to just overrun Gaimin Gladiators. And at the moment, with the slight lead that Tundra have, they're hitting sort of good timings to really get that momentum going.
Hey, they really are. Like, you've got an Abaddon that will help you play into the front.
You just get in there.
Saxa already has a Blink Dagger on the support bat as well. You're closing in on the Agnums on BZM.
Yep.
So Gaimin, they're going to have to do a really good job on the map within the next couple minutes to kind of just like damage control, because Tundra, they are a lot stronger.
They are. Yeah, Tundra just been able to make that play and disrupt that sort of ancient area from Gaming, but at the same time, Tundra's own ancient area being kept completely safe. BZM's able to clear it up, and yeah, there it is. Pre-15 minutes, Agnum's online for Beastmaster. Gaimin, they're going to have their work cut out here and sort of slowing this down.
Because right now, if you're Gaimin, you rely a lot on Watson to like try and dish out damage. I'd say like Watson and kind of dispels. But even if you run in as the Razor, 33, he rushed a Blade Mail, he can just like stay on top, kind of be annoying to you. Like even just like random collateral damage, 1 or 2 impetus, maybe a Boundless Strike, 1
That's
shield,
difficult.
You're half HP.
Yeah, we'll see Watson switching up as well, because he did have the BKB queued up, but the thing is, you're probably dying through that BKB run. So I think it's just sort of a tough situation for Watson. He knows at the moment that he's very much keeping up in track with the cause on the side of Tundra, but there's a lot of weight on him to make sure that his build's perfect.
I kind of like, I like the Yasha a bit more. Yeah. Be a bit more mobile, keep up the scale. Looks like Tundra gonna take this tier 1 tower.
Oh, dropping the coil. This is unlikely to be a kill, though. 33 is more than fine, so he'll just ward that one off. There's not a lot that they can do. They've got the 4 heroes here, but they can't really do too much about this Abaddon. He's just chilling.
Looks like they definitely wanted to like at least pop his ult or maybe do some coil into call combo and like bring him back, but yeah, that didn't quite work out. Do at least have an active rune on Quinn. Tundra would probably like to make an aggressive move, of course, with the blink picked up by Saxa.
They're watching bottom. Chrysalis thinking about the setup for the trees, but they know. So Ace won't be caught by this.
They have a good ward, which did spot Saxa running over through the jungle.
Gaimin are definitely setting up in case Tundra do get a bit too aggressive with the push here. Quinn and Tofu ready to play. Chrysalis, how safe is he going to be? He's going to reveal himself. Saxa's going to go in with the lasso. But get the drag back into the Wukong's. Malady gets destroyed immediately. Tofu and Quinn, can they do anything in return? They've got the amplified damage rune on Quinn. He's got the Dream Core down on the 2 of them. They'll burst through Saxa. Chrysalis, though, he's able to walk away. Backup's coming in from him. 33's turning up. Chrysalis will be fine. It's just going to be the support for support trade. Gaimin, they definitely wanted more. They're coming in again with the Dream Coil, the amplified damage rune on Quinn. They're still not able to quite burst through this Monkey King.
Yeah, if they had a +1, they definitely would have killed him as well, but I must say with kind of the state, or like how strong Tundra are, Gaimin being able to hold and Watson just kind of chilling up here, getting to farm, I don't think they're too upset about this on Gaimin.
Now we'll see what Watson can do with this space and time. Just going for the Manta next. So he's got that Dispel.
Getting a couple of Yule Scepters as well here on Gaimin, and this early one on Tofu can do quite a lot. Of course, you can disrupt Saksa when he goes in, you can be quite annoying for the Monkey King, you can set up everyone on the map with the Brambles and the Terrorize.
18-minute power rune will be a shield rune, Tofu to claim it. Tundra getting away with this Roshan by the looks of it for the most part. Gaimin relatively close, but no one really in position to make a jump for this, so Tundra's going to get this for free. Blink Dagger now on BZM as well as this Aegis. Now they're more than ready to go now, you'd imagine. If BZM wants to turn up and lead the charge to take these towers down, it's going to get harder and harder for Gaimin Gladiators to defend. The big timing that they're looking towards themselves, definitely going to be the Blink Dagger on Ace. He's about 300 or so gold off that. Once that's there, then they'll have a good shot of getting in with the Blink Blade Mill on the Axe to try and disrupt these pushes from Tundra. But before then, they've got to be so wary of Tundra when they're coming for these towers.
Oh, absolutely. Because one little play that goes wrong here, and honestly, Gaimin's map could just implode on them. Tundra starting to have control up here in this top area.
It's going to be a scary few minutes for Gaimin whilst this Aegis is online for BZM. Quinn, getting some information. He's going to look towards Whitemon, but Christus will drop down the Wukong's command. Quinn's able to jump out, though. And Whitemon will fall. Tofu, of course, no chance of escape for him. Tundra, how heavy do they want to push this? They're bringing them both lanes at the same time. 33 and Saxa working on the mid. And that is the blink timing now done for Ace. So we'll see if Gaimin can set something clutch up here around the defenses, if Ace can get the jump in. It's been a bit of a slower start for him this game on the Axe, but now he's got these 2 core items. Big things can still happen if he finds those big calls.
And teams have gotten really good. Like, even though Gaimin they're down quite a bit and Tundra are stronger, they're doing really well at like protecting their jungle. The moment Whitemon runs up on his edge, he just gets blasted. Every spell comes off on him. Sure, you trade 1 for 1, but you fully nullify and stop Tundra from pushing forward on the top map. So, honestly, quite a nice sign for Gaimin. So what is Crystallis up to? He's queuing up a BKB, so he's got the Shard, the Diffusal. Wants to continue investing into the smaller items to play forward.
There we go.
Yep, cannot underestimate this Orchid. On to 33 as well. Yules will be available though, on Quinn, just in time.
Yeah, I guess so the more annoying moves it's going to be if he finds these, well, ideally Malady, right? You jump this Oracle.
Yeah, you cannot, like, you have Sax or BZM jump in, you just beeline on the Abaddon. If the Razor goes on you, you Blade Mail, you find the Oracle, you Orchid him. So I really like his itemization. They are looking for a Torn fight, and they're getting very low.
It's going to leave them very, very low.
They did find someone else, it looks like. Who did they run into? 33. Tundra should be kind of happy with this death, because had Gaimin fished further into the Torm...
Yeah, they might have lost a few more arrows.
Yeah, there could have been a couple of dunks coming out. Blink Force, 20 minutes. Oh.
My goodness, Saxa sends something up there. Blinks out just in time before Ace comes in with his own.
Let's have a good lane ward.
Yeah, that's true, yeah, saw him running down. They're going to hit the scan. They know he's still around. Saxa might look to try and get back in on top of Ace.
Cancel his blink.
Can't. Oh, yes, he can get the angle. Gets in, drags him back. He will get the call off. Now TPs are coming in. Raw's there to finish up the job. BZM, of course, does have the Aegis. So they'll be able to take it out of his hands. But backups coming in, and indeed, Gaimin Gladiators, they can't go for round 2. They've got to start backing away. Saxa jumps in. Tofu turns with the Shadow Realm hit. Saxa flies over the trees to safety. He'll live. Tofu will fall. They dive on forward. They jump forward with the Boundless Strikes. They're in, surrounding everyone. Watson. They kill off the Razor. Quinn, the only one left alive. Gaimin, they're just not built up to take these head-on team fights yet.
Saxa, he set up all of that. And BZM also, he deals so much damage. Sure, you kill him the once, but he's got the Aegis. Like, just with the Ags, Collateral, the drums coming out, the Searing Signet, magic damage, just with the axes, and they're all just dropping.
That's getting tougher. Indeed, Sax, as you say, the one setting this all up. And Gaimin sort of getting baited in, you know, they sort of feel that it's close to the tower. You know, they can deal with him the once, but definitely underestimating how much damage was going to be kicked out in return there. And at this point, it is just panic, full panic mode for Gaimin.
It's just so hard, and Sax for sure. He goes in, he nearly dies, but he's got the Abaddon to back him up. I mean, even just like, look at all the follow-up. Chrysalis with the shard. Whitemon, he has max impetus, and he's got the shard from the Tormentor. So even the Eng is dishing out a lot of damage in these fights.
Yeah, it's getting scary for Gaimin. The BKBs are coming out. You know, Chrysalis, he did feel that he couldn't get straight away, you know, away with the defusal into the Deso. So gets the BKB first on the way there. And I think BZM's also very close to having his. She had just about 100 or so gold from having that online. And once these are there,
yeah,
it feels like it's going to be a massive issue, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators to actually kill anyone, right? They would get them in the Dream Coil, you get the setup, but actually killing these heroes now, it's starting to look very difficult for Gaimin.
The Abaddon and the tankiness, it's definitely a huge problem for Gaimin. They don't have the most damage. So we'll have to see if, because what they need time. They need another couple rounds of items to kind of cut through this tankiness, cut through the Abaddon shields and heals. Because yeah, as of this point, it's all on Tundra to take over the map. BKBs are coming out, they've got the map control.
And sort of like, because when's the next big spike in damage going to come out from Gaimin's lineup? It's like, you can look towards the Puck, right, and Quinn, but that takes a long time to get there, right? You know, you need your Parasmas, your Aghanims. That's a lot of money, and it's a long way away. Before that, it's just kind of, you know, how much Watson can do on his own, really, with the damage that he's outputting as a Razor. But with this defensive build that he's had to go for, just the Maelstrom into the Manta and the Lincolns, it's hard to sort of see the damage numbers coming out from Gaimin.
No, it's Quinn's items and spell usages. We'll have to see how the fight comes out here. Melody instantly dead.
And they got the size for the Quinn. He's got the Yules.
And he will go to the orb.
And the orb's already gone.
He's got the blink available.
Have they got anything further to chase with? Chrysalis is definitely going to try. He'll drop the Dream Coil, Quinn, trying to hold them back. But he ain't getting out of this one. The Boundless comes in. The game's starting to look very difficult for Gaimin.
There's so much chase. Even a Puck, they can just run him down. And when it comes down to the team fighting, Tundra just have everything that they kind of want and need. Gaimin, they likely rely on some incredible spell usage, maybe a multi-coil into a Terrorize to break it all. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's got to be something like that, right? Yeah, the coil into the Terrorize, into a cool. Then maybe. Because everything has to hit perfectly from Gaimin.
BZM still yet to die in this game. Sucks. He's halfway to an Aghanim Scepter. Like, both the performance and his net worth is kind of criminal. Looking for some stacks, of course. They are very efficient. We're up 11k gold. They've got the map control. Could look into a gem soon, perhaps, to just make sure that Gaimin don't have too much vision on the map.
Yeah, you just got to imagine it doesn't feel good to play Gaimin's lineup when you're this far behind, right? This is a sort of lineup that revels on like winning the lanes, getting that early edge. Playing now at about 11k down, it's so difficult.
They will have to try and draw it out a little bit. I mean, Gaimin have pretty good scale, like Puck, mid to late game. We've seen it many times before. This hero can definitely slap.
It's just sort of getting through this period, right?
Yeah.
Until you get there as the Puck.
He has to play very safe until he gets the Lincolns, because until then, of course, you've got the Roar, you've got the Lasso. So you have to be careful. So you just have lots of defensive items that need to be built by Gaimin, right? The W's, the double Lincolns, they don't help you much when it comes to the fighting. Let's see where Tundra want to push forward.
Again, a lot of money built up on Ace. Anything crazy that he can buy on the Axe to help out this game? What's he thinking about? 3k gold at the moment.
Anything that, I guess, helps him fight? I'm honestly not even sure. I feel like they're all kind of similar. You could even look for, I mean, you could look for a Lotus Orb if you want. I've seen people kind of buy that more and more on the Axe. You could throw it on Watson, so you protect him even more from like the Roars and the Lassos. I mean, hell, if they want to be really annoying and delay a bit more, I guess you could also look for some auras, maybe a BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
I mean, judging his gold and his empty quick buy, he's not sure either. It might just be the BKB for now.
Okay, yeah, just the BKB. Which is fair, but again, it's definitely one of those games where BKB doesn't feel amazing to pick up, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's not awesome, but
yeah.
you kind of...
Is it necessary, do you think?
It's just annoying, because when he jumps in, how does he get out? There's boars slowing you, there's some random flame breaks, some stickies, an edge slow. So I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if it settles on that ace. So yeah, definitely a difficult position to itemize in for gaming.
So they did pick up the gem on Whitemon, which means slowly but surely Gaimin's map will keep getting more and more black. Pace of the game did slow down a little bit.
Yeah, BZM just continuing to shoot ahead on the farm. Having a fantastic game. Coming in with that pick and taking it to the mid. This looks very, very good, and an approach that they'll definitely do again against, I think, any team that's sort of picking like the pucks mid. And BZM in his element when he plays these sort of matchups and takes over as he has.
Well, this could be good for Gaimin. Let's see if they're able to strike back, because the game, of course, slowed down a bit. If you're Tundra, you may not expect Gaimin to come for a punch. But they do have the BKB completed on Ace. And the Lincolns is now being finished on Watson also.
Okay. And we'll see if this sort of next round of defensive items that they have finished up on Gaimin is going to make a difference in the fight. Ace. We'll get the call on at 33. Borrowed time to come out immediately, and 33, he's got the backup on the way over. So Gaimin, they've got to be careful. Tundra's turning up. Gaimin, they will hold back. They won't try and push for anything further than the borrowed time.
It's, of course, a small victory if they do find 33 on the map.
Yeah, they're going to try and go. They have to use these little victories to take these risky moves to see if they can get themselves back in the game. BZM's out with the blink, though.
They will not have Razor ultimate available anymore, so sure, if Tundra can...
Oh, that's a good call. Excellent call there. They're able to grab Crystallis off the trees, but it's not enough. He gets the boundless strike and the Wukong's command off. They didn't have enough damage to punish him despite getting that excellent jump. Crystallis survives. Gaimin, they have to run, but by the looks of it, they can't. They're trying for the TP out, but the damage from Whitemon and the impetus is done. Watson to fall. I mean, if they were just a little bit less far behind as they were, that would have been a dead Monkey King and maybe the chance of a team fight. But the situation they're in right now, they couldn't kill him, Kezu.
What happened with the dunk? I thought it would hit. It didn't quite make it.
It was used.
To me, I feel like, did he get Lotus by someone and healed through the threshold? Because to my eyes, again, unless I'm blind or I have brain damage,
we'll be able to we'll check the replay. We'll check the replay, don't worry.
Yeah, we'll just, because of course he lives through it, and then the entire fight is just, it's just a shit show after that. Whoa, Quinn? Careful, brother.
Oh my god, he's lucky to get out of that one. Another Roshan, Aegis again here for BZM. We'll catch it on the replay. Crystallis surviving only just.
Maybe it's just a clutch heals from the Abaddon? Let's see. No, seems like nothing crazy happened. Just the dunk slightly off the mark, right?
It was indeed the timing. Maybe maybe if it was like a little bit earlier, it would have caught him underneath the threshold.
Oh, that was so close.
But it was so close. They needed that to go right, Gaimin. Yeah, because with that going wrong, they're now closing up on 20k behind Tundra. So close there to maybe finding a chance to have a shot of getting back in on this game, but as it goes, it's only got harder.
That's a 21k lead. You've got the second Aegis on the deck. You've got Gem. You've got the banner. Saxa with the Axe completed. So Watson's gotta respect it, even with his Lincolns. He's not fully safe against the lasso. 28 win % probability for Gaimin. That's very generous.
That feels pretty generous.
Yeah, Mr. Gaimin. Like, he's gotta play
Mr. Gaimin.
Yeah, what's happening? He got some... Oh, let's see. Quinn. Just a little orchid saying hello.
Gaimin with the smoke up. Whitemon. Quinn's in. And he's out.
Oh, Wipeout just daring them to go on him. 33 wants to... Oh, I hear Roar.
Hey, look at the wraparound there. BZM catch the ball, running the lasso onto the two of them. BKB's popped by BZM. He's ready to tear them all apart. As the buyback will come in from Malady, but Ace is dead. No buyback available. I mean, I think they caught everyone by surprise. They were sort of watching the front, 33.
Yeah, they
like, look at me, la la la. And then BZM, bam, in on the backlines with Saxa. Gets that jump.
I mean, absolutely beautiful. He takes the initial kind of attention. Saxa gets the double lasso. Core plus Oracle. You cannot ask for a better jump.
25k lead now here.
No, they've got it all. And soon, I mean, sure, 33 currently, he's just blink orchiding you for now and you can use it off, but there's a Hex and 400 gold.
Quim does, of course, now have the Lincolns, so a bit better of a chance of surviving through the jumps, but still killing anyone is the problem here for Gaimin.
Yeah, and it's a huge problem. Because if Tundra get on top of you, they kill you so fast.
Yeah, we saw, BZM, once he's in there with a BKB, just chopping away with his axes. It hurts.
I also love Chrysalis' item build on the Monkey King. He's always one of the more aggressive ones. Like even the Diffusal first into the BKB, you go the Desolator. Kind of low armor heroes. You can play forward with your Abaddon, now the Skadi. Seems to be the perfect build to me.
Oh,
another pause.
Reason?
Any reason?
Oh, okay, he's disconnected. Probably that's an assumed reason.
It's
some network lag issue.
The Abin's already off the chart.
Oh, yeah.
We're on the case.
We're getting on the case, yep. Fixing it right now. This is going to be a tough one. 25k down. Have we seen many comebacks recently around this? We've had a couple. It's not impossible.
No, the biggest comebacks I've seen were Mega Creeps, not net worth.
Yes, that's true. We've had a lot of Mega Creep comebacks.
So we'll have to see if Tundra, of course, will give the Megas towards Gaimin.
It's just one of those awkward positions, right, for Gaimin, because they really do just have to buy all these defensive items.
Yeah.
Watson in a game like this,
even now,
he's got to buy them all. The Mantas, the Lincolns, the BKBs. Because you got to survive to be able to do the damage, but it's still it just feels like it's you're going towards this inevitable
ugly.
demise.
Like when you have to do this, it is ugly. Because having to build this the trio or the quad defensive item, it's kind of bad.
It doesn't feel fun.
No,
it's not fun.
I wonder if there's a way, because you have Oracle, maybe you can be more aggressive, but then you have to be... You're down so far, it's hard. I mean, honestly, it's just hard.
True, and the thing is, right, Malady's he's having a pretty tough time here. He's got no money.
Yeah.
He's a very poor Oracle, so the chance that he's going to be able to play the fights in a way where he doesn't just die, it's very unlikely. So it's kind of tough to rely on the Oracle in these sort of team fights because of how hard it is for Malady to sort of protect himself to get the spells off.
I like this move. They've got the Hex. Blink Orchid against the Lincolns. You drop the Hex, you could kill him. Very quick on the fingers.
Very nice. Oh.
He's good.
Only just. Honestly, I think, if anyone's going to be able to get to a point where they can turn this around, it's going to be Quinn if he can get that Parasma, get that Aghanims. If they don't lose the game before then, as we've been saying, Puck late game can be ridiculous. It just has to get there.
Well, Gaimin needs to keep holding, whereas Tundra, they need to find a way to open up the map a little bit. Saxa seems like he will be okay. I mean, they are slowing it down. Not dropping a hero and holding your map at this stage of the game is a very, very impressive work already by Gaimin. They really want his BKB on Watson before the next fight. And his level 20 talent will give him some more damage output on the Razor. Tundra pushing into the jungle.
33.
Here a Hex coming out. Tofu's dead.
He's able to get that jump. Straight in with the Blink Hex onto Tofu. 33 gets that set up. Maybe ready to look for more. Malady has to false promise himself. They'll drop Aurora on him. Make sure they kill him off. There'll be no surviving through this amount of damage, as that's going to be both supports gone.
Dieback on the Oracle, so that's a 4v5 at best for Gaimin.
Another BKB done on Watson. So he has all the defensive items to get into the fight and try and survive. Tundra, though, taking the barracks down very quickly. Fortification comes into play. Gaimin, they'll have Tofu back up in 10 if they want to try something with the 4 of them. This top racks looks to already be gone with the push here from BZM and 33. And they can, of course, sweep round and look for more here as they head towards the mid.
You didn't answer the first, but you're gonna have to answer the second. Aetherlens on the bat. Roshan's banner also still available for Tundra.
And this one wants to look for the side, but the
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
and it's just going to be the setup for the beautiful two-man lasso. It's too easy there for Saxa. This game's over. GG's called. Tundra take game 1. And it was a tough one for Gaimin. Very much felt that with this lineup, this draft, once they were behind, there was never really any coming back from this, Kezu.
No, it was really hard for them to hold on to. Yeah, Tundra from start to finish, from the lanes with the tempo, the way they played, kind of had everything. If you're Gaimin, might have to go back to the drawing board with your heroes. Felt a bit slow with the Axe, Puck, Razor. Yeah, Tundra definitely had their number in this game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, BZM coming in with that last pick as well and ending the game flawless on the Beastmaster. You got to watch out for that getting in that sort of situation. 7-0-13, amazing lane, amazing game from him all round. Well played there to Tundra. They take game 1.
I don't know what it is about this matchup, but something just makes Tundra lock the hell in whenever they see Gaimin Gladiators on the other side, because Tundra, they were making it all the way through to the last day of the group stage. They did not confidently make their way through in a 3-0, unlike their opponents. Gaimin Gladiators smashed their way through the group stage, and yet when these two teams seem to face off, something just awakens in Tundra.
They had a spy.
Who?
They had a spy for the longest time on Tundra. That's why.
Oh, with the Durachu gave the tech?
Exactly. He gave them all the tech. They know the code for gaming. I mean, realistically, they've won like, what, 10, 11 games in a row or something against gaming? It's insane.
11 series in a row, so even more games.
Yeah, the
probably.
win streak is absolutely ridiculous.
But where was this Tundra in the group stage?
That's what I'm wondering.
Like gaming, if you were to say, without the team names, watching this game, like who it was, I would say, this is Gaimin on the left side, on the Radiant side, crushing the early game. Like,
yeah, it's Crystallis Razor that's dying right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that Tundra, after a shaky group stage, enter the playoffs game 1, and this is a Tundra that any tournament that you watch, this is what you expect to see.
Right.
Dominant laning phase, sweeping map play. Like even though they had a turbulent group stage, they were still top 3 quickest win average team in the tournament. And this is what you see. Like when they find the draft, they just crushed them. And yeah, the draft was so good from Tundra. It really felt like gaming had to do so much.
I feel like Gaimin's draft is definitely something that only they can make work to a certain point.
Okay.
But even they couldn't invent damage unless they bought some 5 Dagons or something. I think they were heavily missing it in these engagements. Like you have an axe that jumps in, and usually with an axe you want some follow-up, some burst. But in most of these fights, that burst is just non-existent. One Abaddon literally makes your whole initiation fall off. When they initiated on the monkey next to Roshpit, when he was brought down from the tree.
Got the axe call.
With the axe call, everyone is hitting him.
Yep.
And they still don't have enough.
But this is also a point where gaming looked good when Quinn has a game, right? If you want to try and boil it down to something. And BZM, when he gets the last pick, Beastmaster, a hero that in the green room we're discussing, like, why are we not seeing it more in the mid lane? It feels like there isn't a true counter to the mid Beastmaster. You always seem to get your Aghanims, you defend your tower nicely, you apply that kind of map play, and Beastmaster into Puck. Puck can't kill you, Puck can't pressure you, Puck has to awkwardly exist there. You're kind of stopping Quinn from being this playmaker that he wants to be, and Gaimin's identity is Quinn being aggressive, Ace and Watson farming behind that aggression, joining when they're ready. If Quinn's deleted from the game, Gaimin often struggle immensely.
But I wouldn't really consider, like, even, so based off of the spells, I can see that Beastmaster is very hard to bully out of the lane, but like, if Beastmaster was a Puck counter, then more people would be playing it. And so Quinn didn't get, like, a hard counter picked in the mid lane.
It's like layers to it, right? It's the Puck can't kill off the Beastmaster.
Okay.
And your Axe is losing his lane because you first pick Axe to die to Monkey King.
True.
So Razor's having a good time. So now Puck's going even, Axe is losing, Razor has to farm. Where's the layering of cores to make the move, right?
I can help you out as well. I think we have a graphic of Abaddon's itemization at like minute 33 or something. And when you look at this isn't your classic Abaddon, right? Like he went for Blink Orchid. Actually, Blade Mail, Orchid, whatever. But Orchid was very quick, and that's the layer that Tigov talked about.
Yeah.
His KDA is 157. Not that great. He doesn't have Octarine Midas. He's not farming, but he's not super rich as well. But he's very impactful.
Yeah.
That one, a Photic Shield, or like his first spell, whatever it's called, that Mist Coil, like it heals up, it shields the target, and then you have Blink Orchid to catch that puck. And even if there's an Oracle, Oracle has to worry about multiple things. Now, it's not only the Blink Orchid, there's also a Bat Rider with an Aghanim. So it's too many layers for him to take care of, and puck is obviously going to have a hard game.
Yeah, maybe we were able to see some of that impact during a triangle fight where obviously it seemed Tundra had nothing but momentum on their side with this Beastmaster.
Yeah, this is where I felt like, putting it bluntly, I was like, oh, this game's looking pretty over for Gaimin, because in the interview with the coach, CY, he was like, okay, for our draft to feel good, we're going to get kills to then progress objectives. 12 minutes into the game, we're seeing, like, what, 5-on-5 heroes fighting, Tundra deep into the triangle, forcing out Gaimin buybacks. Like, you don't want to see this if you're in Gaimin's lineup. You want to have stable lanes, be proactive, play behind puck, get a coil, see what Razor joins in. But the fact that Tundra already at this stage of the game are the ones leading the charge, it is just testament to how good their lanes were. And, you know, Lizard just mentioned about Bat Rider, right, after the Abaddon itemization. He got a Blink Dagger, I think, at what, 12, 13 minutes as well. So it's like you've got Bat Rider with a 13-minute blink, you've got Abaddon with a Blade Mail running at you, then going for an Orchid. Like, there's so much pressure. I think Chris has also went for a Diffusal Blade. Like, he went for very, very aggressive itemization. They made their lane win become a game win very quickly.
I feel like even though Axe is one of those broken heroes in the meta, I think they needed something different. Like, looking at their draft, in hindsight, I don't think Axe was the pick. Even though it's first phase, and of course they could have built the whole team around it differently. But if they just needed more substance from the offlane earlier. He farms a little bit too much, and he relies a little bit too hard on the teammates to do the heavy lifting.
Counterpoint: Axe pick was fine if they can flex it. If they can flex it to support, the Axe is fine, because then you're forcing the Abaddon, you're doing all this like creative stuff. They were scared of Terrorblade, right? In the final phase bans, Tundra banned Terrorblade. What happens if Gaming first pick Axe, pick a support and Terrorblade in the second phase, kind of hold the Axe kind of in contention for a bit longer, force the Abaddon to be scared? Like, the draft could be very different, but maybe they don't play support Axe. So that's where then I would agree. If they don't, first pick Axe doesn't
We
look
come
as good.
to the same conclusion. Axe not an offlane.
Yeah, at least not in Gaimin Gladiators' hands. We need to see a little bit more. They may need to see it a little bit more. This was their debut performance on one of the best heroes in this entire PGL Wallachia Season 5. Hopefully they have another strategy, or maybe history will continue to repeat itself. We'll find out for Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators, game number 2.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
7.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I mean, sometimes you need the 5 squads, you know.
5 coaches. Oh, hopefully Liquid doesn't watch this.
I mean,
this guy just is beef. Just beef and VZM. I'm chill, I'm like neutral.
he just keeps complaining about why you didn't check the runes.
No force stuff, guys. Play this hero, it's like you need like a lot of items and you need like the perfect draft for it. Like, I would say like nowadays, if you lose to Phantom Lancer, you kind of deserve it. It means your draft has a big flaw having no AoE. And if you have no AoE in today's drafts, something wrong.
Yeah, because right now everyone's like buying Radiance and all this Shiva and a lot of AoE spells, so not sure about this build.
I'm a vibes coach, so no strategy coming from me. I'm all about vibing. The thing is, right, if you have good strategy but no vibes, if you lose, disband. If you have good vibes, zero strategy, you lose, win together, lose together, go drink together. Like, it's all good, guys. So vibes, better.
Nah, I disagree with that. I think you still need the strategy. I mean, vibes sometimes help, but you know, still need the strategy.
I can't remember the last time I died to Tormentor. I play support a lot. So like, if you die, just get out of there. Like, it's not hard.
I mean, sometimes you need to die, you know.
Yeah, some core is lazy, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, some cores is like, I'm tired of waiting, just die supports. And sometimes support stacking a lot, so you got a lot of money. And also, yeah, I think they got a lot from the pushing lanes and getting assists. So yeah, 3.
I mean, I don't feel like they're too rich. I feel like they're good. I think it's healthy for the game. I think like tanky, maybe, but I don't think it's that bad because I feel like, you know, play against some Storm, you just die. So annoying to place up. And compared this meta to the one in TI with 3 bracers, 4 bracers, you support 3k HP, I feel like now they're way more killable now.
I mean, if you compare to that patch, yeah, for sure.
I mean, us coaches, we're all the same. We all say the same stuff. Guys, we should go Roche. Guys, why did we go high gun? Guys, we need to pick more stun. We replaced with AI 2000. I don't think they're gonna notice a single difference.
I'm just not sure. Huh? I don't want to be too cocky. But
0. BGM will not last 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, BGM for sure.
Yeah.
But maybe because you got Moon, maybe.
I don't know, no, you don't know. I don't know how to camp. I forgot everything. I went to Boys Brigade, but I forgot everything already.
Okay, I changed my mind. Make it 0.
But nobody in this team knows how to camp, knows how to make a fire, clean water.
It's over.
It's over.
I was most encouraged to hear that Moon Meander also is not taken by the nostalgia of old school Dota because he's an old school player, and I see many people romanticizing the old supports as being like, you know, back in my day, I had to spend 150 gold on observer wards. I would have brown boots and a stick at like 30 minutes in the game, and that means that I was doing a good job. And now supports, they have it so easy these days. That wasn't fun though.
That's what made me fall in love with the game. I only played support because of buying brown boots and stick at 20 minutes. It was.
So you prefer that era of support over modern support?
I'm torn. Depending on the day, I might give you an answer which could sway that way. But the thought of having to play a game with absolutely nothing and then showcase your ability to like start a fight or survive a fight based on having literally nothing, whilst the other players have everything given to them, every creep, every jungle camp, every Aegis, and then you're there with just a couple levels to your name. It was pretty fun.
I was always greedy.
You couldn't relate. You're like, supports are poor?
Dude,
What?
10 years ago, I'm an ogre. I'm buying Midas, baby. No different to today. Yeah, the problem with that meta was like, yeah, you're a poor support, but if the enemy team is winning, their supports are rich. Like, they have an item or two. That was always the issue. Like, the losing team supports are the brown boots and stick. The winning team supports, he's
true.
rocking a mech, bro. He is a rich boy. So, yeah, different times.
I used to consider that to be like somewhat of a cop-out. Like, same thing with offlane. Offlane back then, whenever it would be like the solo lane versus the tri-lanes, and then you come out of that laning phase and you're like, I don't have anything. And people are like, that's fine. I didn't expect you to have anything.
You just described Dota, though. It's not about playing the game. It's about having the best excuse for why you're winning or losing the game, you know? Like, whenever you win...
alibis.
Yeah. Like, do you see the post-game chat? Do you ever see anyone going, great game, guys, beautiful stuff? No, it's always like, this guy did this smoke, this guy. There's always an excuse. Oh, I got left alone. Active rune, right? Dota's about excuses, not about gameplay.
Of course, you should never take accountability.
Of course not.
It's always someone else's fault.
Amen.
Who needs to grow?
Half the player base.
Even so, Whitemon has some beef with this man on the screen right now, always demanding, where are you, Whitemon? Where are you not challenging my runes? Why don't you have a 4-staff? Moon Meander gave the benefit of the doubt, saying like, I mean, if you're going to be playing Beastmaster like you were in that game 1, you can ask for whatever you want.
Look, a mid player is always going to cry about the runes eventually when you play with him. It's just gonna happen. Like, you play with someone for 100 games, you're gonna miss a rune or two.
That's why you just gotta play Oracle every single time.
Yeah, but then you ping and you're not there, and he's complaining that you're not there.
That is the worst thing, actually. You pick Oracle and you're still losing the runes, right? That's
what happened to Quinn just now.
No, exactly. How sad do you think he is? Like, he knows what every rune is, but it's just losing the game that like handedly. You know, luckily for gaming though, going into game 2, I think if you are having a team talk, as the coach, you just take full ownership. You say, you know what, draft was bad, guys. We gave Tundra too many tools to be able to beat you. Let's move to the next game. It's not as if they had some 45-minute epic game of struggle back and forth and it was like a bad smoke or a bad fight. That's maybe harder to fix in a team.
Sure.
And
this one was pretty straightforward.
It's very, very straightforward.
Though, so Lizard, you were keeping your eye on the axe, and we were saying that if gaming can flex it, maybe it's not as much of a pain point. For me, I'm anecdotally feeling like Oracle versus Batrider is proving to be kind of a bait. I am not seeing the Oracle impact that makes it be like, oh, this Batrider's not going to have a game at all.
Okay, so the impact is already there in the draft. It doesn't have to go necessarily only through the game. The impact of Oracle is, I'm picking Oracle, you won't be playing this absolutely insane bat mid that just crushes games, or even bat carry that some teams are playing.
You have to turn their bat into a support.
Basically, you'll play a 4 because it is still a strong counter. Purge is nice. Your false promise is great.
So then my next step would be: is bat support that bad? I'm seeing bat core is clearly ideal if you can get away with it. But bat support, like, we had such a quick Aghanim Scepter in that game.
No, absolutely, it's not. Like, bat support has been doing well. I think he's one of those 60%ers that we mentioned earlier. So, it is, like, when you look at it that way, like, on the next level of thinking, it's still a bait.
Yeah.
Because then it's a position 4 and it's still good.
So I'm kind of discouraged. And maybe it's just anecdotal because now I've seen 3 days of Oracle responses to bat. And then they're like, all right, fine, I'll turn it into a support. And then it's still okay in the support role.
Yeah, I'm just...
Are you trying to come up with numbers to corroborate my theory?
Yeah, I'm just not very good at reading them.
That's okay.
I'm looking at drafts that they had before, and the teams did not respect the bat of Tundra that much. Aurora picked it against them, and they did win with it, so maybe that's one of the inspirations that Tundra have got in the past, and they started picking it now as well.
It's just less about the numbers, but more the Oracle versus Bat debate is lane. You could argue Oracle gives life to carry, but just the pacing of the game. If at any point on Oracle you take a bad TP, you make a bad move, the Batrider player will always be the one to make the first move. So he'll often walk to the engagement, force an Oracle TP. If the TP's bad, Batrider gets a kill. Batrider still has resources and TP available. He can then TP to another side lane. So now Oracle's displaced to one lane, doesn't do anything. Bat then kills mid, moves to another lane, gets another kill. And the entire 2-minute phase of the game is Oracle chasing and not actually succeeding in being the counter. So that's my problem with the matchup, where if you're just having a bad game, you've picked a hero that is not really there, right? And I guess that's a debate for all of Dota. Like if you're picking counters and you're just having bad map positioning, you're going to get punished, right? But it's exactly what happened in this game. Saxa just led the game.
And whenever an Oracle goes to another lane, so I would put Oracle, we have a bit of a game coordinator issues right now, so we're not just yapping until the draft starts.
No, you did this on purpose. I know. I heard you
start the game.
It's time for me to put a soapbox, and I got some monologuing to do. So whenever Oracle goes to a lane, I also put Oracle in a almost purely defensive support class, whereas Batrider can be offensive or counter initiation, and the other counter that I'm seeing to Batrider would be like a Shadow Demon. But Shadow Demon can also take the offensive.
Yeah, a bit later down the line, right?
Yes.
Even in the lane itself, he is a bit more aggro. But honestly, Oracle is not a bad support at all. Right? When you look at what the hero does, when you look at the hero in the laning stage as well, he is fine. I think that he is way more easy to get punished, like Tigav mentioned. Like the skill set itself it's okay on the hero, but it takes a higher skill cap. Like you need to play it better. You need to be on point with everything. I feel like with Bat, you're much harder to be punished. You can be way greedier on the map. You just do even without having some crazy lassos. You do a lot just by creep skipping and farming the map, taking away the resources from the enemy team. With an Oracle, if you die a couple of times, it hurts. Like you don't necessarily have a farming pattern. You don't have a farming options, and then it's crucial that you have very good positioning in team fights. So
there's not as much of a backup plan as an Oracle compared to other supports.
In the content piece, Moon spoke about vibes, right? Are we seeing any vibes here on the gaming camera? Like this, of course, Tundra they won, but I'm looking across the players, all of Gaimin, and they're very, very focused, independent, and a bit sad looking.
Do you think the spectrum there's a right answer, or it is on a team by team basis? Because so the question in the content piece was, what's more important, vibes or strategy? And Moon Meander was a strong advocate for vibes.
Yep.
And I think, for one thing, that's a little bit surprising because I think a 33 team in general would lean more strategy.
That's the balance.
Vibes. That's the balance.
Exactly. Moon bring vibe. 33 bring strategy. Together, harmony.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whitemon as well, vibes.
Major
vibes. Major vibes. Well, for Gaimin, it feels like it didn't work because when they came into the studio, they were so damn happy. They were laughing it off, just having fun. Like I strictly remember because I want to talk about it, but the camera moved away. They were really feeling themselves, but right now it's not looking as great. But they did just come off of a pretty hard loss,
especially because they'd won so many games in a row. Like I thought, was it 6-0 in the group stage?
I think they dropped one.
Did they drop one game?
Day 2 and
no, they didn't.
No,
actually.
It's 6-0.
6-0.
2-0 AVULUS, 2-0 Tidebound, 2-0 Aurora. So they're on a 6-game win streak.
Okay.
In the interview, they're feeling confident. They're getting their form. Like everything's kind of going their way. And then they get to playoffs, and Tundra just goes, Pah! So I can see why, the wind's been taken out of their sail, right? So
I think we saw something very similar happen in the Western European TI quals, where OG were cruising all the way up until their up until their first grand final, and then they hit a bit of a road bump against NAVI Junior, and then it seems that once that first loss settles in, if you haven't had the experience of recovering during the bracket, then you don't want to have to do it at like the last minute.
True. Do you like road bumps built by your own team or the ones that the enemy team puts in front of you?
The enemy team.
I can't see.
Because internal road bumps, I don't think are as easy to diagnose. Something happens within the team, then like, how comfortable are you bringing up those kinds of, emotions versus being like, that guy ruined everything?
Well, that's where you truly prove that you deserve to be a tier 1 team. I feel like it comes to mentality. If when you're winning, everything is easy. when you start losing, especially when you lose a lot of games in a row, it becomes real tough to even hang around your teammates. And that's where good coaches come in handy, you know, that's when they prove their worth.
That's why I've been quite proud of Gaimin Gladiators for the past 2 years, because they were on the top of the world in 2023. And like you said, it's easy to be in a good space whenever you're winning everything. And then most of 2024 was not that good for them. They managed to recover come EWC. They won EWC, and then TI, they get another grand final. It's very difficult for a team to go from the highest of the high to extremely low lows and then still bounce back.
But I think it's for a team that's aspiring, getting the strategy is the hardest part, because vibes are only good once you've understood what you are as a team, right? So to be a winning team, your strategy, of course, is going to be at its peak. So then you can focus a lot on the internal stuff. So when you start losing as a tier 1 team, it's probably more on like how you communicate with each other, the focus that you have. Might be the odd hero pick here and there, but the fundamental strategy is often going to still be very good, and there's something that maybe the viewer doesn't see. So I think it's easier for a successful team to fix their problems because they're not having to learn how to play as a tier 1 team, how to do these things. So I feel like, I'm not saying it's easy as like, you know, coaching or being a tier 1 team, but to fix problems when you're at the top isn't as complicated as being, let's say, like an open qualifier team trying to get into the big leagues, right? It's like there's so many things that you have to do. So yeah, as much as I want to be like, oh, it's difficult, it's like it's just more on them being good communicators.
It's fun when a coach approaches you as a player and he's like, bro, I can't deal with your teammates. Can you help me out? I've been there.
Exactly.
Those are your open qualifiers or like closed qualifiers, teams that are kind of there but not really. You know, like there's a lot of ego within certain players still, but they're not really reaching it. So there's a lot of insecurity as well. And it's really difficult to talk it all out because everyone wants to either make it as a team or maybe get a better opportunity. So everyone wants to prove themselves and it builds them up. But yeah, for these guys, of course, they can bounce back. They've proven it before. And in this series, we might see it as well, right? Like going into game number 2.
Why is the coordinate down on Thursday? Sorry to randomly...
Typical Thursday maintenance.
Thursday maintenance. I love the Thursday maintenance. You already know what chat's saying right now.
Does Caster start the game?
No, the other one. Okay, you know what? This is now your quiz.
It's...
Predict what Twitch chat's saying.
Something... They want something.
They
require, they need something.
They demand something.
Perhaps a pass of sorts?
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is now a TGov waiting room stream.
Stop.
Go, TGov. Stop.
Yeah, what's you got any grand plans, or you're not willing to share it quite yet?
I have literally no idea. I promise you.
There's no way that's true.
On every single bit of MMR I have, which is 12,850 MMR.
Oh, what a flex!
Sorry, guys. I promise you, I do not have any idea. Or
should we summon Tigo? Battle pass.
No, yeah. If I knew,
you wouldn't be here right now. You'd be doing the waiting room.
No, I don't know. Sorry.
All right, friends. We may take this opportunity to send all of you to a waiting room right now because we are still searching for the game coordinator. When we find him, we'll get back to game number 2 of Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra Esports.
Welcome to the Roll Rumble, where we are finding the best players in each of the roles here at Wallachia. Next, we've got Position 4, and I am here with the players from Hero. We've got Analog and we've got Yuma. You guys are going to be judging the Position 4 players at this event. Do you have strong feelings about Position 4 players, Analog?
Yeah, I love them. They control my runes, you know? They do smokes with me. I love them.
Okay, you like them? What about you, Yuma?
Don't really interact with them that much. I think it's more for the mid laner role, but eventually they're a nice kill buddy with you.
Excellent. Okay, warm feelings towards Position 4 then. Feeling like it'll be a nice positive piece here, unlike some of the other players. But Analog, let's start off with you. So first head-to-head for you is going to be Jinkyu versus Planet. So who do you think is the better out of those two?
Sometimes Jinkyu goes like crazy things and Midas heroes. At this moment, I don't like him. But when he goes normal, you know, he wants to win the game, I like him. So yeah, I'm going for Jinkyu here.
Okay, traditionalist, very nice. All right, let's put a nice traditional Jinkyu through. And Save and Schofield, already starting out Mr. Schofield.
Schofield. I like Cave as well, but yeah. I'm heroic, right? I can't betray.
You cannot betray your boy, not just yet. He makes it through to round 2 to start it off. Alrighty, Yuma, let's have a look at your first pair.
This one's harder.
Yeah, it's Boxy versus Mira on the cards for Yuma.
They are very, very good, but I think as of late, who's better? I would say Mira is a bit better right now. Yeah.
Okay, all right. What about between Omar and Ari?
Omar is my friend, so I think he's very good. I always thought he was really, really skilled, so I'll put Omar.
Good stuff, all right. All right, the friendship bias does get you through a few rounds here. Back to you, Analog. Tofu or Antares?
I think I'm going with Tofu. Yeah. He almost won a TI, and so that counts a lot as well.
Of course, yeah. TI Grand Finalists. All right, well, talking about TI Grand Finalists, we've got Saxa and we've got Rue.
I think I will go with Sax. I think this guy is very good. I think he's like one of the best fours. He's very good in rotations and all this stuff. It's like annoying to play against him because he's always there controlling your runes or threatening your mid, you know, making the mid lane unfair sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, and always cooking up something a little bit different as well. Big Saxa fan. All right, back to you, Yuma. On your side of the bracket, we've got Desire and we've got Michael.
I think, unironically, their playstyle is a bit similar. They like being chaotic in the lane, right? Lately, I played more against Michael. He was pretty good, so I'll put Michael instead, yeah.
All right, big respect for Mr. Michael coming through as he makes it through to round 2. What about Daze and Bignum? Two of them maybe not big main stage players, but we've been seeing a bit of them recently.
I think Bignum, we just played them. It was an interesting series. He was playing really well, so Daze I haven't seen him much since he left NAVI Junior. I'll say Bignum in that one, yeah.
All right, Bignum is through. All right, Analog, now we get through to the second round of your bracket, and we've got Jingqiu and Schofield.
I think both are very similar, actually. Like, they have some weird play style that they run around on the map, and they play like some weird midi heroes. But I'll go with Schofield, you know, my friend, the guy that controls my rune, you know, I have to go with him.
Tofu and Saxa, who are you going for there?
I think both are very good, but nowadays I would say I think Saxa is more in his prime right now. Like, I mean, he was in his prime when he won TI as well, but right now I think he's playing very well. And yeah, I will go with him right now.
All right, sweet. Saxa will go through for you then. Meanwhile, Yuma, let's get your semi-finalists. We've got Mira and Omar as your choice here. Who are you choosing between Mira and Omar?
I'll have to go with Mira. I mean, friendship goes a long way, but not that long, yeah.
Not that far, not against Mira. No, yeah. Mira is very, very good.
Oh, he won 2 TIs.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well, over on the other side, we've got Michael versus Bignum. Interesting choice there.
It is very interesting. I'll put Bignum.
All right, show him respect towards Mr. Bignum. He's been around a long time, to be fair. He's been hanging around the scene for years and years and years. All right. Who is your finalist, Analog? Who are you bringing into your battle with Yuma?
Okay, guys.
Schofield or is it Saxa?
Look, I think Saxa is a very good player. He ganks me all the time. I hate playing against him, but you know, we have to carry the South American religion and bring Schofield, you know, Schofield with Tusk, Schofield with Clock. When he's on these heroes, he deserves the grand final.
He's the best. All right, okay, that will be your guy. Yuma, who are you bringing through against Schofield in the grand final? Is it going to be Bignum or is it going to be Mira?
I got it, slightly easier than Analog, like the 2 choices. So for me, like the easy choice is Mira.
Yeah, I think a semi-final finish for Bignum's pretty strong as well. So Mira versus Schofield. So first,
you get to decide.
Oh no, you gotta make your arguments. So Yuma, can you make an argument for why Mira is the better support? Slightly awkward situation, but
why is Mira the better support? You didn't say this at the start of the video. Mira is more on like stable and consistent. Schofield sometimes he's plays insanely well, but sometimes
higher peaks but lower lows. I get that.
Yeah.
Analog, now's your chance. Make your piece for Schofield. Why should we put him in the grand finals? Why should we make him our best? Position 4.
Guys, Mira won 2 TIs already, you know, he has his career. He's one of the best of all time. But now it's time to Schofield shine. If Schofield is on his best days, he can shine. So
that's true.
He's my friend, so I will support my friend, trust he's the best, and together we're gonna win.
Awesome, saying it with your heart, I love it. All right, guys, between you, have you decided? Does any of you flip to the other side? Who should we put as the best player?
Bro, put Schofield, he's our teammate, man, come on.
Yeah, we'll put Schofield.
All right, let's do it. Let's put Schofield in as our winner. I love the loyalty here, the feeling the love today from Heroic, and yeah, they put their boy through as the best position for off Wallachia, and that's going to do it for Roll Rumble. Thank you, Analog, and thank you, Yuma.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Roll Rumble, where we are putting two teammates head to head to find out who the very best in any given position is. We are finding out who the best mid laner is with Wildcard here. On the one side, we've got Bignum. On the other side, we've got Fade. Guys, we're going to be going through each of them in head-to-heads. Eventually, you're both going to have your guy at the very end in the finals. Then between those, we'll find out who the very best mid is. So starting with you, Bignum, okay? Quinn or Sumail? It's a tricky one to start with, but who is the better mid at this tournament, Quinn or Sumail?
I mean, going with Quinn here. Think Quinn is better.
Okay.
Sorry, King.
Sorry, King, taking him out in the first run. Brutal. All right, what about between Lal and BZM? It's another hard one for you, Bignum.
BZM for sure. He's a GOAT. Plays anything. I mean, Lara is also good, obviously. Everyone is good here. But
yeah.
I just prefer BZM more.
No easy choice. I like that. A bit more creativity, perhaps, with BZM. He'll play anything. Okay, Fade. PP or nothing to say? Who do you like more?
I'll go with nothing to say. I mean, PP is just, I mean, he's really, really good, but I think nothing to say. Just more experienced player.
Absolutely, that is a fair choice indeed. Bye-bye PP, straight out. Okay, Nisha or Lorinov?
I think Nisha. I think it's not that controversial. I mean, Nisha is just one of the GOATs, so.
Yeah, Nisha is so good. Alrighty, back to you, Bignum.
Sure.
Kiyotaka or Copy?
I mean, sorry, Copy. It's Kiyotaka. Yeah, this guy is really aggressive. I mean, he has bad times, good times, but he looks good now.
He certainly does. He looks very, very good at the moment. All right, Kiyotaka going through there. And what about Stormstormer or your boy, RCY?
I mean, I really wanted to, like, kick RCY first, but since it's Stormstormer, I probably will go with RCY here.
Ooh, okay. RCY getting through. Very nice. Back to you, Mr. Fade. And your choices are Mobe or GPK.
Well, if Viper was a good mid laner, then Mobe would be better, but he's not that good in mid right now, so it's GPK.
Meta
really
dependent.
good Viper though. Good
yeah,
Viper.
both of them actually play pretty good Viper, don't they? Okay, Analog or XM?
I'll go with XM here. He plays a really good Venom mid, so that's important.
You're toxic. You know the toxic heroes, don't you? All right, very nice. Bignum, Quinn or BZM? That's a really hard one.
I would go with BZM here.
Okay.
I mean, not really hard in my mind. I think this guy like just plays any hero, like, and plays everything well. I think he's like in a better shape in my eyes at the moment.
All right. Strong answer. BZM goes through for you, and now you got to choose between Kiyotaka and RCY.
I mean, by RCY, Kiyotaka goes to the final or round 3. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to kick him round 1 anyways, so
Why?
Here.
What are you doing to poor RCY? Why do you want to kick him out so bad?
I mean, why not? Just for fun.
Stay humble.
Keep him humble. That's a good plan. You don't want your mids getting too full of themselves. All right, nothing to say or Nisha. What are you thinking, Fade?
I mean, this one's a little hard because right now I like how nothing to say plays. I mean, I still have to probably go Nisha though. Yeah. Just probably more consistent and overall just probably better mid laner overall. Yeah.
He is so strong, isn't he? All right, and your second choice is between GPK and XM.
I mean, it's hard because I don't really watch a lot of XM, I don't know. I think I'll go with GPK. I think it's safer. I watched like more of him play. I have a better idea. So, yeah.
Okay. Going for the guy you know. That makes sense. All right, final choice. Who are you bringing through to those finals? Is it going to be BZM or Kiyotaka going all the way?
BZM goes to the final right away. I mean, my favorite.
Yeah, no, you seem to love BZM. All right, no hesitation on that one at all. BZM's going to be your boy. Fade, who are you taking out to go against BZM? Will it be Nisha or will it be GPK?
I'll take Nisha. I think it's easier for me to make an argument against BZM with Nisha, so I'll do that.
All right, well, let's hear it. Why is Nisha better than BZM, Fade?
My angle is probably Nisha just overall has a better experience. Just had a better career so far and played on multiple roles. Just whenever he plays on a team, they always seem to do really well. So that's my argument for him.
All right, let's hear arguments for BZM, Mr. Bigman.
Okay.
Back up your boy.
My big argument for BZM is we were praying our mid laner RCY to buy a Blink Dagger on Huskar for months, and he never did it. And BZM played Huskar, and he bought a Blink on Huskar right away. So, I mean, yeah, that's a big win right here. I'm not gonna lie. Now my mid laner is actually gonna fucking copy him. So, yeah.
It's very different arguments between the two of you. Fade, was that enough to win you over onto Team BZM?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, 'cause I also was pushing for the Blink Huskar, and I mean, now I have really compelling arguments for it, so I can't argue with that. That's too OP.
And that's gonna do it. BZM will be the best mid. Thank you very much, Bignum. Thank you very much, Fade. That was Roll Rumble.
And Wildcard didn't even know that this series would be having BZM beating out Quinn, but that seems to be the case in this series' Royal Rumble. Welcome back, everyone. We have located the game coordinator. We found them, and now we're ready to coordinate the game.
Cool. I like that. I want to watch Dota.
Let's coordinate.
Let's coordinate.
I'm coordinating so hard right now. Let's go.
You would not believe the level of coordination I'm on right now. The hands, the eyes.
I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 2.
I'm panicking. 0.
Next time.
We don't have
1.78.
What the? You got it right. Oh my god.
There you go.
That's my fellow synergized.
You guys have the coordination.
On-point coordinated panel member. I kind of forgot what happened in game 1, mate. I'll be honest. Could you update me?
Yeah, it was Gaimin Gladiators had an idea. They were like, yo, I hear this Axe hero has been popping off during Season 5 Wallachia. I'd like to take a stab at it. Then they pick it, and we don't know if they can flex it. They give it to Ace. Offlane's perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Tundra, they get their hands on a Batrider, a very, very reliable standalone core or support. They know how to flex it. Then Gaimin Gladiators are like, all right, cool. You got Batrider? I'm going to get myself a little Oracle. I can counter that Batrider. Ain't no problem.
Yeah, ain't no problem, but maybe a little problem.
But there are problems.
There were problems. I feel like maybe Gaimin can go back to the games that where they had some offlane with global presence in those games.
Underlords?
The Underlords, the Dawnbreakers, they looked pretty damn... I mean, look, they looked great in all of their series so far. In all of their games, they looked good.
Wait, which you guys were showing the highest win rate heroes and the lowest win rate heroes? Which one was Dawnbreaker on? Was she on the higher or the lower? She was on the lower.
Was she on the lower, actually?
I believe she had like a 20% win rate.
Which makes it even better because they won with her.
That's true.
I mean, it makes it even better than that they can win with heroes that have very low.
How many of those are Saberlight games? And how many of them are Saberlight wins? 2 Saberlight games.
I'll tell you that Ace played 1.
Who?
Ace.
Ace played 1.
He played 1.
And he won.
Yeah.
So then...
So if Saberlight played 2, that's it. It's just the 2 of them.
Stop trying to get me to call out all the people griefing the win rate of Dawnbreaker. I'm not going to do it. I want to keep this panel PMA. Hero's not looking in a good spot. Again, Dawnbreaker fits the same role as, like, on paper, it does everything you want.
The vibes are back.
But the vibes are back. Yeah. Oh my god.
They're smiling. They're
the coordinator going down was a buff to gaming because they had enough time to talk out all the problems of game 1 to bring back the vibes.
Unironically, I think it was.
100%.
Like a small pause was definitely necessary after that game. They were on such a good streak, and then they lost to the same team that they've been losing for such a long time. It's like hitting a wall again, you know? Like, and hitting a wall like 10 times, then going back, preparing real hard, like reinforcing your head, and then going and hitting
You've
the
got
same
a helmet on now.
the helmet, and it still knocks you out. It still doesn't work.
Now they know how Liquid felt in 2023, constantly running into that wall.
I missed that year, not for the grand finals always being the same, but just watching a team have the same storyline every time. It was so much fun to watch. But like you know, I kind of wanted the other teams in the grand finals, but just seeing the the Groundhog Day was like
they did overcome it in the end.
Sure, in the best way possible.
Really mattered.
Yeah,
they did it.
Can't complain there.
It was relentless. I also thought of another sentiment as to why vibes could be more beneficial than strategy based off of Navi's current journey. Because from what Ari described 2 days ago when we had him on the couch, it was purely a vibe shift. And maybe that trickled down into their strategies also being a little bit different. But the way that he described their mental state whenever they've been going through qualifiers for this entire year and constantly coming up just ever so short versus coming into this Wallachia and being like, well, guys, it's our last run. Let's just do whatever we can.
If your vibes are negative, you cannot win. It's like you're only winning if the enemy team's vibes are even worse relatively than yours, right? I just feel like for me personally as well as a player, when your vibes are bad, you just don't see, like, you can have the best draft ever. You just don't see the way to play the game properly. You don't find the right moves. You're kind of playing too defensively. You're just waiting for stuff to happen. And when the vibes are popping, you're just moving across the map with your teammates. Yeah, exactly.
I think a problem for gaming as well is in 2025, they've only been part of 2 grand finals. They come second in both of them. One was an online tournament, so not as much prestige. One was a LAN. And on top of that, coming into the TI season, they just want to feel like they have some form. So I can see why after, any time they face a loss, it can feel a lot worse than another team because they haven't really had the grand finals year. They haven't won a tournament like other teams. This is probably the most competitive year that we've had in the last couple years, at least, for the build up to TI, where we're not looking at one team being the favorite. It is 4, 5, 6 teams that, depending on the atmosphere at the event, they can take it all. So I think for gaming, any tournament they play in the build up to that, especially here at Wallachia, a game loss, a series loss, going to a low bracket too early, like they want to make sure that they are in their best form. And
and they want
look at the season. It's just putting it bluntly, for the organization and the hype that they've built over the last couple of years, it is quite a bad season for them.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Gaimin, they want to prove themselves here in Wallachia as well, because they haven't been playing it. Like, if you look at season 4, they didn't even qualify for it. They weren't here, so they want to prove themselves. It's a pretty cool tournament when you look at the names that have won it so far. There are some pretty big teams, plus Heroic, which is also a grand team now.
I wish we had
a Heroic and 2 Liquids.
Sorry, I'd say I wish we had replay technology just for this camera shot. Like, if we were able to show before the pause,
pre-coordinator
Quinn to post-coordinator Quinn. Like, we did not see that pre-coordinator. That coordinator did wonders to this man.
Maybe he watched the Roll Rumble, hearing Wildcard hype him up. Yo, you can beat Sumail in round 1 of the Roll Rumble.
Yeah.
I'm believing in my boy.
Yeah.
And then ultimately falling to BZM. Maybe now he's motivated.
Maybe.
This man never changes, though, in the middle.
Yeah, like a white one.
It's just such a vibe.
He's so happy, yeah.
For Quinn, maybe washed his face a little bit, walked around.
It is a morning game. We've seen that some teams can either wake up in time or they're like, I'm so groggy right now.
Do you want me to, for a future segment, get the win rates based on like really whimsical stuff? Like, do you want like time, temperature?
That would be quite difficult to pull. If you can manage to get it, that would be super impressive.
That's fine. So, okay, first of all, let's build out the metrics here.
Yep.
I will load up Twitch chat so I have a third party as well. So what are we thinking? Are we saying, what are important metrics, first of all, for a team competing? Temperature of the country that they're in at the time they're playing?
Are they playing morning?
We're playing in air-conditioned environments.
Morning or night shift?
I think a lot of things are standardized. Like, your equipment is standardized. Your conditions are generally standardized. Technically, travel time to the destination could affect, like, day 1 of group stage kind of thing.
Okay.
So origin country, maybe, or if they're boot camping. Okay. I feel like this will be a lot of hard data to pull.
No, that's fine. Again, I can do it for 1 tournament.
Okay, sure.
And then maybe this tournament.
Okay.
But I can do that for 2 metrics.
Okay.
At some point in the playoffs, it will appear as a graphic. As we also see a graphic on screen here, as we are looking at the moment, we're looking at some of the faster teams in the tournament, right? Tundra Gaming, and later on, our second series of the day will be NAVI versus Xtreme. So we're having delays in our first series due to tech problems, but don't worry, the delays in the second series won't be due to tech problems, i.e. coordinator. It will be to the fact that we have
high ground issues.
To high ground issues.
And basically, this small pause even things out when it comes to the duration of the series. For Tundra and Gaimin now are going to have it a little bit longer, if pause was ever considered, of course. But we have a draft, finally, after a little bit of a break.
We're coordinated.
Yeah.
You can listen to episode 2 of our podcast on YouTube or other platforms. We'll be linking in chat later on.
All right. Axe. Are we going to see it be respected in first phase, either bans or picks?
I feel like it's still an amazing hero, but if you're picking it, you should be comfortable on flexing it.
Okay.
He's still sitting on what now, 57% win rate.
He's very good.
It's a really good win rate.
And Tundra have first pick this time, so Gaimin aren't under pressure to be like, we got to pick the Axe, we're first pick.
Yeah, there's that profit still in the pool, and I believe that's going to be one of the next bans from Gaimin. Doom and DP most likely.
Surely.
Teams, okay. This is insta-pick DP from Tundra.
So 33 is the only player I think who has played DP more than twice this entire tournament.
He has lost with it though. Like they did lose with DP, which is kind of surprising. But the hero did get nerfed, of course, the Aghanim's. I still feel she's borderline broken in the laning stage.
Yeah. Even in the loss that 33 had, was he was top net worth after laning phase. They had 16,000 gold lead. It was like a Tundra mistake that led to their loss. Easily could be undefeated on the hero.
I gotta say though, the way the 33 played last game was very selfless. It was all about the team, about helping his boys.
As opposed to Midas Octarine about it.
As opposed to Midas Octarine about it, or opposed to the Spirit Lady that is usually playing her own game. She is not someone that's going to buy a Hexon or an Orchid to help out with the problems that you have. She will bring a lot of problems to the enemy team though.
I like as well that Tundra, in game 1, they banned Quap in the second phase when they only had one ban. And then this time around, they've invested one of their bans. And again, I don't know, we don't use this phrase too often, but investment bans, right? The idea that they don't care about the meta first phase heroes, so they use their bans to think about later picks that could occur. Queen of Pain is that. And Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I just love the intro of SF. That's how I imagine every SF player act like.
I'm in the game, suckers!
It truly is. It truly is one of those. Like, there's a certain player base that just enjoys playing SF. Especially on safe lane, by the way. Mid lane is a bit different.
Do you prefer SF carry players or SF mid lane players?
I actually prefer SF carry players.
Okay, I'm in the same boat. I think that it takes like a fine, class or like a nice distinguished gentleman to hit the creeps.
You're still an honest player. You go in there, you right click people. SF mid is this wannabe miracle blinking?
Yeah,
and
so that's my question. Is that, are you considering 2025 for both role, or are you guys traumatized by a decade of wannabe mid SFs?
No. It actually got easier for the wannabe mid SFs nowadays because they don't go for the yours, so they don't miss their Requiem. They go for Yasha, Kaya, and Blink. So the cast point's reduced. So it's like the game's plan is still...
And he just hits you from like high ground or something with that Requiem. But it is a really good pick into DP, right? Like into DP, you always want these glass cannon ranged heroes. Lina is a good example. SF as well. If it's played on the mid lane, it's a bit better. But I feel like even on the side lane, if they can combo it with the right position 5, and the right position 5 would most likely be either a tanky boy up front, like an ET or something similar, Ogre, or a Shadow Demon, something to save you.
I just like with Shadow Fiend, assuming it's carry here, I'm not expecting Quinn to be playing it. It's just, it takes that one fight around 20-25 minutes, and any objective that you want is pretty much available. Like you could just walk towards it, and you take it very, very quickly.
There's just so many games with SF when that timer goes even down, right? Like minute 17, he's rocking up your tier 2s. If the lane goes well, I feel like this hero snowballs like nothing else in the game right now. He's very susceptible to just being picked off and killed at any given point in the game, but there is like one sweet spot where if the team is playing correctly around him, they will take your objectives.
And they're taking away the concepts that punish a Shadow Fiend, right? Anything BKB piercing when he wants to stand his ground. The Tusk that Tundra would have loved to utilize with a Death Prophet, that's gone. Also would have punched the Shadow Fiend. They block pick the Batrider that can lasso the Shadow Fiend, stop him from standing his ground and right-clicking.
This is kind of annoying, right? With the repositioning and a lot of burst damage, of course, coming from the Tiny.
Ooh.
And Chen is really cool. Yeah. Like,
they want to tank up very quickly, right? Death Prophet, we saw because of the change to Aghanims, 33 at least in one game went for Yules, so he's already thinking about utility a little bit more than just rushing the Aghanims. Then you have a Chen that can buy a mech. Tiny Saxo probably is going to play it to grab waves and prevent the Shadow Fiend from threatening the Death Prophet in laning phase. So when we think about the 15-minute moments, it's Chen with a mech, Death Prophet with any utility she wants, Tiny with a blink. That is a really scary lineup when they get to an objective.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this Chen moving through the Twin Gate and dominating the lane, preventing SF from being a laner at all, taking an extra early tier 1 tower. Dawnbreaker, though, we did talk about the global presence of Gaimin that they can enforce from the offlane, and it's really cool when they combo it up with the support that has a catch. And right now, if this bat is a support, suddenly you have a lasso on one side of the map, plus the Dawnbreaker going in, and Venomancer, damn. This is the second time we see it, right? Lar played it once on mid lane. He had
but that was a Venomancer who knew his matchups and generally against a melee hero.
Look, I think this hero has a place in Dota again. Like
he does, yeah, he does.
He isn't your, I'm gonna go offlane and just farm position 4. I think that even if he's not a core, that there are some plays that he can make.
Yeah, I see it as this is your 5 position paired with a Shadow Fiend that can just chase down anyone. If Tiny wants to grab a wave, he's going to get galed, slowed up. Shadow Fiend can walk over, hit a raise, you can threaten him. If Death Prophet's by herself on the wave, same thing. And if anything, it ensures that when Tundra inevitably come to an objective, a lot of anti-fight is getting thrown in. You've got Solar Guardian, you've got your Plague Wars getting thrown down. The problem is, outside of that defending an objective concept that they built into their lineup, lockdown isn't very good for them, right? It's lasso, Dawnbreaker, which is not reliable at all. So elusive heroes are very valuable. Stormsphere gets picked up. BZM might just have a completely free.
Yeah, you got to ban like Ember and Puck here.
Yeah,
exactly. If you're Tundra. But yeah, like Veno and SF into DP, I feel like might be. Let's see. There's still some like skill potential to be outplayed by Tiny. But in general, the Gale, like you want to play around your you want to play around your Spirit Siphon. You get Galed and then they just move back and kite you. You won't keep that range. So it's really cool, and it's, I believe, the longest slow in the game on level 1. So it's extremely annoying for a DP to play against.
What do you do if a Chen wanders into your lane, though?
Well, then you cry.
Just making sure.
Yeah, like Chen is the big oomph that Tundra have got on their side. And his rotations, if they are done correctly and if he finds enough space to do them, will be crucial.
I wouldn't mind Tundra just probably going back for the gyrocopter, as much as we joked about it in the first game due to the interview. I feel like you kind of want Chrysalis to be independent around level 4, level 5, so that we can see these Chen rotations. And they do ban out the Ember Puck, yep.
I mean, Ursa into Veno feels grief. Lifestealer into Bat and SF sounds okay-ish as well, I think, maybe. But Gyro is also good. Like, just options that they can go for.
I'm more intrigued. I don't really mind what Tundra picked, because I think that their draft is built around Storm having a completely free game anyways. So if there are any other problems, BZM will fix them when he has his early items.
Some Kunkka with Dex Marks versus the Dawnbreaker again. Yeah, they go with the lifesteal.
I mean, this is also very active just because of Gorestorm. Maybe we haven't seen it as much on the mainstream, but when you take the facet, you jump into an Ancient Creep, you are also using the Twin Gate.
Yep.
And
They've been gore storming here and there, like a couple of players.
There it is. Look, very popular compared to the other Flash Feast.
You can play around the Storm Spirit as well, which is nice.
But can we focus real quickly? What the is Quinn gonna play here? Like, his Storm's gone, his Puck's gone, his Ember's gone.
Dude, he's been advocating for Void Spirit since Dream League, and he never picks it.
Void Spirit has major damage problems, and then you want to try and play it into a Chen. I'm worried for him, like if he goes for Void Spirit. But you kind of want him to play whatever he's comfortable in right now. But you do see the entire draft. Quinn, when he sees heroes, feels good. But the fact that your lineup has one stun into a Storm and a Life Stealer and a Death Prophet, you kind of want a bit more control. And that means they're going to just try and win lanes instead. So they flip things around. They pick up the Ursa.
So it's SF mid.
Quinn then takes the SF. Okay.
The lane is all right.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't struggle. I think they're safely in... Like, with Ursa is actually a bit weaker.
Yeah.
Even though there is skill potential, of course, with the Ursa as well. They shouldn't struggle too hard. It's Ursa plus Venomancer. They just hunt you and run you down.
I thought we were really advocating for Quinn being able to get the matchup of his dreams, though. And at some point, a Storm Spirit is going to make life quite difficult for a Shadow Fiend.
Like all things, because of the facets introduced to Dota, Storm Spirit, where before, Shadow Fiend is a good matchup, because you have to get into the range of the creeps, into the basically melee range.
To put your Remnant down.
Exactly. Static Slide, the Remnant walks away for you. Storm's going to be fine in that matchup. It feels like Gaming just didn't want to have a carry in the safe lane that can get Chen rotating on him, killing him very quickly. Ursa at least has a bit more survivability. I'm just worried for Gaming that if they don't crush the lanes, snowball throughout the early game, trying to kill off an elusive Storm with a Lifestealer who's got Rage jumping around, DP who's going to have items, Chen buffing everyone up. Like, Gaming have to win on tempo, it feels like. Or ultra late game.
Yeah, ultra late game for them sounds fine. Maybe they overcompensated to game number 1. Because look at this, like now they have SF and Ursa. Eventually these guys will pop off. And Storm and Lifestealer, even though they scale very nicely, they don't scale as well. So I think that there is actually some late game potential from Gaimin.
It was very intentional that they gave away the Death Prophet. If anyone's going to be playing it, it's the team that has played it the most. And he's getting another opportunity to do it in this game number 2. Let's see how Moon Meander's feeling about it with Nomad.
Yeah, I'm here with Vibes coach Moon Meander. How's it going? You confident about this one?
Yeah, so looking like a really good Storm game. They have no stunts for Storm, just one lasso, basically. So, yeah, I think BZM's going to do good.
Cool. Any concerns about the Quinn Shadow Fiend?
Not really. I feel like he's better on his spirits type hero. I haven't seen him play SF once, and it's kind of a slow hero, so we'll see.
All right, okay. Well, on the other side of things, of course, you've kind of got these guys' number, it feels like, and every time you guys come against each other, you always seem to have the answers, even in this tournament where you've been slightly less consistent, and they've been very consistent, not dropping a game yet, and now this happens. Like, what's the secret?
I don't want to say too much, but I feel they have a certain pattern if you look at them closely. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's very cryptic. Thank you very much, Mumi, and good luck in this game number 2. We'll send over to our casters for this one, Odie Pixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Moon. Here we go, game 2 time, and it's going to be a fun one to see. Kezu, we got Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators. Last picks coming in, we get the Life Stealer for Tundra, and then for Gaimin Gladiator side of things, Us comes in, means we are going to see Quinn take this SF to a mid, something that we just don't get to see. Hasn't happened in a long time.
Yeah, not really. And we even heard Moon talk about it in the interview, because I kind of agree. You know, when I think of Quinn, I think of Puck, Quap, Void Spirit. You go in, you go out, you get like 3-4 rounds of spells. That's Whitemon being a little annoying, just throwing a little mana burn at him. Don't know if he cares too much, but yeah. Last time Quinn played this in an official game, he did destroy.
He did.
It was like, what, 11 months ago?
11 months ago.
Had a pretty banger performance against Team Liquid. So maybe he can replicate.
Yeah, but just to sort of give a sort of example of how rare Quinn's SF is in tournament, games. In the last 5 years, he's played it about, I think he's played this about 6 times, 5 or 6 times. Like, very rarely will they bring this out. Overall, his career win rate has not been bad with the hero, though. So we could see some good stuff from Quinn on the SF today.
Yeah, wouldn't put it past him. So let's see if Whitemon wants to keep his creep mid longer or not. Already did burn him twice. But overall, when we look at the drafts, I would give Tundra the upper hand. You do have a very good Storm game, and the DP yesterday looked so strong. Gaimin, they need tempo, they need to keep it, and honestly, they need better lanes than last time.
Yeah, because this is... How do they catch this Storm?
He's gotta get lassoed, or Quinn needs some items.
Like that, yeah. It's items or the lasso, basically.
Yeah.
Everything else, sure, there's that last hit with the Dawnbreaker's hammer swings, but that's not going to happen. So yeah, BZM, this is a game where if he plays it smooth, he may not die at all.
Yeah. We'll definitely have to see how it goes. It's Chrysalis taking a lot of pressure.
Yeah, did you like last pick for Chrysalis getting the life stealer this game?
Yeah, I would say so. It's a pretty good life stealer game. Of course, I mean, Gaimin have answers, right? You've got Veno ult, you've got Lasso. Dawnbreaker is so-so. I mean, Dawnbreaker will beat life stealer in the lane. And you have the Ursa matchup, so Gaimin, yeah, they have answers. But it's not just about the life stealer. It's also about the Infest bomb with the DP, with the Storm. I like it quite a lot.
Yeah, and sort of talking about the DP, are you sort of surprised that we're seeing these sort of opportunities for 33 to grab this as the first pick? You know, do you think this does need to be banned out against him, or can it be dealt with?
I would have said it does kind of need to be banned out, but of course Gaimin have some sort of idea. You know, maybe you close the phase with, as they did with like a range carry with the Lina or the Shadow Fiend. It's looked bonkers yesterday. We'll see if Gaimin, you know, if their plan will work out.
Yeah, because of course that is one of the things, right, about leaving it in. You know it's going to be picked, so you should have some sort of strategy ready to deal with it. In the mid now, Quinn already getting that early lead. Should now start to get to a point where we'll get tougher and tougher for the Storm. Top lane.
No mana.
They're going to be able to chase him down. Should be the first blood here for Watson. Saxa has nowhere to go. First blood for the bear.
Nicely done. Well, there was something that Gaimin did in the draft that I kind of liked. They did, of course, they banned out the Tusk, then they picked the Bat themselves. You see the pos for Tiny, and you give it a really hard lane to play into. The Veno 5 with the Ursa carry. Not going to be such an easy game for Saxa.
Wow.
Ooh, many pauses today.
Oh, what's going on here? A reason?
Oh.
What's happened?
Saxa did not pick up the items that are on the ground. Very curious.
Oh, what do you mean?
So he's TPing.
Oh.
So 3-3. Gonna have to bring his own items.
That's miscommunication there.
Big deal. That could be the game win for Gaimin. 1-1, call it.
Bring in the items.
Call it.
That's how to make your offlaner mad. Oh. Didn't quite catch him there. Quinn's going to be chilling. He's going to continue to hold the lead in this lane.
Yep. Quite unlucky on the pause there, I guess, for Tundra. But definitely need to respect this move. If BZM gets a grab later on one of the next TPs with the Saxa TP, could be scary for Quinn, of course, with the tossback Arini.
Coming out on top on all three lanes here. What the cause game is so far on the CS.
Yeah, bottom lane kind of boring, I would say. Like, if you're Tundra, sure, life stealer Chen. It's not like you have any real pressure or threat. You're just happy getting your heroes through, which means Ace will have a good time. SF is favored against the Storm mid, and yeah, same with the top lane for Gaimin. So at least the laning stage and the early game this time around should look quite good for them. As 33 does get his earn.
BZM is going to have to be careful here on this last little bit of progress from the 4 to the 6 on the Storm. I guess, yeah, I'd imagine... You know, Saxa on this top lane, is he going to need to stick around in much more, or is it getting close to the point where 33 can chill and we're going to see Saxa try and make some sort of plays elsewhere, or do you want to see him stay up and just try and put some sort of pressure onto the Ursa lane?
With the lane control that they have been having, it's good for him to, like... I mean, with the lane control, he is kind of freed up, but now that Gaimin get this pull-off, maybe you want to stay a bit more. But on all the active runes, he has to look on the mid lane. You need to help out your Storm against this SF matchup. And of course, SF is super susceptible. Smelody just popping out a lot of harass. Let's see, wouldn't be surprised if we have a big old fiesta in the mid lane once the active rune comes out.
Tofu,
my brother!
That's to pop it very far for that one.
Oh, even himself, he's like, whoo-hoo! Well, he will not be available on the 6-minute rule.
He won't.
So, Mr. Quinio, who will help you on this quest?
Let's see if he gets lucky. Design up the bottom, but indeed the numbers there for Tundra, bringing in both supports around the 6-minute power rune. Quinn, not going to get lucky on the RNG, is going to be top, so that will be a haste rune for BZM.
Yep.
And he's just about hitting the 6 as well, so BZM not having an easy lane, of course, against the SF, but he doesn't die. He's going to hit the 6. He's got through that sort of tough period. He's going to be fine on the Storm.
Yep, the first rune, it always can matter. If you look at Tundra's lineup, they have the type of heroes where they want to collapse on a lane, maybe with the first DP ult. Similar move as last game, TP to the safe lane from the bat.
Typhoon Watson ready to come over to try and go for Saxa. Avalanche will trip Watson up for now.
BZM is coming with the haste.
See what BZM can do to turn this around. Saxa, of course, already dead. Can BZM find anything in return? It's just a little too scary fighting into the Firefly and the bear that's ready to punch back. So, Gaimin, they'll get the kill. They don't have to lose anything.
Good hold and good usage of heroes here by Gaimin. I like that quite a lot.
Oh, Chrysalis, he's going to go for the little Shrine of Wisdom steal.
For the layup.
And he's going to get it. Nobody's coming over it. Yeah. Easy.
So they didn't expect Mr. Chrysalis to just walk over as the carry.
They saw the Chen still sort of hovering around the lane. They're like, well, the carry won't be here, but he was. So that's 2 wisdoms there to start off here, 7 minutes in for Tundra.
Well, nice heads-up play by Chrysalis. I mean, this is also why Dota is just, sometimes you just need to see what the enemy does. You know, maybe your play isn't great, but if they're not ready for it, they don't expect it. Suddenly, boom, baby. Free shrine for Chrysalis.
Very nice for him.
We've got another active rune in 30. Tofu is being a greedy little man, farming lots of neutrals this time around. Should be in time this time to get towards the active rune.
I mean, I feel that this is definitely a game where you probably don't mind Tofu being a bit more greedy because of how important his blink's going to be eventually, right? Because that's going to be the catch.
Yeah.
That there's going to be so important for them to make the moves. Maybe down the line, if there's some sort of Yules pick up on Quinn or something, they'll have that additional setup. And until then, if they want to start making aggressive plays,
it's on him.
You're looking to the Batrider. Saxa. And looks to be in trouble here. Did manage to take the Arcane Rune, but he'll die for that. Quinn turns up with a raise to pick up the kill.
Gaimin doing very, very well in this game. You've got the 2k lead, and it's not just that. You have a very early Dawn ult with heroes that, you know, are strong and can use it, of course, with the Ursa and the Shadow Fiend. Ace should be able to just walk it off. Who cares?
Yeah, Ace is not under any sort of threat from these two right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Which means Gaimin, they can either choose to keep farming up on their 2 supports in the jungle, or you could look for a move in your safe lane. I see that Watson is pinging. I would like this move a lot. You have the Dawn ult available.
33 looks like... is he actually going to overstep the mark? How likely is that they catch him out? He's playing pretty safe right now.
Let's see. Tundra, BZM was swinging over towards the bottom lane, because whenever you play against a Dawn, take note, this is absolutely the best thing you can do. You need to attack the hero on the lane that Dawn is in. But Ace playing it pretty safe. Will not give them any attack.
Both teams chilling for the time being. He's going to go for that Orchid again. Just they need the items to enable the setup on Gaimin's lineup when they look for those kills. So Orchid feeling a necessity here for someone to buy. Ace is going to take that upon himself.
Well, you've got a lot of heroes that are getting some build up. Of course, you've got Crystallis in the top lane with the ancient Black Dragon and the first Exo.
Malady and Watson are hovering around. Difficult to fight into the Ghost, though.
Let's see if they want to like make some time and fight towards the end, because of course you do have the Dawn ult. You're not weak here.
Now bring in Quinn over as well, so he's relatively close. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to make a jump onto them, though. And tower goes down. Tundra got what they wanted, and they don't leave anyone behind to get caught by Gaimin.
Now they're looking for their own move into the safe lane again. Saxa does TP into there. Not sure if they'll get a play going.
BZM. He's going to get the grab onto Tofu. Do they want to use the Solar Guardian for this? They won't. They'll let him go. Now they're going to try and turn onto BZM. He's got a little bit of mana left. It's enough to get him back in the river. The heal comes in from Whitemon. BZM's going to be fine. Gets out of there.
Yeah, making it look easy. I mean, you do kind of hate playing Bad Rider into all these Pucks, Quaps, Storms. They just get on you. They can kill you. And he still gets out.
And even though it's like sort of a slow start from Tundra, as you can't help but have the feeling that we might see BZM get away with a lot of those sort of moves this game as the Storm.
Well, he is somewhat struggling, but he's doing okay. We'll have to see what Gaimin... Crystallis?
It's going to take quite a beating here. He's got him fessed up in a second.
1 second.
And he's into the creep. They can kill the creep off, though.
Avalanche.
He's going to get thrown away there. Saxa coming in. Tiny Airlines getting Crystallis back to safety.
A very rare positive Tiny Airlines.
Yes, that's true. Finally getting a good review.
Yeah. Clutch. Let's see if Gaimin can turn it into a little tower pressure. Do have an illusion rune on Quinn. This is I mean, the Fuzzy Wuzzy Bear. Watson, he's getting very farmed.
He is. He's going to be massive this game.
It's a completed Battle Fury.
12 minutes in. Saxa is going to go down again here on the bottom lane. Of course, at the moment, the only one dying. You know, he's tanking the deaths at the moment, Saxa. The 4 kills, they've all been against the Tiny. And catch it again on the replay. This great escape from Crystallis.
Any higher cooldown on this Infest.
Exactly. Look at the timing there. Comes up in the final moment. Back in action. Jump spin made on to Malady. The Solar Guardian comes in. It's not going to save Malady, though. BZM having enough damage to take him down. Ace has got to be careful himself. BZM's going to jump over towards him. Avalanche is there. Onto the 2 of them. Toss back as well. Ace, can he survive? The lassos comes in clutch from Tofu to make sure Ace survives as they lock down BZM. Quinn cleans up the double. Gaimin, they won't let Tundra or BZM get away with that time.
Well, it looked like initially BZM will just be kind of toying with them with the shield rune, right, and all the zips, but they clutch in the last on him, double race, and quickly make work of him.
Yeah, all 3 cores of Gaimin continuing to hold those top spots, incredibly farmed. That Orchid's going to come out super fast this game for Ace. He's pretty much got it done. And yeah, Watson, his farm's just going to skyrocket with this Battle Fury into Blink Dagger timing that he's going to smash.
Yeah, 1 CS for Ace and he's got it complete. So BZM does have to be careful. It's not the type of game where you can just go crazy in. As I say that, they do pick up another kill on Malady.
Yeah, we'll catch Malady in the river. BZM, even though he did die there, you know that he's not going to slow down on the aggression.
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to keep going for these plays, these kills, anytime he sees an opportunity. He's not going to be scared off by just dying the once.
They've got a lot of tankiness, of course, on Tundra. We've got a set of Tormentor, lots of HP regen, which means Venom's damage is kind of whatever at this point.
BZM will get straight over for this. Regen room for him. This mid tower probably going down by the looks of it, Gaimin.
Yeah.
They won't look to hold it this time.
You've got DP available, Crystallis again. And the Ancient Black Dragon here once more to just make sure to secure the tower.
Scouting out what's going on behind as well. Not going to have a chance to get onto Quinn. Quinn, Kayasha into the blink. This game for him.
Ooh.
A pause. Oh, but he's looking around. Is he all right?
Quinn is cold.
He's a bit cold. Can we turn the heating up? Yeah, turn the heating up. We're doing it right now. He's a bit chilly.
Quinn needs the puffer jacket. It's
get the jumpers on.
It's kind of how Quinn powers up anyway.
Yeah, we're getting the coat on for this one.
Tofu. Okay.
What was he doing?
He's undressing.
Oh, he's got the opposite. He's like, too hot in here.
I think he's offering his jacket.
Oh, he was. Yeah. Oh, that was very sweet. He was indeed offering.
Of course, he's a great teammate. Yeah. Tofu, lovely lad.
That is the true support there. Is he going to give? Where's the jacket going?
Oh,
I don't know. Is it too hot or too cold in there? You know, Tofu's taking his clothes off. Quinn's putting them on.
You never know.
Oh. No. Okay. No. Oh.
It's
like kind of half on coat style here. The reverse coat.
Oh, the USA way of jacket. I like it.
I don't want to. I'm not going to say anything about what's going on it.
Well,
yeah.
I'll focus on the game.
And let's focus on the game.
So we've got a 4K lead for Gaimin.
Anyway,
they're doing great.
Yep.
What is going on?
I'm really.
I think we're
just trying to fix something, maybe.
There must be something.
Let's watch the replay. Let's get a replay. Oh, what's this a replay? What is this a replay of?
I thought it was going to be Tofu undressing, but it's not. He's laughing.
It's a replay of nothing.
Of Red Bull. Are we showing
what's going on? Oh, this is a live. This isn't even a replay. This is just live.
It's just labeled.
We just lied to you. This is not a replay. This is live. We're just seeing what's going on. So, some sort of temperature situation.
Absolutely. We're of course
fixing.
We are on the case. We're helping them out.
We are. Yeah, well, we've got the AC button over here. We can set the setting. What temperature they want. We can change it.
They just need to let us know.
Oh, okay. Quick drinks break.
Also, you have a 4K lead here for Gaimin Gladiators. I wonder how much attention both teams will give to the good old Roshi Roshan.
Okay.
Because when you play Ursa, first age is of course very important. But Tundra also could think about potentially giving it, more emphasis. You have the Exorcism, you've got the Chen Creeps. Storm Ages, of course, not too shabby. Let's see. Saxa was allowed to do this yesterday. He goes to the offlane at some point when he's not too far from the blink, and he just AFK.
There we go.
We are ready.
We're good. The temperature's been sorted. And we're ready to roll.
Win probability at a near 50-50, even though there's a 4K lead on the Gaimin's Gladiators. I feel like there should be a little more favored at this point.
All right, closing in on that relic. Gristalis.
Well, Radiance sure is nice against the Ursa. You do like the evasion.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with this start game.
Will he find the sentry, Owen?
Yes. Why? No,
he needs the courier.
It's true. He's going to bring it over, right? Oh, you're right. Maybe that sentry's going to get away with it.
Crystal, let's move your courier. Well, they'll just give it. So this sentry
it's going to stay.
From Malady. Genius.
Very nice placement. Got to check the replays for that one. That's a nice sneaky one.
And a good ward on the bottom. Of course, Dota, with such a big map, you need to play in a bit of the little groups. So you've got Malady protecting Watson, his good old brother in the bottom lane. Well, everyone is just farming away for now, trying to get to their timings. Blink daggers, radiances.
Because you got to imagine, with this sort of start, right? I think if you're gaming, like this has got to be what you planned for, what you drafted for, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're getting everything you wanted, all of your cores are farming. So if things do start to go downhill from here, that's going to be quite a problem for gaming.
Oh, for sure.
Because you've had the start you wanted. It's like, great, let's see what you can do with it.
I would say it's the start plus it's a little bit more.
Yeah.
If you're up like 2K, 3K gold,
here we go.
Oh, Daddy-o.
Oh, is it going to be enough, though? It's kind of off to the edge. They'll kill off the infested creep. They got the damage up. Typhon's coming in. Can he get it for the lasso? He can't. Crystalis is out. You got to try for those plays, but sometimes, they move where you don't want them to move, and the next thing you know, they're not on top of you when you're requieming. Up top,
on Ace.
They're going to go straight for him. Ace will be able to turn with the Orchid onto BZM, but the ghosts are out. Ace will melt to the Exorcism at 33, and they're onto the tier 2 tower. Fortification will come out from Gaimin.
Well, they should have had that kill on Crystalis, but instead it fails, and they get turn-killed up top. Big problem.
Yeah, this is... 17 minutes in and your tier 2's taking a beating here.
Melody's around, it's going to start slowing them up.
Yeah, Blink's online now for Tofu. That's going to be a big difference maker. If they can get him with the Blink lasso, drag back a target, get them in position for the Requiem to go off underneath them. It's a kill most of the time.
Well, they have the Blink now. I mean, Quinn with a bit of a mess up earlier. Did miss a raise and didn't get the perfect Requiem. As Watson, what is he working on? Looks like a Basher.
Basher.
First.
It's a good Basher game. I mean,
absolutely.
again, just all these little kind of things coming together that's enabling their heroes to actually be able to deal with like the storm in the sort of situations where earlier on, lockdown's not there. They're making sure that they've got some answers for BZM.
They've got a lot 1+1 kill combos. You have Lasso, Lasso with Ursa, you're dead. Lasso Requiem, you're probably gone. Or even just random, like some Dawn ult flying through. You've got to be very careful if you're Tundra. Swipeman and his bros do get ravaged up. They are very close by.
Have a look.
Tofu's fishing.
Watson. He is not afraid to show. Knows how strong he is right now. Crystallis over towards the mid to finish up that Radiance. There it is. So Radiance time is hit. Not as fast as he'd hoped for, but it is there. We'll see if he now starts to rise back up the ranks. Indeed, as we can see there, a little bit slower. A fair bit slower than the average. Malady. BZM and Saxon, they've got their hands on him. The lasso will come in though, as well as the Solar Guardian. Malady's going to be fine. Now they turn with the silence, and Watson in on top of BZM. They punish the storm. They're not going to be able to get the Chen on the way up, as Whitemon's able to TP away, but as we're seeing that they're ready to punish these moves from BZM. It's got to be careful. They will respond.
Perfect staggering of spells.
Straight into the road shot.
Yeah, it's absolutely free. Basher complete on Watson too.
Everything looking up for Gaimin so far in this early game. Crystallis.
No lasso, so he should be okay.
Yeah, not going to be able to do anything there. Yeah, Aegis on Watson. Having a fantastic game, coming up to 12k net worth at 20 minutes in. Absolutely massive on the Ursa. Levels as well, of course. Level 15 on the Ursa. You look on the other side of the map. Level 12 at the moment for Crystallis. Big difference right now between the carries. And in a matchup, of course, where already the Lifestealer doesn't feel great against the Ursa in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Watson already feels great, and he's the one with BKB disabled by his side, the Dawn ult to turn it around.
Everything really coming together here for Gaimin. Can Tundra sort of slow this down? I mean, what is the plan now for Tundra with this lineup? What are you sort of looking towards? Are you avoiding fights? Are you still going to try and make these moves with BZM looking to poke at Gaimin?
You likely want to keep an open map, but when they can find an opening with like an infest bomb on the backline, like maybe you infest the storm, you get in,
and there they are, straight in on a 33, a quick jump. The Yules will be there, but he's not getting away from this. Sax is lucky enough to TP out, but the kill potential from Gaimin right now is massive. And they're going to be able to claim the Tormentor for themselves.
Oh, this is going to be a huge lead. I mean, Tundra, they have to damage control and get what they can, really. Sure, BZM now has his BKB available. But Gaimin, double-digit lead at 20 minutes.
It's not going to be an easy one here for Tundra. Definitely getting challenged quite a bit this time in this game too. A tricky spot to get out of. 11k down, 21 minutes in.
And with the Venom Shard as well, even with the BKB and the Rage, might just have a little stun coming your way.
And what do you want to see next from Tofu? Do you think
Force Staff? I think.
You think the Force, not rather than just going for the straight out Ags?
Nah, he's got the Force. You had the Fluffy Head. You complete it to give yourself more range to initiate, get them out. Even if BZM jumps you, you can maybe save yourself. Looks like Tundra want to strike back. They are down quite a lot.
It's you know, maybe getting to the point where they just have to try and make risky plays. See if they can get back in.
Active Rune not on this side. Oh, lasso.
There's the lasso. The Avalanche is there in return onto the two of them. They get the silence as well. They're turning and looking to try and punish this, but the bash is coming on BZM. BZM zips away just in time. Quinn will get the Requiem off. Crystallis is trying to take down the SF, but he cannot do so. He's dead. 33 is trying to chase down Malady, but he's not going to be able to take this trade here. 33 falls. Malady's fine. It was close to looking like Tundra might have been able to do something there with a silence into the Avalanche, but it just wasn't quite enough. Gaimin come out on top again.
And that's about as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah.
You get two people on top of each other. Saxa gets to break the full combo with his Ava toss. but you've got the Dawn ult to turn it around. Watson on this bear, he is so strong.
Yeah, he's having quite the game here on the Ursa. The sort of that last minute, last pick coming in with the Ursa, moving Quinn to the mid on the SF. It's looking very good here for Gaimin. I mean, yeah, SF. Here, Quinn 6-0-1. I mean, when you sort of see this, it makes you kind of wonder. It's like, they haven't picked this on Quinn for like 11 months.
Yeah, why?
He looked great 11 months. He looked great now, I feel like they could afford to bring out the Quinn SF a little bit more, Kezu.
Yeah, he's swooping, apart from maybe the one little mishap where they could have had one more kill. Perfect. 14k on the net worth, 7-0.
He's having a great time. And against, BZM on one of his greatest, right? On his Storm. So Quinn is going to, as I said, we might see more SF from Quinn.
Well, you surely should. The hero looks great. Well, BZM, if he wants to strike back in this game, he needs at least 2 rounds of items.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Crystallis as well. It's quite on the farm. Sure, you get the armlet now, but you get lassoed, you're in trouble. There's still an Orchid. You're far away from any dispel.
And Watson's looking to make a move. There's the lasso. The rage was off just in time. Guardian comes in the throw. Watson up with the Yules. BCM's in with the BKB. They're going to try and take him down the once. They'll get the Aegis out of him. Has still got the Enrage and the BKB ready to press here, so it's going to be hard to go on Watson a second time, and they know. It's going to tentatively push towards the two of them. They've got the silence on. 33's heading up, but there's a lot of heroes here. And they'll just jump straight back in. Blow up 33. Christus is trying to come in with the rage. Looking for Quinn, but Quinn's able to get the BKB off. And the Requiem pushing the back of the fear. BZM caught by the bash. He's gone. Saxa's dead. They're ready to dive on for more underneath the tower. Looking for Whitemon. Whitemon will heal up momentarily. They'll set their sights for the bigger kill first. Crystalis, as he's gone. Malady chases down Whitemon. It's going to be a team wipe from Gaimin Gladiators. Tundra getting shaken up massively here in this game too. And I don't know if they can recover from this one, Kezu. This is rough.
I'm not sure. That's a 20k lead. They've got everything. You're fully team wiped. This is looking rough.
Yeah.
And I will say every single move, Tofu just keeps starting it out on the Bad Rider. If we're going to a game 3, which I think we are,
it looks like it
will be a first pick.
And at this point, just with the moves that Tundra are making, you can definitely feel they're feeling a bit desperate right now.
This is not natural territory anymore. This Requiem into the Starbreaker. Boom! See ya later.
A very, very strong showing here in this game too after what was a rough game 1. Just everything clicking together perfectly from Gaimin. Just from the start, the lanes, fantastic. This is always how you know it's in a bit of a rough spot for Tundra. 33 does like to go for the kind of comeback Midases when he's like, at the moment, we're out of luck. We can't do anything. Our best hope is that they throw, the game goes on, this Midas kicks in. This is always kind of like the soft GG when 33 picks up a Midas in this sort of position.
It's kind of funny because there is no good item for you to fight into them. Because if you force a fight into them, you're getting smashed. You're getting absolutely destroyed. So you just have to hope, play out the map.
Exactly. Tundra's just got to hope that Gaimin don't end the game in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yep. See if you
That's
can
what they're playing for.
Need to force some mistakes out of Gaimin, but it's not a mistake.
That's another kill.
Very, very clean. They know 3-3's up here somewhere. Of course, they saw him walk through the observer ward around the Lotus pool.
Nice noses around, but 33 quick with the TP out. They'll be ready to bring the top lane. Start to look at some of these other tier 2 towers. Bring them both the mid and the top.
Well, Tundra very likely looking to hope to prolong the game, get through their scale. Higher levels on their DP, level 3 ult, maybe this SNY onto Crystalis. I mean, to me, the one that could bring back the game is BZM on the Storm. But yeah, he needs like, what, Shard, Aghanim Scepter? That's at least 5 to 10 minutes away.
Tundra, if they're able to come back from this sort of deficit this early on, that's when Gaimin are going to be feeling very rough if they let this one slip away from them.
Yeah, this one is
like everything is set for them to take this victory. If this somehow drifts away, they're going to be feeling rough.
I will say this is a tough one to let go.
Yeah.
Where they are up a lot. They just picked up a gem on Malady. They know what's up. They've got So far, from what I can tell, perfect items. They have everything they need also to just continue blasting down the map. Closing in on this MKB for the Bear.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they'll probably chill until they've got that online. And Tofu, 3k gold on the bat. I imagine now what he'll treat himself to the Ags, or is there other stuff that he could still be considering for the team?
Ags, BKB.
BKB is still nice.
I could see the BKB just to make like your initiation like kind of clean.
Oh, he's thinking of the Lincolns.
He's got a Lincoln's queued.
What's the plan? Like, what's he worried about with the Lincolns?
He doesn't want to get uled by...
Sure wants to be able to... Yeah, but...
Or to not get solo picked off, maybe, by the Storm.
Fair.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see. I feel like that out of the options he has, it's the one I like the least. Granted, you are up 24,000 gold.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
You don't have to do
you
everything
can just buy what you want, really, yeah. I think Tofu is chilling. He's had some excellent lassos, so
absolutely.
He can get what he wants at this point.
Treat yourself. Why not? Roshan. Aksa for now scouting. Good.
He's out with a TP. Oh, is he the solo goal? It's there just in time. He is not out with a TP at all. They got him.
Cruising through the sky. Canceling that TP. BZM gonna get pushed back here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just very little space to work with for Tundra.
Yeah, it really looks like Gaimin as well. They're sort of chilling themselves. Maybe just gonna wait for that next Roche. Happy to just farm at the map.
Yep, they've got the Plague Wards in the pit. They'll know exactly when it spawns. Shivas as well on Ace. Very good against this Tundra lineup.
Yeah, had a rough game one, but here in game two on his Dawn looks fantastic. I think what do we have on the stats? He played it once other time this tournament, also got the win.
Doesn't work out quite so well for other teams and other players.
No, but on Ace, it's good.
Gaimin have always looked incredible on these type of heroes and drafts. Looking for Tofu.
It's a big zip.
And it's a big kill also. Let's chuck the lasso for good measure. 1,000 gold into Tundra's pocket.
Yeah, they'll take whatever they can get here, Tundra. Those little kills can add up. They're going to need a lot of those little kills to add up enough to get back in, but it's a start.
Roshan is up, which means that is going to be what Gaimin have their eyes on.
I mean, if you're Tundra, do you sort of say, YOLO, we're going to try and fight this Roche?
I don't see them fighting it, but
BZM goes for a steal?
I could see them go for like a smoke up, you put some Chen creeps in, maybe they get vision, you go for a zip steal. He's got the BKB to like try and get out after. So yeah, it's more like a crazy little steal while the rest keep farming.
Quint. Oh. Well, 33 did not expect that. Didn't he walk through the creep wave? Maybe he just accepted his fate. Right, he walked through 33 saw that, right? But he's just dead anyway.
I guess he did see him.
I think he was just like, well, I guess I'm dead.
Honestly, I didn't quite pay attention. I kept pressing around on all the other heroes.
I mean, really, even if he does see, like, there's no way out of that. He's just like, well, I'm dead.
To be fair, Quinn could have just blinked on top of him with a Dawn ult and DP is dead without him doing anything. That's Lincoln's and Hex completed.
Big items.
Which means Gaimin, they're going to find a pushed wave and walk it down.
Tundra. They'll scramble for the Tormentor.
It's time for the tiny shard.
Oh! I'll get it for Whitemon.
Lucky for them, it is not a tiny shard.
Okay.
Means you get some ancient creeps. Maybe help yourself.
Or Watson might see if he gets a cheeky kill if anyone's hanging around still up here.
He's close.
Sax should be fine though. He's away.
Well, let's see how long Tundra can keep Gaimin away from their base. Oh, Saxa, goodbye.
Easy kill with the Hex.
BZM's gonna sneak out the mid lane.
He might be dead.
Oh.
They got the lasso into the combo, in the burst. Not enough though. He's able to get the BKB off.
They couldn't decide if they wanted to keep him in the Starbreaker or drag him towards the Hex. Then, sadly for them, neither happened, but they still push back BZM from the map.
Oh, Tofu's still going for it though. BZM. Very low on the mana now.
Yeah, nice force. Oh,
33 is going to try and help out. In with the silence onto the two of them. They'll turn over towards Tofu. But he's tanking. Quinn's in ready war, but the Yules is there. Cancelled to Requiem for now. Christus wants the kill, will get it. The Hex is there now on towards him. Requiem coming out with the BKB's up for 33. He's able to stand his ground on top of Quinn, but does he have enough damage to kill this SF? He does not. Quinn's getting away. He'll survive. 33 to go down. BZM, he wants the kill desperately. He's not going to get it. Quinn's already out with the blink. The silence is back up. BZM will die for this as well, as all three cores of Tundra go down.
Well, it didn't look super clean, but 3 for 1 exchange. I feel like BZM would prefer to go into game 3 at this point.
Yeah.
He did try for the big one. I don't blame him.
Yeah, absolutely. You had to go for that zip there. Maybe you find Quinn. If you kill him right now, you're probably getting a lot of money.
Oh, you're getting a juicy amount of gold. Oh, region rune for Quinn. Hex. Take the region.
Oh, no.
Dodged it. Yeah.
Easy dodge.
And he's fine.
Where's BZM? Oh, he's dead still. Never mind.
Buyback?
I'm just ready to see that buyback storm zip. Try and get the big kill.
They've got the banner and a 30k lead.
Yep. There's the push.
Don't think they need much more.
This was a rough one for Tundra. Where do you think it all went wrong? Like, what was the reason why this game was so over?
I guess the lanes fell so hard, but then in hindsight, most lanes shouldn't go that good for them.
Yeah, Gaimin absolutely crushing them here in this game too.
Tundra didn't really have an entry point into the game. None of the runes really worked out for them. Gaimin just had their number.
Really nice stuff from Gaimin in the second game, which... Oh, BZM! Not gonna work.
What happened?
He just zipped in.
All right.
Got like Abyssal hexed everything, and I think, as you said, they're looking to game 3 now, Kezu.
Yeah.
It's a toss back.
Into...
Oh, not 33. He's getting caught by the Solar Guardian. Watson and Ace, they're just full HP. No damage has been dealt to them. And then back on with the push.
Should be a secondary set of racks.
Tundra, he can't push them off.
Uh-oh. Tofu is looking.
He is. He's got the Ether Lens as well, ready with that extra reach to be able to grab someone.
Maybe he's got the Lincolns because he knows 3-3's buying Lotus, so even when he lassos a Lotus, he can still move.
That's actually probably the big brain reason.
That's the,
I like that, yeah, the Lotus counter.
super move. Oh,
so we're going to get another replay. This was the death of BZM. Goes in.
And dies.
Yeah, it's, you know. He's probably like, guys, can we just call GG goes to the next game? You know, he's just trying to hurry this one up. BZM.
Someone's telling him how they can win. He's like,
guys, he's like, no, go next game. I am done here. And indeed, a rare loss for BZM on the Storm.
He looks
won every game up until now.
Yeah, he looks incredible on this hero always.
Yeah, so I can imagine maybe feeling a bit frustrated in this game. It's got to be a frustrating one to play out if you're Tundra. As it really feels like there's nothing you can do. You're down 37k net worth it. Gaimin Gladiators very much enjoying the position they're in here.
I mean, I will say, this Bad Rider in both Game 1 and Game 2 has looked phenomenal. Wouldn't be surprised if Game 3...
Oh, well, that's a Chen.
Yep, that's a bye-bye.
Let's have a look. How much more do Tundra want to endure here in this game too? I don't know.
They want Quinn. I don't know if they'll get him.
And Quinn might get them.
He might.
Yeah.
He's got the Blink Hex Requiem.
Oh,
Saxa.
We read the blink wrong there, Quinn. Didn't quite get the same angle as Saxa. Saxa going for the Lotuses though. That will probably cost him his life.
Yeah, but he's got the Lotuses.
Yep, they got him. It's time to start building that block of cheese.
They do kind of need a cheese for that.
And probably some more Lotuses.
Yeah. BZM looking for his own Lincoln Stinkins.
A lot of money on Crystallis.
What he gonna buy?
Do you just buy the Rapier? Just as a stain?
It's
like just, I can afford this. You may have beat me, but I can afford a Rapier.
It's so bad on this hero.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Sure. Buy it.
Oh, here comes Watson. Does he want to jump this? He certainly does. Straight in he goes.
He died.
He's out for 85. Wait, what? Oh, he bought up just before he died. I was going to say he just had 5k gold. How does he not have buyback gold? He bought the AC.
Yep, it's here now. BCM is looking.
He's pushing in with the BKB. But now he's got to push back.
They're very tanky. And Refresher is available.
And wants to straight back in with the bash. There's the refresh BKB from Quinn. Make sure that there's no chance of them jumping on him. He's in with the Requiems. They've had enough now. They've finally had enough here as they tap out. Gaimin Gladiators, 43,000 gold ahead here. 38 minutes in. We'll take game 2. We're going to a game 3, Kezu.
Gaimin just kind of cruising through this one.
They did.
No, not a single death on Watson or Quinn.
Damn.
Good draft, nice stuff. They swapped Quinn on the SF on the mid. I didn't expect it. Bad Rider looking great.
Yeah.
Gaimin, strike back.
Absolutely. I think people are going to expect that sort of switch up more in the future. Yeah, 13-0-10 on this SF. And as we said, Quinn, as far as we can see on the data, he's not played this in 11 months in the pro games. They might just be bringing it out more. Or maybe they only bring it out when it's truly needed. Either way, when they bring it out, it looks fantastic. Gaimin Gladiators stomp game 2. It's 1-1 now between Gaimin and Tundra.
All right, I've been on the Lacoste shift for a little while, so I've got a terrible pun for you. It wasn't the game coordinator that was found in the time off. It was the gaming coordinator. Ah!
Get me out.
No reaction from 2. Completely nonplussed.
I've learnt the best way to deal with Lacoste is to not react, because then it's on him to then recover from his own puns and actions. So you now must suffer the same consequences. But it was good. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Thank you. His stand for themselves. I'm here you're struggling. But Gaimin aren't struggling anymore. After that game 1, they have recovered quite well and have made Tundra look more like the group stage Tundra that we saw for the past 4 days.
You know what I like about this game is the fact that when we finish the draft, it's one of those ones where it's like Gaming have to win their lanes to create a snowball, or it's like difficult late game comeback style. And often when you talk about teams, they don't crush the lanes. It becomes this awkward back and forth, and then they are relying on, they don't have many stuns, they need items, and it becomes like an epically long game, right? But for this time, Gaming, they were true to their words. They crushed their lanes. It doesn't matter if you only have, 1.5 stuns. Just break your opponent, and it was really refreshing to watch.
3 lanes, 3 wins. And you rolled with that. Like when you look at these 3 cores, all 3 on top, I feel like it never changed through the game. Maybe at some point one hero managed to break top 3 from Tundra, but I think they never did.
It was usually 3 red bars at the top every time.
Yeah, even though obviously that Prophet bought a Midas.
Obviously.
It didn't really
Obviously,
work.
Lizard.
That aside,
it didn't work out for her. It was a recovery game. And for Tundra, I feel like this draft cannot play recovery. The potential from Gaimin, if they get good lanes, is too high, and this was a perfectly set up trap. They didn't take only the game coordinator time, they prepped this 100% yesterday, obviously, once again, with the Venomancer to deal with the DP. Like this Veno SF was already a good pick, and then Ursa just sealed the deal.
Yeah, and you can see the discomfort on 33 from that highlight there. Like, it didn't really feel like he ever entered the game. It was a Death Prophet as much as we say his Midas. A couple clips that you've seen in this highlight package, it's him getting kited from Venomancer slows, it's him getting burst by a Shadow Fiend and a Batrider jump, or him even walking up high ground by himself after they'd taken Ursa Aegis, and he's like, you know what? This is my time. He walks up, he dies again. So for 33 from a first pick, 0, 6, and 4, it's not often a scoreline that you see from 33, and he just had no game. Chrysalis had no game. Saxa, no game. They were just fully shut down.
It's still, on paper, the most broken hero, in my opinion. DP and Nature's Prophet, perhaps, as well, whatever, in the current patch. But they found the right solutions to it. Absolutely. This hero right here has always been it. They didn't discover anything new. But I really like the Venotech. Like, Venomancer gave it just that extra bit of oomph that they needed.
I mean, Quinn was trying to tell us the entire time. Look at him. He's literally doing the SF Requiem. We just didn't know it.
He's mid-cast animation.
He's mid-cast animation. We weren't on the same wavelength as Quinn. We could have made it, but of course we did some deep diving during the cast. They're talking about Quinn and Shadow Fiend, and I had a little look, and he just hasn't really played Shadow Fiend at all. Right? In 2020, he played a single game. 2021, he played 1 win, 1 loss. 2021, he didn't play it at all. 2022, he lost 2 games. But this is where it matters. 2023, a single game, a single win. 2024, a single game, a single win. And now, with this single game...
Oh, this is the win?
This is the single win. So we might not see Quinn return to Shadow Fiend, but in the last 3 years, he's played 1 game per year, claims one single victory, and then he puts the hero to bed. So maybe we don't get to see the Quinn Shadow Fiend anymore based on the stats.
He cashed it out here in a game
when it matters.
Well, he needs to win the series for it to really matter.
When it matters. The pre-coordinator vibes, don't forget, they were sad.
True.
They clearly whispered the words, Quinn, it's time. We need the Shadow Fiend.
I got fun. You only get one, though.
One per year.
Realistically, it's a very important game for them because it breaks the momentum of Tundra that they've had not only in this tournament versus Gaimin, but in general against Gaimin. They've been winning in all their series that we mentioned before. So breaking that momentum, breaking that curse, and winning with an SF, you know, it might be the way. From this point onwards, things might be looking up for them.
Do you consider the Death Prophet to be broken now? Because if they don't have to ban that, we've seen this be perma-banned first phase.
I think the hero is broken, but they broke DP as well. They
At least
found
Tundra's
a way.
DP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would argue it's not about DPs being broken, we understand it, whatever. It's just the way that they're drafting. It's Axe first pick, they leave it into the core roll, then it gets hard countered. Death Prophet gets first picked, they continue drafting down this line, and then Gaming get the Venom to deal with it, plus a Shadow Fiend to deal with it, and a Dawnbreaker. Like both games have been, they're picking the offlaner, and then the other team just hard countering it and not allowing it to enter the game. So I'm looking at game 3. Maybe Ace and 33 will ask their team politely, hey guys, can we just not have our hero first picked? And then we're left alone? Because it's clearly hurting both teams when the offlaner is sacrificed so hard in the draft.
Especially ones that we're not seeing flexed. Death Prophet, we don't see move around in Tundra's hands. And Ace, or at least Axe, we haven't seen be moved around or even played in Gaimin's hands. Although it does seem like no matter what, Batrider is going to be on the minds of both teams. But we're going to see which of those ideas come to fruition in game number 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight, where we're asking pro players and coaches to name the player in these clips. I'm here with Sunbeat from Edge. I'm with Ace from Gaimin Gladiators. I am here with Shad from OG. Shad, do you watch a lot of Dota when you're not playing?
It depends. Sometimes, like, when we're eliminated, I don't want to watch more because it's just, like, sadness, but, you know.
Fair enough.
I don't pay attention to other teams that much.
I have been lately, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, it's going to be from all of the previous Wallachias, so...
Uh-oh, okay. Let's see.
Drop in confidence, but let's see. Let's throw up the clip and see if you know who this is.
Oh, I think I did watch this game.
That's a good start.
But this was a while ago.
It's a lot of stuff which isn't in Dota anymore now, right?
What was this? What was this?
IO Marcy team? What the heck?
But we're watching the Kunkka. I'm going to ask you who the Kunkka is, but...
The Kunkka?
It's satanic, maybe?
It is not satanic, no.
Because it looks like it's a carry Kunkka, maybe?
No, it's in fact, I can give you the role. It is actually an offlane Kunkka.
Okay. So it's win-win the carry, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. It's
a while ago then.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is an old one.
Oh, this was Nigma against Parry Vision. Actually, I remember. I think. Wait, was it?
It was
no,
not.
it wasn't.
No, neither of those teams.
No,
but
I'm thinking of something different.
I like the enthusiasm.
No.
Oh my god, I haven't got the slightest clue.
Well, weirdly, the Iomasi might lead you to the answer, because even though the Radiant aren't playing the Iomasi, they are known to play Iomasi quite a lot as a team, which is a little weird in this clip.
Is it Liquid, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh. Is it Nisha?
It's not Nisha.
It's not
no.
Nisha.
But it is not
Wait,
Nisha.
is it Saberlight?
It is not Saberlight either.
Is it Mikke?
It is not Mikke either.
What? Who was playing Kunkka in this team? There's a stand-in.
It wasn't a stand-in either.
It wasn't? What?
So it's from a Western EU team, a team which you know very, very well.
Saberlight.
Close, very, very close.
3-3?
Yes, yes, it is 33 playing on that Kunkka off lane, yeah.
Who was it? Oh, was it Netta?
Yeah, absolutely right.
I see,
It was.
I see.
A mental block. Broken through those chat and we did get there.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even remember who Liquid's offlane at the time was.
That's interesting though.
Oh man, I don't even remember what I ate yesterday. This is too hard. Okay, I don't know. Ace?
Ace, Liquid Ace?
Yeah, definitely
not quite.
Liquid Ace, no?
Not quite. But you're very much on the right tracks. I mean, why do you think it's Liquid?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's like Mikke Windrunner or something.
Okay.
It's like
that's correct. That's correct. We're nearly there. I'm not
33, I guess, at the time?
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, well done, Sunby. That is indeed 33 playing the Kunkka.
Damn, wow.
I'm shocked at how you managed to get from like seemingly lost in the woods without a way out to suddenly like seeing the light of Liquid. How did you get that?
I have no idea who Dire is, but I mean, this was when Windrunner was super duper broken. And I think Mikke did enjoy playing this hero.
He sure did.
Yeah, so it had nothing to do with the Kunkka. It was just it's like the carry player that kind of made me guess.
Hey man, the journey doesn't matter as long as you get to the destination, and that's exactly what you did. It is indeed 33 playing the Kunkka against Nouns actually in Wallachia Season 1, so big throwback here. But yeah, well worked out, Sunby.
They try and run away. Can they hit it? Can they kill it? Roche is so low. They're waiting desperately, and they move through. They go through. Wait, Roche is dead. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The ghost ship comes down. Aegis on the ground. Every damn thing.
33 got it.
He takes it away from them, and now they're going to chase down Corden. Mikke's on top of him. Corden in some trouble, but Mikke is too. Force Staff gets to the far side. The relocate, but now they can pull him back. Corden separated from the rest of his team. They have a nightmare. The boat is out, but do they have enough damage with that black hole to take him down once? But guess what? He's got an Aegis. Nisha has now shown up to the party, and Secret, they're going to get punished hard as they kill them all off again. Puppy going to get X'd and pulled back. Boom, the lone one surviving, and well, he might not be able to get out of there either.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 3 of the first series of our playoffs. It's Gaimin Gladiators taking on Tundra, a Tundra with 33 in it. I actually knew that clip because that was during Season 1, and it was very funny to me because when 33 went through that twin gate all by himself, we were like, dude, we gotta hear the comms for this team fight. It seems like it would have been crazy. So PGL pulled the comms, showed it after the game. He's just dead silent the entire time. Goes to the twin gate, no reaction.
What a Chad move.
Boxy's talking like crazy. Even Nisha's participating in the comms. 33 is just doing his thing on the other side of the twin gate.
I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And of course, when you're in your prime and you know that your moves are good, you just trust the guy, right? And of course, I think for Tundra, they're going to hope 33 can refine some of that confidence because he was trying to make those plays. He was running up the high grounds. He was going into the uncharted territory of some of these games, and it just wasn't working out. So
yeah. I hope that I will not see a Midas in this man's inventory. Usually, if you do see it, and buying a Midas, that means the game is going badly. Well, for their sake, of course. I
Yeah,
hope.
something's not going according to plan.
But
then.
when it comes to these two teams, I feel like the first phase openers have been busted on both sides. For Tundra, of course, the DP got discovered, and the same thing goes for Axe. It's exposed. Both of these openers are not that great. At least they do not seem that great. Now the question is, do you put them in the dumpster and move on, go for something different? Or do you still stick to them, but perhaps bait out the counter and flex them? I don't think that they can flex the DP as easily as maybe an Axe can be flexed.
How much do openings get modified now that Batrider has been bumped up to first phase ban status as well?
They do, quite significantly, but DP is still in the pool.
I mean, that does push through the Brewmaster, right? That's the only hero that Gaming are enabling through the phase. And at the moment, Tundra, they don't care about the Death Prophet. They don't care about the Axe. I would say they might care about them because they ban out the Prophet, but either way, it's Death Prophet, Axe, and Brewmaster are all in contention for Tundra if they want to care about these heroes.
This is the interesting stage of the tournament where teams start testing each other out when it comes to these broken picks, quote unquote broken. And then you get like 3 heroes, like T mentioned, that are true. And then you see the true mind games happening. Like, what do you think actually out of those 3, which ones? And it's not very rare that you see exactly this. You're like, okay, we're going to deal with that a little bit later because you will get one of those heroes anyway.
But I prefer this. It's a high value hero for Tundra. Often it's a hero in the second phase for Tundra where they use it nicely to progress their draft. You can see from both game 1 and 2 that it was banned out by Gaming. They respect it immensely. So I think just taking it in the first phase, we've already mentioned the volatility of first phase core. Get rid of that, pick up your Tusk. Every offlane is available when you have Tusk in the lane.
It's just such a good Saxa hero. And you just saw the 62% win rate as well on the Tusk. Opens up all sorts of things for your team. If you need the save, it's there. If you need lane abilities, they're all there.
Ooh.
Even the snowball into Shadowfiend isn't that bad, just having it.
They are second pick. So, of course, Shadowfiend will get flexed to the end.
No. Quinn's only allowed 1 Shadowfiend game per year.
That's what I mean.
Cannot be flexed.
Is Quinn about to break a multi-year streak of only 1 Shadowfiend game per year?
Actually, we don't know that. Maybe the full theory is only 1 Shadowfiend win per year.
So he's allowed to play it, but to lose.
Exactly.
Okay.
Before he had those 1 wins, it depends how far you want to go back. He had 2 losses, so maybe we are doing some.
That's Quincy
inverse.
Quinn. Oh,
0,
I see.
2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 0.
It's like a little seesaw.
Exactly.
The pendulum swinging back. I am surprised that they opt to go for it. Maybe they think that now they don't have to waste their 1 ban on Death Prophet. They're like, okay, you took out my Dawnbreaker. She wasn't the main reason why we beat your Death Prophet. It was SF. And now I have SF. We're still not going to ban Death Prophet. Do you still want to pick it or not?
Sorry, can we just conclude the Shadowfiend Quinn point one last time real quick? So the last time Quinn won 2 Shadowfiend games in the same year was nearly 6 years ago.
Okay.
In 2019, when he was on Chaos, which is Quincy Crew, basically.
Okay.
So that's even more damning. Do you want him to have more than 2 games of Shadowfiend in the same year, or 6 years since he's won more than 2 games on Shadowfiend in the same year? I don't know. It's
but your question still stands. Like when it comes to DP, I feel like she did get exposed with the SF Vano pick, and you might be less inclined into picking her. But you also have now ways of dealing with the SF, or at least you should have now that you see it as the first pick, first phase for Tundra. So we have seen many different teams find different solutions to the Shadowfiend. Any hero that gets on top of him easily in the lane is nice. We have seen Mag do quite well yesterday, even though they lost the game in the end. Magnus did, I believe it was Whisper that played it. It was still a pretty good game. I'm not sure how 33 is inclined on playing that hero though.
Gaimin just going down the very standard approach dealing with Tusk. When you see the Tusk, Jakiro is like one of the best supports in the game. Ice Path on top of the Snowball. Also, Ice Path on top of whoever you're going on complicates the Snowball save just a little bit. You have to be aware of it. Attack speed slows. Nothing too jarring with
the win rate on the hero. Of course, Jakiro did get nerfed, but the win rate is really bad. Not only because of the nerfs. I feel like the win rate is also bad because teams have played against Jakiro for almost like 3 months. Every single game that you found and theory crafted every goddamn solution that exists. So now that he got a bit nerfed and you have those solutions ready and waiting in your arsenal, he doesn't look as great.
Tundra do not want to allow Gaming to have this win 3 lanes mentality where they break the entire game. Of course, we keep talking about Shadowfiend having a good time, but that's because he was able to go to any of the side lanes at any minute and it was going to be a kill, right? Now you have Tusk in one lane, Ench in another. It is setting up for a real battle of the laning phase. It should not be as one-sided as game 2.
If this was Tofu on Tundra, he'd probably pick Puck here as a position 4 into the Jakiro. That's something that they did discover in their
group stage games.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Like being able to dodge it and heal up.
You're taking the Abaddon.
So can Gaimin take Death Prophet?
This Abaddon was the solution to Jakiro as well in the last patch, more or less in the laning stage. And Death Prophet on the other side, I mean, there's a slow from Ench, but it's not like a Venomancer. You don't necessarily enjoy playing against her too much, but it's not that hard. And if it's, let's say, the same carry, like an Ursa being played by a Chrysalis this time around, and you have DP, you're fine, because Ench you can siphon from the creep as well. So once they go on you, it actually, you get that creep to work against the Enchantress.
I don't think they need it, though. I think for Gaming to progress their draft, if they are flexing Shadowfiend, getting Ace and Tofu's hero here would be really good. Like picking Centaur and any control 4 would be really nice. It's a lane that can play into Enchantress. It's a lane that doesn't really care too much about the carry matchups, because Centaur is very independent with Vanguard and Blade Mail. Then if Shadowfiend does go to the carry role, you then have the Aghanim's Cart to enable the right click of Shadowfiend in the late game. You've got the Stampede for positioning, which is very critical against the Tusk. But
whoa,
okay,
The Omni.
Was not expecting an Omni.
I think this might be a carry Omni. I'm just throwing it out there.
Potentially, I mean, Ace likes to play these type of heroes. Watson could play it, but it just feels like they just want to run head on into each other, right?
Just the matchup versus Abaddon, I think you do well in the lane. And yeah, it can be an offlane as well, for sure. You get free BKB if you're SF as well. You have that nice little repel to work with. Let's see.
Are we also committed to Abaddon being in the offlane, or can they flex it to...
Like Tigav said, they could chase each other around, so... Could be offlane, could be safe lane.
I think I'd prefer just C33 playing it. I don't really have many memories of Crystals playing Abaddon, but I did close my notes, so maybe I'm...
No, he did not. He did not. He played, in this tournament at least, he played a couple of Kunkka games, a Sven game. I absolutely like the Marcy pick. I expected maybe on the other side as well. But so we're going to have a Marcy position 4 here, right? Most likely.
Dude, whatever.
The pick me up facet?
Pick me up with Omni Knight?
Yeah.
That sounds like good times.
Yep.
Yeah, yeet him in, he just hammers the other guy, just runs away.
This is something that Ari does so damn well in Navi.
Boom might debate that based on the previous series he played.
Listen, Ari's happy at the end of the day.
He died 0 times.
It's not about who he's picking up. It's about the Marcy.
It is true. That is true.
If you win the game.
If you win the game.
You win the game.
Otherwise, you're getting reported.
The methods are irrelevant.
Okay. Tundra, of course, going back for Beastmaster from game 1. I think this is a nice way to deal with the mid Shadow Fiend. Mid Shadow Fiend, you shove wave, you farm up. If Beastmaster also does the same thing, between the two heroes, it's a matter of who gets the jump, right? Both heroes kind of play the same way. Beast gets Ag's Blink, and you kill any hero in the game. Shadow Fiend buys Yashakaya Blink, you kill nearly any hero in the game. So it's going to be about the pick-off potential between the potential two mid laners, of course.
I feel like Shadow Fiend is still a flex, of course, but playing SF into Abaddon and Tusk, snowballing on top of you, might be a bit rough. Is there some potential, like we've been talking about Omni Knight as core here, is there some potential for SF Omni lane? No, it's SF Jakiro for sure, right? It has to be.
The draft feels like Shadow Fiend should be the carry in this game because you've got Marcy with the buffs for the lifesteal, the pick-me-up for repositioning, Omni's going to have Repel, Guardian Angel, Jakiro for laning phase.
So probably last pick mid then? Or because they banned out Io, they're afraid of Io Marcy.
Again, everything's still up in the air for gaming, but like the way the draft looks at the moment, it does feel like everything's buffing a core Shadow Fiend. But that's the beauty of the draft at the moment is because they have last pick, everything buff Shadow Fiend can very quickly become a casual Shadow Fiend middle who's playing Magic build, and Omni's offlane and carries last pick, but everything can change. So yeah, gaming's draft it's hard to read, and Tundra needs to identify which version of the draft are they most scared of to then ban for. And at the moment, like Lizard just mentioned, with the IO ban, they're scared of the IO Marcy safe lane, the general pressure. Yeah. So they think SF mid Omni offlane is the
and
current
it's the
version.
same on the other side, right? Like when you look at Gaimin and their bans, they ban out the Razor, they ban out the Brewmaster. They're expecting maybe a carry, maybe an offlane. Who cares? Let's just ban out the heroes we think are hardest to play against right now.
No, okay. And I was thinking if this was like Nightfall, I'm trying to think, what would he want to play against an Omni, a Shadow Fiend, Marcy?
I still think...
I feel like he would take the Abaddon carry.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, well, this is kind of a weird... but he also thought about Troll, if we ignore Abaddon being there, but you can dispel Guardian Angel. But yeah. Maybe not. Don't know, there's so much flexibility and creativity in the drafts that both teams just need to be strong with what they pick.
That's slick. Now, I guess they're not 100% sure where the Beastmaster may be going.
I think TA is safe lane, Beast off or mid. Actually, Beast mid and Abaddon offlane most likely. Or you could just TA actually mid as well. You're right.
Everything's up in the air.
It's a curveball.
That's the correct way to go for it, right? If I'm excited at the prospect of gaming's draft, its identity being a right-clicking Shadow Fiend, everything buffing it, to Shadow Fiend magic and now different tempo, Tundra have to respect that. Like, gaming will utilize this really well.
And it's like, these two cores, what's so interesting about them, like TA and Beast, even though TA is exclusively played as carry, even if you play it to mid, it won't really matter that much. Beast is still going to do the same build from the safe lane.
Yeah.
Just depending on how you want to lane it. So it will be a mid SF with a carry gyro, it seems like.
Ace takes the offlane Omni. It is a carry gyro. 33 takes the offlane Abaddon. BZM will play the mid Beastmaster yet again.
Yep. I mean, BZM on Beastmaster has had some incredible games in the last couple of months, so I get it. Like, you just stick with the comfort zone. TA should not struggle, I believe, in the lane as well. Like, all of these damage instances from Tofu and Ace are burst. It's like one instance that you go with. So Refraction has extra value in the lane as well. You can dispel some stuff with Enchantress too. And if you find the right creep, yeah, that lane should not be too difficult for Chrysalis, I think.
There's no time for analysis now, Tsunami. Simply the story of the game. It has been 6 very long years since Quinn has won 2 Shadow Fiend games in the same calendar year. In those 6 years, Quinn has gone from a boy of North America, playing on teams like Quincy Crew and Chaos Esports Club, to rising to the tops of Gaimin Gladiators, winning multiple prestigious events. TI has eluded him. Can he break that 6-year-long dire streak? He is on the dire side. He is playing Shadow Fiend.
Not only that, the streak of Gaimin Gladiators failing to beat Tundra throughout the entirety of this season thus far. A lot of streaks can be broken here. It's a momentous occasion.
It is a beautiful moment and a prestigious Game 3.
I'm glad that we're giving it the gravity that it deserves.
Absolutely, guys.
Are you chuckling right now?
Are you laughing at this?
I'm absolutely not. You're on it.
Are you mocking the
North American region
of this situation?
It's, yeah, I can feel the gravity. It's in the air. I'd never mock it, ever.
I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I would like to take us all into game number 3. Let's go.
Game 3 time, boys and girls. Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators, indeed. After that game 2, I think, Quinn and probably the team were like, hey, this SF works kind of good on you. Let's just do it again.
Yeah, they just run it back. Of course, they did hold the flex until the very, very end. We'll say we've got 2 very, very fast lineups. A lot of their early games, some of the rotations will do a lot and determine a lot as well. Even just with the TA on Crystallis, it's going to allow Whitemon some more safety around the map and some more freedom to potentially move. Because last game around, they didn't pressure Quinn at all on the SF.
They lost all 3 lanes, basically, right? In terms of how much Gaimin Gladiators were getting against Tundra. And you'd imagine, well, this time round, you don't see that happening again here.
No. They decided to first pick the Tusk. I like that. It's always been banned out later on. So you've got aggressive supports. You can make stuff happen. But Gaimin also, they close it out with a fast hero in the gyrocopter. You can go through the gate. You can help out your SF. I expect a lot of action.
Now, looking forward to this one. See if we get a bit of a closer game. We've sort of had 2 one-sided affairs. This one, see what we get here.
Ace. It's going to get sharded off.
That's going to be some good shards.
Easy
jump. Tofu. Easily able to get Ace back to safety. Meanwhile, BZM taking quite a bit of damage there from the 2 of them. Watson and Quinn ran him down.
Did get triple raised by Quinn, so of course some mana investment. But BZM will have to pay the price for some HP.
We'll see how it goes. Because what you imagine, what BZM should be able to hold his own against the SF as the Beastmaster in this matchup?
Yeah, I would say early on they both farm a lot, but later, the more levels you get on Beast, Quinn needs to be very, very careful in this type of matchup. Especially if any support comes cruising over mid for Tundra. So Tofu's going to have to be on the money. Maybe even with some TP over with a rebound, either aggressively or to bail Quinn out of any trouble.
And you like the overall ending of the draft there, from Gaimin side of things, at least you're getting Watson on the gyro.
I do like Gyro. I mean, I always see Gyro as a kind of maybe a bit of a boring hero, but I think he's very stable and he's very good. You've got Gyro Omni, honestly kind of a classic just hero that goes in, you buff him up, you've got the Marcy too. So just everything that they need, and very good against Tundra's lineup. They want to play fast, well, Gyro is great against that.
Yeah, sure, but you imagine for the most part, if Tundra do start to make moves, Gaimin's lineup is a lineup that will turn up and fight back.
Oh, all of them would love to answer, right? If you're an Omni Knight, you can quickly TP in, Purification, maybe throw a Repel on your SF or your Gyro. Same with Watson, so I expect everyone to be everywhere. Maybe apart from Crystallis, he's going to be looking to farm it up on the Templar. This early laning stage, we don't have too much going on. Once you get to level 2 on the Marcy, might need to have Whitemon and Crystallis be a little safe.
Bit of a setup on a Whitemon. There's a lot of burst. They just straight up blow him up here with the damage. And then Crystallis, is he dead as well?
Yep.
Oh.
Gone.
Well,
he is gone.
Yeah, there we go. Well, that ain't great for Tundra down there. I mean, should that happen? The 2 of them getting caught out by these heroes?
It can if you're out of position.
Sure.
One of the weaknesses of Ench is that when heroes get on top of you, you're quite weak to them. And this is one of Marcy's absolute strengths.
I've got to watch out for those jumps. With the rebound there from...
The second death is not really okay, but of course, off of the first kill, Tofu gets to level 2. Then they get the dispose on Crystallis as well with a double.
And you can't underestimate how much burst damage this Omni Knight can output in the laning stage. It hurts.
Yeah, it's got double pure damage to work with.
So if they're going to be able to regain themselves in this lane.
See, Tofu gonna be able to secure the Lotus. I mean, certainly not really what you want from this lane as Tundra, because the TA, it was picked to have a good time down here, then free up Whitemon later to move around.
Oh! And they go again, it's good burst! It's gonna be enough, Whitemon.
Bye-bye.
He's going down again. They've got to be more careful down here. This safe lane of Tundra getting really dealt with by this duo of Ace and Tofu on the Omni Marcy.
I mean, it is a big weakness of Ench as a hero, and Whitemon also, it's not like he's built items to try and live through this. He's got a Windlace, but they get on top of you. And he went for the Impetus level 2. There's no heal. So, might have underestimated this power.
Now Crystallis!
Whoa.
They've got to bring some TPs in! I mean, Crystallis will live only just. But this lane from Gaimin, it's scary.
It's doing a lot. And it's kind of been the story of a lot of these games. Whichever offlane dual lane sets the pace has kind of helped their entire team. And looks like Gaimin doing it again here in the 3rd game.
And was sort of the fact that, Saxa did have to TP bottom there, because that threat did mean that the Mid lane, the water rooms are open, so Quinn's able to refill the bottle without any interruption from supports, just because of how much pressure his teammates are putting in on this bottom lane.
But it's not, Saxa's not happy, or shouldn't be that happy. Let's see if they can get some kills here. I feel like it's not easy.
I was gonna say, did they want to fight this? I mean, whoop, okay, this time the jump's at the mark. Melody's coming in to back up, though. They get the dispose. Lovely dual breath, pretty much onto all three of them with that angle. That's Saxa dead. They just have this bottom area completely under control. Gaimin.
This is troublesome. Yeah. Usually all these TPs you see from position 4s is when they're like, you know, they're sneaky, they outnumber you 3v2, but
yeah,
you had to do it defensively as Saxa, and even then, it's a TA edge lane. It's not that aggressive.
I guess this is the thing as well, because of the lane set up top, now Watson, he doesn't mind being left on his own. It's just against an Abaddon. You know, what's the Abaddon going to do against him 1v1? It's going to look at him.
Yeah, Watson's going to be super big.
He's like, guys, you can go play wherever you want. I'm having a free farm time up top.
Let's see, double supports moving into mid.
Is BZM ready for this? He is.
He does walk it off.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Saxa comes in with the TP.
Let's see how Tundra will put a stop to this early on in the laning stage. Because they don't have too much fighting back. They do have an edge creep here.
Whitemon? I mean, Tofu's just able to walk up and grab him with a dispose. Whitemon
is dead.
A lot of early casualties here.
Very rare to see triple death this early on Whitemon, but yeah, Tofu on this Marcy, making it look very, very strong.
Just constantly catching him by surprise.
Yeah, and I also like that Malady kind of not... Well, I guess he kind of gave up on the top lane, but who cares really? He's getting a lot of work done in the mid and bottom lane.
BZM will get the rune. Not the craziest, you know, nothing that's really going to threaten Quint. Just the regen that BZM's able to bottle up.
Wouldn't be surprised later when Watson gets this level 6 if they can keep the siege creep up on the bottom lane to see him move through the gate and absolutely just take it over. But let's see, Crystallis might be able to whip it out.
Malady's coming in with a wraparound top. They might be able to set something up here. Saxa
does have to snowball.
He's going to be fine. 33 ready as well with shields if required. So far, it's not quite as drastic, but it is still like we saw in Game 2. Gaimin coming out on top of all three lanes so far.
BZM, at least he's working on some stacks. I mean, Beast is it's quite of a slow mid hero, right? You do okay in the lane, but then you need to farm up your stacks, get towards the Aghanim Scepter, slowly build up your game. So it's ever so important for Tundra that they're able to hold this map. Here's the move we talked about earlier. Siege creep is up, the double gate. How do you respond to this as Tundra?
Well, there's the beautiful setup, the ice path. Catching Crystallis just on the tip there. Malady having the easy setup. Yeah, well, what's the plan here from Tundra? Things are starting to fall apart pretty quickly now, like they did in the last game.
Oh, for now, it's absolutely to farm and just damage control. You've got 0 kills on the deck. And honestly, it's not that easy for them to even score one at this point. Beast kind of wants to farm. Crystallis, he's suffering the most. 2,500 net worth as a TA.
A last pick TA as well.
Yep. Looking onto the mid. Perfect timing from Tofu. Active rune. Let's see if they get lucky on the 50-50. They do not.
There's the lead in Tofu.
Raise.
It's another death on Whitemon. He is really struggling with this Marcy, you know, making the jump on him every time. They'll get the setup, but there is going to be the Requiem pushing them back. And that's going to give Tofu a bit of space to back away. 33 is going to follow forward here with the borrowed time of the ice path. Catches onto and Tofu stands his ground with the disposed. Tofu will die, but he sets up for 33 to be taken out. Saxa's coming in the wraparound. They're surrounding Quinn. Surely they can kill him here. The snowball comes across the two, and then they'll get him. But Watson, there's time for him to swing across with the rocket barrage, get on top of BZM. BZM trying to hide in the trees, but the second rocket barrage will get him. Saxa's going to look for the denied to Roshan. Will be able to find it. So Saxa able to knock himself out there. It's scrappy. They get something here, Tundra. Still, ultimately, though, Watson gets a bit of a cleanup.
He does get the cleanup, but he already had a great game, whereas Tundra, they really needed this. When you're down this much, this early on, this XP injection into your heroes, and also this breathing room for Crystallis. Got to push the entire bottom lane out. and just chill. Yeah, very, very needed. As Saxa swings around with the Amplify.
I'll keep Watson on the bottom side of the map for now. It's feeling pretty safe down there. We'll see it again on the replay. At the start, quick grab here to get Whitemon. But indeed, 33, he was not having any of this. He's like, right, we got to do something about it. I'm getting involved. I'm TPing over, and I'm chasing down the two of them.
That's quick reaction, but you absolutely have to make them pay. You can't just let Gaimin get away with everything. And it's important that they do all man up here.
Yeah.
TM as well.
Saxa coming again in from that angle, blocking off any chance of escape from Quinn. They needed these kills badly. Does manage to take away some of the lead the Gaimin Gladiators had against them. Not quite all of it, though.
See, win the live game again. We've got a smoke on BZM and Saxa, so they would like to open up the map at least a little bit.
With the three of them, they might be able to stand a chance of getting Ace.
I mean, especially with Ace already being here, it's not like he will TP in and then save the guy. If he's the first touch, this is great for Tundra.
With the setup with the Raw, TPs are coming in. Ace, can he save himself? The heals are coming in, he's fine. They didn't have enough to get him, and now Tundra's got to run. They will get out with everyone alive by the looks of it, so at least forcing out a lot of TPs there, of course, from Gaimin. But yeah, even with the three of them, not quite enough to even get that close to being able to bring down this Omni Knight.
I think Saxa's Snowball didn't quite connect. I mean, they needed perfect layering of stuns.
Saxa, he's still going to actually end up going down.
We'll make them work for it. Well, he did force everyone up top, so also we have to pay attention to the map. Crystallis, once again, entirety of the bottom lane.
He's slowly climbing back into the game.
Yep. I mean, this is much needed space for him. This is not usual for a TA. Bottom of the network for this hero is absolutely not normal and not where you want to be.
He had a very difficult lane, as we saw against that Marcy Omni from Tofu and Ace.
Oh, there's a Midas on 33.
All right. We'll see if he goes the whole way. We have seen earlier in this tournament him go for the full Midas into Octarine rush. To really benefit from the cooldowns. You don't like that?
I really did not like it. I would not like to see it here. Because I think what you need to do is... Oh. Crystal is probably dead.
Saxa, he might be in trouble as well. He's got to run.
Because Gaimin are going to bring the fight to you, and you better fight back. So sure, you can get a minus, help yourself with a bit of the levels. But I would like more items after.
Oh yeah, he's queuing up that Octarine.
Well, don't listen to me then.
It did, because it didn't work that... They lost that game, right?
They had a lot of net worth, but it just didn't honestly do all that much. I mean, yeah, you get all the lower cooldowns, so maybe that's your way of
cool
like, helping.
Honestly, I think this was the first build I did when I saw this facet when it got added. It's like, imagine the cooldowns. Midas Octarine, it's the dream for us Midas enjoyers out there.
Well, it is a good game for
less so for our teammates, but
Yep. Let's see and figure it out if it's good. As Gaimin finally do get to reach a tower. I mean, with all the chaos also that Tundra created earlier, of course, it did keep Gaimin away from their side of the map. Tundra starting to fortify their jungle, or at least trying to, because you have to hold on to and try to defend your mid-tier 1. If you give up jungle control here as Tundra, your mid tower is instantly gone.
Now, 33's got to be a bit careful, top. It's very low. And borrowed time is on cooldown.
Guess they were able to force it out of him. Saxa's TPing up top.
I mean, they can't go on Ace like this. They need so much to take this Omni Knight down.
I mean, last time they didn't have punch, but yeah, you need...
Even with that, it's...
Saxa and 2 chords.
And it has to be perfect then, sort of the layering of the stuns. It's a very difficult kill.
Well, at least you do have Tundra who are slowing down the game. You have Whitemon pulling some creeps away from mid. Sure. EZM continuously farming the triangle. Whitemon, I'm telling you, I said this. This guy loves to go for the steal. This is literally the Whitemon.
I don't think he's getting it this time.
Not this time.
No, Tofu's onto him.
Of course, there's no rebound target.
Yep. Whitemon's going to try with the Jukes.
Not quite.
He's looking pretty dead.
Yeah.
It's a tough game. Tough game.
Pew, 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 pew. Which means Tofu will just be able to, of course, get the Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, that is, I tell you what, that was very nice of 33.
What did he do?
He's got a Midas, there's an Arcane Rune, and he lets his mid still have it. You know, wow.
That's real
If
nice.
I had a Midas,
You're picking that up.
I've got the Midas, I'd take the Arcane, that's how it goes. Oh no, 33, a true team player. Keeps it safe for BZM to grab in the bottle.
I mean, the one for them that's going to push it forward is BZM. You need to let him get towards his Ags as soon as possible. Maybe even Ags, Blink, and like look for the Roche because, I mean, Gaimin have a pretty damn good lead still with 4K. I mean, they're eyeing Ace, but...
Yeah, they'll get a few hits on the tower, but yeah, they ain't killing the Omni Knight, and they know it. They just poke at the tower, try to get out, I guess at the least. Just trying to force reactions from Gaimin, and they'll get that.
Sucks even gets out. Of course, he's got the Cobalt Cup, like a little mini drums for himself on the neutrals. Helps him get out of harm's way.
Yeah, just full out on the farm, really, for Tundra. So it's going to be the plan for the recovery. Chrysalis needs his space. He's getting it. 33, obviously, with his Midas Octarine build. It's going to take some time.
Yeah, but he's kind of chilling. Having a good time.
And Ace. They're looking at him. But that's a lot of damage coming down on the BZM.
Repel,
Ace,
Guardian Angel.
He's going to be able to get the ult off. How's the Roar? They should get him this time. They will. Ace can't survive through that. Maybe feeling a bit stronger than he was there, stepping up to the high ground. He does not get away with that one. They finally can kill this Omni Knight.
Yeah, I mean, once his spells are down, they deal so much damage. They have drums, they have the Abaddon passive max impetus. So sure, Whitemon may have had a rough laning stage, but he's got the levels, he's got some of the items. He, again, starting to deal a lot of damage on this Ench. So Tundra putting themselves back on the spot.
Yeah, they're slowly catching up in farm. Quinn's going to be very close to the blink. Once that's there, he'll definitely be looking to try and get involved in the action.
I mean, that's an Aghanim Scepter completed on BZM. If Gaimin start losing control of this top half of the map, Tundra could look to force Roche on them. You've got the Ench creep, you've got Shield, Tag Team, Mass TP's onto bottom.
Look at the Roar. It's going to be another one. Some good setups here from BZM now.
Looks like they tried for a play onto Crystallis even with the Requiem. But counterplay was too quick here from Tundra.
Even with sort of the tough situation from the lanes, similar to last game, no doubt about it, this game's going to be a whole lot closer. Tundra stabilizing in a way that they were unable to in Game 2. That gap very much closing, if not almost gone.
Well, at least the way that Gaimin need to play the mid game is very, very different from the last game. Sure,
yes.
Like last game, you had Ursa, he had an early blink, he got to go all the way in there. Same with a Bad Rider. You don't have that this time. Tofu finds a small catch.
And he's buying time for Quinn to head over. 33's got the borrowed time. Quinn is going to be able to wait it out. And can they get 33 out of it? They might just be able to. 33 gets away. No, Tofu in with another rebound. 33, though, he gets the shield off. Kills Tofu. And he's out of there. Bounces away. They couldn't quite get him.
He's quite tanky. He's got the level 10 talent with the HP region on the shield. He picked up the shard as well on the Abaddon. Tumbler's toy to get out.
And he's going to make good timing on this Octarine. So we are going to see this Abaddon just pumping out the gold.
And he put himself on the top of the net worth. I think some of the crappy stuff that's been happening over the last 5 minutes is really not favoring Gaimin at all.
No, I think Tundra are feeling pretty comfortable, I think, at this point.
Radiant are scanning.
Things are slowed down, and you know, Gaimin, as you said last game, we saw what they were able to do with the sort of style when they're ahead. If the game starts to slow down, things are definitely going to get a bit trickier for Gaimin.
They need to kind of find a way to change the state of the map, because what Tundra are doing, they have Ench creeps, they have traps on the map, you have Abba who's hard to kill, and Beast summons, and Gaimin don't have the best deep push or map kill at the moment.
Quinn. So he's going to find, they're all out. Saxa's away. BZM's perfectly fine, very close to having the blink for himself. Malady maybe see if he can get an angle to cut him off with the ice path. Gets him on the edge. Quinn's still trying for this, but yeah, they're not going to have any other catch. He is away, and next time he's going to be even more slippery with that blink dagger done on the Beastmaster. Blink as well now, picked up here for 33. Opting to grab that before he does commit to finish the full Octarine. So very much valuing that chance to to be able to blink out during the borrowed time if they go on him.
You can really tell if you look at the neutral items and just the item pickup from Tundra. They understand that Gaimin, they have weak catch. You go 2 Tumbler toys already on your guys, and you're rushing, what, 4 blink daggers? They're just looking to outplay Gaimin on the map, at least for now, until they get to a bigger item stage.
Yeah, these blinks are going to feel super good.
Let's see, they want to rush this Roche on Gaimin. They do have 30 seconds.
They'll probably get this. I mean, well, okay, smoke's coming in. How good is Tundra's fight going to be? Because they're not bringing Chrysalis in for this one. This might be a bit tricky for Tundra.
Let's see, they want to delay this. It's a lot about what you see, but yeah.
Like, can they really get an angle to get in? No. No. Aegis has already gone. They will catch Tofu outside of the pit, so they'll get something from that setup. But Aegis into the hands of Watson, and they might just try and see if they can catch someone straight away themselves with the smoke.
I mean, both teams doing really well at this point. You have Crystallis and White Mouse creep down bottom still pushing, whereas Gaimin are pushing forward towards the Tormentor.
Got eyes on 33, but he's a tough one to catch with the blink and the borrowed time. Quinn's going to try and start something. A raise here, raise there.
Well, that's nothing more to be done.
No.
Tundra just continuing to stay on the map. Gaimin want this Tormentor. Saxa, can he steal with level 1 shards?
That would have been hype, but he's not going to go for it.
2k lead. Gaimin still in a great position.
Yep, they managed to continue to hold on to the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Ace has got the blink himself. Same to be said for Saxa. He's able to blink out before the Radiance tick connects. Now, does she turn in with the punch? Drop the Macropire down, but can't keep them held into it. 33 is going to start chasing Malady down, forces Malady to TP up. Snowball, it's there to put a stop to it. Ace trying to bail Malady out of this. Here with the ultimate as well, but Malady will be going down. Tundra get the kill. Can they go for anything more? BZM's going to continue the chase on towards Ace. There's the Roar. Quinn, he's got the Requiem going. 33's in though with the borrowed time. Heals back up to full HP, but BZM is dead. He used to blink out to the side. Watson swings in, able to take out Saxa, and Quinn with a raise or 2 takes out Whitemon at the end of it all. Tundra maybe getting a bit too ahead of themselves there. They tried to chase up to the high ground. Gaimin, they were ready to turn.
Yeah, definitely overplay, because you cannot underestimate that Requiem was incredibly strong. While all of this was going on, by the way, Crystallis got a solo kill onto Tofu and stole the Wisdom Shrine on Gaimin's side of the map. It's closing in on a Desolator. I believe that is when they will look to include him. Will start to deal serious damage.
Question is how much more Gaimin are going to look to try and do with the Aegis. Still 2.5 minutes or so on it. Lines being drawn here on both of the side lanes by BZM. 33, borrowed time's on cooldown. Blink out's there. See over towards the mid. Quinn's going to have an arcane rune for the next fight. No Requiem though. Still 40 seconds cooldown. They'll get the jump on a BZM though. Shows himself in the mid. He gets caught by surprise. He's dead. They're going to get the jump forward here with the Tumble as well onto Saxa. He has to snowball. He's going to get the blink out, but Quinn ready to follow his own blink. Doesn't quite manage to stay on top of him though. He's still trying with the Tumbler's toy. In fact, Ace, they just got so many blinks themselves. Ace able to close in, sets up a Tofu to get on top of them. They get the 2 kills, and they get the pressure on down on the bottom lane game, and they're going to get this tier 2 tower. Very much showing that they're still, at the moment, in charge of this one.
It's a heads-up move from Gaimin. You show your Aegis hero on bottom, Tundra will just expect you to run down that lane. It's important that they keep control of the mid lane, as they do. Pick up 2 kills for themselves.
Uh-oh, Whitemon. Straight away TP. Oh! That's a courier snipe and a half there. Ace just knocked out the full Deso that Crystallis was trying to get delivered to him up in that top lane. That's the Desolator gone for 2.5 minutes, Kezu. That hurts.
No, that's absolutely a big one. Because on this Aegis Expire with the Deso, that's something you could have used to like try and fight back. But yeah, Tundra, I mean, they're doing good, but they're still suffering. Gaimin getting everything that they want. I mean, it's not like anything is stopping Watson on the map at the moment. 303 top net worth.
Yeah, he's going to have that BKB to cover him once the Aegis expires with this sort of timing.
And BZM is suffering. Without a BKB in his next fights.
Yeah, he just dies. Yeah. They could just fully commit onto the Beastmaster. So yeah, he's almost certainly just going to look to try and avoid action until that BKB is online for him. Ultrine is out now for 33.
Yep. He definitely does have a lot of spells to deal with, but it's gonna be a fat gyro buffed up by, you've got a Marcy and an Omni behind him. I don't know if they care too much. I feel like they'll be able to punch all the way through that. Tofu and Ace setting up the bottom.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tundra, they were able to slow down Gaimin Gladiators a little bit earlier. Can they do so again? Because Gaimin really starting to get that lead built once more. And a lot of it is definitely going to rely on just sort of how much we see from 33 on the Abaddon with this build, as you say. Because we have seen it before, and you can just die, right? I guess that's sort of the thing, right? Sure, you've got these lower cooldowns on your shields and stuff, but if you are the one that gets gone on, they can control you through the borrowed time. You still die very easily on this Abaddon with this build.
And it's also like the gyro and the SF. They should have enough damage, at least later on, of course, to kind of pop through some of those. So we'll see where 3-3 takes this next. I believe he did have a Blade Mail queued up.
Yeah. Actually, did he buy it or did he unqueue it? Is he looking at something else now?
I don't think he got it just yet.
No, yeah, he took it out of the queue. So I guess you're sort of considering where to go. I mean, yeah, where do you think he needs to go next? What do you think is sort of being considered here next in this build?
I wouldn't necessarily mind the Blade Mail from his side, but I can also see like some bigger stuff like in AC just to buff up his team.
True.
Keep yourselves like more alive.
What about just going for like a straight up Hex? Or is it a bit too big of a dream, too early?
I feel like they don't have enough damage to facilitate a Hex, to be honest. Whereas at least AC is like a nice hybrid.
Yeah, nearly a full Shivas on Ace.
Yeah, it's, and that hurts. Like against all the heals, everything you got going. Attack speed slow as well. TA. Even the Eng.
Oh, look at that's a nice one for Quinn. Let's see if he finds anyone up here.
I think Gaimin, two things I would like them to do soon if they want to keep shutting down the map is to, one, pick up a gem, especially against the TA traps, and to play side lane wards.
Oh,
Because
Quinn's going to have eyes on 33. Can 33 get out of this? He is going to have the borrowed time, the blink and a TP, but obviously the threat of the Requiem will be there. He's going to go for a good blink down to the side. That will do it. At the same time, another TP success out here.
Both teams trying to earn some ground and space on the map. BKB is complete.
Yeah, BZM's ready to turn up and get involved in the fight, so that's not a bad jump at all. Straight in with the raw onto Ace. Beautiful stuff there for BZM, an easy catch. No hesitation as soon as he sees Ace walking out like that.
On a quick move over here too.
So what they can do, Watson. He's got Quinn moving over to help out. Of course, does have the BKB if he feels threatened. They get the punch out, Quinn. He's here at the side. The BKB comes out from Watson. They're going to continue to try and chase forward. They've got the shards. He's just going to go for the BKB TP. This is not a position that Gaimin want to fight in. They want to make sure that they've got Ace back up and with them. And Quinn, of course, wants to get the Ags done. He's about 1,200 gold off it. So they managed to disengage.
Those are still big wins for Tundra. And it's something Gaimin have to be careful about. Tundra still abusing the fact that they're more mobile on the map. They've got more ghost push. They've got more mobility. Beautiful lane ward bottom that allowed him to kill Ace initially.
Smoke time from Tundra. Got eyes on Malady. We're going to try and make the jump, but Tofu's ready to take him back to safety. Full Daedalus on Watson. Now, if Gaimin can set up the full team fight, it's not going to be easy for Tundra to deal with unless sort of BZM gets in, gets this roar, and they blow up one of the key targets first. But definitely difficult unless they're getting the jump on Ace. You know, if Ace is able to sit back, get those initial saves off on whoever gets jumped, the fight's going to get pretty messy for Tundra.
Yeah, the Repel Guardian Angel will definitely put a stop to Tundra's play. So they really have to be cautious of how they start the fight.
Because this is the thing, right? When you look at Tundra's lineup, the only one really that can sort of stop Ace getting his stuff off is the Beastmaster with the Roar. Outside of kind of like a punch and a snowball, it's not easy to stop Ace from getting to play these fights freely.
The Tundra are going to play more, I think, off of Chaos and Vision. Like, you've got the traps, you've got Eng Body, Eng Creeps, Beast Creeps to, like, show you some stuff. And, like, try to keep poking until they can ultimately go for like a clutch play.
Sure.
Malady, yeah. Queuing up the Ags, wants some more damage, pure damage as well against the Tundra draft.
BZM just trying to get away with some extra pressure on the bottom lane. Gaimin very much hovering around the mid, this Roshan area, waiting for the respawn. As we can see at least, though, it is going to come as Roshan will head down towards the bottom. Tundra desperately just trying to get as much as they can from the map whilst they're getting this breathing room.
Do have a gem now in Malady to sweep through the map at least a little bit. Well, Roshan will move to the bottom side. Crystallis has been setting up a few traps around the bottom river. Yep, working on a Shiva's on 33. Even bought himself a Soul Ring for some of the upcoming fights to stay topped up in mana.
Tundra. Do they want to try and prepare for this smoke or avoid it? Looks like they want to try and meet it head on. They're coming up with the smoke themselves. Let's see if Tundra's ready to take a team fight head on against Gaimin.
You have buybacks available and you have a lot of annoying...
They are going to block Watson in for now, but it's still difficult to commit on him with the backup he has. They're trying, they're bursting pretty low. He takes a lot of damage there. Saxes him with a punch up. They'll try and take him out to the side. Quinn prompt the Requiem to push them back. Watson, he's in trouble. He's caught by the stone. The heals come in. They're trying to keep Watson alive, but BZM finishes him off and now is ready to turn over towards Tofu. Tofu, can he escape? He cannot. BZM gets the double.
Real bad news for Gaimin.
Excellent start to that fight from Tundra. I mean, just the hits coming in from Crystallis kind of just caught Watson by surprise. He's like, my goodness, I've just lost 80% of my HP.
You're just poking it, and this is the worst timing. Like, people still underestimate when Roshan roars your ass, you take 25% more damage. He was not, look at it. It's literally, it happens all right after he roars right here.
With that debuff coming in.
Look at these hits. Pops his BKB on 400 health.
And it's a good call from Saxa. Jumping in with that punch, making sure there isn't a chance to get away. BZM in with the roar as well, on towards Watson. They know that they can get that kill, and once the gyro's gone, the fight's sort of over. And Quinn, he's lucky to get out alive. You see that at the top. He got caught so low after that Requiem went off from him when they surrounded him. He only just gets away.
Ooh, I mean, this is not good. Gaimin are not allowed to just... You know, just give Tundra the situation where they can poke them because they perfectly utilize it.
Yeah, they just went all in on that opportunity.
Saxa dodges the Requiem, keeps Quinn in the Ice Shards. Ooh, big blunder as Tundra take the lead, anti-Aegis.
Got full Shivas now on 33, ready for the next fight. And of course, that damage was with without Crystallis having the full Daedalus, which he's likely going to have for the next one as well. You know, that was just the Crystallis and the Death later alone. So, about a Daedalus and on top of that, yeah, this Gyro could die pretty quickly.
Yeah, he dropped the crown when it comes to the net worth. He's even 4th on the board now. Every single core on Tundra is now ahead of him.
Well, just instant BKB, it terrifies him. Yeah, 33 makes the jump on Watson. He's terrified there's more behind him. Successful little play there from 33 to poke that out.
Well, that's 80 seconds on the map where they can just play with so much more.
BCM's up to the high ground. It's like, well, Gyro's not going to BKB, so we're going to put the pressure on and see what Gaimin do.
He's got a shield rune. Oh, that's one fortification. That's a shield rune, Gale Guard, Manta style, BKB, Aegis Beastmaster.
Tofu. Oh, a little dispose. Get the cooldown out of them.
I do think that this Hex on Quinn will make a big difference, because what has been the absolute difference maker from Game 2 to Game 3 is that Gaimin don't have clear initiation. You blink, dispose someone? Now that you have a Blink Hex, you can at least look to start a fight. So Ice may be on Saxa with some snowball saves.
Sit down bottom. Oh. Chrysalis nearly finding Malady, but the TP out was there. BZM eyes on the mid. There's the jump. 33 is going to start things off here. Tofu's trying to take Watson out of it. Quinn now with the Hex. It's Tundra. I'll be ready to bring around this bottom lane. Getting a lot done here. Was sort of how much map control they're taking. You can see, you know, Gaimin, they're in their base right now.
Yeah.
They're pretty scared of what Tundra can do. Understandably so with the last moves that Tundra's been able to make against them.
Fully stuck, no vision either. Like, they're just... Ooh, they have really lost control. It is about to be the 35-minute mark, so you've got nighttime double siege waves coming up. Tundra, if they feel strong, could drop the banner and go hit one of the lanes. Also, Eng Tusk late game is really no joke. Saxa is already working on the Walrus kick, which is incredible against Gyro and SF. Some of the biggest problems of these heroes, repositioning. 33 knocking on the door. Anyone home?
Dire's courier has been killed.
Siege time, just trying to see what he can get out of Gaimin Gladiators with these jumps. They're going to try and punish him. It's the borrowed timeout. The blink's there though, and still not really a safe situation for them to chase him down. They are going to go for a little bit of a smoke, but it's still not easy, even though they know that the borrowed time's on cooldown. Aegis is about to expire, sure, as well, BZM. So there's a little bit of a window maybe for Gaimin to do something here.
Does give them a window to strike. Let's see if Saxa can come in clutch.
I do get 33's courier, which was the... Okay, still needed a bit of money for the rest of it, but we'll slow down the Hex probably a little bit. Because it did have the recipe on.
They see Ace on top,
the raw. They've got the setup here. BZM gets the opening. Watson able to slide away though this time. So the Raw and the BKB committed there from BZM. Won't get anything this time round. Couldn't quite get the rest of the team in position to bring the damage required. Aghanim's on Jakira. Satanic on the Gyro.
Well, you are getting yourself some buffs, but just look at what the supports are getting on the Tundra side. You've got Vipemon, who's queuing up a BKB into a Moonshard, and he will get there if the game lasts, and Saxa is halfway to his Aghanims.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see for Gaimin. It's not easy for them to start a fight. Of course, you do have the Hex now on Quinn.
Ready to bring it on the top. Tundra. $33 is going to make his way over. I mean, Quinn's already starting to lead in for Gaimin. There's the jump there for Saxa. He's training it. Beautiful shot. He's caught the two, and Quinn will still get the Requiem off. Turns towards Saxa. Is able to blow him up with the combo. See if Quinn can get out of this, though. 33 coming in with the chase. The neutral's going to trip on Malady. BZM with the Raw ready again. Straight on towards him. The ult comes out from Ace. Keeping Quinn alive, but 33 tanks it up with the borrowed time. The buyback comes into play from Saxa. 33, can he get on top of them again? Have a jump forward, but the Hex is there. Saxa in with the punch. They've got the control on Quinn. Chrysalis pots the BKB, moves in, trying to get the damage in onto Quinn, but Quinn can kite it out. Look towards Watson. Watson pots the BKB, tries to stand his ground, but BZM's on top of him. Watson with
Rebound.
the Satanic. He's healing up here. Watson back up to full HP. Watson will survive. Tundra will lose this fight big time as Gaimin take down them all. They couldn't deal with Watson this time around. Gets the Satanic off, back up to full HP. And the fight, a complete disaster there for Tundra.
What a buyback and rebound combo from Tofu to really just keep Watson in the fight and get it on top of like, what, 3 heroes with the Satanic up and running?
I mean, they could come in heavy with the push. Look at the buyback situation. The cores don't have, they don't have the money.
They actually have nothing.
If they I mean, we'll see it. It's a bit of a bold call if they do try and poke the tier 4s after this, but we'll see how much Gaimin look for here.
I really think you should. You should, like,
do you test it?
Talk and say hello. Yeah, you've got liquid fire, everything. You go for it.
There's some of them. Okay, they're just trying to make sure.
Being annoying.
Yeah, he's cutting the creeps.
And they've got the couriers.
Okay. Well, decent damage coming in from Whitemon. But I think they're going to figure it out. They're like, guys, they're not buying back.
Yeah.
They don't have the money. Gaimin, they're ending it. They've called it. They've not got the money. They have no buybacks. This game's over. This series, it's going to Gaimin. They take it 2-1 today against Tundra.
That's one of the strangest endings I have seen. They've been in full control.
They need to manage their finances better, Kezu.
They take one fight, get wiped, and they do not have any of the buybacks available.
They don't have them.
That's actually crazy. They just walk down mid and start hitting the throne.
Absolutely, a great call from Gaimin to try that. I feel like, some teams might not have tested it, but they were like, we got to. They're not buying back.
You have full network on all your cores, full HP. Sure, of course. You just straight up go. Wow, Tundra, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one.
Yeah,
Gaimin.
That was a very, very sudden ending there, unfortunately, for Tundra. But for Gaimin, they've done it. They've managed to get the series win here today against Tundra, 2-1.
They have finally defeated Tundra for the very first time in a best-of-3 this entire season. But that's not all, T. What did we really witness here in this momentous occasion for Gaimin Gladiators and for Quinn?
He finally did it. He's won 2 games of Shadow Fiend in the same year. Yes! He broke some terrible streak that we didn't even know existed until today, but he also won it in a really weird way, right? Like, when have you seen Tundra, like, they lose the early game, they recover it based on BZM Beastmaster, popping off, getting these pickoffs, threatening Gaming. Watson has a little bit of a fumble in the Roshan pit, looking despair, Gaming should lose, and then suddenly, it gets to Tundra's head. They don't invest into buybacks, and the game's just over.
This is a rare miscalculation from Tundra. Whenever they lose, it's off of maybe like draft or laning or something like that. But not having the gold for buyback on all of your heroes, that is not something that I would ever see out of a 33 roster.
And you're playing versus Shadow Fiend, by the way. This hero just goes through your buildings in an instance. It doesn't even matter. The rest of them as well are very capable of doing exactly that as well. They maul through objectives. This game was honestly so back and forth. It was a bit crazy, like the itemization as well from both of these teams. I feel like was so damn greedy. But in the end, definitely paid off for Gaimin. That last fight, the Satanic usage, I was actually surprised that they were going in with no Abaddon ulti, right? Like, okay, he's jumping in, he's baiting because he wants the others to jump in as well and go on him so that his team can follow up. But moving Gyro closer to your own teammates with the Satanic being there, that was a crucial mistake. Yep.
I just want to say for all the support players out there, just for clarification, the Enchantress and the Tusk, of course, did use buyback. So they had the buyback for the fight, but the cause, at the end of the game, Beastmaster, 678 gold from buyback. Templar Assassin, 1,022. Abaddon, 1,647.
Jeez.
And that was as Gaming started hitting the tier 3. Like they were not close to buybacks at all. So in Tundra's mind, that was a fight in the enemy jungle and Gaming where they expected to get the pick off. They expected to win the fight. They used their support buybacks to chase down the engagement. Like this is going to be the start of the fight here, right? They got Quinn in a relatively okay position. They think, you know what, we can go for him. And yeah, the fact is, you don't often think a tier 2 dire jungle fight will lead to the Radiant Ancient getting hit a matter of, what, 70 seconds later.
It almost never happens. They also try to play this. I can understand their go because they also have Abaddon.
Look how split they are. Sorry, like Abaddon blinks in. BZM, he actually walks to the top of the tier 2 area. So you got Saxa in, going, snowballing in, 33 running in. BZM's now turning up to the fight late. So this is not a Tundra on the same page. The cores are all on different pages. And yeah, it's very strange. I did not expect, I mean, to be fair, from that group stage, maybe we did expect to see it, but Yeah, that highlight is quite damning.
That was huge overcommitment right there from them, and I'm not sure if they might have had a plan on the Satanic and what they could have done about it, but perhaps it just failed. It didn't happen. I can see the Go idea just jumping in on the Abaddon and baiting some spells out, because their prolonged fights are really good. You have Abaddon, but you have to completely respect Gaimin as well, because they have Omni Knight. It's kind of the same deal. Like, you go on either the Gyro or the Shadow Fiend, and they just get healed constantly. If not healed, they get repelled, and they get extra strength as well from it, from all the dots on the other side.
It's one of those games where you're winning the game because of one hero, kinda, in regards to the aggression. But then when that hero steps away from the engagement, you're kind of back into a losing position.
Which is BZM's Beastmaster.
Exactly. So like, when I rewatch that highlight, it's like BZM has been the centerpiece of every successful fight, choking out Gaimin. The one time that he steps away and then 33 steps up to take over the initiation, that's when they fumble and they go too far. So yeah, just one bad choice in the game, Gaimin go, thank you very much, and they close out the win. So for Gaming, they're going to be very happy with this, but they'll obviously want to review the game and go, where could we have fixed things, because they're not going to be given this type of gift again in a future game for sure.
The instincts to straight up just go for the jugular after a fight like that is also encouraging for Gaimin Gladiators coming into this series kind of cold. We saw them have a fantastic group stage, and then game 2 they get slowed down a little bit, and we're like, okay, maybe, or was it game 1 that they had the axe? Yeah, so game 1 they came in kind of cold, and we're like, oh well, I guess Tundra's just going to be their Achilles heel over and over again.
You called it the gaming coordinator. It worked out in the end. It gave them that one extra, well, not one extra, maybe 10 extra minutes of time to recuperate and figure out what was actually necessary.
And maybe we'll get an opportunity to see how they got their bearings in this streak-breaking win result, because Nomad is standing by with Quinn.
I sure am. Yeah, we're ready for a Quinn interview. I mean, how you feeling after this one, Quinn?
Good. Tundra's been kind of our nemesis this year. I think we have kind of a bad matchup against them, and they've clapped our cheeks like 1,000 times, so it's good to finally clap them back, suckers.
Absolutely. That last game was like, that was over quick. I mean, were you expecting them not to have buyback in that situation?
Maybe not like as we're fighting, but right after the fight's over, like they have like just completed items and like half items on like all their heroes. So I think it's like we knew when we're pushing base, they have no buys.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it looked that way as well. Straight down the tier 4s, running it down. And then, of course, in this series as well, you pull out the Shadow Fiend not once, but twice. This is usually a hero which you pick up like once or twice a year, but now we're seeing it twice in one series. Is the hero just good?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good hero. I can't remember what they changed, not going to lie. But I know people started picking it recently. I genuinely can't remember what they changed. But the hero is pretty good right now. A lot of teams are trying it. It's picked a lot in pubs and stuff. It's not a bad hero.
Okay, great. So expecting to see more of that one, hopefully, because you look very confident in that one. So what do you think has changed? What's different? And why were you able to kind of snap back so hard at Tundra in this series?
I think we had a good talk after game 1, and we figured out, like, I think game 1 is very hard for us at draft. And I think we figured out more what we want against them and what they want against us, and we had a better idea going to game 2 and 3 in draft, and I think it shows. And I also think that we've been slowly getting better and better over the year, and I think they have not, to be honest. Like, I think they've floundered. They look pretty inconsistent in this tournament, and I think whenever like you're as dominant as they are, like earlier in the year, it's hard to maintain that, and I think they're also kind of dropping off a little.
Absolutely. Well, you guys are getting like better and better each and every time. Has this felt like, is there one key thing that's changed in the team recently? Like one thing which you kind of overcame to get to this form?
I think our communication has been improving. I think that's the biggest thing. I think it was a pretty big problem for a long time. A lot of small things adding up, and I think that's been something we've been actively working on that I think is showing itself in results. We still have a long way to go, but I think it's been getting better.
Okay, fantastic. And one last question, because this just, I want to know. What happened in that pause? What was going on with the coats and everything during that pause?
It was unreal cold in the room. The AC was blowing right on my hands, and I could not play. I needed to pause because my hands were too cold. So, yeah, I don't know what it looked like I was doing, but I had hand warmers, and I was trying to fix my situation.
Good. All right, glad to get clarification on that one thing. Thank you very, very much, Quinn. Congratulations. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll send it back to the panel.
You can't be playing Shadow Fiend when you're in frigid conditions. This man needed to loosen up. He didn't have the Arcana. The Arcana has the fire built into it. And now, maybe Shadow Fiend is starting to become a hero that he's seeming more comfortable on. It didn't really I didn't really get the impression that he was just like, yeah, I never play this hero. And, you know, we just started workshopping it and it happened all of a sudden. It seemed like he's been always considering it in his pocket, just maybe not in competitive.
I mean, you're a mid laner. You're always going to have Shadow Fiend in your repertoire at some point in your years of playing Dota. Maybe not competitively, but I'm sure in his pubs, he's probably got many more games in his pubs compared to pro. Just to get it into a draft is quite difficult. So now that they're realizing that it's a strong hero in the current patch, we'll probably see it more.
Yeah, the hero was just dead. I don't think it's anything to do with Quinn. If you go through 90% of the mid laners and you check their games, you're not going to find a lot of Shadow Fiends recently. It was meta for a little while on mid with some Blink Yules, but when was actually the last year when we had constant SF being picked? It's been a bit.
I can tell you there have been many people who are still living in 2017 who have been aching for the day that Shadow Fiend would reemerge as a top-tier hero, and Gaimin Gladiators are making a strong case for that being true here in Wallachia Season 5. They are going to be moving forward in our bracket, and now we need to figure out who's going to be their opponent on the other side. Will it be NAVI or will it be Xtreme? We'll find out after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
One playoff series out of the way already, and now a second one on deck. We've got NAVI taking on Xtreme Gaming, the one lone team in this entire top 8 that will not be going to Hamburg come September. What are they doing here, Lizard? Who let these guys in the club?
Yeah, the team is not going to go, the organization will.
Sure.
Right?
That's the cheap answer. Give us the real answer.
What are they doing here is they're kicking ass. That's what
yeah, they are.
They've been absolutely demolishing teams, and okay, at some point they had some struggles with mega creeps here and there, but in general they've been playing out of their minds. We had an interview with Ari. He said the same thing, that they're feeling that they've improved, that they're feeling much better now that they're unleashed from the TI burden. Look at Uragi, like he is averaging the most kills per match in the tournament. They have a couple of other records as well, by the way. I think they have the most assists as well, but this one, unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but they are winning.
I think I like this one more than the previous one because per minute I think is more relevant than per match, because they have had a lot of minutes of Dota, and it's easy to rack up high numbers when you're in like 60-minute games.
And because of that, these two on top, Kaori and Ari, that are kind of playing the heroes that are forcing Boom into nefarious positions, he has racked up a record in most damage taken. Why? Because he gets picked up and thrown into the gutter every time, and yeah, it's rough for him, but they're winning.
Yeah, from those stats, it's supports like to be active, which is true. Boom is playing Undying, which is like high HP, damage-soaking hero, and then Uragi, he's good at killing heroes, maybe not Ancients, but of course, with that day off, that could be a thing that he's learned over the previous day to ensure that Na'Vi are in good stride to progress through the upper bracket.
Yeah, I have seen. I had minimal expectations for them coming into this. I thought that they would be a guaranteed elimination, and for them to not only make it through, but make it through on day number 2, that's encouraging stuff.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I don't know. I have high hopes going towards the rest of the tournament as well for them. We'll see how far they can go, but if they continue playing the way that they have, and if they improve on a couple of things like Tigav has said, hitting the throne and whatnot, I think that they can go all the way.
A cool thing as well with NAVI is the fact that they are very honest with the fact that pressure got to them between the players, the coaches, everyone. They all kind of struggled through the intensity of what the TI qualifiers meant to them. But coming here, that all kind of disappeared, right?
The burden has been lifted.
The burden has gone. And I think also in the pubs that they've been playing, like Uragi yesterday, I had the privilege of losing to him and he played Windrunner carry, right?
Oh.
Who's playing Windrunner carry? Not really. This morning, I load up some streams, I'm looking around, I see Uragi, he's playing PL carry, right? Like over the break day in his pubs, it's not as if he's looking at the meta and going, okay, I'm gonna keep playing TA, I'm playing into Tiny, I'm playing Sven, I'm playing Terabit.
Yeah, he's practicing all the stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
On the other side, I have to say Amaze as well. Like we have seen some PLs here and there, but going back to Navi, I wonder, they had, obviously, they were broken under pressure. That's as simple as it gets, right? Like during the qualifiers. Swiss stage here, they didn't have the pressure on them. Playoffs, it might creep up on once again.
Sure.
Right? Like it's still a big stage. You're playing versus top tier teams, which they have already, but now everything is on the line. It's like playoffs and stuff. It brings its own little form of gravity. So I wonder if it might hurt them or if they'll be completely cool, calm, and collected.
They may have given themselves some expectations now, and how could you not, now that they are progressing through the tournament and they're getting an opportunity against a Chinese team. Expectations for Xtreme are generally lower when it comes to international opponents. It's supposed to be Tidebound that is the Chinese team that's winning always against the Europeans of Dota, but now Xtreme is getting a chance too. I yet again was a little bit surprised to see this team make it through into the top 8. Sure, they are a TI attending team, but like I said, historically, this team has not excelled whenever it comes against opponents that are not from their same region.
Yeah, and also when you think about the matchup, Xtreme versus Navi, this specific roster of Navi, they are yet to play against each other. If you think about maybe Uragi's being on Navi, they only played one time at the Snow Ruri tournament some time ago. So it's as if it's an Xtreme that often struggles against random non-Chinese teams.
Sure.
And also it's a team that's in good form that there is limited knowledge about realistically, individually. When you think about the players, it's like they're losing qualifiers. When you look at losing replays, it's kind of a bit awkward. They're just getting stomped. So yeah, it's a brand new Navi against an Xtreme that for some reason, with all the caliber of names they have, every tournament I see them in, they're volatile. But they're volatile to get to top 8 and then they kind of fade away. They're yet to make it to the top 4, to the top 2.
Yeah, Xtreme also had to make it all the way to the last day of our group stage here, and so they did not comfortably cruise through, but they were able to get their 2-0 versus Heroic, and then the day before, they were able to get a 2-0 against Nigma Galaxy, so at least they have some momentum on their side.
Yeah, I feel like momentum is important here, and especially with their last series, they 2-0'd, like you said, versus Heroic, and they also played versus Meepo with a lot of confidence. That's kind of a cheese pick, a pick that you don't necessarily expect to happen all the time, even though, of course, Wildcards are known for it. But
wait, did they?
It was Heroic. It was Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic.
Yeah. It was Yuma's Meepo.
It was Yuma's Meepo.
It was Yuma's Meepo. Yeah, my bad. But yeah, in any case, they still beat a Meepo with confidence. And they didn't really stray away from their bread and butter. Like they continued playing the normal Dota, and for me that feels good.
Yeah, Paulson had suggested at their post-series interview that they were aware of the possibility of the Meepo and the fact that they did not have to throw out their fundamentals just to be like, you never know, Yuma might whip out a Meepo, meant that they could beat it with their own Dota.
Yeah, and he's coming into this series. Of course, a lot of hype around Navi is kind of the playmaking potential of Copy, but also I would argue for Xtreme, XM. If he's having a good game, a lot of Xtreme feels also pretty good, right? I think Arme, unfortunately, in his current kind of iteration, is very hit or miss. When his team's winning, he feels good. When his team's losing, he kind of falls in line. He kind of goes, you know what, I'll kind of slowly lose with you. He doesn't really step up to be that kind of beacon of light and hope in a game. So I think mid lanes will be very critical in this series too.
Yeah, I'd contrast it to like how I look at BetBoom Team, which is like pure, that team often lives or dies by pure state, whereas Ame is just like a little gravy on top. If XM is having a good game, then the rest of it will come with it. But I don't know if Ame is having a bad game, I don't know if Xtreme are just gonna fall to pieces.
Man, Navi just love their Shadow Shaman. This is one team that's willing to first phase it if it's in the pool. They love playing it. They have their own strategies with it. This is also part of their identity when it comes to dealing with the meta carries. We've spoken on this before, right? Like the Linas. If you have Shadow Shaman and with Blink BKB and an Ursa jumping, you're probably 100-0 in every game.
Just at any minute, the turnaround potential of a fight, or even pick-off potential.
Look at that Ursa ban as well, yeah. This is just the combo that they have played, and when you look at their DOTA buff and you see these two heroes being picked 3-4 times together, you just ban out the comfortable combination.
Yeah, it also helps where Ame's been playing Shadow Fiend carry, Doom carry, Alchemist carry. Like Ursa against a lot of these heroes, you get on top of them, you're gonna feel pretty good.
Queen of Pain carry as well, right? Like Hex is kind of nice into that, Shackles as well.
Getting rid of all the Uragi jump nuisance heroes.
I'm tempted to give you a task, Tika, but I don't want it to occupy too much of your brain. But
try me.
Anecdotally, it feels like Ame may have the widest hero pool of the carries so far this tournament.
I can check for you, boss.
Okay. I'm curious if there are numbers for that, because oftentimes it's a double-edged sword. Either it means that I haven't found what I'm really comfortable with, or I'm comfortable on everything.
If you look at the heroes that he has played, they are all meta cores, all meta carries.
Sure.
So he didn't.
Aside from Clank, aside from Queen of Pain,
which he made meta.
Sure.
So that kind of, I guess, is the meta carry now as well.
Which goes so far uncontested, and everyone else has been very, very scared of the possibility of Xtreme's Queen of Pain.
So for my quick search, it is him and Shiro who are combined, where he has 11 games, 10 different heroes.
Wow.
Shiro has 12 games, 11 different heroes.
Okay.
And then other players, it's like 15 games, 10 heroes, etc. But he is within contention of being one of the most versatile carry players so far at Wallachia.
At least the ones that are still in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. True. So in regards to playoffs, then...
There we go. Yep. We summoned her.
Every single team has been first phase banning it against Xtreme.
If everyone is first phase banning it and you let it go through, that means that you have an idea, you have a solution, or at least you think you have a solution. We'll see if that's the case for Navi. I think yesterday BetBoom demonstrated that Queen of Pain is extremely potent right now, not only because she's a good carry and mid, but she can be played on offlane. And right now I'm seeing this Tusk. He enables almost anything on offlane.
Exactly.
And Queen of Pain Tusk is a mean lane to play against.
The entire opening from Xtreme is so strong, where you've got Fatal Bonds to pair with the aggression of a Tusk. You've got the heals to make Queen of Pain feel good when she jumps in with Blade Mail. You've got the additional heal. You're mentioning the Tusk, the laning capabilities. Like the entire concept of these first three heroes, not only is it formidable in laning and mid game, it also opens up for the flexibility where you see 4 heroes from NAVI, then you decide where things go. So yeah, NAVI, they're going to have to respect that the early game aggression is somewhat Xtreme favored, and they just want to be able to weather that a little bit.
So this is kind of cool, right? You pick both of these heroes that are on paper good against Quap, like you pick the Puck for mid and Abaddon for offlane if Quap is safe lane. But that game that I feel like broke some records on a safe lane Queen of Pain.
And he maxed Shadow Strike.
He played into Abaddon as well.
Yeah.
He was on the safe lane.
So I'm very curious that Navi decide to run into this same strategy that was beaten.
So just so I heard you correctly, they were doing Abaddon offlane into the carry Queen of Pain, right?
I don't know which the pick order was, but Ame was playing safe lane Queen of Pain,
and he maxed Shadow Strike,
Abaddon, and he maxed Shadow Strike.
Or was he laning against the Abaddon?
Yes.
He was laning against the Abaddon.
Because when I see this draft, I see Abaddon going to carry for Uragi, and then it'll be a mid puck.
Could be the case.
Because Uragi normally takes the Abaddon, and I feel like they're probably utilizing the last pick of the draft for Boom, just to understand exactly what's happening with the Queen of Pain. We mentioned that flexibility in the draft. If Na'Vi were to lock in an offlaner here, then you get to really utilize that. Okay, we see this. Ame, what do you want?
Yeah, because it was, I looked it up. It was actually Tundra picked Abaddon at 23 against Ame's, well, they didn't know it was going to be Ame, but a 17th pick, Queen of Pain.
If it is a Abaddon safe lane on Navi, they desperately need a Darkseer ban, I think. Like even if it did get nerfed recently, I still think it's such a good matchup that it might just warrant a ban. Besides that, maybe an Enigma ban as well is pretty good.
Anything that creates kind of tempo to play around, I think is really nice. Because for Xtreme, you've got the Void Spirit to CS against the puck. You have the Aghanim Silence to threaten the Shaman in the game. Then the early aggression that we mentioned from the first 3 heroes.
There's also one extra thing. Like we talked about BetBoom offlaning the Quap. I'm sure XXS could also pick it up, just play it on the offlane with the Tusk into the Abaddon if he wanted to. And then you also have the variability of these heroes where you can just last pick your safe lane for Ame as well. So Darkseer does get out.
Yeah, that's a critical ban for sure.
And I feel like that's them saying that, okay, this last pick of ours will be on the safe lane. I mean, Abaddon and the Enigma. Okay, so both of the offlane calls are out. I'm not sure if anything is as annoying as these two.
I think Brewmaster is somewhat up there just for the chaos of the fight. The additional control, it just takes like one Cyclone onto an Abaddon or the one little bit of stun elsewhere in the fight to enable the Quap to enter. When you have Void jumping in, Brew Pandas going around, Golems
not too bad for sure, yeah. A lot of chaos in fight.
So much chaos.
You want Chaos Pango still remains in the draft.
I think that's also a decent pick.
I'm always scared to say Pango just because of the puck, the coil.
The hero that they played in the last game as well, that they played into the Meepo in the last series, I should say.
And it could still be a flex. Queen of Pain can still go offlane and give safe lane Doom Ame.
I kind of forgot Doom just didn't get banned, but yeah, fair enough. Heroes going to be very annoying. Copy often on puck has these standout, just incredible clutch moments. Like in every puck game, he always has that one moment. Against the Doom, you're not going to be able to do that. You are just going to have to disengage from the fight.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it also depends on the Void Spirit, I feel like, how much control you bring to the puck, right? Because it's not that easy, usually, to doom him.
For sure.
And besides the Void Spirit, all these other heroes, they provide no catch. Like, Tusk versus a puck, it's not a catch.
Yeah.
So it's on Doom plus Void Spirit to combo things nicely to get rid of the puck through the game. But Doom also has to worry about Abaddon. I feel like he's picked because of that as well. Like, your ulti is really nice into him, too.
And they are walking over to Uragi, actually. He's talking a bit. My fear for Navi's lineup is Warlock often excels when Fatal Bond's hitting a support means they can't really fight. Willow, Shaman, they're not too happy. And they are going to put the Terrorblade into the carry role, pushing the Abaddon to the offlane.
Yeah, we had the same thing yesterday, though, right? Like the TB being picked up into the Quap. We don't know if Quap, let's see, Ame is playing it, okay?
It is.
So it will be the safe lane Quap into Boom's Abaddon.
Navi's entire draft is built around the 3 cores needing items to be really happy. Because in the early game, Puck can die to a Doom Void Spirit jump. Terrorblade steps up, you're going to die to Sonic Wave and a Golem. There's a lot of combinations Xtreme can utilize to threaten Navi in the fight. Whilst Navi's fight, it's coil to hold them. Abaddon might shield someone. Shaman can control someone. Like it feels really awkward for Navi after lanes. Until they get items. Sure, Terrorblade with Skadi and Manta and all this will feel great. Puck with Witchblade and Blink and whatever. So, yeah, I think for Navi, it's survival to feel really good.
Yeah, some ultra late game from Puck and TB, I feel like can not be contested by 90% of drafts that we have seen in the tournament so far. But Xtreme Gaming, they just have to play the tempo. They drafted for it, play the tempo, then let's see if they can break Navi early enough. You have heroes that basically only need levels and you're already online post-laning stage, like you can play the map.
Alternatively, we're going to see if Navi were correct in letting Ame get his hands on Queen of Pain and then picking the Abaddon into it, because they had to have known it was coming.
On paper, that's supposed to be a good matchup for Abaddon, but it isn't working out, yeah.
Or maybe there's only one game of sample size and maybe Coach Milan has different ideas because he's standing by with Nomad.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yeah, I'm talking to a member of Navi, which I've wanted to do for a pretty long time now. I just want to ask, The hell's going on, dude? Like, you, not to bring the mood down, you lost 2 qualifiers coming into this, you lost your organization, and now you just turn into a tier 1 team. How does that happen?
I don't think we're tier 1 team yet, but we have beaten some tier 1 teams, which is a way to it. And I think that's the kind of headline of the story. We're a very young team, maybe 3 months together. And like, the good things take time. Everybody knows that. I think after a qualifier, we got some good conclusions. I had some really like revelations of what this team needs. I get to know it because you get to know your team through the challenges, and like losing that and how they reacted to it and what they wanted to do next. I think it helped a lot, like come into this tournament with a bit of different mindset. And I think that's just how things go. I think it happened to like some teams in previous years that they managed to qualify to TI and then did well in the next year. It's just like when the pressure is gone and like you understand some things, it just builds up on it.
Excellent stuff. I'm liking all of that, and it's working so well for you. And now, just quickly on these drafts, because we should talk about that a little bit. I mean, what's your read on Xtreme Gaming and how to beat them?
I think they're a bit random, like in sense like they have like 30 second pick games and like 3 first pick games, and now they win the coin toss, they take first pick. I think they have some stuff going on underneath, you know, and I think it's both teams got, you know how they say, both teams got what they want, yada yada yada, not reveal too much, and I hope for a good game. Yeah.
Thank you for running the script, Milan. Thank you very, very much. We'll send over to game number 1 with ODPixel and Kezi.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Milan, as we get into the action of this game 1, Navi versus Xtreme Gaming. And we're going to get to see some more Arme Quap.
Again.
Was fantastic the other day when we watched it, when we casted it. And yeah, what Navi's approach is going to be against it. Some of the stuff, though, that was picked against it, Arme, I believe, if I remember correctly, last time he was picking the Quap into. Like, he picked the carry Quap into the Abaddon.
He blasted the Abaddon.
He didn't care about the Abaddon. Obviously, Navi's approach still is to go for this Abaddon against the Quap because, you know, shield against the dagger, there's ideas. But we know that Arme, he doesn't care about the Abaddon.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they just end up spam clicking, and I think they're going to do it here again. I mean, if you think about it, at least hero-wise, Abaddon is supposed to counter these two, but if you keep getting clicked over and over, it doesn't really matter. And yeah, I'm happy to see Navi here. As we heard in the interview, of course, they went through a lot of challenges. And as cringe as it may sound, mindset is so much. I've seen so many players that just absolutely lose it when it comes to, like, you know, the pressure and the nerves, but they're doing good. They're here in the playoffs, so let's see what they can show us.
Yeah, because XG will not be an easy opponent. These guys...
Well, that's a blood grenade.
Well, there we go. Arme in particular.
That's also a blood grenade.
On the Quap. Now, he's standing his ground against Ari.
He's got some sticks.
He's healing up here with a Shadow Word. Now, does have to be a bit careful with that shield out. Arme's going to get another dagger out as the shield comes to an end. That's...
he's got the fairy.
Should
be okay.
There's still a fair bit of damage with the dagger and the Shadow Word, but he should be okay. But yeah, Arme's Quap the other day. He had an insane game. Let's see if we can do it again.
They do have quite a lot of lockdown, but the follow-up damage isn't the highest, at least for Navi, until later. Sure, you've got the coil, you can break it with the Terrorize. So we'll see how Arme fares. He does have a lot of backup. The Jinkyu Tusk also looked phenomenal. Ari, of course, just spamming the Tangos with the Shadow Realm. They did buff the Innate quite a lot. You have like an insane amount of HP regen with just the Tango running.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see as well if Arme does the same skill build. Because obviously with the skill build, when he did it last time we saw it, he doesn't put any points on the screen.
Yep. He got the stats, right, last time, like full out?
He went full out, stats, dagger, and blink.
I mean, let's see if that changes just because, you know, there's a TB in the game. You know, I understand you've got the Mjolnir, it clears through the AoE and everything else, but will he keep it the same? I'm not sure.
All right. Look at the Brambles in. I'm just coming up to that Lotus spawn here 3 minutes in.
I like how there's so much action here. We're just not...
It's just like daggers, shields, Shadow Realms,
and it
Brambles.
makes sense. Like, who cares about mid lane? It's Puck versus Void Spirit. They're going to hate each other. They're going to get some water runes. They'll be okay. Slightly Void Spirit favored, but they'll be all right.
Bottom lane. I mean, all in all, shouldn't be too bad for Uraki, right? He's going to be chilling down here.
Yeah,
already getting a lot of denies in.
Yeah, my bro is going to be free farming on this lane for sure. You've got Rasta against 2 melees. Doom, kind of a weak hero. Takes a while to get online, so Uragi will have a very good game. Of course, one of the best heroes against Doom overall. You've got the Sunder, you've got the map play. So Uragi is set up for a great game.
top, just very difficult for them to really touch Arme.
Yeah, both of them just getting to kind of fully farm away. Of course, Arme with very nice CS, racking in the denies as well.
Another attempt here. Arme's not going to let it happen. Bottom. Look at the shards out. Metamorphosis comes out in return from Yuragi as they look towards Jinkyu. The snowball over to the creep wave. Should be fine. Able to slow down Yuragi there with that interruption from XXS with the Infernal Blade. No kills to be found here.
Looks like XXS should also be fine in this laning stage. He got through the early stage pretty nicely. He's got a double bracer fully at the ready. So we'll see what Jinkyu will start cooking in this early game. Not easy for him to gank mid, of course, being a puck.
And XXS is definitely going to start hurting a bit in the level department, just how many denies that Yuragi is able to get. 14 denies already here on the safe lane. A lot being taken away. And Jinkyu trying to see if he can get him with XXS, but it just feels like impossible for these two to really kill this Terrorblade at the moment. Yuragi perfectly fine on the backup of Kaori.
It is a very good TB game when it comes to the two supports and the Doom. But I will say when you do get a couple rounds of items and of course spell damage, and Xtreme have plenty between the Quap carry and the Void Spirit. Looks like Jinkyu wants to go to his safe lane.
Let's see if they can catch something here. Boom and Ari. How far up the lane will they go? Boom's playing pretty cautious. It's a bit of a difficult angle for Jinkyu to catch him. Unless they do try and go on to Arme. We'll get the TP over towards the mid.
They've got Coil in both supports here.
See if they can do it. There's the setup. Coil into the shackle at the same time. Is the core going to last long enough? It's not. XM's able to astral step away and the Shadow Word Heal's coming in. So he's fine, and in fact, he's able to jump back down and grab the Arcane Rune. And might even be able to find a killer. Jinkyu's leading him with a snowball onto Kaori. XM, he's going to have cooldowns in a second to get in on this. Throws the Remnant out, gets the grab on towards Kaori, sets up for Jinkyu to get the first blood. They're trying to dive the tower for Polisson. Will manage to kill him off. But they've got to get out now. Jinkyu's got the blocks here with the shard. And Ari, he's in trouble. The Remnant's going to miss, doesn't matter. The Astral Step's there, XM gets the kill. An unfortunate move there for Navi, bringing in the supports, but not quite able to kill XM.
A bit of they absolutely staggered their spells. I believe they did have XM there. But he gets to survive, picks up the Arcane Rune. That's also something I've seen more and more. Copy actually has an Orb of Venom on the puck, so throughout this entire laning stage, you just click them once, deal some more damage.
Yuragi wants to try and contest the Wisdom, but yeah, as soon as he sees XXS, even though he pops the Meta on the Terrorblade, doesn't feel he can bully out this Doom.
I like that move. These are just the good moves. You make a move, and if the enemy team responds correctly, you still get to back out. He forces the Void Spirit TP, gets back to the lane. Of course, he has the meta running, so everyone's chilling.
All in all, pretty close start across the board. Very close. You look at the two carries, they pretty much got the same CS, same denies. Yep. Mid lane, exact same CS, same denies.
All in all.
Off lane, very close as well. It's a very even start this game.
It's gonna be a lot about the mids, just like most games are, as Xtreme brings some more heroes into mid to D-ward. Looking on Ari.
It's a Polisson. They're bringing in Core. He's got the Hex set up. Should be a dead Warlock. Yeah, nothing that Arme can do to help him out there on that one.
They're still on Arme. It's good pressure. And this is where small things matter. You know where Yuragi goes bottom with the meta, he forces XM to TP. Well, you make a quick move up top, mid player is not available.
There's another good grab here for XM, getting the amplified damage rune ready for the next move. And Arme trying to push them off the tower. He's going to get the jump. That'll be a quick and easy one with the rotation of XM.
Sure, they grab themselves a quick kill, but if that's all NAVI lose, after forcing XM to TP one more time and taking, what, 60-70% of the tier 1, they're not too sad about this one.
Ari. It's going to find XXS a little bit low, but not low enough for him to finish off the kill.
XXS has to be careful. He's still staying around.
And there's the Dream Coil. It's going to turn, trying to look for the Doom, but the silence comes in into the Hex. He's gone. Ari gets the kill. Navi making some good aggressive moves.
Yeah, good little early moves. Yuragi, meta coming back up within 5 seconds, so lots of early pressure. And again, Kaori, he has been everywhere. He's been mid, he's been top, now he's back bottom. This looks like a dead tower to me.
Definitely getting away with that bit more early game tower pressure here, Navi. So that's definitely sort of one thing about XG's lineup, right? Not the best at hitting the buildings. Don't really take objectives.
Unless they get like a play going. Of course, you do have the golem, and this early on, they would love to.
Yeah, that's probably their best pushing.
Absolutely, it is.
The scouting offering, yeah.
If they do want to take a play around the runes, they soon can. Actively coming up.
Corey gets the catch. XM's going to be in there with the Remnant. Let's put a stop to the shackles. Corey will die for this one, but they do get the kill in return, taking out Xingqiu. XM's going to try and jump in for more. Won't be able to keep chasing, though. Both carries getting some good space, but Yuragi just getting that little bit more down bottom. He's having a very free time here as the Terror Blade so far. Top, Arme is going to start battling around with Boom. Will force out the borrowed time. It's going to be the snowball coming in. Boom might be in trouble this time around to get the shield off, but a dagger's there afterwards. Oh, that is a nice little snipe from Ari. Indeed, takes him out himself. Make sure that they don't get the glory of the kill, Xtreme.
It's very good. Gets the attack range and the damage, of course, against the dagger.
Bottom, do they have the damage for this? With Yuragi coming in, they should.
I mean, they've got Coil. He's gone. Bye-bye.
Yuragi and Copy very much having a great time.
Yeah, both teams quick on the moves. In the meantime, XG going mid with the siege creep.
See what they can do here. XM wants Ari, but under the tier 2, they'll dive in for it. They'll get the job done and it won't be punished. They're starting to sweep back over from the bottom lane Navi, but won't quite be able to get here in time. XG onto the tower.
Should be able to hold it here, Navi. Let's see. Just kidding. Got some more fortification and manning up.
Good pressure around the mid. XG opening up the middle of the map so they can sweep to these side lanes a little easier.
I have to also see about the active runes, because they're ever so important with these two mid heroes, and now that the tier 1 is done, not so easy for Navi. Will be forced away. XM having a very good game. Top of the network for his team, halfway through the Aghanims.
Yeah, it's going to be quick. And the Aghanims is going to be super disruptive for Navi's heroes.
Well, if I could choose one hero for Xtreme to have a good early game, at least for their sake, it is absolutely the Void Spirit. Silences against both these supports and the puck. Very, very crucial.
And the farm continues for both Boom and Arme top. Boom on his way towards that Radiance. Arme looking for the Maelstrom. It's closing in on it. Of course, going straight for that after the Blade Mail. Wants to skip the boots for now. Try and get away with getting that Maelstrom online as quickly as he can.
Looks like we're going to have a clash up top.
There he's in. He's in, Arme. Does he want to drop the Sonic Wave for a Dark Willow? He's thinking about it. He'll drop it now as he clips the two of them. Boom will immediately pop the borrowed time. Ari's able to survive for this, but then the Golem comes crashing in. They did get the Dream Call out. The copy kills off Paulus and Arme. See if they can get anything more. XM's out with the TP, so he'll be fine. But Navi, they were ready for that one. Copy in position. Make sure that they get the catch onto the both of them, and Arme doesn't get away with sticking around for that fight.
I mean, this is about the best damage they can get out. You've got Yuragi together with Copy. Just in the coil, Yuragi gets to whack away with the Falcon Blade Yasha already.
They're going to try and react to this bottom push as well. XXS moving in. I mean, they know Boom's borrowed time's on cooldown, but the setup with the fear catches the two of them. Ari pushes them back. XG won't find a chance to make a go here. Not an opportunity for XXS to use the Doom.
Very important that Ari was here with Boom to protect him. This way you do actually get to hold onto your entire map. So good map split from Navi. Keep your TP top, you take your Wisdom Shrine. Copy is around to at least take a 50-50 when it comes to the active rune. And you hold your bottom tier 1.
We'll get the pick up this time. Maybe looking towards top again. I mean, Copy and Kaori. The two of them find Arme, especially with Ari's help. This will be a dead quad. We'll see if Arme can get out. It's a good orb. Very good orb here to close in upon him. Dream Core's there. It's going to buy time for Ari to get in on top of Arme as well. Can he hold himself off to the side? He can actually. There wasn't further catch after it. Arme able to wait it out and gets away from the efforts there of Navi.
Looks like they could have maybe had him, but Arme wisely not snapping the coil, otherwise you just get brambled straight on top.
That plays his way out that very nicely, and now that is the Maelstrom on its way out for him. So Arme's farm's going to start to speed up.
Navi went for a quick smoke through the gate. They're looking into the triangle or XXS. They do have a very nice ward, which did show them XM here in the area. But now they scan.
Yeah, and the thing is, XM's pretty
Who do
beefy
they
as
want?
well. XXS is a little lower on the HP, so might be more of a chance for the two of them. So, deep with the damage from Ari, they've got him. TPs are coming in though, can they get out? XM in with the jump. Ari's gonna go straight for the TP after the Remnant was off the mark, and it's a correct call for him. He's out of there. Corey will not be as lucky. Unless Boom could do something, no, but Boom might put himself in danger. Tries to step up, but cannot save Corey. Borrowed time's gonna be popped, but Boom, he might just be in trouble. The Remnant's there on towards him. Boom, in an effort to try and bail out the support, ends up losing his own life.
Without this boom kill, I was about to say that Navi are doing so well on the map because Yuragi, during all of this, he just went mid with his meta, takes out the mid tier 1. But now that they do lose Boom,
yeah, that hurts.
Not too sad about that.
Boom, as you can see, slipping behind a little bit on the net worth out of the cause.
Yeah.
Yuragi. It's gonna walk up.
No way, bro.
Teleport's not working in a million years. Too much damage coming out from Yuragi and the illusions here with the Metamorphosis. Gets himself the kill, continues to stay far ahead this game. I mean, just early stages, 60 minutes in. He's already 2k ahead of the farm of Arme on the other side as the carry. Ari trying to play for the setup here, but the silence does clip onto the two of them. Ari can't get the fear off in time. The stun comes in from Xin Q. It's a dead Dark Willow.
XM is having a very, very good game. The Aghanims is completed. So it seems like Xtreme will be able to fight back in the coming minutes because they're getting very strong. You've got some snowball saves, you're getting XXS who's working on a Crimson. You've got the Golem and a super strong Void Spirit who you can back up.
And they're ready to try and use it again here with the regen and the smoke. The two of them, XM's ready to go. See what sort of action they can find towards the top.
Let's see about Copy. I think there's a high chance Navi can read this move.
Corey. They'll settle for the jump on him. Copy's going to try and help out. They've got the fear coming in on the two of them. The Golem's going to get dropped by Polisan onto Corey and Copy. Corey should be going down. Maybe he can get away here. But he can't. Jinkyu hits the target here with the shards. But at least for Navi, the rest of them do manage to escape that, and that was the Golem being dropped. XG, they'll make something happen with the Golem, though, as they'll push on for the tier 1.
Next couple minutes, at least in terms of how strong the two lineups are, give the edge to Xtreme. Now with the Void Spirit Axe being completed, it's not easy for Navi to end up killing heroes now, unless you have Yuragi in the fight and you coil some people up. It's really not too easy to get them killed.
Mate. He's going to have the Hyperstone, just a recipe away from the full Miyone.
Well, Jinkyu is here to protect him.
And Kaori watching. Has the blink.
Navi are bringing in backup.
There's the setup. They drop the Serpent Ward straight away. Snowball save comes in. Buys a bit of safety for Arme. Still going to get caught by the reel. Get the Sonic Wave off the boat. Arme's still dead. Jinkyu to fall as well. Snowball save not enough there as we saw. Even though he goes down, Ari got the job done. Puts the Bramble out. The roots catch onto the two of them. They're both dead.
Yeah, somehow he caught them both off of the snowball. So nicely done by Ari. Some very good placement. And yeah, Yuragi shows up, dishes out the damage.
continues to just have a great time. This Terrorblade, somebody's got to stop him. You know, Yuragi is having a pretty dream game so far. He's making the most of it.
Yeah, and at least right now, they're not putting a stop to him. They're gonna have to drop quite a lot. Probably all of Void Spirit spells and maybe Armes too. And it's not just him. Copy 2 on the puck.
And with time as well, Boom should be beginning to catch up now that he's got the Radiance online. His farm will certainly pick up a bit. It's NAVI. Heading over into the jungle. They know that XM was up here.
This would be a huge kill.
Can Copy get the catch? He's in. There's the silence. He's found the target. They've got the follow-up. TPs are coming in. XM's got a fair bit of HP, of course, with this Aghanims. Snowball will buy him a bit of time. XM, he's going to be able to jump out with the Dissimulate and the Astral Step. He gets away. They didn't quite have the damage to take him out. A little too tanky.
Good move from Jin-Q there to bail out XM. Next time around, Ari could potentially wait with the Terrorize instead of running in with the Bedlam to get them both off of the Snowball save. But either way, I like what I'm seeing from Navi. Good and quick moves around the map.
And they don't get the kill, and they will get the objective. They're going to lose heroes here. That's a double. But they get the Tormentor, they get the Shard.
Thought I heard a golem.
He was thinking about it. He was teasing it. He was teasing it there, Pollison. Yuragi don't have a TP.
Oh.
So he's just got to kind of sit there and hope for the best in the corner.
Well, unless they've got the bag. Oh. No, that's Radiant Scan.
That would be scary. Just a random scan hits there. He's getting the TP on its way out, so he'll soon be free from this corner.
So, of course, XG know that Navi did ditch the entire area, which is why they're smoking across. Copy. He does have an illusion rune to break free from at least one round of silence.
Oh, they'll find Corey in the river. Copy's watching. Does he want to try and do anything in return? He does not. Now, he's going to actually get the jump to the side. That one they'll go for. Dreamcoat comes out onto the two of them. Pollison and XXS get caught. XXS pretty beefy, though, with the Blade Mail and the Crimson Guard. They get the control on Yuragi, the silence as well. Yuragi put the man asunder. Back up to full HP. He gets it off. And now the fight, it's over for XG. They have to try and scramble out of there. Only Jin-Q left alive. Yuragi getting that play off. The silence was there. Mantas it off. Sunder's there in time before the Doom came in upon him. Yuragi survives. Jin-Q, can he even get out of this one? He cannot. Navi chase him down as well. They're going to get all 5 of them. That's a bit of an uh-oh there when the Terrorblade comes out like that. If you're XG, that's going to hurt.
I mean, just too easy for Navi. If you're Xtreme, you better be damn sure if you're all-inning a TB that he dies. That is a mistake you are not allowed to let have happen.
Yeah, not at all. Yuragi is just continuing to just zoom ahead of anybody else in the game right now. Level 17. 3-level advantage against that of Arme's co-op at the moment. A massive difference at this stage.
Yeah, pull it up from a 1k to 7k, and not just that. While you're dead on your heroes on Xtreme, your entire map is just going to shreds. It's TB Illos running down. You've got Puck pushing out waves. Oh, that's quite troublesome. You even just had a Crimson Guard in the last fight. That didn't do much for you either.
Oh, it didn't do enough. At the Blade Mail, and the Crimson couldn't save himself. Too much damage coming out from the team as a whole. And that fight was sort of taken as well with, I think we've just seen him start to spend it up, Boom, but he was like sitting on 3k gold off the back of that. We'll start to spend up now.
Yep, and now we've nearly got a Manta, which means you have 3 cores that will continuously just clear the entire map.
Yeah, they really do have to just get everything down on Yuragi next time. They have to find him with the Doom a little earlier.
Yeah, and he's got a Pike to also play around that, because XXS, I mean, unless he gets a Blink, which he currently has queued up, he's not getting to Doom Yuragi.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's sell a Bracer for it. Roshan should be on the menu next. If Navi can get their hands on that, they are really cooking. Because XXS, he's having a tough game on the Doom.
Look at the silence in the opening here onto Boom. Borrowed time there, back away. The Brambles does catch on to XXS. He's considering dropping a Doom for that, but won't commit for it. The smoke comes out. They really do not want to let NAVI get this Roshan. Serpent was down, Yuragi's in the pit as well. XG, they've got to try and punish this.
I mean, their draft is really strong in like these little corners. You've got Warlock, Quap,
Roshan, it's going down pretty quickly though, this Rosh. They got to make the move soon here, XG. They're going to get the jump to the side, but Ari's got the use to buy in safety. XXS will drop the Doom down onto Boom, but Roshan's dead. Jiragi gets the Aegis. They'll drop the Golem, but I think the rest of NAVI's just going to bail out of this. They're like, you know what, it's fine. We got the Rosh, we got the Aegis, we lost 2 heroes, but they had to drop the ultimates for that. You know, NAVI, they cut their losses. They take the Aegis back to safety here. Yuragi continues to farm. They don't mind. They don't care about that at all. They'll take those 2 losses.
They got what they came for. XG, sure, you get yourselves 2 little kills on the board, so you're not too sad, but...
But that's a Doom and a Golem.
Yeah, and nothing is really stopping NAVI from their progression, especially with those spells being down. I mean, also, like, Copy's progression on the puck. Witchblade, Blink, Octarine. Once you get the Linkens, becomes even harder to kill him.
Oh, mate, very close to the BKB. It's all playing. Considering some sort of setup, I mean, Yuragi's got his eyes on XM. They get the jump hit, Kurori's in. Metamorphosis is out. Dreamcoil as well. Xinkyu, can he do anything to save? He's in with the punch up on a Copy. Snowball as well, Copy. Ooh!
Oh. Sunder?
Sunder? He just sunned himself low, didn't he? I guess he was... I don't know what happened there. Either way, well, that's him dead to once, Yuragi, and now he's not got a Sunder, so he's got to be a bit more careful. Xinkyu gets him with the punch. Now the Boom's turned up, though. It's hard for them to really get on top of Yuragi. He's fine. Corey will live just with the shield coming out. Yeah, well, was he trying to sunder his teammate back up for legs? But what did he sunder?
I mean, he saved Copy, right? They were trying to kill Copy. Okay. He saved them. So, honestly, good play.
There we go. Yeah, sort of gives his Aegis kind of in a way to the puck by giving him life. There you go. Works out.
It's honestly very good. I mean,
all right, there we go.
Yeah, Copy is 5-0. You keep up his streak. You keep up his game. You keep your teammates happy.
That's big brain.
Yep, we like those. In your pubs, you're never going to see that play.
No, absolutely not. You're not going to see the Terror Blade give his full life up like that. But yeah, Yuragi, as you say, that was it. Yeah, had the Aegis. He knew he could do that. Give his life for his boy.
Still up to a 9k lead. Let's see. How do XG want to strike back? They do have pretty good vision on the map. Got a lane ward top, protecting their jungle in every lane. But with this deficit, I mean, they need a more like decisive fight soon. You are getting the BKB on Ame, and at least with the Aegis gone, maybe they can find a way to take Yuragi out of the fight. But they will need to drop everything.
They really will. This Terrorblade is massive. Yuragi having a beautiful game. It's not going to get any easier here for XG.
I mean, they've yet to kill Copy or Yuragi in this game, and they have... Quap... Oh, just kidding.
Oh, that
will be the first.
You had to say it, didn't you, Kazu?
I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go.
My bad. Well, for their sake, they're going to have to show us more of those.
Well, they get Ari as well here, XM and Xinkyu.
All right, I will stop talking.
Well,
Yuragi should pay with his life.
Yeah, Corey's got the grab here on XXS. Trying to bring the damage, but backups here from Ame. XXS will get the stun off. He's going to try and run, but Boom's going to cut off his escape. They'll chase him out. Ame does manage to finish off Kaori, but Ame cannot fight on to save XXS. So Yuragi continues to get another kill. At least for Ame, he's able to get involved himself, find some action. Starting to catch up.
A little bit scrappy from NAVI, but at least some of the spells are, again, on cooldown. So let's see. They're up 6k gold. You have your meta up and about. You're closing in on the Skadi, on Yuragi also.
Boom's still a very tough target to go for, not something that Ame can deal with right now.
Would be good for NAVI if they can continue to make some stuff happen, because both XM and XXS are working on their BKBs. And NAVI should realize their strength that they've got a lot of lockdown between their supports.
Again, we saw these moments passing. Now, Ame's recovery, it's really kicking in. He's closing in on Yuragi's farm. Looking for the AC next after the BKB.
Similar build as to last time.
So the Dream Coil dropped. No one else here to really assist, though, with Copy. And XM knows it. He's out. Same time, though, push coming in the mid. They drop the Serpent Ward down. Yuragi metamorphosis up as well. See what response they get out of XG for this one. Arme trying to deal with the Serpent Ward. Will be able to finish it off. Easy 227 gold, but the damage is done. The tier 3 will fall. Navi, they're going to continue to stick around. XG, they've got the entire team back in now for the defense. So Navi do have to start being a bit cautious. They'll pull back.
And so you'll likely see a full disengage from Navi as the meta is running out, but XG might even want to look to smoke to a lane. Let's see. Skadi completed. Maybe they just want to trade the meta downtime for this AC and their BKBs as they are closing in.
Yeah, still pretty difficult for them to just run at Navi. Navi with a lot of catch and counter play. And if they don't find Yuragi at the start of the fight, they've got to be so ready for him to come in. Because he will not miss out on any sort of engagement right now. Feels incredibly strong with the Skadi done.
Like
Nullifier on Boom now.
Yep, I like this choice a lot. Split up your Radiance. You don't really need it for the map play. Just need to make sure that the guy you go on doesn't get saved. There's a Solar, there's a Glimmer, there's a Crimson, and you literally nullify all of it now.
Well, they will have those timings though. BKBs are out, and Arme should have the AC very, very close to having the recipe gold for the next team fight. XG, they're going to smoke up immediately to try and make use of this sort of double BKBs. Well, now triple BKBs, of course, for Arme already having one, and the AC on top of it as well. So a pretty good power spike for XG.
They will just barely get through the gate before XG make it there.
Will XG follow?
It would be crazy.
So they want to go for the gate. Navi.
They don't dare.
I'll take the Tormentor and indeed, yeah. We won't see XG chase them through quite yet. Sharp for Boom.
Well, Navi are going for, or at least pinging for a similar play. They want to reach XG's base with the Mass Serpent Ward and the meta. I do like the play, but you have to do it convincingly. Because if you don't get it done quickly, every second your meta is running where you don't finish the racks will give Xtreme an opening to look for a fight.
There we go, the ward's down. So they just want to use it to get them all forced back to base. The Serpent Ward will get farmed. Then about half the damage to the tier 3. Navi might want to wait things out until the next rush. Coming up pretty soon. We'll see how long the respawn is going to be. Arme's got eyes on Boom top. I do need a lot to try and threaten any of these cores, even the Abaddon. And Boom very much been able to climb back up here after a bit of a slower start this game. In a good spot now.
See Yuragi not messing around, building a BKB. Has it on him already. There's still a little bit of time for Xtreme, where Yuragi's damage output is somewhat limited, but now he's got the Daedalus queued up. When that is finished, anyone in a stun or coil, you will bleed out to this TB.
Copy. Sar's in onto the task. Arme's going to try and come in from the side. Ari as well. He's going to get jumped first. BKB comes out from Arme pretty early here. He's going to blink in, looking for Corey on the back lines. Corey gets the shield upon him. He'll live for now. Jump for from XM. They can't quite finish the shaman off. Corey's able to get the blink out. He gets away. That was quite a lot committed by XG, and they don't end up getting anyone. Now with the BKBs on cooldown, they have to start backing off, but here's the chase. The coil's down onto the two of them. They'll drop the golem here, Polison, but the supports of XG, they're in trouble. As Polison and Jinkyu will get left behind. The cores of XG lucky to actually be able to get out of this one. They tried to go fully in, but they just couldn't get anything done. They couldn't even kill the shaman.
I don't really like that play so much. And by the way, they see Arme on the ward mid. They're mass TPing on the outpost.
Yeah, they're going straight for him. Oh, this is a bit of a nasty surprise for Arme. He did not anticipate them making such quick of a play. A slip up there that'll hurt him badly, dead for 80 seconds.
I mean, they saw him walk through the river, and I mean, even going back to the team fight, it was very... That was just straight up not a good play from XG to jump in like that. They take out all their BKBs to try and kill Arasa, aren't even able to with all the shields and heals coming out from Boom. Yep, Sister Shroud, we all love the neutral item. It's a billion% of evasion.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's a big deal.
Sort of before that fight, you could sort of see, you know what, they're not in that bad of a spot. They could get together something, but they just completely throw away that opportunity there off that play. And now Na'Vi with a very significant lead. 13k up, Uragi's into the base, onto the barracks. Boom's now got his next dime out, the Orchid's there. Uragi can start looking towards getting the full Daedalus pretty soon on top of the Chrysalis. As that's the mid-brack's gone. Na'Vi doing the damage here against XG.
Doing good. Cleanly take the base, which means Roshan should be what they're talking about next.
With the full 5 of them back up. Wouldn't be surprised if we still see Xtreme try and go for the Roche fight. Sitting back at the high ground doesn't feel too great. They're starting to step out. Arme's not with them though, and they've walked into a pretty nasty surprise there. Xingqiu just gets blown up. XM has to put the BKB and run. He's out of there. Well, yeah, a bit of an awkward walk out of the base. They're lucky to again just not lose the Void Spirit on that one.
Yeah, I mean,
only the
Na'Vi
Tusk
in a good position, just holding the high ground ward and kind of the whole way to intercept Roche. Which now with the remaining meta will give them a free Aegis.
Yeah, you're arguing with a full Daedalus online. Copy half of the way towards the Aghanims. On top of that Parasma, once that's there, his damage is going to be insane. And they're ready to get the push going. Aegis picked up on Uragi. Got the Serpent Ward ready to drop. They can start to progress towards eyeing up another set of barracks potentially.
They will just have to wait for the meta to cool down at least a little bit. You've got a Shield Rune on copy as well. Gonna have a banner, Mass Serpent Ward. I mean, if you're XG, they're gonna have to ask themselves the question, what do they need to do in the next fight? I think they need to kill copy and the supports. Killing Uragi twice is really not easy whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just incredibly difficult team fights. It feels like the best sort of move is trying to find a play where Uragi is just not around, but so far Uragi has always made sure he's there to help his teammates out.
Yeah, he's been playing flawless on the TV.
608. Excellent stuff from him. And yeah, 500 gold. They'll have the Aghanims on copy. Oh, Corey. Look at the X on the Xingqiu. They're moving with the damage. The Silence on Uragi. Sonic Wave pushes him back. Corey still alive. Vexim's going to try and chase. This time they will be able to finish off the Shaman kill. Corey, he'll buy back immediately. And that is all they got. Just the Shaman. They'll lose Xingqiu for it in turn. Now Na'Vi quick with the smoke. I mean, they're more than ready to keep this push going.
So we're probably going to have a trade of buybacks here from the supports.
Yeah, Metamorphosis is at the ready for Uragi. And here it is. Serpent Ward's dropped down. Fortification comes out from Xtreme. Copy. In with the jump fight. The silence onto Army. They're going to be the buyback for Xingqiu. They're in straight away on top, and they'll drop the Doom down onto Boom. Boom getting forced out of the fight. Boom will fall. They've killed the Abaddon. Uragi getting low, but he's able to sunder himself back up to full HP as he takes the life of Xingqiu. That's a dieback on the Tusk.
Still half duration on the meta left.
Na'Vi, if they want to keep teasing the base here, Arme's going to jump in and try and burst Ari. It's not enough, and Corey's got his hands on him. Gets the Hex into the shackles. Arme, BKB's on cooldown after this. There's no way out of it anyway. That's Arme gone. Trying for these sort of support kills, and he's not getting them, Kezu. They're surviving each and every time. He'll come in with the buyback now. Uragi. So that's the Aegis, of course. They'll drag him back. They'll be able to burst him the once. as he respawns it after BKB. He's also got Sunder back and ready to play with as well. Plus the BKB, the shackles are onto Army. He's dead. They catch him again. His BKB was still on cooldown when he went for that play. That should be game over. The carry's out for 100 seconds. GG's called. NAVI will take game 1.
Oh, they're looking good, NAVI. They should be happy with this win. I mean, if you're Zhao 8, you've got some talking to do with Xtreme. They didn't get a single good team fight going in Ame with some questionable plays, but yeah, NAVI, hats off. Nice performance.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll be definitely trying to get this Terrorblade in again, as we've seen them do so before. But yeah, Yuragi's TB, absolutely flawless. 10-0-9, did everything the team required. And yeah, copy, as you say, from the mid. We've seen this before on his puck. So sometimes his play is just insane. Yeah. Absolutely insane stuff. Fantastic stuff from NAVI. A rough one from Xtreme. They're going to have to step it up in game 2. Game 1 goes to NAVI.
Well, here's what I'm gathering now. If Abaddon is in the hands of 33, then Ame is able to beat it. But if it's in the hands of Boom, then he can't beat it, which by extension must mean that Tundra is worse than NAVI. And since that Tundra is... I can't believe it. We're witnessing a paradigm shift within our own tournament right now.
You're overloading.
Oh.
Wildcard's eliminated. You're trying to find a new team to cling on to.
You're on to me.
I know. But
I love the underdog stories.
Love the underdog stories.
Honestly, it's not about Boom defeating the Queen of Pain as much as Queen of Pain defeating the Queen of Pain. I'm not sure what Xtreme... Like, when we finished this panel, looking at that draft, I feel like 90% of any analysts, coaches, players would say, okay, Xtreme Gaming's draft is played fast. Okay. Like they picked tempo lineup. They're supposed to play it with tempo. These guys just AFK'd farmed. And I can see the idea behind some Blade Mill, Mjolnir on Queen of Pain, kind of scaling with the perfect dooms on the TB. But those never connected. Like, the team fights needed to be flawless for them because they put themselves in such a situation that if they're not flawless, Yuragi just pops his meta and just absolutely devastates Xtreme Gaming 9 out of 10 times in these team fights. So yeah, I'm not sure what happened there and why the paradigm shift within their team when it comes to the way they played, but something hurt them in the laning stage.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they had good lanes. They were able to set themselves up. Terrorblade farmed well, Puck farmed well. Abaddon, sure, had a couple moments, but still, at the end of the day, was able to hold his own. Bottom net worth in the cores, but eventually picked up the pieces. And yeah, I agree with Lizard. I feel like the early game from Xtreme, it was a very mid-focused, reacting to the Shaman movement middle, reacting to the Willow movement middle. And because Na'Vi set the pace of the early game movements, Xtreme didn't have the resources to then take the Twin Gate, go find Yuragi. Like, when I see a Queen of Pain carry, even though the last time Ame played it, it was also quite farm heavy, I'm at least expecting, to poke your head through the Twin Gate one time, maybe play on the Catapult Wave, try and progress the map with the fact that you have good levels in Sonic Wave. It just never really came to play. And then when the team fight started happening, Xtreme just weren't putting together the team fights. There was missed doom, I say missed dooms, but dooms weren't going off. People weren't on the same page. Arme was just blinking in by himself. And of course, we can talk about the negatives, but the positives, Na'Vi, they were on the same page, right? They've got Copy hitting beautiful coils, Yuragi stepping up into every engagement. It was like between everyone and Na'Vi, you can make a case for them having a key moment in a fight that enabled them to continue building the lead. And Xtreme, I just nearly no positives to give them from their team fighting in this game.
Yeah, I could say that maybe one positive, not from team fighting, but from the way they started the game is that Texam still did find some farm on the Void Spirit. I feel like his itemization was proper and correct. I just never felt the exact follow-up to it.
He was by himself, right?
He was pretty much on an island. He does things, but there is no follow-up to the things that he does. So is there a different approach to the draft? I don't think drafting is an issue. I think T hit the nail on the head. They just weren't team fighting properly. This didn't look like the Xtreme Gaming, and that's something that Xtreme Gaming right now are kind of known for. One game they can look tier 1, the next game they can look like they did in the last one. So not sure. They need to refresh themselves somehow for going into game number 2.
Let's put one of their team fights under a microscope, and maybe we can figure out if it's more Xtreme off kilter or if Na'Vi is doing a very good job at making Xtreme Gaming look out of their comfort zone, because we saw that this Doom, you said missed Doom, and then you're like, well, maybe that's not the right phrasing. No, I think it was the right phrasing, because Doom was missing in a lot of these team fights, and I'm not entirely sure if that is a product of Navi controlling him quite well, or if XXS just didn't have the best positioning.
Yeah, so we do actually have one highlight about Doom, and hopefully we'll see it in a second. And it's pretty much one of those moments where they initiate on Xtreme, and it feels like it should go a lot better for them, because they get a quick kill onto the Shaman. Again, the clip's going to have to play out for a little bit, but when you kill the Shaman, already in your head for Xtreme, it's we have numbers advantage. Doom, he's stepping up, he sees the Terrorblade on the low ground, but now he's silenced from the puck. Then he gets the coil broken. Now he's feared. Okay, now he's yours. You get another round, Curse Crown. Okay, now he's getting stunned. Tusk goes, okay, I need to save my Doom, so snowballs him to the right side. The entire time it's like, where's the Doom? Where's the Doom? Army's like, you know what? Let's push the Terrorblade away from the Doom. We Sonic Wave him. So not only did the Doom walk in when it was a 4v5, number advantage to Xtreme, he gets full silence, chain stunned, snowballed to the right side. Arme pushes TB to the left side, and like all these little plays, if the snowball doesn't happen, just allow for the Doom. If the Sonic Wave doesn't push him away, you might get the Doom. Like there's so many moments where he could have doomed, but also Navi did so many little plays to ensure that he was silenced, stunned, repositioned, and punished, that it is kind of both answers to the question. It is Xtreme not executing cleanly, but also Navi identifying who is the key hero for the fight, and let's stop him from playing the game. So
they were like flies on him. Like they just won't let him play in peace. He was just constantly annoyed. Someone is always on his back, and he couldn't find the right Doom. I can understand the frustration and the jump in the end to try and just blow the TB up anyway, because they do have Quap and Void Spirit still. Like it's a lot of damage that those two can dish out in a second. The problem is, I feel like every time I see the same exact matchup of Quap versus TB, there's always that 1 millisecond when you can sunder. It never kills you off completely. And usually you're so low that it hits the sweet spot and Queen of Pain instantly dies.
It's even easier whenever there's not the massive burst damage of a Scream, because Ame went for a right-click build. So the damage is a little bit more predictable and readable, and that's why Yuragi ended up feeling confident with his Terrorblade and getting themselves a Game 1 victory. Let's see if Xtreme is going to be able to fight back in Game number 2.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I mean, BKB is the best item. Like you have to play a game with BKB, or you will just die to spells. That's boring.
I completely agree with you. I think you actually need to like combine it with like good heroes in order for him to work. Yeah. And also like this hero is pretty weak in lane, and it requires a lot of time to farm out as well. So yeah, he needs a right line out, needs time to farm, and weak in lane. Yeah.
Maybe in this patch it looks weak right now, but in lot of patch it's a very good hero. And also in this patch, I mean, in ranked game, there is one game Satanic play this and give me a free win. I just die on lane like 5 times and he carried the game. So it's it's a best hero. It's fun. It's really fun.
Exactly. It's really fun, and then you can do a lot of things with it, like as a techie player. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm giving 2 points because I know maybe there will be some new teams or new players, but I don't know they're playing right now. So, yeah. Yeah, but obviously there is not a lot.
It's been a while since we see new faces in China. Yeah, so it's been a couple of years that the old players are recycling.
I mean, he wished they can win TI, so yeah. Obviously that's 1 point. So, yeah, and I'm Tidebound, so I'm in team Tidebound. I have to have confidence of myself.
I mean, it's not 0 because we are like friends with them. Yeah, but or else it will be 0. Disagree. I think everyone who plays Dota has wanted to shout at his teammates before, or he has even done that before. Yeah, I think everyone has emotions.
Yeah. Everyone have some like bad time. I think that should be tier 5.
I think it's OP. It's even better than the Gossiper Cape. Was it? I do not know. I can't remember the name exactly. But it's now at tier 1 instead of like tier 2 or 3. Like you said, it could be even 5.
Yeah, it's just too OP.
Yeah.
In our team, sometimes we say you have to die to Tormentor to get the shard.
I think it depends. Like certain teams like BetBoom, for example, I don't think that sometimes they want to die, but they underestimate the damage required to kill the Tormentor, which is why they died, or why someone dies. Could be my team as well. Yeah.
You must sacrifice yourself to the great cube in the sky so that it may bless you with an Aghanim's shard. I'm assuming that's probably an elaborate Chinese meme that I'm not privy to. You know, I'm just adding the poetry to it that I've come to expect from Chinese memes. Or maybe it's just like,
they're next level.
Die.
They're next level. Sometimes you even need 2 players to sacrifice themselves to get the shard. But
that's only for the Chinese teams. Whenever it's an Eastern European player, I don't think it's calculated.
No, not at all. They seem to just forget what the unit even does on the map, and they just sacrifice themselves just for the fun of it. It feels like
just for the love of the game.
Yeah, maybe it's like an internal leaderboard, and at the end of the season they get like a little award ceremony or something.
That would be sweet.
Yeah?
I'd love to see that. We got a leaderboard on viability of heroes, and Navi are like, all right, great. We've proven that we can beat your Queen of Pain. Don't need to worry about it anymore. They ban it. First phase. Along with Bristleback and Naga Siren Xtreme, they stick to the basics. They take out Undying, Death Prophet, Batrider, and Templar Assassin.
Prophet in the pool. That's the one that I'm seeing.
Yep.
And I'm not, yeah, Death Prophet, of course.
Although, were these the teams that didn't really care about it that much? Because there's some teams that just don't, they straight up ignore it.
I feel like Xtreme can play it on 5. They have done it. They can play it on supports. And I really think the hero is... The stats speak for themselves. 80% win rate or 78.9. I think that's
19 picks.
With 19 picks. At some point, it's undeniable that the hero is good.
I'm with you.
I feel that they could go for it. They could also snatch up the Shadow Shaman from Navi that they played before very nicely. Oh my god, that's a first phase puck.
Yeah, we saw it with the Aurora series, where you see Shadow Demon, you pick Puck. It was a comfortable matchup for Kiyotaka, but not opposed to it at all. I think Puck is such a strong hero. We just saw Copy, of course, dominate on it in the previous game, so why not pick it up? If you see a clear reason for it, go for it. One thing to note as well that we didn't mention in the post-game was the fact that Xtreme were baited in the previous draft, where they banned out both Beastmaster and Venge in the final phase, thinking that the Abaddon would just go to carry, right? Now, that got flexed to offlane. They got a 24-pick Terrorblade. With Na'Vi having no last pick in the draft, Xtreme shouldn't be this baited. Hence why I think picking up a mid laner, enabling Arme or XSS to have all the information is very good.
And Navi are looking, to that point, Navi are looking much better when they have Yuragi on their last pick, 18th pick, whatever. So we'll see how they adjust to that. Because usually whenever they really dominate in a game, so far in the tournament, I've recognized the pattern where they pick the carry that they kind of last picked much earlier, and then it doesn't work out as well because it gets countered. It gets, they find ways of dealing with it basically on the other side.
But I don't want to get too caught up in recency bias, because sure, while Yuragi or while XXS and Ame are going to get more options, you're now giving Copy all the room in the world to deal with this puck. Previously in the last game, he picked his puck first, and then Xtreme picked the Void Spirit into it.
Void Spirit is more of a trading matchup where it's more about the gameplay. Who gets the good coil? Does Void Spirit get an early ags? Is Void Spirit jumping the puck? Is puck jumping the Void Spirit? It's very, back and forth. I agree with you in regards to Copy seeing the puck. He will happily pick up a Monkey King or like a big statement mid laner to threaten the puck compared to other teams.
I'd just tiny him. Like if they pick the Shadow Shaman, most other mid laners, are annoying to play into. You see the Monkey King being banned out. You see the puck on the other side. To me, at least, Tiny feels good of a matchup. The only question is, do they feel as great about the hero in general?
Well, they have so far in the tournament. They have utilized Tiny in this position to flex it between Yuragi and Copy. So if they were picking it, it would be because they are looking to draft. And
there's we are back in some old school meta when it comes to position 4s. We had this exact combo played against Pucks and Spirits a long time ago, like Lion plus Tiny. And whenever is Lion in meta, I feel like this is a possibility. And now we have kind of similar 4s on both sides. To an extent, Lion brings you a bit more burst damage, of course, and Shadow Shaman brings you a bit more objective-taking capabilities.
It's always been the kind of the Na'Vi banner that has lifted Lion from the unpicked category, right? There's QBFY. Back in the old qualifiers, he played it 13 times in a row to qualify to, I believe it was a Dream League, and now Na'Vi Junior with Zayats picked up Shaman, and pretty much he single-handedly made it, the biggest thing in the meta. And of course, Ari picking up the line once more. So yeah, Na'Vi doing a lot of work bringing the hexers back into play.
Gotta say, Lion's impact already feels like it's going to be higher. Looking at these heroes that are picked, it's much easier to play it in this game. Let's put it that way. But now with the Dawnbreaker, I feel like Xtreme Gaming have activated both the Shadow Shaman and the Puck to an extent, because you can have this global presence with shackles and stuff. I like it. Any global...
the follow-up?
Follow-up, if it's there, it just makes the game so much easier to play. You have this Dawnbreaker with the Shadow Shaman. You don't have to think too much. As long as you're hiding somewhere on the map with a Shadow Shaman, you can hex someone, shackle him, follow up with the Dawnbreaker. Life is good.
It's marginally less reliable if you're dealing with a save like Shadow Demon.
The problem for Xtreme is their execution of Teamfight wasn't too strong in the previous game, and they got an entire draft which is built around the Coil, the Solar Guardian. Obviously, I'm expecting them to have at least improved from game 1 to game 2. But they are susceptible. Their draft looks good at reacting to the initiation. They're kind of baiting Na'Vi, like, come on, please, try and find me with your line, try and find me with your Tiny, because at any minute, all 4 of our heroes, put a couple together, we will be able to outplay you and protect the hero that gets jumped. But they have to make sure that their kind of execution matches the draft that they're giving themselves.
They can also retaliate with a whole lot of burst damage, just between a Lion and a Tiny, and dissimulate.
I think I'd prefer Tiny to move to mid, just for the fact that you see Coil from Puck and Solar Guardian. But
Oh,
who
damn.
cares?
Whoa.
Let's pick up the Huskar mid instead and just really ruin the Puck's game.
I've lost my charm with 18 Huskar compared to 24 Huskar.
Huskar's Huskar. At the end of the day, you see your matchup. That's all that matters. As long as there's no Doom or maybe even like an Ancient Apparition where you can just threaten his ability to stand up front with an early armlet.
Which Doom could still be a carry option.
Still
for
could be
Xtreme.
picked. Yep.
Potentially.
They have good scaling. They have played Doom on carry before, and it won't be that terrible. That's why the ban as well from NAVI. It's a very good ban.
And obviously there's no reason to ban Ancient Apparition because you see Tusk and Shaman. Xtreme do need to actually draft a good draft. We're likely looking at Arme on the carry.
Yeah, the problem is eventually the real problem is not only the Huskar, it's the Tiny as well. So you have to worry about having a normal carry at the end of the game.
PA got her Fan of Knives buffed. It's now undispellable, but it is a scepter instead of a shard.
Yeah, that's so expensive. I feel like that might be a bit too much. Like the move from the shard to Aghanims was really huge.
CK. I'm just thinking of anti-Huskar carries. Or rather breaks, I suppose.
5 seconds remaining.
Viper.
Again, dealing with Huskar is you either have break for the game or you shut him down in the early game. And you could argue with a Tusk and a Shaman, Dawnbreaker is somewhat independent. Once you get her a couple levels, she can play like a difficult 1v2 lane. So Tusk will be able to move to mid.
Yep.
SD, not the strongest rotating hero. Lion, can, depending on the scenarios. So I'm looking more towards Xtreme maybe answering the Huskar. When Copy steps up across the river to go on the high ground, a shard from the Tusk, Shaman coming in, you get a kill. Even, I think the best move right now in Dota is when Huskar walks to the first wave, you do a late smoke, bring 2 supports to the mid lane, and on that first wave, you get the kill. That gives just a bit more XP advantage to Puck to get the orb, to get the wave push. And then you kill him 3-4 minutes later. I'm expecting Navi to be ready for this. It's kind of like a pub classic move that everyone's doing nowadays, but early aggression could be a better way to deal with it than having to force in and I need a break and I need this.
Yep, we have through the years found many different ways of dealing with the Huskar. Double rotations, single rotations, not blocking the wave, pulling it from distance. A lot of different ways of dealing with him, which we'll see. Maybe a dual lane as well is a possibility. When it comes to the last pick carry for them, with the Centaur ban, I feel like they want some glass cannon in the backlines, but you are still playing versus a Tiny.
10 seconds.
And now a Pango as well. That will gladly roll into you.
Yeah, so these kind of heroes like your SFs and Linas that are left in the pool might not be that great.
This is just one of those moments where you're probably looking to your carry player and you just ask him, what can you 1v9 on? Because your mid's not going to have a good time. Your off lane is setting up someone else to have success, and you're the one with the last pick.
You can't Medusa because of mana drain, I guess. A lot of heroes hate playing into Hex, the mobile ones. A lot of heroes hate playing into Shadow Demon. This guy doesn't care. In 90% of situations, I guess, he's going to play into anything. He's like, I was thinking about a hero like Medusa, but I couldn't find the next one, and that's the Gyro.
I'm happy we saw the win rate because to me it's a 50-50 here. It exists. It's not great. It's not bad. It kind of does its job. I'm not opposed to it. I feel like Xtreme did need something stable within their lineup, knowing that mid's going to be volatile. Bot lane, if you have a carry that like a Drow or a Morphling or something Army might play in other games, you have to protect this hero as well and fix the mid lane and maybe even help the Dawnbreaker. I think the critical thing is a carry that can be left alone. Dawnbreaker, if set up correctly, can be left alone. Puck will get the help from the supports. That's what the Gyro to pick is. It's respecting Huskar and respecting the fact that the map state is going to be very focused towards the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Gyro to me was, I think, maybe even a forced hand. I can't, like, I'm still thinking, and I can't imagine a different carry that would actually do anything in this game. You have such a setup of anti-heroes on the other side between the supports and the Huskar on the mid lane, like Lion and Shadow Demon, that it was a really difficult pick to make. So Gyro at least on paper works, and they still have to overcome the Huskar mid. If they do, if they shut him down, I do believe that they can get carried by the Gyro in the end.
So far, I have no reason to doubt Copy whenever he feels like he has a matchup, and it was a very bold idea to push the Huskar at that point. So maybe we can find out some more insight as Nomad is standing by for a coach interview.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yep, I'm here with Milan from NAVI. So this Huskar pick, I want to know, was this like you saw the option for it on the 4th pick and you were like, sure, let's do it? Or was this sort of a bigger plan than that?
I mean, it's just like, I think a normal modern Huskar pick. I think first pick, like on 18, you want to have like a hero that's really a juicer. It's a gotcha pick. And I think it should be a game for that. We'll see.
All right, and how do you deal with the juicer? Or more importantly, how do you think Xtreme are planning on dealing with the juicer?
I think they have a super tempo lineup. I think they have a good options in the game, and if they execute well, you know, if we both execute well, I hope we win. I think we might, but they have a clear plan. We're aware of it, and that's all that matters. You know, just no surprises, and then it's all execution.
Excellent stuff. All right, we'll see how the Huskar pick's working out for you. And what are the biggest threats on their draft, and how do you think you're going to be able to deal with them in the game?
Hey, just the tempo for me, the Dawnbreaker, Gyrocopter, they just run around. They can 5-man like minute 7 or something. I think that's their biggest strength. Yeah.
All right, we'll see how you do, but hoping for the 2-0 here. Milan from Navi, thank you very much. We'll jump into game number 2 with OD, Pixel, and Kezu.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Milan. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time between Navi and XG, and it is indeed a Huskar game. Kezu, what do you make of the situation here? Have Xtreme managed to wrap this up in a way that could deal with the Huskar?
You might have to wait, because they dropped a smoke behind them, and I think they're going for a level 1 kill on him.
Oh, I like it.
They want to kill him at the start of the game.
It's nasty, but so's the Huskar. You know, you got to defeat the nasty with the nasty.
You have to triple, double, quadruple nasty the nasty. Absolutely. Let's see. The creep blocks ever so important. Copy versus XM here.
Copies was a little bit better.
Uh-oh. He knows for now. Let's see.
I think he's going to get infos like the guys, they're not shown on the side lanes. It's not going to happen. They're not even going to try for it. Yeah, they know that...
Step 1 complete. No surprises.
That was your heads up from Copy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Milan hit it pretty well, and this is also... someone's dying.
They'll get the first blood elsewhere, though. XXS taking down Kaori.
That was just a tag team into a Starbreaker. Just got caught out on the side. But yeah, I think both drafts, if they're played and executed to a high degree, you should likely win, because... Navi with the Huskar here, Copy in the mid lane. Should have a free time. Reason.
Kale.
Okay. A classic. Absolute classic, of course. Modern age Dota with the lags.
Unless mate, on the Gyro, do you kind of like this a bit better than sort of the crazy? The Quap is a bit more reliable.
I like the Quap,
yeah,
but his gameplay I didn't like so much. So I'm hoping that, you know, the Gyro is a bit more straightforward. You've got the Dawn with you to help you out. I feel like it's just more straightforward, right? It's easier to have a stable and good game.
Yeah, you don't have to go for these sort of risky like blink plays.
Yeah. He's playing, you know, a slow and stationary carry. He's gonna build his carry items and he's gonna press flak and sit there.
So definitely a bit more chill from him on the Gyro this game. We'll see how much XM can get out of this lane.
Well, honestly, anything he can is kind of a bonus, because this lane is so nasty. All of these like low range heroes into the Huskar. He never draws creep aggro. It's just so rough to lane against this hero.
Well, at least you can do is just try not to die. So far, first few waves, XM doing a good job. But only gets harder.
Well, this is where it gets tough. Because now lane control in mid, of course, is not great. I will also say another hero that Navi have played to quite good success is Yuragi on the Tiny. They're one of the few teams that make this hero on the carry role look quite good.
Oh. Boom. Obviously feeling pretty chill down on this bottom lane. Very difficult for XG to go on him. With Ari by Boom's side.
Not the easiest lane for Navi to navigate, really. Gyro is like very annoying for these range 4s. And Rasta as a 5, of course. Very strong. So Navi are just happy with whatever they can get out of this lane.
Now see XM just trying to grab the creep wave here from behind the tower. Wants to... Let's see if he can get away with that. And should be able to, honestly. Bottom. Jump forward onto Arme.
It's got
throw the block grenade down, but indeed the stick charges will keep him more than fine. Good damage coming out with the flak as well over towards Ari. Not enough to punish him in return. Maybe with that Ether shot.
Fire.
It's close, but Ari into the trees will survive.
Okay, so lots of pressure back and forth, but Boom, yeah, he's quite happy in this lane. He's nearly got the double bracer.
Another rocket barrage. It's not enough damage yet.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, we're seeing again, honestly, XM, there's a couple of waves that he's tried to sort of grab and take away from this mid. He's not doing a bad job of it. The last time Copy did manage to make the waves meet. Up top, Yuragi should be fine.
Yeah, seems like a lane where they both should just be kind of pretty happy. I think once we have nighttime coming out, we may see Jinkyu or Paulison maybe look for a move into mid. Like, we'll see. Do they want to help XM early? Do they want to wait for an early dawn ult? But at least so far, XM, he's doing pretty okay.
Yeah. The waves he's sort of been able to drag from behind the tower have allowed him to not get too far behind on XP.
I do like this move from Jinkyu. Like, whenever you pull the wave like this, as a 4, you can leave it onto your offlaner. And basically now, it just frees you up. You can just meet the waves if you're XXS. Jinkyu can go where he wants. It's going to be a good timing for the nighttime as well.
That could definitely be a whole lot worse for XM. He's getting through it. Getting through the tough spots. Oh.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, okay.
It would be so funny if one of them cancels.
I was going to say, there was the opportunity to cancel the TP, to cancel the other one's TP. They're going in on Copy in the mid. See if they haven't. Good stun from Kaori. Comes in. Doesn't matter. They still kill Copy off. XG get the kill.
Oh, that's huge for XG. Absolutely huge. And again, Dota is a lot about, you know, one play sets up the other. Jinkyu with the wave pull into mid and then with the double TP action. What's XM looking for?
I mean, they might get
more pressure.
Yeah, because they maybe get RE if Paulson gets the vision on it. TP coming back in now from Copy, so they'll have to be careful again.
But yeah, getting these type of kill, not even a kill trade, just a straight up kill on the counter matchup is very huge.
Well, the Hex to the side of the Shackles, not enough straight away. XM's going to try and dive in under the tower to finish off the job. He's in with the Waning Rift, gets the kill. Meanwhile, in the river, they're trying to play around with Copy. It might get a bit scary, though, as the stacks start to build up from the spears. Good angle with the stun from Kaori. Jinkyu and Paulison are slowly but surely burning. Paulison up to the high ground. He'll be fine.
Jinkyu dead.
XM will get away from Copy, though, before he starts to fall. So they get the support, but again, XM surviving around these little skirmishes in the mid. They're dealing well with the pressure of the Huskar here, XG.
They are, as XM. Same level as the Huskar. And once you have the Dawnbreaker ult, gonna need to see how Navi navigate with that type of play. Do you put RA behind him, but can you then still fight? So a lot of the early moves, like with some Pango roll, it's gonna be very crucial.
Of all the focus that's been around mid, both carries are having a pretty good time. Mate. Getting plenty of space. Same to be said for Yuragi up on the top lane. That's Diny.
It's at least one of the chill things when you play offlane against Gyro. The guy always pushes in the lane to you. You kind of just chill. Boom has the wave behind his tower. I mean, if Ame can get level 6, I really would not be surprised to see him show up on like the 8-minute active room. Take the fight there with the coil, with the Dawn ult.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, yeah. Something that would, you know, Milan was very aware of.
Yep.
You know, very much that XG's team fight could start running at them 7 or so minutes in.
Boom is level 6, so of course he can also back his team up.
Jinkyu is going to try and lead in on this. They've got the Solar Guardian coming in as well. Copy, he's dead.
And that's one task with an ult. That's it.
Definitely some concerning things here for the Huskar. You know, he's level with the farm, but you want to be further ahead, right? This sort of bullying that they're coming in and giving to the Huskar is definitely going to slow down Navi's game plan. Bottom lane, setups there. Ari comes in with the disruption. Boom. He's going to try and roll up, but the damage is done. Yuragi, can he get some kills in return? They've got the setup on a Polison, so they will find the Shaman. Xingqiu is going to go straight for the TP out, but Toss is available. So the two supports of XG will pay the price.
Double kill for Yuragi. Well, Xtreme definitely... they're not just damage controlling, they're kind of owning this early game against the Huskar. XXS does make his way back up to the top lane. All right, so the armlet is available for copy.
It's there now, yeah. So now it's going to get a little trickier.
Yeah, a lot trickier.
A good few toggles should mean that those sort of plays, as we saw between the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker, are unlikely to result in the kill.
Well, it is definitely quite big that Xtreme did squeeze in 2 kills onto copy before the armlet did come out. I don't know how... We'll have to see how long Navi keep up this map split. I believe like having Pango in this top safe lane doesn't really grant you very much. I don't think that's the area you really want to play through.
Oh, Corey. Hiding in the trees. They're going to have eyes on each other now. You have to be a bit cautious with Boom around. He's got Rolling Thunder back up in 10 seconds. Copy's coming in from the side. Xingqiu's going to go in on him. XM's here as well. Copy makes the jump over to XM. Phase shift into the silence. They've got a fair bit of damage on a Copy. Is it enough? It is. The hammer comes in. They've taken him out. Kaori gets shackled down to death by Polison. These painful deaths continue for Copy. The Huskar's getting punished.
He really, really is. I mean, luckily for him, Yuragi's still very high on the net worth.
Xingqiu. He's going to find Boom. XXS win with the follow-up. Boom's trying to roll up, but he can't get it off. These setups here from Xingqiu causing issues for multiple cores on Navi.
Well, looks like XG had a good talk in between the games, because they have woken up for this game too, making lots of good moves.
An excellent lead so far against a lineup of Navis that definitely expected more to have come from the mid lane, but XG able to deal with the Copy early game Huskar. It's not easy for him to play his game now, coming in from behind.
Yeah, Navi need to either decide whether they do want to play around Copy with both Ari and Boom to have the disruption and the defensive role, or if they just try to dodge some of these maneuvers.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They're smoking onto bottom, maybe hoping to find Ame. Ame seems to be yapping, so maybe talking to his team that, yo guys, they might be here, need some help.
See if they can grab him. And how quick the responses come in. Gonna try with the setup, but the demonic purge. TP's coming in. It's big burst here with a finger. It's enough to get him.
Oh, he's dead. Roll, finger, everything, and the tier 1. So nicely done by Navi to try and open up the map here. We'll lose the mid tier 1 in return.
A Copy remaining in the jungle until he has that BKB. Absolutely needs it, as we've been saying. XG, they will kill this Huskar.
Yeah. He is weak now, at least once. When he does have the BKB, there isn't too much damage that's going to be pumped into him. We've got high HP region. Gyro is more of a deal damage to everyone, not just to one guy. So maybe Copy should be some of his recovery.
And Navi's sticking around towards the bottom. Smoke's coming in from XG and it's heading Navi's way. There's XG. Polison on the lead. I'll get the opening hex in onto Corey. Navi will just have to let the line go.
Yeah.
I can get this push going. Maybe look to start pressuring the tier 1 down bottom. In the mid, Xingqiu has to try and survive there with an attempt of a snowball, but of course ends up dragging him in pretty deep. TP's come in. They'll manage to get him for that one.
pinging his team to go and push the bottom tier 1 as the TPs are on cooldown. I guess you dropped the wards, but you better get out after. They are coming.
Navi will be able to hold on to this one. Timings for the BKB, how are we looking on copy? Still about 1,600 gold. And Yuragi, 1,000 or so away from the Shadow Blade after this Echo Saber. So gearing up so that he can sort of duck and dive in and out of the fights.
Yeah, with the Shadow Blade, if it is what they do want to go for here, they could look for some side lane moves. I mean, either way, smoking onto the top half of the map should be better for Navi than going bottom. But also wouldn't be surprised if Yuragi just waits out for the shard timing instead of finishing up the Shadow Blade.
Policy
is dead.
Not a bad start here for Corey. Already got himself a couple of finger of death stacks. That's the defusal timing for Boom. Copy still 900 on the BKB.
Well, Navi's potential Roche fight, like later on, is not weak at all. Gonna have the shard on the Tiny, you've got a Pango roll, the BKB will come out on the Huskar. And of course, Xtreme are quite happy with the state of the game. 2k lead with XXS having an incredible game.
Yeah, it's going to be a super quick Aghanims from him. Likely to be online before the next big fight kicks off.
Navi did just find 2 separate wards on the map from Xtreme, so Xtreme don't have the most control on the map right now. Actually, 0 observers on the map for Xtreme. Did now get to replace one on their side of the jungle.
Ah, mate. How's the support backup if they do run into anyone on Navi here? Boom, he's out of here. He's not in any sort of shape to take a fight. Corey will also be careful to not show himself.
Navi should be aware of this, right?
Oh, Polis is going to find Corey, though.
Yep, he did. He very did.
More money for Arme. Should be able to get the tier 1 finished off this time. No need for the Serpent Wards. Arme can finish this off with the Siege Creep.
Well, Navi are getting some good stuff done, sure. You did lose your Lion, and you are behind when it comes to the goal, but you are getting BKB, and you're finishing in on the Shadow Blade for Yuragi. So the top half of the map is going to be very crucial for both teams, as Navi should have their eyes on Roche.
And Polisson. Oh, they're going to see him. Polisson will get caught. They used the finger and the Rolling Thunder for that.
They caught Ame?
I mean, Polisson's still alive. All right, hold on. Polisson's able to get the Serpent Wards and the Shackles off. He just turns and kills the Lion. XXS comes in with the Solar Guardian. Arme's going to be fine. This has gotten a little bit awkward for Navi. Copy will be able to make sure that they at least finish off the Shaman. But yeah, Polisson gets to play his full hand there on the way out.
Good old Shadow Shaman. The foul play into dropping his ward, Shackle, healing up.
And I tell you what, even as well, the Serpent Wars at the end there, they even got the Courier of Yuragi, so Yuragi's not going to have that Shadow Blade for 2 minutes.
That actually matters quite a bit.
That is, Polisson getting a lot done there. Yeah, that's quite a timing to miss now. No Shadow Blade. And on the Tiny.
Especially during this nighttime, would have been nice for them to try and use that.
Yeah.
Copy is up top. Oh, I mean, if they catch Ame here, there are no counter plays this time around.
And nobody here to help him out. Ame, very, very dead. And Copy will take that.
Yeah, need to be careful. Of course, you've got the gates. You can immediately be on the other side of the map. Donald not available.
Well, now the Jar's gone. Do you just go Roche with the Huskar?
I feel like you kind of want to.
Or is it too risky?
No, I think you want to force a fight in this area. As
I mean, Shackles, XM's in with the jump. On the but the Hex is there. Corey was ready. The Avalanche weren't quite coming in time. They're going to try for the TP out here on Polisin, but Polisin will burn out to copy. Yuragi finished off Xingqiu with the combo. And now they'll definitely go for the Rosh here. Na'Vi. This Roshan should be theirs unless we'll see some sort of crazy attempt for a steal coming in from the pot.
They are looking. Oh, but Na'Vi, I like this move.
Yeah, this smoke out. Arme's at the front. Arme's got to be careful. He stepped up. Arme's in trouble. He's just dead. They will manage to kill off the Lion. Copy, he'll survive though. They can wait out the blade mail of XXS and just turn and kill him as well. XM's going to get chased out to the side of the fight. What was that, Kezu?
That was really strange. Okay, either someone told him to absolutely deward or he's angry his subs didn't deward earlier because he TP'd in, dropped the sentry, hits the ward. But yeah, Na'Vi, they'll gladly... I really like that they stopped hitting Rosh to take the fight to XG.
They're going to keep trying again here, XG. They've got Xingqiu with a blink.
Yeah, okay, let's see. I mean, they are delaying it quite nicely.
Can Xingqiu time the steal?
XM giving vision.
He's going to go for it. Oh, he's in, but he's not going to be able to stop it.
And he's in.
Copy gets the kill, gets the Aegis. Na'Vi.
Well, a couple nice kills on the deck, and look at look at Copy's net worth.
Yeah, he's having a great time
he's
now.
Back, baby.
And now he's well on the way to pretty much having the S&Y on top of the BKB. He's got this Aegis now to keep him safe for the next period. The time's passed. Yuragi's finally been able to get the Courier back out, get the Shadow Blade. Some rough times there for XG.
Yeah. And Yuragi, yeah, like you said, his Courier was dead. Now it's back up, and he's nearly got a full BKB plus the Shadow Blade.
Yep.
That's Paulson.
We'll see again on the replay here. Na'Vi, as you say, coming out with the smoke.
Dewarding.
Wants a bit of dewarding done, but Yuragi straight on top of him, followed up by Boom. And there's just not enough that XXS can do to sort of make this play with XM on the jump, because they've already lost their gyro. They couldn't save him. At the end of the fight, XXS can't save himself.
I mean, they tried everything they could. They did get Kaori and nearly killed Copy also.
And we'll see this attempt here. Has to go for it there, Xingqiu.
Yeah.
Doesn't work out.
Of course, Yuragi was kind of spamming the toss by the looks of it. Well, they fully recovered the very bad early game that they had on the Copy Huskar.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the Tormentor.
XG looking bottom.
They'll find Boom. Still with great kill potential, of course, with any sort of setup into the Solar Guardian of XXS when they catch them alone.
See, that will be an S&Y complete. Xingqiu immediately TPs up top to make sure that Ame is all right.
Well, they definitely have to be careful, as we're seeing, before Ame gets this BKB done.
We've got some Wisdom Shrine action. XM is around bottom.
They've got the Hex, Kaori. He's got him caught. Have they got enough burst, though? They don't. XM's going to be able to get out with the orb. They're going to try and chase on forward. Oh, indeed, Ari with the disruption will set up for the Avalanche. Ari makes sure they get the job done. They get the kill. They'll be able to keep their Shrine of Wisdom in their hands.
Not respecting the blink on Ari here, just being able to chase through and get the kill.
XG have the support sat behind Ame. They're very ready for if any sort of move heads the way of their gyrocopter. As for now, though, Na'Vi, they're more interested in this bottom side of the map.
I mean, they've got the Shard on the Tiny, they've got the BKB flying out. They can start hitting out some towers. This gyro is really not that strong. Yeah, you have the Axe, you've got the Chrysalis, he's going BKB next, but I think Ame needs another round of items after the BKB to really be a threat.
And until he has at least a BKB, it feels impossible to turn up to a fight.
Yeah, and this is good move from Na'Vi. You're up, you've got the Aegis, you show your Aegis hero. You don't expect the enemies to fight, which means you're already cross-smoking over the map.
See if they can find with this. At the moment, it's just the two supports up top for XG. If they can get sort of the triangle and find either XM or Ame, that would be a big catch here for Na'Vi.
They've got their eyes on Ame.
Yeah, they see him. It's a bit of a deep play to make, though. Copy is coming in from the other side. They're going to find him here. Tries to head out to grab some creeps. The surprise comes in. XXS will be in with the Solar Guardian, but Ame's already dead. Now they're trying to look for XXS as well. He'll be able to pull his way up to the high ground. Boom. He'll get him with the Rolling Thunder. A little too deep for the rest of Na'Vi to follow up, so they'll back away. But again, Na'Vi, they'll absolutely take that, continuing to take Arme off the map, slow down his game.
Yeah, as if they care about the Dawn ult.
Yeah.
It's the Aegis, Husker, and the Shield Rune Tiny. They've still got a minute on the Aegis. Wouldn't be surprised if they want to, like, you know, go hit the high ground a bit, see what the response is of XG.
Now they're onto the high ground.
Yep, that's a quarter health gone.
What can they do, XG, to try and slow this Aegis push down? 40 seconds to deal with the threat of it. Arme's back up. Na'Vi onto the mid barracks. XG's got to do something soon if they want to try and stop this. That's the range rack's gone. They're in with the jump. They try and burst through him. They'll take him out, but the Aegis is there ready for round 2. Uragi will get the BKB off, backs away. They'll look towards Copy. He's also got the BKB. He'll opt for the BKB TP out. There's nothing to put a stop through it. Na'Vi, they back out successfully. Nobody gets caught.
Whoa, what a clean getaway. That was really close to Uragi getting his TP cancelled. Same with Boom. So didn't lose the melee racks, but you do lose your tier 3 plus the range racks.
I mean, for XG, now that they're all back in the game, the Aegis is no longer on Na'Vi. Is it still just kind of back to farming, try and get the space for Arme to...
No, they're not that weak.
You think you can go for it?
You can get the BKB on Arme, which is very close.
Yeah.
And just involve him in a play altogether. They're only down 3k gold. Like, their draft is really not weak. XXS, he can kind of do whatever. Of course, he's playing the Dawnbreaker. He can just always Solar Guardian in. The supports are kind of easy kills for them, of course, if they can get them with the Lion SD.
They're trying to bait with Arme at the moment on the top. And Na'Vi's not biting. They'll let the tower go down.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Full silver edge now on Uragi. Corey, he will get caught up here. XG, they'll find something for the time spent top.
Good for them, showing some signs of life. It's also okay for Arme to like play slower fights. You can play more around, you know, your puck. Like XM can kind of go ham. He's got a snowball safe to work with, the Solar Guardian as well. Slowly let them deal with the supports. And Arme just has to make sure he does not get blown up full to 0. I mean, XG have a crazy ward, which is now getting dewarded by Na'Vi.
XG. Looks like they're indeed happy to sort of play in this fashion to get that next item, that butterfly online for Arme before they get dragged into any fights. Na'Vi, 40 seconds or so until we see when the Roche is up. Might also be content in waiting for that one. They've got a few big items around the corner. Satanic's pretty close for Copy.
Na'Vi, no XXS is here.
There's the opening. Boom, coming in with the Rolling Thunder. It'll close in. XXS not getting away from this one. Oh, there's an attempt for a snowball save there, but Jinkyu not able to get it off with Boom coming crashing between the two of them with that Rolling Thunder.
That ward paying off big time.
That's quite the death. I mean, without the Dawnbreaker in the map for 50 seconds, there's going to be a bit of space for Na'Vi to hit the high ground again.
Yeah, Copy doing just that. Closing in on the Satanic also.
Uragi seeing if anyone steps up for the creep wave in the mid. Won't be the case though. Arme's got his eyes on bottom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looks like they will call it quits. I mean, most important thing on the deck at the moment is to have map control, and both teams need to think about Roche.
Yeah, you can't lose a fight before that.
If Na'Vi get their hands on Aegis and Satanic on the Huskar, it's definitely troublesome. Jinkyu, he understands this. I think this is one of the earliest Vlads we've seen on a Tusk, but he knows he has to fully gear up and help all his cores.
Absolutely, yeah. Just trying to set up the fight so that Arme can just sit there, flat cannon, do the damage, heal up.
I mean, they do have good team items. You've got the AC completed on XXS. You've got the Vlads on Jin-Q.
Yeah, the 5-man will be very strong from XG if they can get it into place and get Arme in position. See, Roshan, it's going to be the slightly longer cooldown respawn time here. Both teams ready to contest this point, though. XG heading forward. Navi in the area.
I think Navi should just look to hold... Okay, Yuragi is TPing over. He was quite far away earlier. He does have a full Yasha flying out as well.
And Navi's ready.
Smoke on smoke.
Same to be said, though, for XG. XM will show. Copy bringing in the mid. Which team's going to take the bait first? Navi, they're going to know that XG's likely to be on this high ground. They've hit the scans. They know they're up there. Boom may be considering going for a blind initiation with a Rolling Thunder. It would be risky. Copy continuing to just keep this midway pushed in, trying to get some sort of reaction from XG. XG's not biting. And there it is. He's managed to get it done. Arme. He is going to have quite a presence in the next team fight with the butterfly complete.
It is powerful, of course, against the Huskar and the Tiny. I mean, I don't think Navi need to bite on this at all, because first of all, Roche isn't up yet, and in 20 seconds it will move towards the bottom side. So both teams are going to have to start flipping the map. XG could look to, like, this ward that Navi are on under the tier 2. I feel like XG should look to use this one. This is kind of illegal. Like, if they get to see the supports, could be quite big.
Did you just start the Roche if you're Navi, or is it too risky? Copy's going to try.
You need to start it in a way where you're not committing too much. So I guess you can let your Huskar do it alone. It's got enough HP regen and the Satanic.
XG's got to get over there. XG are not going to want to let this one go for free. Navi know. They back out of the pit as soon as Roche roars. See if they can sort of come in from an angle that catches XG by surprise.
I wouldn't mind if XXS would actually just play with his team straight up.
We see change up as well. Yuragi did get rid of the Yasha and actually go for the Blink instead now. So he's got that extra way of initiation. Copy stepping up. They find him, Jin-Q in the trees. Boom, trying to see if he can turn this into more with a Rolling Thunder. XG back off for now. Just getting that one quick kill might be enough for Navi to just go for the Roche now. They have the numbers advantage. 5 versus 4. XG still likely to try something, though, with just the 4 of them.
Jin-Q doesn't have buyback.
XM's in.
They find Ari.
Paulison will get the Hex, but Yuragi's there waiting for him. The Solar Guardian comes into play. Yuragi will get the BKB off, looks to finish up Paulison, booms in with the shield crash. They'll get the kill, but Arme, flat cannons flying out, doing the damage. As Navi, they have to back off. XXS and XM in with the chase. The Dream Coil in on the Boom. Arme moving over. The Rocket Barrage and the Homing Missile heading Boom's way. He'll get caught by the stun. Copy jumps back in. He's healing up with the Satanic, but it's Copy against the world. He'll look to XXS. XXS will TP out back to the fountain. Copy will fall. Arme gets the triple kill. XG able to force the fight in a way that allowed Arme to get all the damage done.
Yeah, he just got to fully chill and stand his ground. As Paulson gets the Hex off, they also jump Ari at the same time. Good ward trap. And I think Navi maybe not quite on the same page, since Copy is stuck in a Roche pit. It's not like he can help his team out. But damn.
Just a perfect setup with Arme in position. The team able to get him the vision and such, so the flat cannons come out, ends up dealing, what, about over 9,000 damage that fight there on the gyro. The exact setup they could hope for. And even sort of this point, Serpent Ward Trap coming out, Policy getting to do his job on the way out. And then this chase here, because at this point, this fight is absolutely over for Navi. XG look to maximize, and they're able to do so. Getting it all here with the chase down. Fantastic team fight from Xtreme.
Yeah, and not just giving themselves the gold lead, but making sure that you get the Aegis and not the Huskar. Now when you go back into the live game, it's not just a butterfly on Ame, it's a full Daedalus.
Ame has played his way back into this game very nicely. After a few slip-ups, at this point, he is absolutely on track to carry. On the hunt again. Ame a little bit alone, but has the luxury of the Aegis. And Na'Vi, they're not going to look to mess around with him at all right now. They'll get out of here through the Twin Gate.
We are getting to kind of critical mass on some of these Xtreme Gaming heroes, as the scale is on their side.
XG, they can definitely have a look at trying to take this tier 2 into the tier 3 and high ground. They have the Serpent Wards at the ready. Ame will tear through the buildings pretty quickly with this great amount of damage that he has.
Yeah, and he's got loads to back him up. Dawn ult, Snowball, Vlad's AC.
XXS ready with his own BKB as well. So he knows that he's going to be able to get away with committing in for any sort of Solar Guardian saves and not worrying about dying after he lands. Be very hard to take down. I'll take the tier 2 bottom, swing over towards the mid, start to work towards that one as well. I mean, if you're Na'Vi, are you fighting into this Aegis at all, or are you just completely waiting this one out?
You can still look, or like you kind of have to look, but it needs to be, they need to find something nice.
Sure.
I don't see them killing Ame twice.
Or Polison. Drop the Serpent Wards. They get the coil onto the two of them. Solar Guardian's coming in as well. They blow up Ari. The combo's there as well to take out Copy. Big kill there. Copy out for 80 seconds. The BKB didn't save him on that one. Back to business here for XG. Over to the mid.
Navi is starting to be in trouble. There's a mid wave, 2 minutes on the Aegis. There's a banner also. Looks like Yuragi wants to create his own pressure.
See what sort of reaction they get. Boom's got the Octarine. They're going to have to get back soon. Again, they're going to try and hold this defense without Copy.
Doesn't Yuragi have to stay? I feel like he needs to...
We wanted to pressure their high ground.
Hit, yeah. Well, they're at least not defending the first racks. Then what about the second? Because if you're defending neither, you need to be pressuring.
Xame's going to take these down pretty quickly here with XXS. Off to the side, they've caught Kaori outside the base. As the mid melee racks is taken, Ame ready to catch the creep wave at the bottom as well. Finish off the range mid and head straight up towards the top set. XG looking to do maximum damage here to the base of Na'Vi.
Okay, they are coming back. Copy is up in 15.
XM. Not going to get anything out of them there. They will find the fortification. Copy back up. TPing in. They're going to try with the opening onto Ame. See if they can burst through, and then once they come in with the full combo, it's not quite enough. Now it is. With Copy turning up, blast him back. They've taken him out the once. Boom with the rollback. Will catch onto him once more, but the Solar Guardian's coming in. Ame gets the BKB off, stepping up. Na'Vi, they have to back away. Copy's going to try and stand his ground with the BKB, but the crit comes through from Ame. Hex as well onto Boom. Ame cleans up the kills, cleans up the barracks. Na'Vi, no buybacks available on the three of them. As XG can keep this one going over to the bottom lane, look to claim the mega creeps, and very likely push this one to a game 3, Kezu.
Yeah, just they're here. Oh,
XG.
What are we looking for?
He's going to try.
He's trying to get a kill.
He's trying to stop the push, but he ain't stopping it at all. Ame will continue to clean up the barracks. They're trying to slow him down. Kaori coming in from the side as well to disrupt what XG's doing.
Oh.
They'll turn their attention over towards him, try and chase out a kill.
Got the megas.
They're out. But with these little distractions, maybe they get to live another day, Na'Vi. 30 seconds.
Look at Ame.
Is he just chilling? What's he doing?
Yeah, he's dead.
I guess he thought the game was over, and it might be. But he is dead.
Maybe he will buy back. As Ari.
Gale Guardian won't save him, but he has got buyback. Navi's probably going to get the chance to fight again.
They can hold. They can absolutely hold.
Okay. All right. That happened. But still, XG should be on the verge of closing this. With or without Ame. Dead for 70.
Looking for a play.
There's going to be the buyback coming in from Ari. XM out of the base. Boom trying to chase on, but the Blink and the Waning Rift will get XM out there safely. Up against the Mega Creeps, Navi.
Let's see what they can do. They've lost to this. They've lost with Mega Creeps countless times.
That's true. Maybe that gave them the knowledge to be able to win with them against them.
To keep your cool right now and just take it easy. Refresher on XXS. I like it. It's a very nicely looking inventory that we've got here. I mean, both him and XM have had a very stellar game on both the Dawn and the Puck.
It does feel like, you know, Xtreme right now. Just wait for the full 5 of them to be up. Wait for Arme to be there.
Yep.
Go down mid. End the game. Seems pretty simple, right? It should be pretty simple.
It does seem simple. Oh, what do we have going on here? A Dawn ult.
They're in onto Uragi.
He is disrupted.
And a refresh from XXS, another round of spells. The Uragi's gone. Ari actually able to get out with that TP, so he'll survive. But yeah, with Uragi out, he does not have the money for buyback. Paulison will get taken out in return, but that might have just cost Corey his life. It does.
And they have
the two of them down.
This is going to be a tough hold for Navi.
Yeah, 3 versus 4.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh, XM's in.
Tier 4s are dying to Mega Creeps.
There they are.
Naked
It's
Throne.
gone. Throne is exposed. Paulison ready to win this one. He's buying back. Ready to get the job done here with the rest of the team. They get the setup on a Boom. Can they save him? Solar Guardian's coming in. Boom's gone. Copy trying to hold his own, but he cannot do so. The game, it's finally over. GG's called. XG will take game 2.
They will push it into a third game. I mean, they looked a lot better than game 1, but still a bit shaky from the early to mid game, but they did hold strong against the Huskar. I think if you're Navi, you take a little bit of a breather. Maybe you run a normal lineup in the third game.
Yeah, they
spicy Huskars.
Yeah, exactly. Xtreme's approach to the Huskar seemed to be absolutely on point. And yeah, Arme, especially in those mid to late game team fights, absolutely pulling through with the setup from the team. XM popping off in the Puck. Seems to be a hot hero this series. Another game where Puck gets to do some wonders. 1-1 now between Xtreme and Navi.
Well. It seems that Huskar's shine may be coming off. We already saw BetBoom Team kind of struggle with it earlier, and now we are seeing that even in Navi's hands, even with Copy getting the counter pick of his dreams, still falters in the end. But I did not think that I would be saying that for the first 35 minutes of this game. Then maybe one fight too many, and it all snowballed the other way.
It was such a turbulent game. Like the early game, major props to Jin-Q. He was making all the rotations, rotating to mid, going back to top, killing here, killing there. And then Arme stepped into the mix and he thought it'd be fun to die 3 or 4 times in a row. And Navi, excellent pick-off game from them. Of course, they identified Arme getting a little bit too aggressive each time, as much as it's funny to meme him. Navi, they had this mid game. They overcome the Jin-Q aggression of the early game, the pressure that Dawnbreaker applied. They take the Roshan, but it feels like Roshan was just a theme of both teams struggling, right? Navi punished Xtreme at the top Roshan. This is actually the clip which, this is just the Arme death where he goes in and the Solar Guardian's on the Puck, not to the Gyrocopter, and things just get funky. And of course, the carry discrepancy, right? The itemization from Gyrocopter, he slowly progresses to getting harder to kill, able to frontline, and once he hits that breaking point with the butterfly, he doesn't die anymore. He becomes the true carrier of the game. But yeah, the first 35-40 minutes, it really was just, yeah, crazy.
Yep, it was a pretty good game for Huskar and Tiny, I have to say, but they weren't really connecting properly in the last couple of fights, most importantly the Roche fight, of course. For me, the main storyline here is why even pick Huskar if you already have a good matchup mid. Like, they could have had a different carry as well, but this game was still in their hands. I still feel like it was still in their hands overall. One hero that we don't hear too much about, one player, is Paulson, usually. He's the silent position 5, just does his job and that's it. This game, he was actually doing some crucial moves across the map in a game in which, for a Shadow Shaman, you feel like it's not that easy to have a lot of impact. He actually had a lot of it. Like, he ends the game with 2-6-17, of course, nothing crazy when it comes to the score, but he was a crucial part of their victory, if not, in some situations, the main one, just by surviving when they go on him with his foul play or whatever it's called, and then getting away a little bit using the shackles, using the serpent wards. Like the two supports, Zinq of course included, were absolutely stellar on Xtreme Gaming.
Now you're not just hyping up Paulson because he got that solo reverse kill whenever he got
No. Actually, there were like 3 or 4 that were like that.
Yeah.
Like, he was finding even before they go high ground, he finds the right pickoffs. Like just as they're pushing, usually teams they struggle pushing high ground because you don't kill anyone and then you have to push into high ground and 5 heroes. Every time they attempted it, which there weren't plenty, there were like 2 times that Xtreme Gaming were actually pushing, but whenever they would do it, he would find a pick-off before, he would set up with shackles, they would kill it off with Dawnbreaker, and then they would go into a push.
And those types of initiations were critical, especially the way that the first half of the game was going, where it seemed like Huskar had it all in the bag, but at maybe around 31 minutes, it seems that the pendulum was starting to swing the other way around, and Navi's Tiny may have been somewhat vulnerable.
He's in no man's land here, right, Tigov? Like, if you want to, we can have this.
Oh, sure,
I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, Yuragi, he had a pretty stellar game with his pick-off play. As much as we're praising the Tusk and the Shaman, the reason why Navi felt so good was because Yuragi had the Blink Dagger, but the one time he steps up to the tree line by himself, he's hiding in the trees, Xtreme find him, Yuragi dying first is not the recipe for winning the fight, especially at a critical Roshan, right? It's like, as much as Navi had a good game, they cannot make mistakes. As the game progresses, the scaling of Xtreme, how beautiful their lineup is, the pick-off potential of Shaman and Puck, the scaling of Gyrocopter, the survivability of Dawnbreaker and Tusk on the same side. You make mistakes. This is a draft that will remind you that you made mistakes. And that mistake there, that clip that Lizard asked for, is the critical mistake.
To be real, that's where they lost the game. They literally lost the game with a Tiny play. He is completely separated from his teammates. He tries to go for the Shadow Shaman. Because of the foul play, he cannot get the pick off immediately.
Yeah.
Then he gets stuck. He cannot move out of the Serpent wards as well. And another thing that I have to mention, because of this combo of Tiny and Huskar, Yuragi opted to play like that. He was the whole game, he played like he wasn't the true position 1, like he wasn't the win condition. His itemization as well, Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, Silver Edge, like he's more about pick-offs, he's more about finding the targets, getting them and then running away. Meanwhile, previously, like if you look at his Tiny performance on position 1, he's the man, he's the main guy. He goes in and he fights and you cannot really deal with him.
It's a night and day difference, at least in terms of what Navi are capable of to convert a game advantage into a victory. But now it means that we get a game number 3 in this series, so stick around, everyone, and we'll be right back.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It looks like our group stage ended up with some pretty competitive teams because both of our series so far that we've had in the playoffs are going the distance. And we are getting an opportunity to get into game number 3 now of NAVI and Xtreme. We're seeing even like metas develop within the series. Batrider was so defining in the previous one. This one, Puck.
Yeah, Death Prophet in the last one as well.
Death Prophet too.
I feel like the last series had more mind games and development. And this one was more like, haha, Huskar, gotcha.
Sure.
And it didn't work in the end, of course, but they did attempt it. So let's see if Navi goes back to normal standard Dota, because Huskar, it's like a Meepo. It's a different sort of a pick. It's a different sort of a gameplay completely. You expect lanes to go differently because of him. T was calling out the double smoke at the beginning, which also did happen, so the lanes are different as well. Hopefully we see some standard stuff from Navi for their own sake.
Because they made it work in game number 1. They showed that they know how to deal with Xtreme's strange strategies, like their Queen of Pain carry. And now Xtreme have proven that they know how to deal with Navi's weird strategies, like busting out a Huskar in pick 18.
Yeah, and not only that, I feel like in both of the games, the beacon of hope for Xtreme is XM is also having a pretty decent series. In the first game, even though they lost, the Voice were at 10-2. Second game, I believe he finished like 8-1 or something on the puck. Like he's, as much as we haven't really hyped him up too much throughout the entire series, he's quietly doing his job really well. Of course, the supports in Xtreme was who were kind of putting the major spotlight on after game 2.
It's kind of the sentiment that I was sharing in the discussion that we were having before the series started, which I oftentimes don't feel like Xtreme live or die based off of Ame's performance. Because if I'm being honest, his Game 2 performance was not stellar, but the puck performance was, and that's what basically makes or breaks an Xtreme game win, is if XM is having a great game or having an average game.
Yeah, for sure. Ame eventually did carry, like he did get to desired items, I feel like. But the road there was really rocky. Considering the heroes that he was playing against, it's understandable. Naga Siren, by the way. Okay, last couple of series, I'm just expecting this hero to be permabanned. Is there anything else that we're missing that teams Undying
keep
maybe?
rooting for the Nature's Prophet, but some teams just don't care about it.
They do not care at all.
I will. 80% is 80%.
The numbers are on your side, Lizard.
It's not even the numbers, just like playing against that hero or with it or playing it just feels so overpowered.
And it was a self-ban in the previous game. Navi, they banned it out. Even though they had the first pick, they then opted to take the Shaman. This time around, they banned the Shadow Demon instead. Hence why we do see it kind of fall into the pool.
Yeah, it was picked last game by Xtreme as well, right? Like that's the Polos and pickoffs and wards and stuff. But the Shadow Demon, like you said, yeah, won't be in the pool. No Shadow Demon, no Shadow Fiend as well.
And we already got Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, we got one of the Shadow drafts, guys. We
all the
shan't be spoiled.
Where's Slark? Give me that Shadow Dance. That's viable, right?
Thank God it's not. That was a very brief period where it was fun for the one guy who played it. But on your team, you have a support Slark, and if he's not a good support Slark player, GG. If he's a great player, sure, he'll carry you. There will never be a ward. The enemy team supports, you can never place an observer. Thank God that's over.
Never place an observer during nighttime. Everyone
Yep.
sees you.
Yep.
You feel being watched.
It was
At least
cursed.
that's the way it felt.
It's like playing against Night Stalker without any timings, yeah.
You used to be watched by Dawnbreaker, but her innate got changed. Regardless, Navi, respect to ban it out in Phase 2.
Yeah, they're all smiles and giggles here. Dawnbreaker did a lot. And the combo with the Shadow Shaman was big, but there are other heroes that enable that as well. Naga might not be as great, but it's still decent. Some good old reel-in into the Dawnbreaker ulti. By the way, one of the reasons as well why the Shadow Fiend is banned out is we've seen so many Naga Shadow Fiend games. Like this combo is just too damn strong right now.
Yes, the combination where you don't even need to hit the perfect Requiem. As long as you throw out the Requiem and you could cancel the song at some point during its leaving point, you'll still get hit by the Fear.
Yeah.
It's even less about the damage at this point. But for Xtreme, they want to go for chaos. They want the Naga Siren, the illusions, the Pangolier running around. And Navi, they're not really changing their tune in regards to how they draft, right? It's the second phase tiny, they flex it. You got the Shaman for the pickoff, the tiny, be it mid or carry. We just saw how Uraki played it. It's all about the pickoff, being explosive, trying to break the map. Throw a Marcy into the mix, that's even more pickoff, more aggression. It is good to see that Navi aren't swaying, moving away from their identity, especially after losing that second game in that style.
Ari was the record holder, I believe, last night when it comes to the amount of stuns dished out and the stun time on targets. And he's been playing a lot of Marcy, and he's been making this hero look much stronger than she truly is. She's strong, but it's a different level when he plays it.
That's because I think Navi, especially when you have a specialist on a hero, you know the weaknesses and strengths. And here, every time we see a Navi lineup with Marcy, it's not just one simple jump target. The pick-me-up facet, it's not as if it's only the Undying. It's an Undying with a Tiny or with a support that also, like a Shaman or something that likes to get in and initiate and get a Hex off.
Yep. What's crazy about that is, he mentioned that he didn't play it all too much, in our...
He said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
when
2 weeks ago started, and he's already, just destroying teams with her. On the other hand, when you look at Xtreme, they have some players that have been playing Marcy in every meta on Position 4, and they were making her work.
Oh, okay.
Sniper.
All right. It does feel like they're asking Navi to pick up the Storm Spirit, the jumping hero. Even though Sniper can annoy them in laning phase, you fast forward to the game, you're not going to really mind too much.
And maybe some casual Centaur as well for Boom.
Yeah.
Get that Marcy Centaur combo in the lane.
Any gap close.
And then you have, the gap close. It's so nice.
It is not a scary sniper pick where normally when you pick sniper, you're trying to threaten the draft, especially when it's like there's pucks and these heroes available. But with Marcy with initiation, Tiny with initiation, Shama with initiation, maybe the sniper pick is he becomes a focal point. Maelstrom, Mione, Hurricane Pike, his shard. You know you want to kill him, but to kill him, you now ignore jumping the Pangolier. There's a song behind. So I kind of like the sniper pick where they're putting a bit more of the pick off towards him, which opens up for the previous heroes to then create their counterplay. But of course, if sniper has bad positioning and he just dies, then whatever, the bait won't work.
If it was a final phase sniper, I'd be on board with that more. But there is a lot of hero still left to discover on Navi.
Yeah. Maybe they're just not afraid of position 1 Tiny. So by picking it right now, I feel like maybe they have already forced 1 Tiny. I'm not sure. We'll see. Instead, we get this guy again.
Another Abaddon.
Has been played on offlane, on safe lane.
The other thing with sniper is if you're not the one being jumped, you are threatening the opponent's bad initiation. Because if you jump, let's say, onto a Pangolier and then he gets his shard off, he goes into the ball, then he starts rolling around. Your Marcy or your Tiny or your Shaman are in a bad position. Sniper with good items, that hero is now dead, right? Maybe less towards the Tiny being in a core role, in a carry role, sorry.
Where is he laning? Like Sniper is almost exclusively played on mid.
It will be
for quite some time now.
It is the XM specialty.
Yeah. The thing is, like, so far, you mentioned it, Tsunami as well. XM has been kind of carrying them silently through the mid game. And that's always because he's on these heroes that can move around a lot, that can create space, that are very active. Your Pucks, your Void Spirits. Now he's playing... Of course, it's still an XM special, like you said. He loves these lane dominators as well, these anti-DOTA heroes that just annoy you. And the Centaur gets banned, of course, but...
It puts a lot more pressure on Ame now.
Absolutely.
To be active early on.
Yeah.
Which I have not really put him in that camp of being a twin gate rotator type of safe lane carry recently.
But what if they don't need to do that? What if they just go for... but it's so greedy. But then, to be fair, the reason why I don't mind it is because Xtreme are one of the sniper team specialists where they understand the farm required. Because in this draft, you either go for Medusa to threaten the scaling of Navi, another hero that just is so hard to kill. Like, to get through the Medusa, sniper's right-clicking from behind.
Yeah, I see
if you jump the sniper, then the Naga will save with the song Pangolier roll in. You have Dark Willow Terrorize.
I'd love to see that.
It's so much greed.
But the first 10 minutes are a nightmare.
Yeah, of course.
I just don't know how... I would personally never get something like that, but I can see it. There are that kind of skilled team that they can make anything happen, for sure.
So Tiny mid, off-lane Axe, and safe lane Abaddon?
Yeah, most likely.
Most likely, yeah. And this Axe now with Marcy kind of negates the possibility of another glass cannon on the safe lane, I feel like. Medusa that you mentioned is probably the only one that can kind of do it, but it still feels really bad. Are they just baiting out an Ursa on Ame? As something that goes ham first?
You think an Ursa can deal with the Marcy Axe? Like, even just in lane for right now?
It's not great, honestly. Especially double melee with the Naga.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel amazing.
We saw how, of course, Monkey King can do well into the Axe. That is available.
Sure. And it would be more active to
it would be more active.
Sniper.
Exactly, to bring life to the game.
There's no flex possible with some Ame Naga, right? Like, that's... We can't imagine that. There's, like, Radiance on Abaddon, I guess. Too much AoE.
This would be the debut of Core
Omni.
Naga, but instead it's going to be Core Omni Knight.
Let's just see what they pick. Okay, it's just... Oh, okay.
Safe
Ame taking it, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess if you get Pick Me Up, you can get a fat purification in retaliation if Axe and Marcy are jumping on you.
I just hope that Boom and Ari had a good conversation about the Pick Me Up last night and they found their middle ground because, of course...
The conversation was, high five, dude, we won the game.
Yeah, true. Right,
no, I'm with you. An Undying, or I don't know if an Axe is allowed to have as many deaths, and I don't think Marcy being unkillable is as beneficial in this game as it was in that other Navi series.
I'm just happy that the sniper early pick hasn't become a Arme wants to be a backliner and there's a sniper backliner, the draft falls apart. So they have fixed the kind of the integrity of their lineup, but this is one of those drafts where sniper could just maybe do no damage the entire time. Trying to kill off a tiny that goes for Yules and Ghost Scepter. Then you have an Abaddon who doesn't really care about early game sniper damage. So I'm just really intrigued to know how quickly can XM find his items to enter the game. And I just realized on this graphic, I don't even know Tiny's there. He just blends in from this distance. I just see a tree in the mid lane. Anyway, moving on back to you.
That's what Navi are hoping for. Completely camouflaged.
He is the tree.
He's just the tree of the mid lane.
He's going to be hiding behind that tree as well, at least until he gets some blink to be able to get on top of Sniper. Maybe Ari can change that with a couple of rotations from Marcy. But overall, I do like the Omni Knight last pick, as it is a different carry. We have seen it a couple of times in the tournament, but that's what they needed. They needed this frontline sort of a position one that can just go in and create space for the sniper. I don't think that they could have really doubled down on the glass cannon there. And also the lane itself, let's see how it plays out, because I still don't think that's an easy lane for Naga and Omni. Like, there's still a lot of damage potential from Ari and Boom. We've seen this lane a couple of times already.
If there was one team that I do trust with their sniper, it's going to be Xtreme and XM at the helm. But if there was another team that I trust with Marcy, it's going to be Ari and Navi. Which one's going to come out on top? Let's find out in game number 3.
Yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The deciding game now between Xtreme Gaming and Navi.
Yep.
Looking forward to this one. So the last pick coming in, we get Arme on the Omni Knight. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this, from what I can see, this is the first time we're seeing him on it in a pro game.
For him, I believe so. Of course, we have seen it more than once before. From him, we have not. But I agree with what both T and Lizard were saying. It's what they needed. It's great. I kind of like the sniper lineup. Yeah, sure. Navi have a lot of heroes that can get on top of you. But every single hero that XM has in his draft, they can all help him or bail him out.
Yeah, XM quite the beast on the sniper. And excellent lineup to support him.
I do also like what they did in the pre-game. Of course, they gave the sentry ward to Ame, who cut a tree on the bottom hard camp, because the only way that you can kill the sentry is that you also have to cut some trees. But let's see, Bounty Rune fight will be coming up.
The battle begins.
So they can go for anything here. Ari's going to be able to get the pickup, so they will get the 3 bounty runes. And Paulison is looking pretty dead. It's going to be first blood for Boom. So first blood and 3 bounties go in the way of Navi to start this one off.
By the way, when this facet came out, the pick me up facet, I kid you not, I had a dream. I dreamt about this lane. Axe Marcy. Half a year later, it's in like nearly every single game, and this combo is so good.
Yep, you get him in there.
It's also played by arguably one of maybe the best Marcy. With Ari.
Yeah,
he makes it look so good every game.
Yeah, from what we've seen recently, it's been pretty perfect stuff from him. On the Marcy. See what they can do this lane. In this game here against Arme on the Omni. And of course the support here, Paulison on the Naga Siren. Looking at the other lanes, anyone going to suffer anywhere in those matchups?
Top lane, I would give Navi the edge. Like, any strong support that is played with like an Abaddon shield just becomes even stronger. So Kaori, I feel like, should be doing pretty well up there. But sure, you're a Pango, you'll get some bracers, you'll be fine. Mid should be kind of chilling. Most of the action should be down here. Like, if Ame and Paulison aren't like aware and cautious, they're gonna drop a couple of kills here.
That's the jump. Oh, just a tease onto Arme.
Just checking, you know, just a quick vibe check. Ame, you good?
Level 2 is definitely when the pain begins.
I mean, Naga is just not a strong laner, so yeah, you pick this Omni. Of course, the hero itself is strong, but against Marcy Axe, I don't think they stand much of a chance.
It should be pretty difficult for them down here. Mid lane CS so far, dead even here between the two of them, XM and Copy. 9 for 3, 9 for 3.
The one thing that XM has to respect, if you're Navi, very high chance pre-game, you talk about the fact, yo, if I get a chance to toss this sniper, be ready to TP on the Marcy. But like, even if XM's out of position, Ari TP's in, picks up the Tiny, they get on top of Sniper, and they get a kill on him. So XM cannot disrespect this option.
Bottom lane, they get the call. Arme, he's gone. It's not easy, this lane, and not really much of an option for Paulison to sort of help Arme out in those situations where he gets caught by Boom and Ari.
Well, I will say, in terms of the draft, I was a bit surprised to see Axe skip through the bans. It's like the most potent combo we have seen, alongside with the Marcy.
Oh!
Reason, question mark?
Reason?
Uh-oh, Boom looking to the side.
What's going on?
Looking to the side again.
Yeah. We're good.
We're ready. Maybe in this pause they could talk about...
The reason.
The reason, exactly.
They did.
Which key do Navi need to unlock in this game to kind of be ready and strong? Could be the copy Tiny.
Gonna try and go for Paulison.
That's so much damage.
I mean, the combo's so good, isn't it? Marcy and Axe, what do? They get the jump on you, you're just gone. Between the stun and then the lockdown and the call, it's tough to survive through.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they're, what? You need to be full HP and you need to keep abusing the pull camp. You need to try to turn this lane into like 2 separate 1v1s instead of a 2v2. I think this is on Paulison to try to create this situation. Because yeah, in a 2v2, what do you do against them? They cannot fight them back.
Look at the grab here. Onto Jin-Q. They're gonna the stick charges. He's gonna live. Only just Jin-Q will survive the blast of the shield. Bottom, Arme again having to be careful.
It's a very early phase boots that are already coming out on Boom. With all the little kills and trades, it's having a very good time.
Yeah, Ari claritying up, getting ready for the next move.
Yeah.
Arme better be prepared. It just feels like, yeah, any sort of move that... Oh, top. Yuragi. Surviving only just. There's him out of regen. Doesn't look like they've got anything left between them either, so it's just sort of one more shield in the second he's going to be able to rely on.
Getting some tangles, so that should help a little bit.
Yeah, that was a very necessary delivery.
But yeah, I've got my eyes on Ari a little bit, because the nighttime is coming out soon, so I'm still very much looking forward to a potential mid-play. So we'll have to see how XM can fare against it.
Yeah, can honestly set up moves in any of these lanes, feels like. XM keeping that lead in the mid. 31-8 against the 26-6. Having that edge as the sniper.
Well, Paulison is drawing on the map, kind of knows that Ari is playing towards that side. So XM knows that Ari is in the area.
And they're watching him. Looking for the setup.
Well, Ari does not have a level of dispose, so of course he would have to lead with the rebound.
Now won't get the opportunity on mid. We'll swing back round to bottom. Obviously getting a little tougher to find kills now that Arme's got the levels. See the... Well, that's... Yep.
That's a net.
That's not going to work. TPing out straight in front of that Naga Siren. Paulison was ready for that one.
Easy TP cancel.
Top lane. Oh, bottom. I'll get the setup, but again, at this point, Arme's got the burst heal to survive.
Jin-Q's here also.
And dragging Boom underneath the tower, Paulison will set them up to take the axe down. Not going to get away with a jump this time, Navi. Arme, strong enough to survive through it.
Xtreme are getting away with quite a lot. Sure, I mean, sure, Arme isn't having the best time, but with this turn kill, that helps quite a lot. And I like what XXS is doing. He's rushing a straight-up diffusal blade in this top lane. That can very much change the lane dynamic between him and the Abaddon. And well, the key to their lineup, Sniper, having absolute free farm here on XM.
Radiant are scanning.
He's coming in with the CP as well. 7 minutes, and Navi won't try and risk this. Still difficult for XG to do much about Boom. Unless they catch him going for an aggressive play. After the last one, you know, Boom and Ari will definitely be more cautious about when they see fit to make the jump. I say that, they're going to try under the tower still. Is it enough? Hex is there as well, with Corey coming in, it will be. They have the +1 to make the play. Stops Arme from being able to get anything off on the way out.
Yep, easy kills, even though it's a carry Omni Knight. I guess on Omni you have to go Radiance, because I just... Like, there's something not right, because he's not the centerpiece to kind of win the game for them. It is
no,
XM on the side.
right, yeah.
But maybe in order to get your own scale going, maybe you have to go. I'm just wondering if maybe there's like a different build with some, maybe Echo or like some more hybrid build. But let's see how it goes. Copy with a shield rune. That is quite scary to deal with for Xtreme.
No, it does have a smoke. So they will try and get some use out of this.
Ooh, they might want to try to get Ame a second time. Or maybe it is just XM.
XM would be the big grab.
Well, they're showing nobody, but XM is staying.
He's looking in a lot of trouble here. Toss forward, into the disposed, the Hex is there. XM, he's gone. Very nice little smoke play there, led by Ari.
They did get to place a nice ward in the enemy jungle as well, so I would honestly even kind of like Navi supports to stick together, maybe even defend it, because there's a high chance that Xtreme would look to try and kill that one. But they are walking back together to the bottom lane, but they are walking through an observer ward, which is scouting everything currently. So Ame absolutely knows that they're
here. He knows. He's going to back off, grab the Lotus, and sit back safely from the lane whilst they are in the area. XG knows this time on the other side to put a bit of pressure on with the three of them.
Yeah, Yuragi not going to have the best time. As I mean, his network is okay, but he's been kicked out of the lane because of this diffuser rush.
Got to still be careful. You know, they were looking for the opportunity to maybe dive Arme. Both teams avoiding one another for now. Navi can't quite find the chance to get the jump down bottom. And they will, by the looks of it, end up losing their tier 1 tower top with the space that they've sort of given for XXS up it.
Definitely a good victory for Xtreme, because if they want to fight in their own safe lane, they can. Sniper can TP, and they also have the Pango roll. They're on to Boom in the enemy jungle.
Look at the cool off. But looking pretty dead. Oh, maybe not.
He's here.
Okay, Copy's here to help out. Boom. Assassinate's coming in. They'll snipe him. XM able to take him out. They do get the grab onto Arme. Serpent Ward drop down as well as they'll kill Arme off. CXXS looking to chase. Rolling Thunders at the ready. He's got a decent angle to get the bounce back onto Copy a few times here, but doesn't want to keep it going. They don't want to fight underneath the massive Serpent Ward. Toss forward there. And XM still stepping over in case Navi do try and push on for more, but Xinkyu's going to be fine. Navi, they also respect the fact that XM's in the area. They won't push on into it.
Well, XM having a very, very good game. Level 9.5, top net worth. What's he doing? Closing in on the Maelstrom also.
Arme trying to get back in on the bottom lane, but Ari is there ready to enable Boom if anyone shows under the tower. And Arme playing it safe, won't do so. Especially with Corey showing here for the push. Pop the ult and Ari look to try and take this tier 1 down quickly.
Should absolutely be a free tier 1 tower. I mean, Xtreme kind of know that this is happening. Gonna send Paulson over to at least try to hold a bit of the area. Maybe plant a ward in the jungle before they lose full control.
Paulson and Arme not interested in fighting right now. Interested in trying to just hold on to as much area around here so that Arme feels safe to farm up the Radiance. Yuragi continues to get good space top. As you can see, he just... I mean, if Copy can get the angle for the setup. There's the jump. Oh, a little awkward there, but it still works out. They get the Hex into the shackle, and they'll have the damage to bring him down.
Ari dominating. once again on the Marcy.
XM, and with the pressure on the mid, tier 1. Na'Vi, they're going to just look to get the tier 1 up on the top. Down bottom, a little bit of a battle between Arme and Boom. It's one that neither are going to come out with a kill from. Fortifications there. Copy is making his way back down the mid lane. But stopping this push might be a bit too tough for Na'Vi. Copy, does he want to go for a play? He's got Boom by his side. And there's the jump. We'll get the avalanche toss back on Apolison. Quick dunk as well from Boom. Gets the job done. And they will keep the tier 1 tower alive a little longer.
Good counter kill. I was a bit surprised they let the tower fall quite this low. But at least they do get to hold it. As for now. I mean, as Arme, he doesn't really have any intention of joining anywhere. Seems like he wants to get his Radiance. It will be kind of a late one, but same for Yuragi, so...
Yeah, both of them are having very similarly slowed down games. What? See if they've got enough control. XXS is looking to get the Rolling Thunder off. In fact, he doesn't even need to. The fear comes in, keeps him safe. Pushing Na'Vi back.
Yeah, good positioning from Jinkyu. Without him here, I believe XXS does go down there.
And Copy. Continue to hold on to this mid tower. XM will start to get the farm going now with the Maelstrom completed. Definitely going to get some scary timings coming out, though, from Boom. Top net worth right now on the Axe. It's going to be this sort of 14-minute Blink Blade Mail online. And obviously that could be very devastating for a lot of the heroes, and mainly the main one, right? If XM gets caught by this Axe, it's going to be a pretty dead sniper.
They need to be quick on the fingers. They do have some saves, right? You've got the roll, you've got the song, of course, as well. And if Arme isn't caught, you can always throw the Guardian Angel and the Repel out.
I'll drop the massive Serpent Ward down to try and finish off this tier 1 mid.
Yep, seems to be a goner.
I should be able to get the deny if they want to try for it. They don't. Okay, they just focused on trying to kill off the Serpent Ward. They'll let the tower fall.
Some money for XM in exchange. Maybe not. They don't get it.
Yeah, the creep's got it. Copy. Jumps in, but he's jumped into a lot of damage here, Copy.
Uh-oh.
Sure, Jinkyu goes down, but that's not the trade you're looking for there if you're Na'Vi.
You gotta be careful. That's a Max headshot Maelstrom sniper. He definitely blasts you off the map, at least at this stage.
You get the tower back in return here. XG top. Yuragi completely out of mana, but of course does have the borrowed time. XXS is going to try and chase him, though. As Yuragi will be able to juke the first couple of bounces. XXS is going to go and chase on forward, though.
Oh, got him.
And indeed will still get the job done. A big kill to be found here for XXS as he takes down the carry.
This Diffuser Blade has really been a pain in the ass for XXS.
And they need to find someone here with a smoke. Boom ready with the blink reveal. Is he going to get the chance to get the jump on XXS? It's tricky. XXS in the trees. Boom finds him. The setup's there. Ari bringing in the damage. They won't quite get the dunk, but they do get the kill. So Boom definitely the one to watch now. Him and Ari, they did a lot in the lane.
Yeah.
And they've gotten to this point now where they can run around the map as the two of them and create quite the nuisance for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, looks like they're doing just that. Copy. He's here.
He's got the setup, buying time for Ari and Boom to come on over. Jinkyu's waiting in the tree line, ready with a fear. There's the jump from Boom. Get in with a call. Arme.
That's what I use.
He's going to get battle hung. The song comes in from Polison. He's going to go for the TP out. The avalanche from the side, though. Copy able to make sure that Arme will not get out safely.
I guess they were talking about like who's going to save him, because Jinkyu was just
holding back on the fear, right?
Yeah. But then they dropped the song, trying to think that he will get out. But yeah, Copy. Swings from the side.
Yeah, very nice angle to be able to throw that avalanche in from outside of the song radius.
Blink coming out from Kaori as well soon. I mean, they have 0 deaths on their supports, lots of towers, lots of assists.
Oh. Boom. He's going to be dead for this one.
That's a ginormous kill to give away. Top net worth dies to enemy top net worth. Yeah.
Makes him still pretty low, so Copy's going to look to try and get the jump on him, and Copy gets him. So, you know, it goes both ways. Boom makes a bit of a slip-off, gets caught out, but then XM hangs around on low HP. He didn't expect Copy to still be in the neighborhood.
Surely did not. As the two supports with the shield gonna look to take Roche. They'll absolutely be able to do so.
Yeah, XG, they either don't really know this is going on, or they don't care, because at the moment, actually maybe Paulson, but he doesn't have the song, so Can't really do anything here as the Naga Siren to put a stop to this.
Yeah, they're just giving this one. We do have a lot of big items coming out. Radiant soon on Ame. XM, I also like that he went for the Mjolnir instead of the Maelstrom into Dragonlance.
Now Sis again on the replay. XM just sticking around. Didn't expect Copy to still be about.
Yep, that's literally just a little quick donation towards Copy. We appreciate those.
Now, it's pretty crazy that before the chaos that's going on this game, both carries pretty much got the Radiance at the exact same time.
Yep, and now they will both look to recover in the net worth. I mean, there's two very clear ideas. For Xtreme, it's about protecting the sniper, making sure he stays alive with all the roll, songs, and whatnot. And as for Navi, you need to not allow this... Oh,
all right.
Yeah,
He's in with the opening, but XXS is ready to keep it covered.
Oh,
with the call, gets the call onto the two of them. That's XM gone. Jinkyu to fall. As they were absolutely prepared to make that sort of jump. Boom, can he get out? He should be fine. Yuragi's by his side, has a shield if required. It's not even necessary. Ame, oh, he was seeing if he could get a bit cheeky with that one, but Boom was ready to blink out. As these sort of plays that are going to make things very difficult for XM on the sniper. If they see him, they will kill him.
And that was very nice from Copy also. He tosses the Willow onto the sniper to get a two-man call. And yeah, you get a two-man call on a blade mail. Your sniper, unless you're immediately ready, he's just dead. It's the one thing Xtreme cannot allow to have happen like that. Like, that was way too easy.
Yeah, they've got to keep XM safe. XM's got to keep himself safe. In terms of positioning, has to be so aware of the fact that Na'Vi have so many ways to jump him.
Yeah, Na'Vi are doing good. The discipline on the map right now is nice. They're pushing out mid and top, which means in the bottom half, they have to fall back a little bit.
See what they can do down bottom here, Xtreme. They get the jump on Yuragi. He's got borrowed time and, of course, has an Aegis. And in return, Korai's going to jump in, drop the Serpent Ward down, has the Shackles onto XXS. Will get put to a stop by the Ul Scepter. Copy and Ari, they're ready to chase down. The angles there from Copy Avalanche onto the two. Paulison, he'll use the song. They're bringing Ame in. Looks like Xtreme want to try and fight this. XXS with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to get the setup with the route into the Rolling Thunder on a Copy. The shield comes out. Ari trying to get Copy back out to safety, but the Assassinate comes in, shoots down Copy. Ari will fall. Boom. He'll get the jump on the backlines. In with a Blink Blade Mail. Dunks down XM. But can Boom get out of this one? Have the Shackles holding XXS back for now. Yuragi throws over another shield trying to save Boom, but the swashbuckles there from XXS. Boom to fall. Yuragi surrounded. He's got Corey by his side. XG trying to deal with him carefully. Still has the Aegis on him, of course, on the Abaddon. Yuragi backing off. XXS really wants to try and get that Aegis out of his hands. As he'll hold back Corey as well. Corey's got the Shackles to lock down XXS. Curse Crown. Into the Yule's combo. Jinkyu's got the setup. It's able to snipe the first life of Yuragi there with the hit from the Shadow Realm. Finish off Corey there. Ame as he chases him down with the Radiance Burn. But time's report now for Na'Vi to come back into action. Ari's there and turns up. Enables them to take down Ame.
What a long engagement. Oh, Copy also killed the Naga Siren because he traveled on the wave way behind all of them.
Yuragi, it's proven to be a bit too much there. They really wanted to stick around and deal with him twice. They can only do it the once. Na'Vi, straight up to the top. Timing's there for them to move over, take the Tormentor.
Whoop. Shard for Ari. Gonna make it easier for him to jump on the enemies, even if nobody's around.
And it's not going to get any easier for XM. You know, Boom's going for the BKB next. It's just going to be even simpler for him to just go through the middle of the fight, get on top of this sniper every time.
Yeah, and I like that Boom is buying this BKB because all he has to do is get on XM.
Just get the sniper.
Yeah, and now with the BKB being out, even if there's a song, doesn't matter. The aggressive Yules, you don't care either.
I'll blink on Ame, so it'll be a bit
close.
Quick blink there out in time. Still though, XXS doesn't want to push on any further, knows that it's a bit risky with the potential of Na'Vi being behind Corey. Smoke up now from Na'Vi. Ready to go once more. Boom leading the charge. They've hit the scan. They know that XG's up on the high ground. XXS, they'll go for that. In with a blink call, Ame. Can he save him?
Yep.
Trying to come in with the heals to keep it protected. The shackles there are onto Arme. Arme's getting locked down. Rolling Thunder over towards Corey, puts a stop to the control. Arme can't get out though. Boom. It finishes him off with the help of Yuragi. XXS will get Corey in return. But there's the avalanche combo straight down onto Polison. A double kill for Yuragi. XG have to get out of the fight. Supports will get lost on the way out.
Even with the great counterplay, XG only got one hero killed in Kaori.
XXS and XM just on the run. It's not easy to take these team fights right now for Xtreme.
It's very hard for XM to try and stand his ground. And there's like there's double blade mail that he's fighting into from both Copy and Boom. Yeah, Navi, just a lot of tanky cores with Yuragi buffing them up.
Should be at least there for the next team fight. BKB on Sniper. Aghanim's done now for XXS. Arme gonna make the trip towards the BKB himself. It's gonna take a little longer. Still having a bit of a slower game compared to the other cores.
I mean, XG still have a bit of an issue. Like, who is supposed to frontline for you? If your Pango frontlines...
It's got to be the Pango, right?
I think so, but if he dies, your teamfight is over. Which means you have to save him every time with Arme or someone else.
Oh, and they've run into them here. They found Ari.
He's dead. BKB completed on XM.
Bottom lane. Arme. He's off with the TP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now that you've got this BKB on Sniper, are you actively looking for these fights then if you're XG? Or are you still just trying to sort of avoid them and get that next big item online for the Sniper?
They should still look, because even when you're not fighting, like look at Navi's net worth. They're really getting a lot done on all three of them. And even a support Marcy is no joke against a Sniper later. So as long as they can take fights where XM has good positioning, they are really strong. They just need to fight with the roll and Sniper being able to hit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, is their opportunity? Xtreme Gaming.
It's not the best setup to the smoke.
No, I mean...
in terms of the map. Maybe they find Kaori.
Trying to sort of bait here with the Omni Knight. XXS trying to come in with the wraparound. He'll find Ari. See how quickly they can kill him? Very quickly. It's a good start. Ari's gone. Now they can try to look for more. Rolling Thunder over towards Yuragi. Arme's in on top of him. Same time, Boom, he's just going straight for XM. Boom, trying to find the Sniper. XM's able to get the BKB off this time, so heavily limiting the damage being returned to him. XM will be fine for now, and now he can try and turn to finish off Boom, and they'll get the kill. XXS also able to continue to finish off Yuragi at the side. They played that perfectly, the BKB on Sniper making all the difference here. XM able to get it off as he just took a little bit of time for Boom to close in, and it's sort of the point where it gave XM more than enough time to be like, you want to call me?
Sure,
I'll pop the BKB. Let's go.
Navi they rely on a good and clean start to the fight, because anything scrappy or chaotic or where XM gets to choose what's happening, XG will win out every single time.
Yeah, we were definitely seeing that there. Because without sort of the blink call catching XM before the BKB, it suddenly becomes very difficult to kill the Sniper. XM, more than ready for Boom's attempts this time.
And they're starting to get like more and more layers of save. You have 2 Solar Crest now on XG. Of course, you've got the blink on Arme who can look to save. And even XXS having a very good game on the Pango. 5-2 and 5. Up, Jinq again. His newfound love perhaps with the Vlads. Of course, very good for XM on the Sniper.
Just anything they can get to make XM's game easier will be very, very good here for Xtreme. Roshan, of course, is up on the top lane. Xtreme starting to once again sort of back up Arme just in case anyone's going to attempt to jump in on the Omni Knight. Arme, he's going to find them. Quick TP out. We'll get him away. Nothing to be able to put a stop to that from the range that they were at.
Let's see, what are Navi working towards? 2 Octarine cores on both the Tiny and Axe. A blink on Yuragi. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Yuragi like blink into the fight really and just get in there, pop your Manta, take all the attention on you.
Because the thing is as well, right, for Navi's lineup, when you look at their cores, that there's not really anything close that's going to step up the amount of damage output they're doing.
Yep,
that's kind of flatlining for the moment.
Yeah, that timing kind of has been getting weaker and weaker.
Watching on Xtreme, XM, he's just going to keep scaling and scaling here on the sniper. They have to kill the sniper. Now the sniper's got an Aegis online. If they don't kill XM at the start of the fight, he will kill all of them. I'll get the tier 2 bottom Navi.
Kind of reaching the state for Navi. I'm sure the game is kind of even, but if I'm with them, I would kind of like someone to say, yo, we're gonna need this Marcy later in the game. Maybe try and give a little bit of space to Ahri throughout the next 5 to 10 minutes.
XM. Onto the tier 2 top. Navi not interested in having a say on this one. Should be the sound here for Xtreme. So the full nullifier out for XXS. Things really starting to come together here for Xtreme.
XM already dealt a lot of damage with this neutral item. Serrated Shiv against like what, 3 tanky cores? It's gonna just be even more damage throughout the fight. Full nullifier on XXS.
And they're on the hunt now. Xtreme ready to sweep across the map, try and catch Navi. Down towards the bottom, we'll see who they find. Navi at the least, if they just lose the support, they'll be fine with this.
They're looking for a cross-map smoke here on Xtreme.
I mean, they're definitely going to be aware something's going up. It's the full 5-man off the map. Yuragi. Try and blink away. XXS. Not quite able to close in onto him. So Yuragi, well, actually just tripped up by the brambles. He'll put the borrowed time immediately. Cannot risk getting caught anywhere closer to the rest of Xtreme. Navi avoiding these plays nicely.
Very nicely. Both of them get out. That is the Octarine core finished on copy. Well, it's still not easy for Navi, because it's the items they're buying. It's not like they're helping them with the damage output. You're getting more rounds of spells.
Yeah, it's going to sort of take the BKB into then the AC from Yuragi, which is still obviously quite a while away. And then potentially, yeah, the ability for Ahri to scale. That's going to allow them to have that better chance of getting in and bursting these heroes outside of finding the Blink Blade Mail plays from Boom, because at the moment, that's their biggest sort of burst damage and threat that they have against heroes like XM on the sniper. Without that, killing him is not going to be easy.
They also need to make sure, even if they do go on XM, that somebody somehow controls Ame, so that his Blink is not available for him.
Another tier 2 getting pressured here by Xtreme. Getting a lot done here with the Aegis.
Navi are doing a good job at splitting. They cannot fight XG's 5-man.
XG, are they going to get the chance to try and poke the high ground?
Looks like it's the case. They're pushing in mid, they're pushing in bottom. Even if you cut one wave, it doesn't matter. And Sniper hitting high ground is very low commit. Can you look for a sneaky tossback somehow?
It's so hard. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis. You know, if you go for it, you kind of want to be sure that you can take him down twice. It's not easy for Navi to do with their lineup at this stage.
Well, Yuragi is killing the next wave, and Boom also cut the incoming wave bottom. So the push should come to an end. They're smoking up on XG. Where do they want to go? Do you want to show XM and catch on the map?
Let's have a look. I mean, either sort of catching Yuragi or Boom would be the big catches. I know there's likely that someone's on each side of the map trying to make the most of the space.
I'm not opposed to Boom just kind of flash farming and Navi not looking for any big team fights. A refresher on Axe could definitely be A really big win condition for them. Sure, maybe Sniper survives 1 call, but 2, unlikely.
Still keeping this bottom wave pushed in. Copy. Navi might look to time something with the Aegis expiration. 20 seconds and it's gone on XM.
Xingqiu is pinging for them to go hit the mid-tier 3 again. They do have Satanic on XM.
They really are just avoiding fights and hoping for the best in Navi. Keeping up still in gold. Only a 2k gold difference between the two of them. XM back on. Gets the tier 3. Navi...
Xtreme are showing Ame on the map. They have to be a little bit careful. Of course, he can TP to the outpost.
Both teams with the smoke. Navi wants to try and get... And maybe see if they can get Ame whilst he is split from the rest of the team.
I hope Xtreme are reading this. They might be intercepting.
They might catch the back of the smoke play. They're going to find Corey. Quick jump on towards and Boom's in with the call though. Will manage to get the jump full of AVULUS, but the song's there. Doesn't matter, the kills have already been found as Boom and Uragi able to take them down through the BKBs. They turn now over towards XM. XM trying to stand his ground, but the borrow time's up. Ame comes in with the BKB, heals XM up. XM turns towards Ari. Will be able to help shoot down the Marcy. Boom's back in with another call, but the BKB still going for XM. Uragi moves back in though with Copy. They've got the toss onto XM, but the heals are there from Ame. Doesn't matter, Ame cannot save XM. Ame in trouble as well now as Copy beats him down. Navi able to come out on top of the fight there. Dealing with XM throughout the duration of the BKBs. They do of course have losses themselves, but being able to take a fight like that, they'll take that any day, Navi.
I mean, what a find. The 2-man call on what, Xingqiu and XXS? They used 0 spells in this fight.
Yeah, XXS just pretty much died immediately. We'll see it again here. There's the jump from Boom. And at this point, the song doesn't matter. Boom already committing in with the BKB. Same to be said for Uragi. And this stage, it gets very awkward for XG. They're fighting now with just the 3 of them. XM, during the BKB, sure feels pretty safe, but once that comes to an end, you know, Boom and Copy. Boom actually able to get this blink call. Nothing was stopping it.
The XM, of course he's strong, but he relies on his teammates. Without the Willow, without the Pango, you lose so much of your team. You lose all your control. So very, very big fight for Navi. They played the map very nicely to get to some of their timings.
They
Ari
did,
as well,
They
closing in on his BKB.
They played it very, very cautious to get to this point. Made sure they didn't lose too much in terms of deaths to the Aegis timing that XG were playing with. Sure, they lost some of the towers, but did not throw away any needless lives and were able to build themselves up to this point where they could find the option to just take advantage of the chaos.
Just all these levels and like items building up on Copy. 22 armor, 4000 HP, Octarine core. Getting also closer to his 25 talent, so more and more AoE lockdown.
Yeah, they're close to some big stuff. BKB on Ari, close to BKB on Corey. Making steps towards that AC on Uragi. XG, definitely going to be a lot more careful, especially if they're fighting in that specific area of the map. Next, Roshan. It's going to be slightly longer on the respawn. XG, they want to try and look for a fight first. Coming in with the smoke. They have to somehow get the jump, sort of take the fight in a way where they know that that axe is not going to be able to get over towards XM. Have to keep track of Boom's position somehow.
I feel like Navi should read the smoke. Bottom pushing all the way, they're pushing in top. Nobody's showing mid either. So it may not be too hard for them to evade this move.
Boom's out through the twin gate. They might still get a chance to go here on to Copy. Copy does have BKB, doesn't even need it. Yules into blink, he's safe. Ari, however, will need to use the BKB to get the TP out successfully.
Well, Kaori is already applying pressure bottom, which means eventually XG may have to drop their formation.
Yeah, he's probably going to drop the ward here.
Absolutely.
There we go. XM is here on cue, though, to farm it pretty quickly. So not too much being done by the Serpent Ward.
Well, they should allow Navi to kind of flip and go back up to the top side.
I mean, yeah, because XM's not here, right?
Yeah,
so
and Roshan is spawning, so it allows them to go and take over the side of the map that they want. They are using this time to de-ward and claim some of the areas.
Looks like Copy wants to head back, sort out the top lane situation. XM does now have the Shadow Blade as well, so highly likely that it'll be that much harder to find for Boom at the start of the fights. We'll almost certainly be waiting in the shadows until Boom shows himself. It's getting more and more difficult to sort of play around that factor.
Once he's committed, it's very hard for XM to have any type of repositioning. He doesn't have a shard, he doesn't have a pike.
Yeah, he has to be so sure when he reveals himself from Invis and commits to the fight.
Ame does have Blink Harpoon.
Olesen will block off the call there. They get the call onto him.
Gone.
Puts a stop to the smoke, but they will quickly kill him. At the least, we'll get the information for the rest of Xtreme to get out. Ame is going to stick around for one more creep wave. We'll get away with it. Close game. 38 minutes in, 25-18, only 2k gold between the two of them.
Roshan about to be respawning. I hope that XG will kill this high ground ward in their own triangle. They will. I mean, in terms of how strong I thought XG have been, I gave them the upper hand the last 15 minutes, but I feel like the game is kind of shifting.
Navi.
Yep,
Yuragi's in. He's going to see what they can force out of this. The XXS will come in with the Rolling Thunder, but he's sort of trapped. Ame gets in on top of Boom. Boom pots the BKB. He's got the call onto Ame. He's going to go for the BKB TP out. They've got the bash. Boom will fall. I think that was what just picked up, I believe, before this fight there by XXS. Or maybe he's had it a while. Did he have it a while? Or just...
I feel like he just picked it up.
He might just...
Because all the rest he had before.
Yeah.
That was very unfortunate. Did Boom blink into that tree line? Because he was stuck.
He did, right.
That's unfortunate. They're going to have to take this fight 4v5.
And they're going to want to. They don't want to let XG take this Roshan. Uragi's in. Up the side, they've got the control on a Copy. See Ari in as well with the ultimate and the BKB, but Zong's there and Ari's got to run. XM doing far too much damage for the Marcy to withstand. Copy trying to still get in for the side, but XXS in on top of him with the nullify. The BKB comes out from Copy, but he's already falling so low. Ame pushes forward onto Ari, slams him down here with a Hammer of Purity. Yuragi's got to run. Rotama Corner has the BKB ready to press, has to use it to survive. XG push Navi away from the pit, and we'll claim this Roche.
XM definitely getting to peep away in these fights.
I think these are the sort of fights that you do expect to see from the lineup, despite the fact that they're even on the gold. And the big difference is just whether Boom's alive or not. If Boom's not there,
bash.
He's not getting out here, Kaori. Navi, they absolutely have to have the axe around. Without Boom, it's so hard for them to have the threat that they need to be able to tackle XG in a team fight.
Uh-oh, and now they have, this is a dieback on Kaori. This is huge. They have to deal with this XM sniper through an Aegis and through a refresher shard onto Ame. That's double repel, double ultimate. How's Boom looking on the refresher? They need him to have 2 rounds of spells.
You think you're buying up for that over buyback as the axe?
I think you have to.
Okay.
You need something big. It's time to go big or go home. He also got the D's Blood Right for the higher AoE, so we'll help him with the call.
Navi, they're heading out the base. It's a little risky, this. They're going to get the call onto XXS, but he's already in with the roller. Xingqiu ready to try and help out. Ari punching in with the damage. XXS, can he roll away from this? They're throwing it up in the air with the Yules, but in return, Copy's going to get Yules on the other side. XXS is out with the swashbuckle. Yuragi has to put the borrowed time to try and run, but XXS is coming in with the rolling thunder. Copy pops the BKB. They're having a run by the looks of it, Navi. He'll turn with one more avalanche over towards XM, but Yuragi left behind. Boom! Back in though. Gets the call onto the 2 of them. XM in position. Copy tries to jump him. They've killed off the 2 of them, but Boom will fall. XM surviving for now. Copy continue to try and play around with this sniper, but he just doesn't have the damage to threaten XM.
Not a huge call from Boom onto both. They might lose. Nope. Rax is alive for now.
I mean, it might be enough indeed that even though he died, did manage to ensure that Ame and XXS are gone. So with 2 of them dead on XG, that may just give enough time for Navi to have the breathing room to wait for Boom to respawn again.
Does look like it. I don't think XM wants to put himself out of position with his teammates being dead. Main copy. He's hitting some big timings also on the Tiny. You've got the Octarine Core, 25 talent. His Avalanche, 4.5 second cooldown.
I mean, we saw in this fight as well, even though XM still managed to get the job done, he was getting messed with quite a lot by the Tiny. Just Copy just continuously throwing him up in the air, throwing the Avalanches out. And we see at the start here, it starts to look a little shaky for Na'Vi. And Copy trying to do his best to just completely set his sights on XM. Back in action, indeed they have. They've got the catch on him. XM, can they get him out of here? They cannot. That's the Aegis gone. The song's in place.
They might have time for this.
Can Na'Vi deal with round 2? Fear's coming in, but the BKBs are up. They surround XM. They're straight onto the sniper. He's caught. He's dead. He's gone. He does not back. Uh-oh.
Oh, Daddy, what the hell?
He's dead for 90. 1,400 gold short of buyback here. Well, at the least, there's still tier 2s up in the mid and the top. So worst case, they're losing the bottom racks, even if that. And it looks like Na'Vi, they actually don't want to try and push on.
Okay, Paulison did delay the wave.
Okay. Get the creep wave back in a position. Let's see how much Na'Vi can actually get with this. They'll be bringing in the mid, looking for the tier 2 there, but this is a long time where they don't have to worry about XM Sniper on the push.
Yeah, what the hell just happened? All right, so 1 minute of time for Na'Vi. I mean, they push real fast. You've got an AC, you've got the Abaddon with the Curse attack speed for everybody.
See how much they can get with this Na'Vi. Bottom racks are theirs.
Yeah, this looks like a double racks to me.
I think at least. Yeah, but they'll probably settle for the 2 racks and not look for the tier 4s. Because it is going to be close to the time that XM will eventually be coming back up.
Yeah, XG are smoking up, but I think it's just to make sure they don't get jumped here for now.
I mean, Na'Vi, how much do they feel they can stick around? Will they get sort of cold feet here towards the respawn time of XM? And the tier 3 Army's in with the jump, looks to Ari. Ari puts the BKB immediately. Iragi trying to stand his ground against them. They'll get the jump, they get the call and the toss back here over towards Arme. Arme, he's dead. They've killed him off. He's now gone for 90. So XM's going to be back in the game, but now Arme's not here. They drop the massive Serpent Ward down, keep the pressure onto the barracks. Na'Vi, they just sort of calm themselves and kind of figure out, hang on, there's no Omni Knight, and he's probably not coming back. The massive Serpent Ward's pretty much doing the job on its own. It is that strong. Takes out the melee racks. They're trying to kill it. By the time it's dead, it's already going to take it out the range racks. 2 sets of racks down. Well, here's Na'Vi.
Yeah, no fear on them.
Yeah, back-to-back opportunities. Killing off XM and then killing off Arme.
So Daedalus completed on Ari as, yeah, this is a huge roller coaster of a game. I mean, 20 minutes ago, it seemed like it was going to be far away to have Ari with a couple of items, but now Blink, BKB, Daedalus, Basher, and the quick buy.
He's absolutely ready to roll, and some great jumps from Cop in these last few fights. He's having a great game on the Tiny. Just the threat that's sort of posed between him and Boom, it's getting into the heads of Xtreme. You know, this Tiny, this Axe, they're coming at you from all angles.
They're starting to have a hard time to also like kill this copy Tiny. 4,200 HP.
Yeah, he's
Wind
massive.
Waker, BKB, unless he's nullified and chain stun through the roll, he's not going down. But XG, they have to get it together. A lot of scrappy deaths back and forth. One guy dying here, the other one there. They're still strong if they gather.
And the high ground is good when they're all alive.
Yeah. Well, they continue. They have to continue playing through XM. Centerpiece of their draft. They still have a refresher shard on XXS too. He's still very strong.
I'll see what Copy wants to do with his gold as well. 6k in the bank. Oh, Arcane Rune ready for the next move as well.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, this is, you know, Tiny's going to be popping spells and items off left, right, center.
1.9 second downtime on Avalanche.
XM, he's going to start poking at them. Arme in as well.
Okay.
They've got to be so careful, though, XG, how they do this.
Okay, they've got the borrowed time out of him.
All right.
Well, both sides have a pretty good ward. Navi one closer to them and XG one on their own high ground.
Yeah, everything has to be done here by Xtreme to keep XM safe.
Well, Navi should just wait for the Roche respawn. If you look at the control that they have already, they control the river. It is nighttime and they have 2 very good wards around them. Jinkyu is trying to close in on a Wind Waker against this Axe Call. Maybe he can break the combo of Boom.
And Navi, as you say, do look to be sort of settled on just holding this area for the upcoming Roche. And they know they don't need to go looking for any risks right now. They've got themselves a decent lead here, 10k advantage on the gold.
He's getting pretty big because he's holding on to his greedy GPM bonus for the whole game in his Gale Guard. I mean, the song just, it's good, but it's not incredible against this Refresher Axe.
Because they're just BKBing and killing heroes through the song.
Exactly.
It's very, very difficult for Polison to save.
Maybe the Wind Waker will help you still regen while you Wind Waker it up if there's no nullifier. Which I don't think Navi even have one. So they don't have a counterplay to this Wind Waker just yet.
Hiragi. Heading up into the triangle again. He doesn't have any fear any time that the borrowed times is available.
Well, Roshan will, of course, spawn relatively soon.
Alright. Let's see the smoke for Navi. Looking for the fight before the Roche. Xtreme, ready on the high ground. Copy, he's got a shield broom for this next fight as well. This is one tanky tiny.
Some more than 7,000 effective HP. Oh, they want to go a long way around. Maybe even, what, drop a Serpent Ward on it.
This is a long, long way around.
Well, it is one way to
Xtreme, are they ready for this? No, drop this massive Serpent Ward. Copy, he's in with the jump, gets the avalanche. There's going to be the call on to Arme. Arme surviving through this. The song will come out. XM's been jumped by Ari. They've got to keep the sniper safe. They get the call here now towards XXS. XM, though, on the high ground, dealing the damage. Ari has to jump away with a rebound. Copy.
Wind Waker.
Wind Wakering out of this. The fear not going to come out yet. The BKB first from Copy. He'll back away. Nobody to lose any lives this time. Navi will manage to retreat, but the pressure, of course, being put on there on the mid. Second tier 4 now starting to take a bit of a beating from the creeps. And we'll manage to head back.
Well, next time around, you might just lose your second tier 4 for this.
Yeah, Corey's getting some money online. Might be seeing him eye up a refresher soon.
Now we're going to have both teams flip the map towards the lower side. At least they should. Daytime Roach will be coming up.
Yeah. Trying with some sort of setup here.
Placing a banner for Vision.
Okay. I mean, that was a refresher popped here from...
Oh, boy.
XXS trying to come in onto Boom. Boom. Caught by the opening Rolling Thunder.
Wind Waker.
Save him for now. Gives him the chance to get the BKB off, but the Bastion still come in. It's pretty low now on the axe. Shiragi caught in the river, but he has to borrow time. They get the Bastion on towards Corey. Goes Sept to the heal up. Corey's fine for now. He'll put the BKB back away. Arme's on the front of the fights here. Copy caught in the river. Saves himself with the Wind Waker, but his BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Copy's in trouble. Can they get him out of here? The pull back here with a harpoon. Arme takes out Copy and Polison.
That's a good song.
He's got the song set up onto the 3 of them. The rest of Xtreme are making their way over. They get the route onto Boom. Boom to fall. Double buyback coming in from Copy and Boom. Copy gets the toss back onto XM. XM bounces away with the shard, looks towards Yuragi. Yuragi's got the BKB for now. They have the call, Boom. He's caught XXS and Polison. Polison trying to run away, but they're moving in. The Bash is coming with the swashbuckle. Ari to fall. The fear catches on to Boom. It's a dive back on the axe. Boom is out. Corey's got the grab on towards XM. Jumping in, Copy with the heels of the XM. Doesn't matter, still falls, takes a tree to the face. He'll buy back as well. Ari jumps in with a rebound. Polison got another buyback from Polison. Yuragi.
Everybody's flying back.
I think that's going to be it for now, though. Navi. They'll hold back in terms of the buybacks. What do we have? A whole lot of them. The whole team of Navi buying back in that one.
Oh, that's a 5 for 2.
It's an expensive fight.
All of their BKBs, all of the buybacks. I mean, another kill onto any of the Navi players could seal the deal here.
Very, very scary. 7 minutes. I mean,
defend 4v5.
You got to let this Roshan go to XG, right?
Yeah.
You do not try and take a fight when the buyback status is as it is for Navi. Xtreme.
Oh, XM, he wants a rapier with his Aegis.
I like it.
I like it too.
Get the rapier, get the Aegis, run down these lanes. You know that there's no buybacks on Na'Vi. Any kill you get will be the beginning of the end of this game.
Look at Kayori though. He's already eyeing this bottom lane push with the Serpent Ward in 30 seconds. Has to try to make some space and some time. 200 gold for the rapier.
Get that rapier.
Kill that ancient creep.
They're gonna have one more defense here. XG ready to come in for the killing blow. Shiva's picked up by Copy.
Hitting the tier 4s.
20 seconds until Boom's back in. They've got the fortification. We'll see the BKB. Arme's just straight in. All right, they will make the move over towards him. Arme could be in trouble. I mean, the Avalanche will hold them back. Arme's able to get the heal off back to full. Rapier's now online for XM. They'll catch Copy outside of the base, but the Wind Waker is there. Uragi's staying in on top of Arme, but Arme just turns towards him. Borrowed time comes out, Boom's back in, but Kaori's gone. They're looking towards Copy. Uragi's trying to get on top of XM. There's the call. They've caught the sniper, but the BKB's still there. He's taking no damage on XM. Now the BKB comes to an end, though. He's vulnerable. That's the Aegis out of his hands. Boom has to try and run, but Pollison's got him caught with the song into the root. That's Boom gone.
Second dieback.
XM, he's going to be fine here on his second life as XG can keep him safe. He turns towards the illusions. They've got the catch on towards Uragi. Uragi to fall. Double kill for XM. GG is called. Xtreme take game 3. And with that, the series here 2-1 against Na'Vi.
I thought Na'Vi really had it for the longest part of this game, but a lot of these scrappy fights, Xtreme, they bring it back, get the Aegis with the rapier. I mean, even at the end, you had the Serpent Ward nearly solo the throne. Wow, what a series, honestly.
Yeah, what a crazy game to end on. And the game ends with less than a 1k gold difference between those two teams, 32-33. A crazy, crazy game 3. But both teams pulling out all the stops there with the execution. But Xtreme, just that little bit further ahead, able to come in with that killing blow to punish the lack of buybacks towards the end. Well played there to Xtreme as they take this one, 2-1.
Oh, Na'Vi, Na'Vi, Na'Vi. This is now, is this the third time we've seen them in a game clinching situation that unfortunately they just can't push it over the finish line?
You can truly see the past traumas haunting them. Shadow Shaman, he's having like, I'm not fighting anymore, boys. I'm going in for the throne. Sadly, he didn't have refresher this time, so not enough damage. Overall, Navi, I feel like they had some good plays. This game was an absolute roller coaster. For sure. I have to give it to both of these teams. First series of the day, we had two teams that played the shortest games on average. Second series of the day, longest games, and they truly did deliver.
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme, you got to give it to XM on the sniper. He picked his hero quite early in the draft, right, allowing for 2 potential counter picks. He played the game with confidence, because if he's not having a game, easily you could say that XG should not be able to win out of the third game. Like, you need your sniper to step up. He gets the Satanic at the correct time. Like, he gets his items at the right time. Shadow Blade as well to kite out. Like, as the game progressed, it really became, will Boom get the initiation? And sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. But that's because XG was being so annoying in the fight that it kind of put the spotlight on Boom. Like, I feel like people watching are going to be quick to make some conclusions. But yeah, the way that XG played it out, the way that they were able to kite out some of these fights and make the sniper feel so untargetable, was, yeah.
They just had 2 bodies in front of him, right? Like Omni Knight and Pango going in. I don't think that, sure, you can blame Axe, but it was a difficult game to get these constant calls all the time on the sniper. Meanwhile, sniper 90% of the time, I feel like in this game, in teamfights, he's not moving. He's literally, he doesn't have to. He just stands there. Like, look, he moves maybe 5 meters to one side, 5 to the other, that's it.
I was just trying to process what happened here, because Copy had the boots to travel too, while Shaman was going for the base race. Or I say base race, but at least just the Ancient. Of course, Xtreme hadn't stepped up to hit the Ancient yet.
Maybe
Navi's
he could have, yeah.
But Dark Willow hit the Terrorize and the Tiny and didn't allow Copy to actually disengage from that fight. I feel like maybe if Dark Willow wasn't in a good position there, Copy blinks out, he gets the TP onto the Shaman, it could create a very different endgame scenario. But we're also talking about a Navi that had lost couple fights beforehand and were really struggling to deal with Xtreme. So in the clutch moment, of course, Jinku stepped up to make sure that there was no, magical end game where Copy and Kaori can, band together to quickly steal away a victory.
Just look at the score, 33, 32.
It's perfect, yeah.
It's perfect. Perfect DOTA number almost as well.
Oh, damn, that's a picture of him just pointing.
He absolutely deserves the standout player. I'd like to give the standout player to the Pango as well. I feel like this man was constantly top 2 net worth at least. He was doing so much damn work on the Pango here. Like sometimes you see Pangos just get cold and unable to do so, but this guy, he wasn't. He did a lot.
If there was one team that I trust with the sniper, it's going to be Xtreme and it's going to be XM. And now we'll get an opportunity to speak with Xtreme as Nomad is standing by for a winner's interview.
Thanks, Nami. Yes, I'm here with Poloson from Xtreme. Congratulations on this win. I mean, how was that third game from your perspective?
It was a sort of a roller coaster, because like the laning didn't went well for us, because we sort of knew that the laning won't go well for us at the bottom end. And then mid-game, we managed to come back a little bit by getting a lot of farm on our heroes. And then I thought the game was kind of secured in a way. And then we lost a fight. They just get 2 Rexes. Yeah, so it was like really up and down all the time.
And how did the mood change then after you lost that fight? What was the communication like after that point?
I think in general, like everyone just say calm down. We can like still win the game easily. We just need to take good fights. That's it.
Excellent. Well, that's a plan. That's what you did as well. I mean, a bit more back and forth than that, but overall you got the win. Who was your MVP for that game? Who do you think played best in your team?
Game 3. I think XM. I think his sniper was really good. He sort of carried us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Did he like announce the rapier purchase to everybody? Was he like, I'm buying a rapier, let's go for it? Or was it sort of like a casual thing?
He did tell us that he's going to get rapier and we are going to end the game. Yeah.
All right, awesome stuff. Well, that puts you through to the next round here in Wallachia Season 5. Your next opponent is going to be Gaimin Gladiators in the upper bracket. How do you feel about that team?
Neutral, I guess. Like I think, I mean, of course they are a really strong team, but I think as long as like we play our game and like we keep improving, we can beat anyone.
Excellent stuff, Poloson. Thank you very, very much. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you play more, and we'll send it back to the panel.
They have been improving throughout this entire group stage, and now they get that movement through in our playoff bracket, but it does not get any easier as they will be facing off against Gaimin Gladiators as their first opponent to move forward in that upper bracket. Meanwhile, though, we have more playoff action coming up. Now, we've had Liquid making their way through this group stage, so it's an Insania Liquid now, though.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lobby right now. It's already hosted, and I see that nickname in it. The first slot from Team Liquid Insania is back. I just want to see how much that will change, because position 5, even though some coaches, some players might think it's easy to swap out, when you're someone like Insania, like you're bringing so much edge to your team that those are some big shoes to fill for anyone, even Toby.
It's a double-edged sword, though, because we saw Mid1 come back and get replaced by his actual roster. Didn't work out that well for Tundra last season.
Yeah, difference is Oracle meta, right? We didn't see Oracle for Liquid. Now it's available. It's on the cards. Big hero. He's been asking for it. I feel like every patch there's a tweet. Please, what happened to the Oracle? Oh, yay, +1. He's being sarcastic, but finally it's available. He can do it. He can shine. Of course, he has just come off a holiday, so maybe he's too relaxed, and that could just send him to low bracket. So, of course, Insania, I'm sure he's going to be able to brush it off very quickly, and yeah, it'll be a pretty good series.
Standards are high. These guys are currently the 2-time defending champions on the side of Team Liquid, and they will be going up against Aurora, and Sheever, Fear, and Jenkins will walk you through that one. That's it for us. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with more PGL Wallachia Season 5.
the new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's play Guess the Highlight, where we're taking a pro player, showing them a clip from a previous Wallachia, and trying to see if they know who is playing in this clip. I'm here with Ari from NAVI, G from Aurora, here with Speed from Wildcard. Speed, do you watch a lot of Dota when you're not playing?
Yeah, but like, I don't pay attention to like player names. I don't know if that makes any sense, but okay, I'll do my best.
To be honest, I don't watch that many live games. I just pick up certain replays if I want to watch something in particular.
I see.
Might struggle maybe.
I honestly don't watch Dota even when I'm coaching.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm cockroaching.
Yeah, okay,
Where is the camera?
I don't know. It's this one here. There you go. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe some lucky guesses. Yeah.
Some lucky guesses. All right, good. That'll do. That'll do. Let's take a look at this clip and see if you know this one. So.
We see an IO draft, which is usually not that many teams playing it. I would think of Nigma straight away for that. For the Kunkka, kind of hard to say.
Okay, probably not. I mean, I think the team, I wish you asked me like, I don't know, maybe the IO Marcy or something. Either looks like a Gaimin draft or like a Nigma Galaxy draft. But man, if you gave me like Marcy, I'd say like Ghost.
Okay.
I don't, the Kunkka?
All right, I'll help you out on that, Elisa. It is an offlaner.
Oh, it's an offlaner.
This Kunkka,
Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
yeah, it's an offlane Kunkka. We got.
Okay.
Have a look through the draft.
They picked Zeus. I know Zeus was popular a while ago, especially with Chinese teams. Maybe that has something to do with it.
I will tell you that's not correct. It's a Western EU team.
Western EU?
Yeah.
Western EU team. I'm sorry, I'm terrible.
Seems like a Zeus mid, not that many Zeus mid players. Maybe like BetBoom.
Not quite. Keep an eye. This is where. Think about where Roshan is. How the map's looking at the moment. It's obviously from quite a while ago, right?
Yeah.
It feels like maybe this is like some. It feels like some Nigma versus Liquid maybe.
Liquid.
Yeah. There we go.
Build per minute, Wind-Ranger carry, Zeus, Kunkka offline.
Yeah.
It could be like maybe Saberlight.
Actually, I think I've seen Boxy use this Batrider skin.
That would have been a hell of a clue. I'd be very impressed if that's how you managed to find the team.
33.
33 then.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, good job, G. That's very impressive. Yes, indeed. That is 33 playing the Kunkka back in Wallachia Season 1 before obviously TI, and then 33 founding a new team. So, yeah.
And was it Nigma on the right side?
No, it was Nouns.
Oh. Okay, makes sense.
Absolutely. What gave it away? How did you know this was a offlane Kunkka?
There's a Zeus. Looks like it's mid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anywhere else Zeus could be. Like people only play it like support or mid, so kind of high level should be mid.
Yep.
So Kunkka's probably 3. Probably Mickey plays wind.
Absolutely correct, yeah. All right.
I think I'm just nervous. I don't know. I don't know. This is so embarrassing.
Full meltdown, but that's all right. We'll get lock in speed. We got this. Come on, dude.
You'd think I know these things, right? I don't know.
Okay.
Is there a time limit? Am I out of time?
There's no time limit, unfortunately, for you. No, you're stuck here until we get it right. We'll be here all night.
Offlaner.
This is getting too painful, so I'll tell you, there's Liquid on the Radiant, so who is playing the Kunkka?
Saberlight.
Nope.
No, it's not Saberlight. Liquid.
Did not leave Liquid yet.
Oh my God.
1 TI and then left Liquid.
Oh, 33.
There we go, Totally got there by yourself. No help needed whatsoever.
I'm a terrible member of this community. I don't know.
Nah, you're all good, It's a tough challenge, and sometimes, you just get a little bit mentally blocked, but we got there in the end. Yes, this was indeed Kunkka being played by 33 in this match versus Nouns Wallachia Season 1 long ago.
They try and run away. Can they hit it? Can they kill it? Roche is so low. They're waiting desperately, and they move through. They go through. Wait, Roche is dead. Wait a minute. The ghost ship comes down. Aegis on the ground. Every damn thing.
33 got it.
He takes it away from them, and now they're going to chase down Corden. Mickey's on top of him. Corden in some trouble, but Mickey is 2-4. Stax gets to the far side. They relocate, but now they can pull him back. Corden separated from the rest of his team. They have a nightmare. The boat is out, but do they have enough damage with that black hole to take him down once? But guess what? He's got an Aegis. Nisha has now shown up to the party, and Secret, they're going to get punished hard as they kill them all off again. Puppy going to get X'd and pulled back. Boom, the lone one surviving, and well, he might not be able to get out of there either.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we're ready for the second half of the day. We got 2 best of 3s coming your way here with my panel. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host through the rest of the evening together with Jenkins and Fear. Fear, how are you doing this afternoon?
Wonderful, as always.
Yeah.
We've did a little bit of a switcheroo. We're now the evening crew, so that will be fun.
It will be fun. It will be fun, especially since one of our first teams, Jenkins, has constructed their full roster again.
Oh, they have. They have built a full roster, now adding the Swedish, actually up-and-coming player, Insania, to the roster. He is a solid position 5 player, I would say. Now, Liquid is, they're back. They survived the group stages. Maybe there's a world where Insania is like a little bit rusty. I know he was... having some, chill time, relaxation time in Hawaii.
He had a destination wedding of a family member, so he took a little trip with it, and I believe it was in Hawaii, so yeah, he had a little trip.
He's always here. I feel like he probably needed that time off.
So would you say after a trip like that, Fear, does he come back refreshed?
I mean, yeah, probably mentally, but gameplay-wise...
I meant gameplay-wise.
I mean, I don't think you play better after not playing Dota for, especially when it's like going right into a tournament. You're playing versus all these other sweaty players who've been scrimming and playing tournament the entire time. It'll be maybe a little bit of a system shock for game 1 for him, but he'll get back into it quickly. He's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, he has. And, the rest of the team are great building blocks as well, Jenkins, I think we should look a little bit at their offlaner for this first series.
Yeah, so Liquid has been doing some pretty interesting stuff, which is every single game other than the first one that they played at this tournament. Either Axe has been banned, it has been block picked by the enemy team, or they will take Axe. Saberlight has looked unstoppable on the hero. I think that probably Team Liquid is one of the big reasons why you see other teams trying to force the Axe and seeing other teams trying to flex the Axe between positions. And good lord, at this point I almost wonder, did they just do this for the group stage to trick everyone else to pick Axe? But here we have Saber Chad, of course, his build. And one thing that I noticed is that, of course, he's going for the Aghanim Shard every single game. This makes it so that when you call somebody, you put Battle Hunger on them, and this is doing physical damage, and this is scaling with your armor stacks that you're getting from culling. And the neutral items was something that I found very interesting, which is he's getting either the Dazun Bloodright or the mini Blade Mail, and it's like every single game you look that he's played Axe, he is getting one of these 2 items, and I realized both of those items are considered very overpowered.
And Axe is one of the few heroes in Dota that utilizes both of them incredibly well. So I honestly think if you asked Saberlight and he wasn't hiding strats because he wants to win a tournament, if you could get into his mind, he would tell you this tier 4 neutral item choice is like a big reason why the hero is so imbalanced right now. That on top of the fact that the Aghanim Shard used to be the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and I think they've, well, frequently, I think, Fear first picked this Axe time and time again. I mean, we saw how many times he's played it. It pales, all the other heroes pale in comparison in numbers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going against Liquid right now because, like, they're going to be they have an advantage right now, and that's in drafting because all the data you had on them in the group stage, some of it matters, but a lot of it doesn't now because now you have Insania joining the fray and like these oracles you have to worry about versus Batrider. Sure, they're going to first pick like the Axe, they're going to pick Mickey, his Nature's Prophet, but how much does that change as for some of these heroes, especially Mickey? Does he have to first pick his hero this time around now that it has Insania with a much wider hero pool? Maybe not. So I think drafting against them is going to be much more difficult.
It should be, for sure. As for Aurora, they have been looking hot and cold, but I would say mostly hot this Wallachia, as they have 2-0'd Xtreme, 2-0 Tundra. They 2-1'd OG, and the only loss they suffered was an 0-2 against Gaimin Gladiators, a team that is proven to be on a hot streak as well. So they're looking good here for this series as well, I'd say. But I do wonder how the two offlaners compare, because if we feel like, you know, in drafts, Team Liquid is going to have an advantage, and there's so much data already available on Saberlight, how much do these heroes overlap, Jenkins?
Yeah, there's some overlap, and that is the Dawnbreaker and the Axe. Saberlight has a 76% or something like that win rate on Axe. Toronto Tokyo has played it twice and lost both games. It's not to say that he's bad on the hero. It's a small sample size, but Saberlight, of course, looking more proficient on the hero. He has played Magnus for Toronto Tokyo 3 times, and he has won all of those games. And this is something that he has enjoyed since we saw him come back onto the scene as an offlaner. But the thing between these players in Toronto Tokyo in general is that every Wallachia, his list of heroes gets longer and longer and longer. He's not the type of player that will spam only one thing. Like, he will play whatever is needed for the game, and he will always do a decent job at it. So if that has to be like they first pick Axe because they don't want to let Saberlight get it, I think they'll probably go for that, or save him his last pick and get him something that's like perfect for the game if they want to counter it.
Yeah, I think it's important to note as well that both of these two teams, they went through to the playoffs on the 4th day of group stages, and it was 5 days total, and the 5th day obviously was yesterday, and yesterday was the day that we had that C patch coming out. So I wonder how much of an impact that would also have, especially when we do talk about these offlaners, and Axe has been one of the heroes that was touched a little bit. I know it's all minor changes, but it might just be enough to not have it as highly contested.
Probably not, but we'll see. I think Saberlight, he's going to play it no matter what, but I don't really like the style so much for Toronto Tokyo and Aurora. All the heroes I've seen him look really good on, it's these Magnus, these Enigma, Darkseers, like these big team fight heroes have looked really good on him in particular. So hopefully they continue down that trend. But I think if you're Liquid, you're definitely looking at 2 heroes in particular for Toronto Tokyo. One is the Mag, like he's undefeated on it. He's looked incredibly good on it. The other one is going to be the Enigma as well. Like, he's willing to play it in the right game, gets a lot of clutch black holes. So we'll see if they end up banning that one or not for Liquid. But Liquid is one of those teams as well that plays really fast and can kind of punish long cooldown type of heroes.
Yeah, other than the offlaners for both of these teams, can we talk a little bit about the carries? I know, Jenkins, you're a big fan of Nightfall. How are you feeling like he's been performing this event so far, and how does he compare up against Mickey?
Oh, he's great. Nightfall's been doing fantastic. He's actually #1 in terms of pings per minute in this tournament. And
that's the most important stuff.
Yeah, and you might think that, of course, in the previous Wallachias, he's #1 in pings per minute because Nightfall, he's a talker.
Yeah.
Wrong. Panto actually was #1 in pings per minute. So Nightfall taking a little more of the leadership role. And if you look at his heroes, it is actually because he's playing a lot more of the aggressive style carries. He plays a lot of Abaddon. He will play Troll. He will play Omni Knight carry, a Lifestealer with the Gore Storm facet.
Tanky heroes.
Yeah, he's playing like tanky melee guys. He is running through Portal. He is going for kills. He is fighting. And it's very interesting because if you look at a lot of his stats from this Wallachia compared to the other ones, in the previous Wallachias, he had some pretty good records for GPM, for XPM, last hits, you know, very carry style metrics, like he was number 1 or number 2. In this tournament, it's not so much. He still has the least deaths. He has the least deaths out of average out of all the carry players in this tournament.
Normal, yeah.
This is normal for Nightfall. He was like 2nd and 3rd in the previous 2 Wallachias, so still good. So he's improving, but he's fighting more this time around. And it looks really good on Aurora. Like, Aurora seems to have found their element in this tournament.
Let's see if they can find their element in this series, as we are in game number 1 for this best of 3. It's in the upper bracket. Nobody gets eliminated, but of course winning here will put you on top 6 in PGL Wallachia, and of course keeps you in the upper bracket, which I think is maybe even a little bit more important, as we have Liquid on the Radiant side, opening up with the Naga Siren, Aurora Dire. They did ban out that Axe. They still ban out the Undying and Death Prophet and TA. I guess no surprises so far on any of the bans.
Toby Naga?
Yeah, this is going to be really good. He's looked extremely
He's been playing it a lot.
great on it.
Yeah.
I do hope Insania has been
I mean, surely
spamming his pubs, because I feel like when he went to Hawaii at the start of that vacation, Naga was not super popular in the pubs. This is something that, like, in the last 2 weeks people have started experimenting with, but there was also a patch like a few patches ago where Naga was first pick, first ban as support, so I'm sure he's feels like he has the reps in there. To me, this looks like by far the most broken support in the patch. I don't know how you feel, Fear.
Naga?
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess other than maybe Undying.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of hard to fight against Undying. So yeah, I mean Naga looks incredibly strong. It's like between Naga, Undying, and I would maybe throw in Bat Riders. Looks pretty broken too.
Would you not add Shadow Demon in that one as well, or is that too situational?
Nah. I mean, Shadow Shaman is also up there.
That's true.
Shadow Demon is definitely up and coming. I would say maybe
he's making his way back into the meta.
He is.
Okay.
It's because like Axe is in the meta. He's kind of like the save that kind of stops, and he's good at the backline cutting stuff, or stopping that rather. So yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, Dawnbreaker is a hero that is incredibly popular and just not only competitive but pubs as well. This hero is a menace to lane against, and if you don't have a stun, it's very difficult to like deal with this hero in the laning stage. And Ensnare doesn't stop the Starbreaker at all.
This is a really strong duo between the Shadow Shaman and the Dawnbreaker. Yeah. Very kill heavy lane, because I think that Aurora is anticipating a glass cannon coming out. They banned the SF. That would just look a little bit too good, where even though you have Dawnbreaker and Shadow Shaman to kill whatever glass cannon comes out in the lane, it's still a bit much. Like the Requiem plus Song combo, I feel like is insane. But Liquid on the flip side, they banned Tusk and they even banned Marcy, 2 heroes that are very good at getting the Dawn on top of whatever glass cannon they want to pick. So the other one that comes to mind is Lina. Terrorblade is also something people are kind of trying to pick with the Naga.
Yeah, they definitely have some options. I think this lane in particular is very difficult to just in general to play against. Like you can play the Lina and stuff if you want, but there's always the issue of like the Shadow Shaman hero just getting on top of you, and then Dawn just ulting immediately, and then you have this easy access to killing ranged heroes.
The like 1-2 punch combo is just obvious.
Yeah. And you don't, I guess you kind of have to pick a ranged hero just because you do have a Naga as well. I mean, yeah, Shadow Fiend would have been great.
Nature's Prophet is still in the pool, but
like Nature's Prophet plus Naga lane is like not that threatening.
It's not that much damage.
Yeah, it's like normally you want to reel them into like some really hard hitting hero, but like NP's not really that hero. I wouldn't be surprised if they did it anyway, but
because it's Liquid.
Yeah, it is Liquid.
But I agree. I mean, they picked Gyrocopter. That's a little bit more hard hitting, but usually Gyro will be into something that it counters. I don't know how much I would say like Gyro counters Shadow Shaman, because you know he can hit the wards and flak off of them. I don't think it's really that big of a deal for Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind playing Gyro for Shadow Shaman just because any hero that you can attack while disabled is nice. So like even if you're shackled, you have the side gunner potentially doing some work there, so it's okay. But yeah, Terrorblade is still my favorite hero, any illusion hero, but like you don't want to pick Terrorblade into Dawn. That's like Terrorblade's worst lane matchup in Dota. So that'd be a tough one. So they're going to go with the Lina. And we've seen a lot of Lina. This hero is extremely volatile. Like, you farm quickly. You have a good lane. But it has this very weird mid-game transition where you just have like maybe if you go for Boots of Travel and then like some Maelstrom, and then it's like 20 minutes in the game, you have a Dragon Lance, and like you're just so killable and very squishy.
You have to play flawless at that point
much.
to not die.
But obviously, when you get that ultra late game on Satanic, Daedalus is online, the hero's a beast.
Yeah. Aurora is really amping up the tempo here. Like, they have a strong lane between the Shadow Shaman and the Dawnbreaker, a kill lane that if you get a 5 that can roam through the portal and dive the tower, then you can do a lot of damage there. And Enchantress is like the best hero for doing these tower dives on a squishy hero like Lina. That plus the Serpent Ward, like they can run around and take all these early towers. I wonder if they're going to double down even more on this tempo. Pick a carry that's active. I mean, this is what Nightfall has been playing for the most part this tournament, is active carries.
Mm-hmm. But that also means that Team Liquid probably wants something that is anti-tempo. Does that exist? Is there a hero that comes to mind that would literally stop the push? Stop the...
I mean, Naga's the closest you get to that, right? You can just sleep to disengage.
Yes.
So you just kind of have to match tempo with tempo. And that's just picking heroes that have the ability to fight early on. But they're going to see a bit more here. I would like for Nightfall to get last pick, ideally. I feel like the carry role as a whole right now, they're not going to do it anyway. But all right, so this is the more stable type of carry you can pick in this situation. No matter what, your lane is probably going to be okay. So that's definitely nice. But you're going to play into something that Liquid feel like is going to exploit this. I suppose like Beast would have been really good, but they have the Inch to kind of help with that one.
Yeah.
So there's these Underlords and stuff, which are good in lane, but not really good in game.
Yeah, because you can burst them. I mean, already you're giving Sven a really good burst target in the Lina, even the Willow.
Yeah.
Like, this is all in all, a pretty good Sven game. But the thing is, Liquid has counterpick coming out here, so... And remember, this can still be Nisha playing Lina mid.
Yeah.
It's just not super common on this patch, but the flex is always available.
Very curious, because I think Saberlight's going to have to dig a little deeper into his hero pool for this match. And he's just going to go for a Bristleback. Very tanky. It's another one. The name of the game, pretty much, when you play versus Sven, is to kite him out over time, because he even got one of the nerfs in the patch where his ult is 5-second less duration. So if you can survive his ultimate, then all of a sudden you can re-engage into the fight. And Bristol's one of those heroes that when Sven goes in, he can't really go out if he has a bunch of goose stats.
Yeah, you're good. He'll get you.
So this is pretty good. I like it.
Hard to burst as well. Like getting in front of Bristleback, like even in a stun, you'll burst him to 50%. He turns away. You're good. He runs away from you.
Yeah, and you really don't want to buy Silver Edge on this hero either. This hero kind of has like a preset item build already, and getting a Silver Edge is not ideal. But at least you do have the Shaman, so you have that Hex Breaks facet, or sorry, talent that you can potentially use. If you can get to that point, though, this Bristle does have to be careful, because that is strong.
Pango would have been a great pick. I feel like Liquid does need a hero that's able to like run around and do stuff, but they lack a bit of hard disable, and they kind of lack something to combo with like the Naga Siren in the mid game. I mean, SF would be amazing, but it's banned out. Pango would be great. Spirits are all okay, I think.
Yeah, I think all the spirits look pretty decent. I mean, I like Void Spirit a lot, but it is into counterpick. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just ban, you know, Huskar or something just to make sure they're last pick. But I don't even... Most of the games we see this Huskar being played, it's kind of useless. It's like, does well in the lane, and then kind of doesn't do anything for the rest of the game. We saw it in the last series as well. So Ember gets banned, Pango is banned. I mean, Storm is fine. Void Spirit, whenever I play Sven, is incredibly annoying. It feels like he just destroys you until you have BKB. The Assimilate can dodge spells quite easily.
One a little more obscure and maybe riskier one is like Leshrac. It's a hero that can kill both of the supports of Aurora through their bullshit, I'll say.
Good for both teams, actually. Like Naga, what does Naga and Dark Willow do?
Well, there's no bonus time remaining. Oof, they have banned out the puck.
Yeah, they got rid of pretty much all the classic mid laners. There's a couple left, of course, as we mentioned, like Storm is still in the pool.
Yeah.
That one's a classic.
Yeah, Storm is a classic, especially with the puck ban.
I think that's Liquid's best bet by far here, just to pick up Storm. Because, like, Storm isn't really punishable either. there's not many matchups that just make Storm feel like he can't play the game.
Yeah, it will be that Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, so Aurora has absolute last pick against Storm Spirit mid. I feel like you probably want to punish this. They
can't though. I don't know how this here is punishable. Like unless you're gonna jam a Huskar in, but then
yeah, Puck Ember are banned. The Huskar jams have not worked from what we've seen in the tournament.
I mean, Quap. I mean, pretty good this game. That's a hero that's kind of good versus Storm.
It's just going to be straight up Kiyotaka's call, right? It's like what are you most comfortable on, and it will be that Queen of Pain.
Yeah. I mean, it's strong in lane, and I've really enjoyed this new facet against Bristleback. It's looked really good, just because all those quills are just being reflected back to him and healing you up a little bit. It makes you more tanky. Same with the Blade Mill. And I think also this is incredibly good versus Lina. Like you're this Blade Mill hero, you just blink on Lina.
You can literally blink on her and survive her entire combo, and you heal, and then she dies. It's a really ridiculous counter. And definitely come mid game, I feel like you counter Storm a lot harder than you used to, because now you can blink with Aghanim Shard on Storm, silence him if he turns and tries to kill you. You are spell lifestealing for all of this damage that Storm is doing back to you, because you have a Blade Mail, all right? So I feel like the timing where Storm used to be decent against Queen of Pain, it's just not there anymore with the bondage facet.
So who's going to do the heavy lifting on this game number 1?
From which team?
Either team.
From either team? I mean, I think this Quap has looked really good in the games we watched. If it gets off running, this hero's going to look incredibly strong. I overall like Aurora's draft a lot more in this game, I think, because this Sven has really good targets to go on this game. You can burst a Storm immediately. This Quap is going to scale. Lina, like, you have to be afraid of so many things this game. Shadow Shaman, Sven, Quap all jumping you, and Lina really hates that. So his positioning is going to have to be really good on Mickey.
On the flip side, the 3 liquid cores definitely they're the type of cores that always have the potential, if they have a good early game, to like 1v5. Like all of this shit goes out the window if Lina has just +1 item because she gets a few kills early, because she's just that busted of a hero. And I think Mickey is a good enough player to do that.
And would you say that Saberlight is able on the Bristleback to be as much of a cornerstone for the draft as he was on the Axe for him? For the Team Liquid, I mean?
It's going to be harder, I think. Bristleback's kind of a linear hero. You just kind of like get in there, do your thing. But I really think this Dawn and this Quap are going to have a show this game. You're just blinking like crazy, like Kiyotaka. Dawn holds in. You have the bondage facet. You have
this
Blade
is a
Mill.
perfect hero for Kiyotaka, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Kiyotaka is going to go in, and he's got the perfect support cast.
I mean, that sounds like a game where Aurora might just very much thrive here for this series. Of course, it's going to be a best of 3. There is going to be a match in the upper bracket for whoever wins another one in the upper bracket. And before we head to this game number 1, we're going to hear some words from Coach G.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, so G, do you think you have the answers to the Storm Spirit with this draft?
Hmm?
The Storm Spirit.
It's English? Oh, okay. Storm Spirit. To be honest, I think Queen of Pain is kind of like decent hero against Storm because of this like aspect that is kind of meta. And Shadow Shaman maybe can press spells, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe. I don't know.
All right, well,
I'm just a cockroach.
A cockroach?
Yeah.
Okay, what's a cockroach?
Not coach, cockroach.
Okay, I see a prefix there. I understand that now. So, are you intimidated by the fact that Insania is now back on the Liquid squad? You know, he's back from his Hawaii holiday and is back with the team.
Yeah, I think this team is like 10 times stronger now, because like Insania is like the best player there.
All right, G, thank you very, very much. Good luck here in game number 1. We'll send it over to our casters of B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nomad. Getting the first game underway here between Liquid and Aurora. Insania back into the mix. He said 10 times better, Lacoste.
10 times better? I mean, there's always some wise words coming out from G, the cockroach of Team Aurora. It is, I don't know, I just love his interviews. Doesn't say much, but says a lot. This is the guy that will never reveal anything. No matter what happens, no matter what kind of a question you ask him about the draft, you don't know. You don't know if he's being sarcastic or not, but both of these drafts, I do agree with the panel. I think Kiyotaka on Queen of Pain is going to have a really good time. There aren't that many ways to deal with him. Bramble Maze, Curse Crown later on, Storm Spirit with the pull. It's there, LSA. These are all like, I would say cheaper spells, but Kiyotaka, this newer trend that we're seeing with the Blade Mail Quap, we also saw Blade Mail Tiny from the previous game, it does work out amazingly, and also he does have a bit of a protection from his Enchantress, does have global presence from Dawnbreaker, so if he blinks in, and you know this guy's gonna blink in, he's gonna mess up, he's gonna be playing super aggressive, he does have a follow-up this time around.
Yeah, you've called Kiyotaka in the past the Eastern EE, and he definitely has that similar all-or-nothing playstyle. It's been fun to watch on the Queen of Pain, and they do have some decent lockdown. They have some good sustain, Solar Guardian, maybe some overprotective Nature's Attendants. And I like what Aurora have, and they've looked really good so far. They had one bad series to Gaimin Gladiators, but other than that, they've been a sharp team. And I'm excited to see how this matchup goes over mid. Kiyotaka actually taking a good amount of damage from Nisha, who is running out of mana. We'll see who picks up these water runes. Doesn't look like anybody's coming over, but where do you think first blood happens?
Mid lane, it's Kiyotaka. It's definitely going to happen. Either he's going to play super aggressive, kill himself, or he's just going to get the kill somehow, really push the limits. So definitely the lane to watch what's happening in that one. I mean, we saw when he was playing Pangolier, Hand of Midas did go for an item. He's trying to initiate onto Boxy, who doesn't have Shadow Realm.
No, doesn't have it for 7 seconds, but does have a Fairy Fire trying to get away well.
He also has Healing Salve, so might pop Healing Salve and Shadow Realm, go back to full HP.
Yeah. Easy does it. Ooh, sending the Boglet over.
Look at the duration left on that Healing Salve. Because of the Pixie Dust, that regeneration has been increased by 50% in 7.39.
Well, stun on a Saberlight. Bristleback does not have the greatest win rate. This has been not the best Bristle tournament, but seems to still get a lot of priority. And you can see Dark Willow on your screen. 14 overall wins in 34 picks. So a lot of picks on the Dark Willow, but under 50% win rate.
Bristleback has been constantly nerfed. I mean, the hero has been OP for quite some time. He was the first pick for a good 6 months, I would say. Nightfall doing a good job blocking the entrance to that Lotus Pool, making sure that they're going to get it. And this is the type of a support that Sven needs in the lane. Like, a lot of the times you will see Sven slightly get pushed out of the lane. If he dies once, he comes back to a lane, they have level advantage, maybe they kill him one more time. But with this sustain, and he also started with a very interesting item build, 2 branches, Magic Wand as well, playing against Bristleback, knows that there's going to be a good amount of spam coming out.
Yeah, so you have the sustain, you have the Nature's Attendants to heal you up. Right now, just level 1. As they went level 2 in the enchant, but Nightfall, you know, sometimes you like a Warlock in your lane. You could get Shadow Word, heal up, stay in the lane, sustain. See the shackles on the Mickey, but there's not really a lot of damage onto the Lina. Their attention is onto Insania, who will give up first blood to Toronto Tokyo, but there will be a trade for the Lina to be picked up. And over mid, they also look over at the Enchantress, but they just don't have the control or the damage.
Insania still in vacation mode. I mean, definitely does affect your gameplay, jokes aside, because, you know, I think Fear had a good point on the panel that if you're playing against these guys that are spamming 10, 12 games a day, every single day, when you go on a vacation or if you're gone for whatever reason, it can definitely affect your gameplay. But overall, a decent trade for Liquid. Mickey did get solo XP, and they're getting initiated on the bottom. Mickey
has himself that wand, lands a stun.
Raindrop plus 1, keeping him alive.
Should survive, and they're so aggressive. Well, why not, right? Chicken Fingers gives you that opportunity to have that with a Hex and a Shackle. There really isn't much stopping you from landing a Starbreaker afterwards, and they're confident enough to just go under the tower. And
that's very aggressive from Mira. He knows that he has Stick, Fairy Fire, and a bit of a heal coming out from Shackles.
And now McKay's in trouble. Starbreaker lands, and they'll have this kill. They might even get a second. They hit the Shackle. These creeps just aren't hitting Mira hard enough to kill him immediately. But now, finally dies to Insania, and Toronto Tokyo will have the Celestial Hammer, but just doesn't quite land everything.
Raindrop. They did invest into early Raindrops on Liquid, making sure that it's going to keep them alive, knowing there's a good amount of spam coming out.
Problem is they kind of stayed persistent on Aurora, right? Like, you have that raindrop, but then afterwards, they still had a lot more to throw your way, especially when both heroes are there, when you've got the extra Hex Shackle. They'll bring Panto over. It is about that 6-minute mark. And Mira's going to walk all the way down mid to try and contest whatever power rune comes out. Kiyotaka, as well as Nisha, have been quiet, other than just getting their CS. Ops placed on the high ground, sees Nisha, ball lightning in.
He gets it.
He picks up that haste rune very easily, and Panto now in a bit of trouble. Kiyotaka is there to help, but so is Mira. The Shadow Realm strike just rips up this Enchantress, though.
Nicely done by Nisha. Blinks in. If he finds any other rune, like Regen could be real nice, but other runes could cause some of the issues. With haste, it does allow him to run back. Still grabbing the kill. Enchantress is very annoying. Like, she's very difficult to deal with overprotective wisps. He pops the nature attendants as well. Magic wand. Win rate not the greatest, but Hero is definitely making a comeback. I don't think we've seen it too much in the last couple of tournaments.
Certainly finding its way in. That's why it's only 7 picks right now. But there's a lot of heroes in this game that, like, don't have that great of a win rate. So somebody's getting the benefits of a victory here.
Yeah,
to
we
look better on the stat sheet.
gotta go through the list, see who we can find to blame, who ruined the win rate of the hero. That's why, like, win rate sometimes when you check, like, what's happening after day 1, day 2, it might give you the wrong picture what's going on.
You start to get a little bit deeper into the playoffs, then maybe it means a bit more, but there are a lot more games happening, of course, in the Swiss stage when everybody's still around. Saberlight getting to that 6 before nightfall.
Having a bit of a quieter game on Saberlight. They weren't able to put too much pressure, considering that there was Enchantress in the lane, which did manage to stabilize the lane for Sven. Usually, as I said, if this guy dies once, maybe he can die the second time. But all he wants to do is, okay, there's the first Solar Guardian. Nice setup.
Also got Panto to try and help out, heal up Mira.
Reel in.
Ike is the target, but the Starbreaker not exactly on target there for anything other than just kind of losing Mira and running away. They committed to that, but didn't
not
really
getting
get
a
anything.
kill. Ooh, this is the big one for Kiyotaka. This is one of the best heroes in the game to TP rotate with, especially if you get Arcane Rune, Amplified Damage. Especially if you, if you push out the waves, if the lane's not close to your tower, Queen of Pain is definitely going to punish that. So far, the lanes are in a good position for Liquid. Keeping it at their towers. Nisha, as long as he has mana, he's going to be fine, unless somehow Mira can find a wraparound. Level 4 on this Shadow Shaman.
A little bit of a lead for Aurora. You've got Dawnbreaker at the top, not getting that kill, though, over bottom. Still waiting to see if Queen of Pain makes a move. Now Nightfall at level 7. They bring in Senya as well as the Dark Willow of Boxy towards top. Maybe looking for Nightfall, but if there's this rotation from Kiyotaka with that amplified damage and they don't kill Nightfall immediately, this could fall apart.
Yeah, this is not the easiest hero to kill. Both of the supports on Liquid are level 4. Bristleback with green facet doesn't really deal that much damage. He is lowering armor. Sven with 1 point in Warcry. It gives him good 5 armor, which is most of the time nice, but he's also super high level on Sven. He was not pressured in the lane, which does allow him to stay in the lane, farm the camps close to him.
Net reel in into a Laguna LSA. Toronto Tokyo getting a bit low. Is still alive, just with a sliver of health, and now they've got Kiyotaka nearby. Popping that amplified damage should be able to get a kill here on a Boxy at least, but the Sonic Wave gets thrown out, only hitting onto this Dark Willow. And Senya, not a lot of mana to work with. Panto's here for the heal just in case, and they've got Mira with the Hex, and they'll have Shackle if need be, but they don't. Kiyotaka's got a double.
Very nice moves from Aurora. All these small items that he did buy on Toronto Tokyo, also that Lotus that he did pick up, actually made the difference. Raindrop, ate the Lotus, and with this amplified damage, this is pretty much going to be a tower dead unless Nisha decides to TP rotate. He doesn't find the rune. It's going to be in the top lane. Toronto Tokyo trying to snatch it. Nisha uses almost all of his mana pool.
Pops a Clarity. Gets the tower. And then Blink's looking over for Insania, but won't get that opportunity to jump this Naga Siren.
All 3 cores from Aurora. Top of the net worth. This is not where you want these heroes to be. Having a bit of a global presence with Solar Guardian, Queen of Pain can easily set things up. Same goes for Shadow Shaman. And also in terms of the damage output on Liquid, there is Storm Spirit, Lina. Not sure how Mickey wants to get involved. Lina is a bit of a weird hero in terms of when she gets involved. A lot of the times you will see Lina, especially if she loses the early stages of the game, not to get too involved early. Doesn't have a defense mechanism, so if you get a jump, they're gonna die. And Toronto Tokyo will secure this kill.
And that's what you talked about. Global presence, you can be in there. Solar Guardian makes it pretty easy. They are going to get a kill over bottom on Mira and get the courier to deliver the items before that. But wanting to slow down Mira as best as possible. And that's just about before Mira got to level 6. So you're slowing down at maybe a potential push with Serpent Wards, at least for a couple seconds.
They're also showing the heroes. Boxy showed in the top lane. This Observer Ward did catch him. Storm showed in the bottom lane as well. So this allowed them to play slightly more aggressive in the mid lane, allowing them to go for the tower, at least deal some damage. Toronto Tokyo, next on ulti in a minute. The big one is Nightfall. Like, Lina against Sven matchup can be very difficult for Lina until she gets to her BKB. Even when she has BKB, Sven will still initiate on you. There are no BKB piercing abilities on side of Team Liquid, so if she gets stunned, she's pretty much gonna die. One downside to not having too many stuns on Aurora other than Sven is you're not getting the value out of your Vanquisher, which is pretty insane damage. With level 10 talent, it goes up to 30%.
Blade Mail now for the Dawnbreaker, and it's Nisha actually right under the nose of Mira. See if they can secure the kill. They'll pop the chicken finger on him and get that kill, or the foul play. They'll look for Kiyotaka. The Bramble Maze lands on 2. The heals are enough, at least to keep Kiyotaka alive, and Nightfall makes the rotation. But with the God Strength and the stun, it's still not a quick enough kill to stop the song and the TP out.
Kiyotaka was doing the math there. If he uses Sonic Wave, will that be enough to kill him? But did not go for it. And now, with God Strength still remaining, they might be able to finish off this tower. Nightfall needs to be careful.
Yeah, God Strength ran out. And now the chase is on. But a 2-man Stormhammer into a Solar Guardian. They'll bring in the Dawnbreaker, who doesn't have a lot of mana to really follow up jumping in. But all these heroes are here for Aurora. They'll have Queen of Pain back. And Liquid, they're on the edge. They're looking maybe to initiate, but instead Kiyotaka is the one who jumps forward. They land that net, and Saberlight's going to be slowed up. The Celestial Hammer as well as the Stormbreaker.
Big terrorizes.
But Saberlight fighting 1v1 against Toronto Tokyo now gets some help here from that Storm. Good Sonic Wave puts Storm low. Nisha ends up dead. And Toronto Tokyo, he's caught within the wards, but he should be fine.
I love these Blade Mails. It does allow Queen of Pain to jump in. And with the Blade Mail, it's only level 1 blink, so very long cooldown, actually 12 seconds. And if he pops the Blade Mail, it kind of resets as well, so they can't really focus him. Mickey, no LSA ready.
No way to help Insania. He's already songed. It's on cooldown. He gets caught by the Shackle.
G also talked in a pre-game interview whether this is going to be a good Shadow Shaman game against Storm or not, whether he's going to be clicking the buttons, and he did click some buttons. Storm Spirit zips in, instantly hexed, drops the wards, and then I believe that's a level 3 Shackle, so definitely more than enough to bring him down. There's also not too many ways to stopping Shadow Shaman from casting his spells. There are some, but it's nothing like too crazy.
Starbreaker or Saberlight just taking these stacks. Go for the Heaven's Halberd. We've seen a lot of Bristlebacks go to Heaven's Halberd first. Enjoying this item, especially against something like Sven. But the lead for Aurora is kind of up there already. 4,000 net worth ahead, 15 minutes into the game. You've got Sven at the top. How do you deal with Nightfall? He's so far ahead from the rest.
Nightfall is going to hit a pretty strong timing. Already did, considering that he didn't die a single time. He was not pushed out of his lane. 2,000 HP on him. This Warcry is maxed out. Great against Bristleback, great against Lina as well. Lina is dealing mixed damage, magical and physical, so that's going to be blocking some of it at least.
It's the end of his God Strength. He'll back up deeper into the jungle. Panto's actually pretty far forward across the river. He's looking for a Solar Crest. Shadow Shaman wants that Blink initiation. Almost has that Blink Dagger. That'll give them another option. And going in, a lot of their fights at least have up to this point for Aurora have kind of been this counterplay with Solar Guardian.
When Mira picks up a Blink Dagger, they can start to play more aggressive plays on the side, make sure that they have good vision. Shadow Shaman jumps in, the follow-up from Dawnbreaker should be enough. And now they feel very comfortable farming. I see that both of the Blade Mail carriers on Aurora also found Chip West, so that's going to be even more damage returned.
Uh-oh. That combo feels really sweet. Kiyotaka pops the Blade Mail, boxes here. Nisha also over to the side with Insania.
He knows. He can reset multiple times. Mira caught him.
Shackles, Sword Guardians coming in, and that's an easy kill on Nisha, set up again by Shadow Shaman. I mean, how many games do we watch that Shadow Shaman is just the guy playmaking for whatever team they're on?
Yeah, that's why this hero is heavily contested, one of the most contested heroes. He's not in top 5, actually.
Which is surprising.
Yeah, he's contested in 65% of the games. The big ones are Dead Prophet, Batrider, and Undying.
Every game we watch this Shadow Shaman devastate the game of somebody on the other team. Just with chicken fingers, having that initial chicken fingers into a Hex and a Shackle, you have such a long amount of time to have this lockdown and have somebody respond. And it also sets up well, of course, with that Solar Guardian that we talked about. In Toronto, Tokyo, he's only 1,000 gold away from picking up his Aghanim Scepter.
This allows you to land your stun almost immediately, and it pulses, it does follow you, so it's really nice. Kiyotaka, I haven't seen this build yet. Also, there's no real silences. I guess he wants to be the guy who initiates, pretty much, because Dawnbreaker is not an initiator. She's a counter-initiator. Shadow Shaman can do it, but a lot of the times I think you will see Kiyotaka blink in, pop his Blade Mail, use Yule Scepter to dispel Bramble Maze, dispel Cursed Crown, some Goose Stacks as well. Liquid trying to make a move here, but this is a very difficult kill to get. When on the other side, Nightfall, he's ready to take the fight. With the Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, it is an insane amount of damage.
He's got so
Mira,
much farm.
I feel like he's going to catch him here. Obs is ready.
Blink Dagger is available for Mira. Smoke will break. And with the God Strength, it's just such an easy kill. Using that Hex, having that Shackle, making sure Nightfall has enough time to output that damage. And with God Strength, it's instant.
They have no response to this Sven. He's way too massive, deals way too much damage, and he also has heroes behind him. Same goes for Queen of Pain. These two heroes like really transition well into the mid and late game, especially with the good start that they're having right now. Liquid will smoke up. Maybe they're going to be able to find something here, but they got to be aware of Dawn ulti.
Mira is the first one to go down as they see each other. It's Nightfall who backs away.
They wanted the big target, but I also like that Dawnbreaker's not using ulti for Shadow Shaman, instead keeping it for the bigger target if they initiate onto Queen of Pain or Sven.
Now, of course, has that Ags a little bit faster than the average. And the Yules for the Queen of Pain. Up 7,000 net worth. It's not like it's been this huge kill one-sided affair, but overall, they're just farming the map so much more efficiently and getting more out of these fights.
Yeah, look at how efficient Toronto Tokyo's farming. Even the small camp runs in. Bristleback.
Terrorize, thought about a couple times, but now you gotta hit everybody and it's just too late. You held onto it 3-4 times. You
Insania might die here. Kiyotaka has enough to use the Sonic Wave if he wants to, but also
doesn't even need it.
Doesn't need it. If he was about to use, or at least try to use the song, he can interrupt it with the Yule Scepter, has that region running, and then he can set it up, so saves it for a bigger target. Kiyotaka, no emotions whatsoever, as per usual.
Very stoic in the webcam view.
Yeah, that knee also always up.
Yeah, it's the keyboard side knee. So he wraps his arm around the knee and gets to the keyboard. I don't know if that's like...
Yeah, look at the difference
or...
between Mira, the way he's sitting. You can tell that he stands, he's fully focused, and then you have Kiyotaka.
I mean, his sitting stance is even crazier. He's like leaning on the knee that is...
It's always the right
wedged
knee.
between the table. I can't sit with my legs up like that. That is...
Their knees are not heavy, definitely.
that is intense, Mira's sitting stance. Get to that 20-minute mark. We get them themselves the Tormentor. You've got Shard now on Mira, who's continuing to just have a great game. having quite the time, up 10,000, 7-11. Without stopping Nightfall, I just don't see Liquid. They have to find a way to pick him off, but they haven't exactly crossed the river.
They don't have the damage. Like, their damage is a little bit over time. They have some explosive damage from Lina, but it's not enough. Even with Storm Spirit zipping in, maybe with this amplified damage, they are going to be able to find something. And also the way Mickey itemized, going for straight BKB, kind of unnecessary in a game like this, knowing that if he gets jumped, he's straight up going to die. There's another pick off. Mira, another death of him.
Yeah,
he
caught him with
is 7 out of 11 deaths off his team.
Wow.
Which I'm really not surprised. I mean, in the last couple of months, maybe a whole year, even more, I would say, we actually have position 4 and position 5 swapping in terms of how much farm they're getting and how many deaths they're having in the team. We've been, I'll hold that thought.
Dawnbreaker, they really have the damage for this? Solar Guardian, Sonic Wave, Insania's dead, Saberlight moving forward, and the Terrorize landed. Now you've got the Wisp to heal them up, and Kiyotaka just moving forward. Not a lot of mana, but has the help from Nightfall with the God Strength and the BKB popped. That means Saberlight dies and the push can go for Aurora, but maybe they can find themselves another target. If they find Mickey, this could be really devastating, and they are chasing, they are looking, but he's going to get under the tier 2 tower on the other side of the lane.
Difficult fight for Liquid. I can understand what they're trying to do, because if they initiate on anybody else other than Dawnbreaker, so the only way pretty much for you to play is to go onto Dawnbreaker, and then the rest of the team can't really follow up that easily. But there's also a tier 2 tower. Kiyotaka was in a good place to use the Sonic Wave, so they get a couple more kills, and this Bristleback, like, his damage is non-existent. He's still yet to be involved in a kill. 0-3 and 0 on Saberlight.
Not an exciting game for Bristleback.
Yeah, and to go back to my point about position 4s, like, if you look at the most deaths so far in the tournament, it's going to be mostly position 4s. You have Schofield, you have Boxy, who's like averaging 8.5 deaths per game, Kaori, Michael, and Omar. So most of them are position 4s. I mean, we've been in the meta where Ricky, Nyx Assassin have been popular a couple of months ago, and these heroes were kind of getting the kills, cutting things out, and then dying. Another pick off.
Nisha, he will outlast.
Nightfall's ready.
Everything, and now Mira going to be pulled in by the Vortex, but Nightfall comes in, and that's just kind of punishing the greed of
BKB.
Nisha.
9 seconds.
They're trying to go, they'll find themselves this Sven and try to get this kill and will. Now getting Nightfall, they hit the Terrorize onto the Dawnbreaker, and the BKB running away is Lina and the rest of the supports. But Nisha stayed greedy, and that's why he ends up dying, but they do get the Sven.
Nightfall jumping in and
into Serpent Wards.
Yeah, and he doesn't have phase boots. He doesn't have any ways of getting out like Queen of Pain can, or Dawnbreaker. He was waiting for the right moment to get the jump, making sure that Storm Spirit's not going to be zipping in on top of him one more time, but also needs to be aware of that. So he blinked in. Let's see it. Sure, you got a kill, but you also landed into 2-man LSA. Maybe he was not expecting the rest of the team to be there, but could have also blink to the side, and still, even with that, they're unable to get more out of it. I think if they got one more trade out of it, it would be still good for Aurora, but yeah, some signs of life from Team Liquid.
Definitely signs of life. You know, it's Bedlam damage, too, that really helps to get that kill. I think, like you said, he wasn't expecting more than maybe the Lina to be there, but they had all the help that they needed to get that kill. To slow down Sven for a second or so. But yeah, he's very close to Daedalus, and then impacting with even more damage.
Yeah, his BKB was also not ready. Like, the full Nightfall wasn't ready. I don't think he had TP available. But instead, they're going to go into Roche Pit, take it. Let's see who grabs this Roshan. Sven is Transformation Hero. Queen of Pain is a good candidate to take it, but also knowing how he plays on Nightfall, he might just be the one. But never mind. Dawnbreaker. With the golden item, does survive that initiation.
BKB TP out. Name a more iconic duo, honestly. Don't think you can. BKB and TP. But they did end up giving that Aegis to Kiyotaka.
Overall, a better choice.
He's going for the Shiva's Guard. He's got the Kaya as well as the Sanj flying in.
Very tanky. Still yet to die. Like, Kiyotaka literally is a flip a coin type of a player. His Hand of Midas Pango didn't really work out. His Ember Spirit, day 1, day 2, it worked out amazingly. Storm Spirit needs to be careful. Let's have BKB and TP ready.
But they're still sticking with Nisha, kind of forcing him to use all his mana.
Yule Scepter's ready.
Yeah, Yules will stop that TP, and now you've got Solar Guardian that can fly in for the stun. The Starbreaker lands, and just the follow-along. Ooh, Nisha surviving thanks to Insania being there with the song.
Let's see if Kiyotaka can read this one.
He's still netted up for a while. They'll get Insania instead. But Nisha survives because of the song Sacrifice. Nightfall, I say that, but now they're going, and they hit him one time, and they'll get this kill. I said he survived, but the chase was still there, and the ward giving them everything they needed to get that kill.
Panto is really good. Like, I think this guy, like on Enchantress, you're not going to be seeing that much of an impact. Maybe he's going to be making rotations to the mid lane, stacking some of the camps. Enchantress is not like the most fun hero to watch, what she does, but Panto as a player is very good at providing vision for the team and knowing where they need to play when they are ahead. Even when they're playing from behind, but especially when they're playing from ahead, his warding has been top-notch.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of those players to really evolve with the last year and a half of play, I would say, or even really the last year.
Yeah, I mean, he was called Panto Meme before, but this guy is definitely not a meme. He removed it from his name. Okay, BKB forced to use it.
His time with Liga, Chimera, coming in here, playing with Aurora, he is at his prime. Like, he looks so good as a support, and it's, you know, it is the cast around him that really has elevated him into the player that he is now.
Okay, no BKB. Kiyotaka's ready to go in.
Kiyotaka continues to do this, where he is just mirroring these movements. He's sticking to them, and right on to Mickey.
Mickey can't deal damage. These two Blade Mails, you know they're coming, and without a BKB, you're just gonna hurt yourself. Nisha, again, doesn't have much mana to work with. Mira, he's ready to jump in.
Chicken Fingers and the Hex. Terrorize, so Nisha can turn this, but Nightfall is here. Oh, the cleave. Oh, Nightfall. The God Strength just crushes both Boxy and Nisha.
Insania, no song. He is dead as well. That's a triple for Nightfall.
1600 from Nightfall on that attack.
Pretty much the only time Nightfall dies is when Nightfall decides to die and gets himself stuck. But this time, Step Sven, ultra kill for him. Getting unstuck and unleashing that damage.
Oh, yeah. No more daytime because night has fallen here in this game number 1. Liquid hoping to see some sunshine and turn this game around, but it's all Aurora. Just God Strength with Nightfall and the farm that he's got, hitting for 1600, cleaning up these heroes, the cleave cleaning up a couple, and they are pushing a couple of lanes at the moment, and you gotta wonder what Liquid's answer is.
They have way too much. Look at Kiyotaka, how aggressive he's playing. He does have still that Aegis available, but with Blade Mail, Yule Scepter, Glimmer Cape behind him, he can play as aggressive as he wants to.
Again, with Solar Guardian, Dawnbreaker's just able to farm away from the lane where they're pushing, be involved in the fight at any time. Going into the AC, like, has so much going for them, and Aurora have really put Liquid on their heels. In this game number 1, it has just been all Aurora the entire time. They just never really had a chance to punish Nightfall. They got that one kill, but other than that, he free farmed for a long time.
He did. He has Satanic. You're not bursting this guy. Not sure what needs to happen. Saberlight again in a lot of trouble. Nightfall, God Strength's ready.
Solar Guardian, and there's the Starbreaker. Toronto Tokyo will get credit and is dominating as they take out Saberlight. Dead for 50 seconds.
Saberlight did 0-5 and 0. 30 minutes in. Kind of a tough game for him. He got shut down and doesn't... Like, they lost the bottom lane as well. Lina's gonna fall back to jungle. Storm Spirit did get caught off guard a couple of times. As Shadow Shaman, Mira ready in the right spot.
That was a very, very quick Tormentor. I think from half health, Sven killed it.
We saw a lot of like comebacks so far in Wallachia, but this game, I don't know what needs to happen for Aurora to lose this game.
The fights aren't long enough.
The fights are over. As soon as Sven blinks in, the fight is pretty much over. Kiyotaka going for a solo kill.
And he'll get it. Now Insania silence, gems on the deck, Panto nearby. They'll pick up the gem, but just another kill. Kiyotaka has played very aggressively this entire game.
They just picked up a gem, but Panto also bought the gem. It's on the courier, so he's gonna keep that one in base. I mean, they also just purchased the gem on Liquid, which is a bit of an unfortunate one for them. Means that you're gonna be losing onto vision advantage. I mean, you don't have any advantage, but you're gonna be losing at least some vision.
Pushing 2 lanes at the same time, just pushing in mid, which they've already broken the high ground on, and it's just the range racks that are
These are
available.
very generous, 14%, I would say.
Yeah, not really sure where it comes from.
Storm Spirit, probably. His ability to fight next to the fountain, reset multiple times, maybe use a buyback. Nisha trying to go through the twin gates, play the top part of the map. Lane is approaching bottom. That's another freebie tower for Aurora.
Let's see if they push through, because they took the top tier 2. I thought maybe they'd try for the high ground, but they stopped and went towards bottom to kind of wait a little bit. Dark Willow. He's going to spot Kiyotaka, but they've got the Solar Guardian. Kiyotaka, again, just killing Boxy so quickly. Nightfall gets Insania. Without both
also
these
dying.
supports, there's just no help, and Mickey is dead to Mira. They'll find Kiyotaka, they'll vortex him in, and they won't get this kill. Able to blink away. Sonic Wave finally finishes off Kiyotaka, but it is just costing so much, and you're not able to TP out on Saberlight, so he'll end up falling too, and 4 heroes are dead while Nightfall takes the base.
Yeah, he's taking pretty much the whole base. Oh, nice blink out. Has stun ready. Nisha needs to be careful. No God Strength. God Strength has been nerfed. 5 less seconds in the last patch, so doesn't have that available, but should be enough to take this side. Maybe take the mid as well. 40 seconds without Bristleback.
Just take this ranged, and then maybe Mira even drops Serpent Word's bottom.
Yeah, they have BKB still available on Sven.
They're on cooldown right now, but he'll have them up.
13,000 building damage.
Ball Lightning just looking for an opportunity to maybe get a pull or just deter some of these Aurora heroes, but they're just so far ahead, it's not easy to do so. Up 34,000 net worth. Aurora have just not missed a beat.
Come get me.
Nightfall has had a perfect game. Picks up the Swift Blink. He's 10-1 and 3. They'll wait for Roche. They're waiting on that timer. They have sent the Croaker in there. Much nicer home than the normal camp that a Croaker spawns in. A lot of space. It's bigger than my apartment. Ball Lightning looking for the Enchantress, but Sproings, and they've got the God Strength. Mickey never had a chance. Neither did Nisha. They called GG right there and then. Triple kill for Nightfall, making it an ultra kill.
No more heroes to kill. No Rampage for Nightfall. Well, this game was just a complete beatdown. Aurora winning pretty much all 3 lanes, starting with them getting first blood and also allowing them to win the lane for Sven. They didn't put enough pressure, which does allow him to stay in the lane solo, get some of the XP. But this Dawnbreaker pick is what kind of destroyed the game. Team Liquid, they had pretty limited damage, even without a Dawnbreaker, but when you put a Dawnbreaker into this equation, it gets even worse for Liquid.
Yeah, so now they got to take a break, figure out what they could do for game 2, but to break down game number 1, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, we are getting ready to talk about game number 1 because this Aurora squad really threw the demolition crew at Team Liquid. Jenkins.
Yeah, this was not even close. I don't know how they deconstructed them so well, but they managed to do it. I think Insania had some good plays in this game, so I would never say, oh no, Insania hasn't been here. The synergy's not there. He's not put in his reps. He had some miraculous song saves in this game, but it just didn't matter because the disadvantage was there. They pretty much lost all 3 lanes, and then I totally agree with the take that Kiyotaka on a hero that wants to blink in with the Blade Mail, that can also have a hero globally go in and save him, that also has a Blade Mail, is insane. This is like the perfect patch, I think, for Aurora, and it doesn't surprise me. They've seen a lot of success.
I mean, it's definitely just the perfect combination of heroes as well for them. I think, in general, just Quap plus Dawn is pretty OP, just for everything that we mentioned. They both like buying Blade Mail. Quap is now a hero that can get in there, and if you don't get bursted immediately at Quap, you just get out, you can go back in again, you have all these little cooldowns, and it looks like really good synergy. I think going forward here, a lot of teams are going to be thinking more about this Quap Dawnbreaker going into that last ban phase, because sure, Puck is great with it too, but it's not the same levels of like a Queen of Pain being able to just hard commit like that.
Yeah, when the game played out like this, obviously there was already a rough early start coming from Liquid. Was there any chance for a comeback against a lineup like this? Or was it basically us waiting for Liquid to also see the writing on the wall?
I think there's always a chance for a comeback, especially when you have a hero like Lina that can hypothetically deal so much damage if she can get to, you know, Daedalus, Satanic, like the late game that Fear was talking about in the pre-panel. She struggles in the mid-game areas, but this is why Liquid was still holding on despite the game kind of looking so horrible for them. They were like, okay, if we take like 1 or 2 good fights and Lina can get some items, maybe we can come back into the game. But then there kind of hits a point where Sven had so many items, Lina had died so many times that it just wasn't looking realistic that he would ever get to the like Satanic Daedalus territory, and you just GG, go next. Honestly, there's 2 curses here. There's Aurora always going to 3 games in a series, and then there's Liquid always going to 3 games in a series. So I don't doubt.
What does that mean?
I don't
Is
doubt
it not
that
2
game
positives create a negative or something like that?
So then who loses?
Liquid, apparently.
Liquid loses. Well, this guy didn't do any losing. He didn't die a single time in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great performance by Toronto Tokyo. He's really been showing up this tournament, right? We saw his Enigma replays as well as the Enigma and Magnus. Yeah, those 2 heroes. He's doing a lot of work on these. So Toronto Tokyo, he's having one hell of a tournament.
He is, and overall, I mean, this was an incredibly strong Aurora performance as a whole, so it makes you wonder, like, how much will Team Liquid be able to say, well, you know, was a draft issue, we'll be more prepared for that Dawnbreaker, Queen of Pain combination going forward, and how much were they just out-strategized, outplayed maybe even, Jenkins?
Yeah, it's hard to say because I do think while the Dawn and Queen of Pain was a really good combo, and you don't want to let a Queen of Pain go through to last pick, now that you've seen the Dawn Quap combo, it just feels like it has too much synergy. Even with a different last pick, I'm not sure if that solves like the fact that Liquid was getting so dumpstered early game. Like they were getting dismantled.
And this kind of goes to show you like the problem with their draft as a whole. It's like this Dawn, you're so far ahead, and then you're able to kill this Storm over and over again. Just one Shaman stun, and then all of a sudden the Dawn comes in, you're dead. Nisha died like that 3 times in the early game, and that really just stopped his early game.
Yeah, and then they picked that Storm into knowing that there was going to be a Shadow Shaman.
And then here again, we're going to see it yet again. Every time this Dawn ult was up, right, there's some type of initiation, and maybe Saberlight doesn't expect this. Like, I've got a Dark Willow behind me. I know God Strength's on cooldown, but when you can always have that +1 hero there, it's just so easy to get kills. And just take a look at Toronto Tokyo here versus Saberlight. Just look at the item discrepancy alone in this game. You're just poor little Bristleback with your Heaven's Halberd walking around the map, and this Dawn has this Blade Mill and Agatums available to you. So it was definitely an offlane diff in this game, 100%.
A massive offlane diff, as we also want to show something positive for the side of Team Liquid, as I think Nisha survives at least in the next clip. It's happy times.
Well, yeah, really happy times. I mean, this is very positive for Insania because in this situation, Nisha looks like he is completely dead. But Insania at the last possible second comes in. Nisha gets into a good position, uses his Soul Ring, uses his wand, and he's able to zip over the cliff. He's totally fine. Insania does the typical, Mario
You realize
throwing
he did
Yoshi.
die here, right?
And then, unfortunately, Panto has
the ward!
Panto has such a good ward.
I complimented this ward early. This ward was up for the full duration, too.
You did, and the casters
He
mentioned
survived for a little bit longer.
Oh, he did. He lived.
Panto is the type of aggressive support that, holy shit, you play a pub against this guy, and it feels so oppressive if you give him, like, just a couple of minutes to go ward your map. They will kill you everywhere across the map. It is so annoying to play against this guy. So you can see it here. And Nightfall just taking full advantage of it, too, being in position for that follow-up kill.
Yeah, that was a great game for Aurora. I'm sure Liquid will have a little bit more oomph in the tank for game number 2 coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I personally only read it after we win a series, so like when people glaze me. But I would say even then it's not good, because you get too like arrogant, like
you get arrogant.
Yeah, exactly. It's like gets into your head. So
yeah.
I would say like it's for sure not good if you're like doing badly. Then for sure don't do it. And then if you're doing good, you can maybe do it like a little bit to like glaze yourself, make yourself feel good. But even then, like if it's too much, I think.
But
it's also
I
not
kind of
good.
only read them when we lose.
Really?
Yeah, because instead of like eating a lot of ice cream or like, I don't know, some other cope behavior, you like go there and like hurt yourself.
I see.
That's like I don't know. I'll give it a 4. Saber gave it a 6.
Give it a 6. Just because I think, I don't know, strategy and planning, I don't know if that's like the most important thing in the team.
It's more about like skill and play.
Yeah, if it was like skill, then for sure. I mean, vibes are very important, but I would say like having skill team is better than having like a vibey team. But I mean, I don't know. I think here on Liquid we kind of do a lot of vibes
and not so much,
not
so much
a strategy.
No planning.
Like I don't think that one was like the last time we had like a strategy meeting, because you know.
The problem is you're playing tournaments all the time. There's no time for strategy.
Okay, well, so you're saying for TI we're gonna have like strategy meetings.
Well, number 9 Large coming in hot.
Well, I just feel like I was having fun. It was not last, but first Wallachia I think that we won. It was the Dazzle patch. I finally like had a hero that only I played. Maybe like BM was playing it, was like the only other offlaner, but he was not at the tournament. And I was cooking. I don't think we even won that many games on it, but you know, it
But
was
you were
just fun.
cooking?
I was cooking, and that's what counts. And then they just killed him. It was like, yeah, so sad, so sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think he should have been nerfed. I just put a 3 instead of a 1 because it got nerfed a little too much. It did get buffed a bit again, so I kind of feel like it's playable. I'm not sure as an offlane, but I've seen some Dazzle support do pretty good. Don't know about core. So I don't know, I think, yeah, it's like okay. I'm voting.
10, 1.
Saber would try to keep up the good vibes.
True.
That's good. I think Nicky would probably just like lay down and accept his fate.
Yeah, I feel like
it's like I'm just gonna die here, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Mika might be the rough one, but I also feel like Nisha and William, they will like either like go really hard and like clutch up, or they will like be completely useless.
They could fight the animals.
True.
Or the other.
They can like be the explorers and
jungle.
fighters.
That's good.
Three, two, one, go.
Boom.
I did like a switcheroo.
I mean, you put a 9 because you always win Wallachia.
Yeah.
I put a 5 because I feel like it's like 50-50. Either we win or we don't.
That's true.
And we don't win tournaments before the big tournaments. So due to the placement of Riyadh and TI, I'm like a little suspicious of this one. That's my
However, that was before I came to the team. So now we're winning just Wallachia. That's like the only thing we're winning.
Okay.
And then hopefully TI.
We won't win any big tournaments, but we'll win Wallachia.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, it's like
that's a good
start.
A little bit superstitious there on the side of Team Liquid. Well, if they do want to win another Wallachia and they want the easy route, then they should continue winning through the upper bracket. Surely they did lose game number 1 of this best of 3 fairly hard, though. So we're going to find out if they can lay a better foundation this time around for game 2, Jenkins.
I think they can do it. I think they're the type of team that, you know, you saw in the interview. They don't prep. They don't do any strategizing.
It's vibes. It's vibes.
It's vibes. So, I mean, I think historically this is the sort of team that they probably can learn a lot more from a single game than any other team, maybe minus a team spirit as like the other one that can do that. So I don't doubt that they're going to come into this game and make the proper adjustments, although there were a lot of things that Aurora did right in that previous game. So I feel like there's going to need to be a lot of adjustments from Liquid, not even necessarily in the draft, but also in their play.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams need to take a look at this Naga a little bit better when they pick it, because in the wrong game, it does not look good. And I feel like whenever I see it versus Axe, whenever I see it against Dawnbreaker in particular, it feels like this Naga hero can be a little bit of a liability. And like, they didn't really have a combo with it either, so I'm curious on what direction they're going to go, because Nature's Prophet was in the pool.
Yeah.
They chose to go for the Naga.
Yeah.
It forced Mickey onto like this awkward ranged hero that like wasn't good for the game at all. They had to early pick it too. And that just didn't work in the last game. So I want to see something new.
Something new as in first pick Nature's Prophet, because Liquid is
something
down 1 game.
new from last game, yes.
Yeah.
Well,
but
there is
something
already
old
a
would
new
be fine
thing.
too.
They'll pick Nature's Prophet.
This time around, Team Liquid is second.
Yeah.
So that's something new already.
It is. And they ban Enigma right away, and they take the Doom. This is a flex pick. Aurora has been enjoying this on Nightfall, as well as Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, it still looks like a decent hero. It's very stable. It can be left alone in lane, which means you can pick a position 5 that can run around and roam. You know, if they want to go back for the Enchantress again, this would be a perfect hero to play with Doom.
Oh, well, I was definitely not going to suggest Venomancer. But
that's interesting.
How does he fit into any of the blueprints?
I would have been surprised if you suggested Venomancer, because this one is definitely out of the blue here. So
100% win rate, though.
I mean, that's all Toby winning with it, though. I don't know.
No. We had a mid.
Laro played at mid.
Yeah, Laro
Okay.
But that was last pick against a Monkey King.
That's true.
Yeah.
This is a early pick against a Doom. I mean, heroes like Doom, all these melee guys, like historically don't really enjoy running into Venomancer with all the slows and percentage-based damage he can do. So, yeah, I mean, in that regard, that's good. However, if it was really that good, we would see Veno a lot more, right? So
yeah,
there's some inherent flaws with the hero. I think just there's so many good team fighters and such good lockdown that, you know, this damage over time stuff seems to be losing its value.
I mean, it certainly does achieve the we got outdrafted, outplayed, like let's just change the entire meta sort of thing, you know? Like the picks that are good against Venomancer are like Morphling, Weaver, Lycan, you know, heroes that are polar opposite to what was
Juggernaut's
picked
good too.
in the last game. Juggernaut, yeah, you got the healing ward. in the spin. So it really does like throw a wrench if Aurora had any plans. Like I can guarantee you this was not in their strategizing.
Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer is really good too, and I bring that up because Nightfall loves the hero, so that could be a potential later on down the road. But surely with, you know, Blitz right there with all those papers, he's got all the Veno counters right there in front of him.
Well, he's the one with the Veno.
I mean, yeah, and he has all the counters, meaning he's
he's got a ban. But he only has one ban. This is
let me continue. He has all the counters, so he knows what's coming, so he can cover the weaknesses.
Ah, there you go.
Oh.
Smart.
And the first page is just a picture of Toby.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's the cover of the book.
That's why he picked Venomancer.
It's a picture of Toby's face on Venomancer. Yeah.
We got a Shadow Demon banned.
The ultimate Veno counter.
The ultimate Veno counter.
I mean, it's pretty good, actually.
It is, actually.
The Demonic Cleanse does destroy that hero.
It does. And then also you get the passive if you spawn illusions of him.
Yeah.
Terrorblade, by the way, very good against Venomancer. If they do, for some reason, end up running this as an offlane Veno.
Which would be insane.
That would be insane.
I think Venom.
Saberlight can't get Axe. It's time for Venomancer. Clear alternative.
I don't get Axe. I'm first picking Veno offlane. I mean, this is just a hero that doesn't, as a core specifically, right, doesn't always have a play. Like, if one thing goes wrong, you get ganked. You can no longer enter the lane ever again. And that's not great for a hero like Venomancer. So probably the support, unless Aurora end up, you know, as we saw Lauro do, pick a Monkey King that's going to be mid, and this hero can just dunk on him. So we'll see.
I would imagine that they're going to keep this Veno as a flex for a long time. I'm sorry, I just think it's so weird.
I mean, you say that now, but after the game, we have like, this guy's a genius. It's absolute madman.
Great mind games coming out from Team Liquid. This is like,
or maybe Liquid forgot they're playing with Insania. Like, they're playing Venomancer, Naga.
They forgot he's there. Yeah, that's fair enough.
They're Toby heroes.
You know, one hero that I think is sick nasty versus Venomancer that Panto does play that also got buffed is Pugna.
Ooh.
It's a healing over time hero that can always save from the Venomancer damage.
I mean, Oracle looks pretty cool too.
Oracle is also sweet, yeah.
So you can break shackles. Yeah, the magic immunity is great versus...
Can you shield off the... with the shield from Abaddon, can you shield off the Gale?
Yes.
Yes, but you cannot shield off the ult, and it's very easy to reapply.
Yeah.
Like the sting. This used to be a funny Veno counter back in the day. Maybe it's still funny. You just steal the wards, and you're just...
It's very...
You are Veno.
Okay, they go for healing over time that's just currently feels a lot better than Pugna. I think all the Chen auras that he enjoys buying, the creeps, the Chen ult, very solid against the like slow damage over time coming from Liquid right now. And yeah, as you guys mentioned, the Ags is insane. Yeah, that is a funny item.
It really is.
Entire team magic immunity except for Chen, by the way. So you need BKB Ags.
But that does counter Venomancer in theory.
And it's a summons hero against Shadow Shaman. We've talked about how that is something he really doesn't like playing into, is Zoo.
Yeah, and
it's
with Rubik, you steal the Fassa as well, right? So if you steal the Gale and he does have the replacement play carrier thing, you have a million wards potentially.
For sure. I mean, I'm really scared because like Liquid has the ward heroes, you know, like Shadow Shaman has a ward, so does Veno. These like, you know, Zoo type heroes are insanely good against that. Whether it's some Terrorblade, which I believe this is why they picked these two heroes to kind of block the Terrorblade just a little bit.
Also,
so this is a core Veno.
Core Veno.
Or a core Elder Titan. But I don't see why you would do core Elder Titan.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight's decided, Venomancer's...
That's the Axe replacement.
It's the Axe. They do very similar things. Damage over time.
Yeah.
So,
whoa!
Surely you're asking to be Lifestealered here?
He only won one game. 14% win rate. Sorry, continue. That's a bit.
I just feel like.
Yeah, you just picked Lifestealer.
Tiny, like all of this magic damage disabled. Lifestealer walks through all of it. they just picked a safe lane potentially safe lane. 2 heroes that are like strength tanky guys that run in there. Lifestealer will munch through them. He can be left alone. Chen can go roam with the creeps. It does present a little bit of damage issues though for Aurora.
Oh, they go for Magnus. Okay. Fairy Doom. Or, I mean, you could put Mag mid, but will you is the question. I just feel like Toronto Tokyo just has so much momentum right now on the Magnus. They'll probably give it to him.
Yeah, give him his comfort. And I don't know if you want Tapioca playing Magnus. Like, honestly, go back for the Queen of Pain. It looked really good. Just give him something he's real comfortable on. They banned the puck. Okay, it's gonna be a Queen of Pain ban coming out.
Yeah, I think after last game, it's definitely worth discussing for Liquid to ban Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
But if they would ban Queen of Pain, I hear from you guys all the time that you guys don't like Tiny as a carry. Shouldn't he be mid?
Yeah.
We like Tiny as a carry?
No.
I was going to say, I'm behind on the meta because I thought we hated Tiny
Yeah,
as a
we
carry.
hate Tiny as a carry.
No, the Queen of Pain for Aurora, not Liquid.
Yes, but Liquid has a Tiny. Why are they banning out Puck if Liquid already has a mid in Tiny?
Oh, I mean, they think Tiny can be.
Because it's Mickey. Like, I feel like Liquid has an opinion that it doesn't look good for other teams, but there are certain heroes that Mickey just plays so well that it's still good. TA is another one of them.
Yeah, and also my opinion that Tiny's a bad carry isn't shared amongst every player in the scene, you know? Some people think Tiny's a good carry, as we see them still pick it to this day. Doesn't win, but oftentimes, like, it can be good enough, but it's never going to be the centerpiece of a draft, in my opinion.
We did see Tiny, doesn't matter which lane he goes to, has a negative win rate on all of them.
Unlucky.
Also very sad.
Yeah, I mean, the co-op does go out. Makes sense. And now you're heading to mid lane here. Your versus most likely a Tiny.
Probably Tiny, yeah. I mean, Cleopatra could still play Ember Spirit. That's one of his most played heroes currently. We saw the Storm versus Shadow Shaman previous game. Maybe don't do that.
I mean, there was a Dawnbreaker in that game, so. But yeah, Stormverse. It's playable.
Can you go back for the Dawn and just put Mag mid, Doom carry, Dawnbreaker offline?
You could, but why?
I don't know. It seems funny. More heal.
It would be a lot of heal, but I think you are definitely getting a Vessel this game.
There's a bit of a damage issue for Aurora in the early game right now.
I mean, they don't have like the greatest like Empower unit right now. I think whatever Kiyotaka does play, I mean, all the mid laners, they do damage. You know, these Storms and Embers.
Were they?
I mean, Ember is actually kind of cool with Empower.
Yeah. I feel like with the SF ban, you probably want a Spirit.
I mean,
like Embers.
Mid lane has been pretty figured out, I think, this match.
Yeah.
There's been like, we've been able to call every single mid hero so far on this last picks because it's like, there's only like 6 of them right now. I feel like people are picking.
And Cafeteria has not lost with Ember Spirit yet on this patch. So he's really feeling himself. I mean, Mage Slayer against all of the heroes of Liquid is very strong. It's pretty much all magic damage currently.
Monkey King coming out
the counter.
last.
And they'll do carry Tiny, so they just want to punish the Ember mid.
Pretty good. I mean,
lane's good, tempo's good. I mean, you are playing versus heavy team fight. Like, it's kind of hard for Aurora to fight if they don't have like RP or Doom available. And you're playing versus this high tempo Saberlight, Venomancer, Monkey King mid, Tiny carry. I mean, not a doubt in my mind that Liquid will lose in the late game, but their early game is very, very, very strong. And if they get enough of a net worth advantage, that could ride them to victory here.
Oh yeah, Jenkins, are you digging Liquid's lineup?
I am. I mean, I think that they picked really early game heroes, and they picked kind of like risky heroes in the sense that I agree with Fear that if it goes late, they will lose the game. It's a lot easier to play in the late game for Aurora, but Liquid is the fastest team in Dota for a reason. This is exactly how they win games. I feel like they adjusted well game 2.
Okay, let's see how the game plays out. But first, some words from Liquid coach Blitz.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, so Blitz, you know, looking at this game number 2, you're more confident than you were in game number 1?
I mean, I was pretty confident in game 1, so who knows?
maybe it's just we'll see what happens. We'll take it one step at a time.
Fair enough. So what do you feel like went wrong in that first game quickly?
I mean, we counterpicked 2 lanes. They lost both lanes, and it's hard to play Dota from that perspective. So I thought Nisha actually did pretty well mid, but our heroes just aren't meant to come back in a game like that.
I see. So game number 2, you know, getting into it this time around. You've got like that mid lane kind of hard counter matchup. Do you think if you completely shut Kiyotaka out, the game should be pretty straightforward, or do they have ways back into the game?
No, they have pretty good heroes. I can't remember what their offlane is. It's Rubik plus what? I forgot the last hero.
Same here.
I know it's Doom, Chen safe lane. Then they were, what, Ember mid? I can't remember what their offlane is, so it's hard for me to say.
Yeah. I mean, either way though, and of course you've got Insania coming back into the crew. Of course, is he bringing the Hawaii vibes to the team?
I think he's pretty jet lagged right now. I think he's up at like 7 a.m. every day, but I mean he's really tan. That's a positive, I guess. Our team's kind of like pale because we're indoors all the time. So.
To me. All right, a nice tanned Insania coming into game number 2. Let's see how it goes with Peacock and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2 here, we'll see if Aurora can get the 2-0. But it's been a 3-game kind of day, and we will start this one out with a very quick pause, of course. A little bit of lag coming through, but Liquid, I like their lineup. I think they're set for success. Aurora, they have your favorite hero. Is this a game where Rubik can finally look good?
Maybe against like there's some really good spells. Some of the like cheap spells to steal. You can steal Toss. You can steal anything from Shadow Shaman's gonna be good. Maybe stuff from the Venomancer. Others not usable as much. Wukong's okay-ish. Boundless Strike. Okay, nothing too crazy. You're gonna be wanting to steal Avalanche, and you're gonna be wanting to steal stuff from Shadow Shaman, either Shackles or Serpent Wards. Hex is also pretty good, but he does go with the chicken fingers. So let's see also the win rate on Rubik. He's sitting at 50% currently, picked in 4 games. Nothing too crazy. I'm fine with Rubik when he has like good stuff to steal. I thought that Rubik's gonna make a comeback. After seeing the Shadow Shaman, 2 out of 5 actually. Maybe I didn't refresh my page, but yeah, it is. It does feel like Rubik might be back just because certain heroes are back. Because this hero by himself, it's not really good. Overall, I do like Liquid's draft quite a lot more compared to the previous game. This time around, I think they have very good tempo. Imagine them snowballing the game, winning the lanes. You have Monkey against Ember, which is Monkey's favorite matchup, and then you have good ways to siege. Like we've seen some of these late games, like mid-late games, how it's easy to siege with Shadow Shaman, add in Venomancer as well. This is some like Slytherin type of a lineup from Liquid, and you also have Wukong's command. So sieging the high ground is not going to be too difficult. Sure you are playing against Magnus, but overall, I do like what Liquid got in this second game.
We'll have to see if they can succeed in this second game, if this is going to be where they push it to a game 3. We always have our eyes on Kiyotaka, and he is on the Ember Spirit.
Yet to lose on the hero.
Yeah, definitely one of those very proficient Ember hero players, but also at the same time, just one of those exciting players to watch. We talked about it a lot ad nauseum in the first game, and the fact that he is just one of those 50-50 players, all in or all out. And I'm excited to see what he brings to the table in this one. Up against Monkey King. Not the easiest time for Ember, right?
No, definitely not. They also got an extra rune. Chen, he is starting with Setter, so we'll have mana burn available, which is very annoying, especially for Shadow Shaman. This hero does consume quite a lot of mana, and this is something that Pento is going to try to completely remove in the lane. Good way to harass, but also Venomancer. So far, nothing yet scaled on Saberlight. Thinking what he needs to have. For now, it's just going to be Venomous Gale. Pento.
Just fighting back and forth with Boxy. What does this do, though, for Toronto Tokyo in terms of the item build? Because usually when you've got this Chen, they'll build a couple items that maybe an offlaner would have wanted, and I'll hold that thought as Insania gets First Blood as the Elder Titan on Tamira. So Rubik doing Rubik things, as you'd say.
Yeah, like, it's very difficult for him to trade in this lane. I was just trying to find something positive to say about Rubik because I've been shitting on this hero for way too long. Not an easy lane for him. Like, once he gets to level 2, at least he'll have telekinesis ready. But other than that, it's nothing too crazy. Maybe they can try to salvage this lane when Liquid's lane is pushed closer with the Rubik's Lift into the skewer back underneath the tower. This could be the play that they could try to go for, but they also just gave away First Blood, and I believe there is some extra stats coming out on the courier. Yeah, there is healing salve as well for Insania. He does have Windlace.
So much.
He can't really trade. Like, it's impossible to trade against ET.
He did have that 59 plus 49 for a second, and he can really ruin your day, and that's how he was getting First Blood. This
He's
Seder
getting
put Boxy out of
deconstructed as
mana.
well. That's one way to deal with Shadow Shaman. This Chen with Mana Burn is a good way to start. Also, they don't have much region left in this top lane. Nightfall has been given a tango.
Trying to heal up a little bit. 0-1-1, of course, for the moment. Boxy, he's got Mangoes queued up, so he knows he's going to need some mana with the constant mana burn that's been plaguing him. And speaking of plagues, you've got Venomancer. This off-lane Venomancer, we've seen him in a couple of different roles throughout the tournament. How do you feel about this hero?
It is very annoying. I think in this game it might be good. Stopping the healing coming out from Chen. Very good against Doom when he tries to run in pre-BKB, slow him down so he can't really chase you. Builds into Spirit Vessel as well. Annoying hero can build pretty much into any kind of an item. I assume this is just going to be earn Spirit Vessel type of a build, and then he's going to decide what he wants to go for, whether he needs an aura in this game or if he wants to scale a little bit more with some Force Staff / Hurricane Pike.
Scorched Earth again, but Nightfall being very bothered by this Venomancer, who gets a very quick earn. 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes faster than their previous record.
Usually we do see it from position 5 most of the time. They do have a good amount of mana as well in this top lane if they want to pop the stick, pop the Healing Lotus, and they can try to go for the play. If Chen is out of position, Panto needs to be careful. The only thing that can stop from Shadow Shaman is using Infernal Blade, which is not the easiest thing to do.
Gale's on cooldown, but that'll be the difference maker. Can't go for Panto immediately to get an extra bit of gold for getting that Seder. And it's just sustained so far for Aurora, trying to get anything they can out of the map. 18-0 for the Doom is not bad. And Shadow Shaman being chased around by that Cobalt.
Get his ass.
Hitting him for 21. Mira's dying again. The Cobalt is more exciting than seeing Rubik
really
die
is
another
seeing
time.
Rubik dying. It's just going to be a very difficult game, I think, for Rubik overall, especially with the start that he's having right now. Mid lane's not having any fun whatsoever. Team Liquid, this is the type of a lineup that can close out the game relatively early on. We've seen multiple times Toronto Tokyo and Magnus where he is still following. Both of them having backpacks. Maybe there's something to it, thinking what's inside. And he dies finally. There's another one.
Ooh, they've got another one, but they had the Shackle, they had the Gale, they'll have Insania. Nightfall is dead. Panto under the tower, gonna get chased even further. Insania's got a lot of extra damage here, plus 83. And Saberlight's gonna get a double kill. It's already a 3,000 net worth lead for Liquid.
Very snowbally lineup. I'm not sure how they're gonna be able to recover. I think the only way is for Toronto Tokyo to have a good game, and so far he's doing okay in this bottom lane, sitting at 23 CS. He needs an early Blink Dagger. I think this is the only way you can try to make some kind of a plays, because Doom is very static. Oh, Nightfall, he TP'd in. The reverse Nightfall. Let's see if he's gonna pay with his life.
Here, but he's only level 4.
Not much
Sleight of
mana.
Fist, Searing Chains, and Saberlight working with the Shadow Shaman, who's got the Shackle on a Nightfall. He's dead again. TP'd into the lane. It's going to be on cooldown for 54 seconds, and it's going to be on cooldown for a while when he comes back. Another kill by Insania. Nisha comes in. He's level 6. Balanced Strike, sleep avoided, but it's not going to matter. Kiyotaka falls to Nisha. 7-0 Liquid. Just devastating Aurora in the top lane.
You don't have the damage. In the previous game, they had quite insane amount of damage. And the Venomancer, look at this. 1,300 damage this early on, 6 minutes in. Hazard of Shadow, so they can continue to play this fast. And now they have to walk from the base. The shame camera is on them.
Oh, no.
Why do they, like on small camera, they look like they're moving much slower. They need that Kobold. Chen needs to take Kobold, give them the speed aura.
Gotta be walking down the river. Try to get a little speed going. Liquid has just been overwhelming them. Their damage has been insane, yeah?
Yeah, it's been... I don't think you can ask for a better start. Monkey King, 7-minute rune. We've seen this time and time again. Observer ward behind enemy tower. I don't think they're getting this rune. Boxy's in a position already.
Oh god, 3 heroes. Make it 4. Mickey's here just in case, not even needed, and they're gonna take both shrines. Aurora, this feels like what happened, what they did to Liquid game 1, but even more exacerbated.
I'm trying to think, is there a way? Because Nightfall, he is level 4. 7.5 minutes in, your supports are also not in a good spot. Ember Spirit lost his lane, he's level 5. It has to be Magnus. It has to be Magnus somehow making a comeback, and I see Toronto Tokyo immediately queuing up a Blink Dagger. Pretty much this is the only way. I'm just trying to stay positive here. It's a very difficult game to come back to.
Really is. I mean, it first starts with a kill, right? Don't even have one of those yet. Sleep hits. He's still level 4. Oh no, Nightfall trying to run, but both these supports, they put enough pressure on that they feel the need to go back under the tier 2 tower. Take out the vision that Aurora has and continue to push with the help of Saberlight too. Magnus gonna try and farm some stacks while all this is going on, but he needs to be that initiator for Aurora. And he is going for the Blink Dagger, but he's only got 400 gold. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, Kiyotaka also doesn't have a game, and he just got initiated on in the mid lane, Boundless. He has a haste rune. Let's see if he can maybe run away. Remnant is ready. Ooh. Nice play.
Well, help by Mira. Keep Kiyotaka alive.
Trying to hype it up. You know, saying nice play, but they're losing 6k at 8 minutes into the game. And they have Rubik on the team.
Don't have to do Rubik dirty like that.
I mean, what does this hero have to do in this game? It's a very difficult game for him.
Nightfall. Saberlight.
Yep.
Nightfall under the tower.
And again.
He's dead on his screen already. And they're going to go forward and... Oh, it is. God.
It might be time to call this game like 12 minutes in.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, they got a kill on the board, but this is still looking pretty brutal. They'll get 2, but they are going to lose Toronto Tokyo. Kiyotaka
doing a good job.
Fate Bolt, and there's a kill on a Boxy. All of a sudden, I say it might have been time to call it, but they're coming back into the mix. They've got the Searing Chains, but they don't have a Doom. Not sure it's going to matter, and it won't. So they dove in a little bit far.
Kiyotaka did a lot in that fight. Let's see, 1,600 damage coming out from him. Like monkey damage is through the roof, but they also did overextend. And we can see the XP change, getting 1,400 XP out of that fight. Kiyotaka is definitely back. Panel talked about him picking up Mage Slayer as his item. You are playing against Venomancer, against Tiny. These are very good items. Like, this is a very good item, but Blade Mail has been a bit of a new tech coming out from Ember Spirit with Kaya Sanj, allowing him to go in. Boxy, he gets the Hex. But Mira, look at Rubik go. Never mind. Move the camera away.
You said one good thing about Rubik.
Okay, let's just go back to what happened in the lane. ET hits you for double damage. He adds like 50 damage plus other 50, and then Rubik reduces that damage by 3 at level 1. So you're like, oh wow, man. This is really doing a lot. But this is also pre-Mickey getting involved in some of these kills, because he got 2 assists from the lane, but this is yet to see. Like, Tiny has been chilling. Tiny has been farming. He killed the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
They did win a fight, realistically, for Aurora without RP, without that Blink Dagger. But they're going to have the Blink Dagger. They'll have another chance at redemption.
He's AFK on Rubik. He's just there.
Gotta soak some experience. Gotta get that level 6. That first item. He's got the Cobalt Cup, though.
He stole it from Kobold when he was chasing him.
Trying to go for Kiyotaka again, but don't quite get enough lockdown for the grab.
I love this build from Doom. Midas into Tango. This is going to be big.
The Tango or the Midas?
Tango.
Oh, Rubik. 12 minutes in. All you want is level 6.
And all you get is level 9 Monkey King with the Diffusal Blade against you.
Nightfall with the TP out.
Still strong, even without a BKB. This man knows.
If you press TP quick enough, you
They're
can
gonna run
escape.
out of buildings to TP to.
That's true. There is a lot of push happening. The pressure, they have just been in the face of Aurora the entire time. 0 building damage across the board for Aurora.
It can only get better from here. If I saw this, like if they had the stats on screen, let's say I was in the game, I would go across the river, hit the tower once, and run away. Just to have the highest damage on my team.
I'll say that probably is griefing because I don't think you get to go and run away. I think you hit that tower once, power
Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey King comes with
Let's see what he can steal with Rubik. Right now, doesn't have a single spell. Panto is level 6. Hand of God is ready. Does have Telekinesis. He does have Fate Bolt. 2 spells.
2 spells?
Basically, 1 spell. Telekinesis is not a spell. What is that? 0.9?
A long time for that lift duration. 0.95 of a second. They have smoked, but they're not really finding anything. Mickey can continue to farm bottom. And he could also push this tier 2 tower. They're really... I thought maybe they'd get this Blink Dagger on the Magnus and they would smoke and look to fight. But if Liquid aren't going to pressure them themselves, they're taking the time right now to try and get into those next items, or at least portions of them.
Mickey has one big problem right now. He's way too farmed. Usually, you don't have Echo Saber enough gold to buy Aghanim Shard pre-15 minutes, so he's now thinking, maybe I can buy another component. Maybe I can buy Ogre Axe and still have enough to buy a shard. Boxy, chicken.
Kiyotaka. There will be a balanced strike, but Kiyotaka has enough mana with that wand. Oh, they got the skewer back, but here comes the Earth Splitter. That'll land on a 2. They don't get the kill on a Saberlight, and Rubik.
Oh god, they're all dead.
Toronto Tokyo also in trouble. He will fall in a second. As they've got themselves a second, they'll look for Panto, and the chase is on to kill the champ, but he is netted up. They don't have a sweep to land. But another easy 1-2 gut punch for Team Liquid.
The plague did spread. Spirit Vessel as well, ETLT hit on 3, and then you have Tiny running in with the Solar Crest. Yeah, Venomancer damage is pretty insane. Doom, 94 damage. These numbers are sub 100. Doom doesn't even have Doom skilled.
That's a bit rough. Balanced strike on a 2. They'll look at Nisha. They really, realistically cannot kill Nisha at the moment. There's just no way. Yeah, no Doom skill to level 9. Kind of understanding... Well, now he picked it up. All right. Well, he's going Radiance. Kind of understanding that they weren't really going to fight until they felt at least slightly comfortable, right?
Yeah, Nisha is cutting them out. No Wukong's command.
Serpent Wards, Nightfall, spotted, Doom used, and Mira, the Rubik, dead again.
Shocker. Everybody else, they need to TP out. Monkey's still chasing. Toronto Tokyo, no Blink Dagger. TP is ready, but he's getting pinged out by Venomancer.
Oh no, they got the scan to connect. Elder Titan's gonna find him. Ooh, smoke. Hiding. Surviving. Okay. They're going through the Twin Gate. Toronto Tokyo is actually gonna live. Nobody spotted him.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Yeah, he'll also go through the Twin Gate. That's...
Yeah, I think this is the highlight of Aurora so far from this game. Surviving that gank. Nisha.
Shackle.
That's going to be another kill.
Nightfall. He TP'd out last time, but he won't TP out that time.
Dire's top under attack.
17-4. Oh, Panto. Tossed up, and he will die. You still toss, but not really the best spell to get in this game.
Yeah, level 1 toss only. Maybe they can do some skewer backs into toss into searing chains into tier 4 towers. Very difficult to execute. Magnus does have a blink dagger. Rubik has no cast range. 1 point in arcane supremacy. Of course, no ether lens. This item is forbidden on the hero to buy, unless you want to grief the game.
Do you even have to buy the Aether Lens to grief the game, or you
just have to pick Rubik,
yeah, I was
and
about to
you're
say.
done.
Nisha kind of waiting for Kiyotaka. He was a tree, circling this remnant, and gets all the way to the tier 2 tower. McKay is coming over towards this Aurora team. They've slept up the Chen. Mira, Rubik, dead again. First splitter is going to be thrown out.
2 in 10
will
seconds.
connect onto Nightfall. They've got the Sleight of Fist. They'll throw out that ult from Saberlight. He'll remnant away, but they will look to try and get this Chen. They'll sweep him up, and they should be able to kill him off after they get Kiyotaka. Panto, there's not really a place to run. And Saberlight will be the one who claims the life of this Chen. This is a beatdown. There used to be this show, Bully Beatdown, where they'd get real fighters to beat up people's bullies, and, well, feels like they've got the real fighters right now for Liquid to beat up Aurora, who bullied them the last game. Toronto Tokyo trying to jump in. Avalanche and a toss. Toronto Tokyo with the RP that lands this time, but
He's
they
very
slept up
tanky on
both
Tiny.
Toronto Tokyo and Kiyotaka. They tried to skewer him back, but this is just not looking that great. Maybe they get Insania, but even then, the Avalanche connects, the Gale
Comes
hits on the
Venomancer.
Mira. They'll drop down
Nightfall's
the Serpent
stuck
Wards. They'll
again.
doom the Shadow Shaman, but Nightfall needs to run, and it doesn't look like anybody's gonna die here on the side of Liquid.
Ooh. The fastest match of the tournament was Aurora Gaming against OG, where they managed to win in 22 minutes and 47 seconds. Let's see if maybe they can lose, also be somebody that loses the fastest in the tournament. I love what Insania is
9
doing.
and 2.
Yeah, I like this build a lot. Solar Crest and then going for Vlad's, wants to amplify the damage. Finding Magnus here, Toronto Tokyo. Croaker helping a little bit, but that's not good enough.
How long do you stay in a game like this?
Probably for the next like 2-3 minutes. They can still take Tormentor, they can take Roche, and then they can group up with Shadow Shaman wards, Venomancer wards as well. See what Box is drawing on a minimap. Push out all of the lanes.
Oh, Nightfall.
Saberlight gets him with Noxious Plague. Rubik about to die again.
Good
0,
spell
10,
for
and
Rubik
2.
was Hex, but he's dead. Again, for the 10th time. Double digits.
Every 2 minutes, respawn, try to do something, die again. Mickey with the shard has more than enough damage. SNY ready. Brigand's Blade, Vampiric, so quite a lot of sustain. And this is something that Boxy was drawing on a minimap. Push all of the lanes, make sure that they can't leave the base.
Rubik has spent a good amount of time dead, but not a lot of time, because he hasn't gotten
much
respawn
XP,
timer and
so
much EXP, yeah.
Not big in terms of levels. Radiance is done. That Hand of Midas has been sold. Hail Mary play from Aurora. There it is.
The skewer under the tier 4s. Mickey, he'll start to run, but they steal the Avalanche. They've got the RP, and they've done it. They've killed the Tiny, but Kiyotaka is dead. It's a trade, but one that gets them a good amount of gold. Worth about 1,400 gold for that kill on Tiny.
It's the Magnus. It's the saving grace. Like, we've seen Magnuses keep teams and win them the game with some really nice skewer backs. Even though there was Shadow Shaman instantly with the Hex, it wasn't good enough. The damage has already been done. Still yet to lose the game on Magnus.
Is that Aurora's first shrine of the game?
I believe so. They haven't managed to leave the base most of the time. other than with the creeps. Which Panta's doing a very good job, trying to split push, trying to buy a little bit more time.
Has that army pushing bottom. And Insania thinking about fighting the Croaker, but he's got help now from Tiny. Grab a little bit of gold. They've backed off. They could go Roche if they want, get that Aegis, and then finish the game, it seems like. With such an early lead this short of a time frame. 15,000 net worth ahead in 22 minutes. Doesn't feel like there's much in Liquid's way.
No, I think you get Roshan, get Aegis on Tiny so that he can siege. Even if you get Skewer back, you still have something to respond, especially great against the Doom, which was not available in the previous fight. I'm pretty sure Mickey would get doomed anyway. And now they will use Serpent Wards to make sure they have extra bit of a damage.
Saberlight has 4,200 gold saved up.
Saberlight's massive. After not having a great game number 1, in this one, staying on top of the network as Venomancer, Hurricane Pike, Treads, and has 4,000 gold saved up. Thinking about buying Scotty. Toronto Tokyo is in a spot, but the rest of the team is not there, so they might just sacrifice Kiyotaka. Boxy, not enough mana.
Yeah, didn't have the mana for Shackles. Ended up that Kiyotaka gets to survive that. Not sure how much of a game difference that'll make. You've got Nightfall going back for the Midas and trying to build it into a BKB.
Boxy again, close to him, but not much mana.
They'll go for Panto instead. And by they, I mean just Nisha. Because now Boxy was looking to try and get Nightfall, but he TP'd back to base once they saw the jump on to that Chen. Have a while to work with this Aegis. Don't really have to force the issue. You know, you can kind of prepare yourself for a siege. See if they group up. They're nearby. They do grab that scan, and Boxy not going to be able to initiate in time to get the Doom as he gets by the gate. Mira's coming out, though.
Toronto Tokyo, let's see if he decides to cut the creep wave. Not this one, at least. Playing behind enemy lines, wants to farm his BKB. Very close to it. TP's ready. So this time around, they can't really stop him. When he goes in with the BKB and Skewer back, there's nothing that can stop him.
Blink Hex, Serpent Wards placed.
Stolen Serpent Wards, that's level 2. Immediately dropped. Mira knows that he's gonna die. They're just gonna focus him down if he doesn't use it.
Toronto Tokyo and Kiyotaka, they smoke back inside the base, but once they took the mid center racks, they're gonna disengage. There's not really much that's keeping them there to stay in the mid lane, and they turn back around. They disengaged for a moment, maybe seeing that they can find a pick-off onto Aurora. But they disperse from mid completely. And they're still smoked up on Aurora. They're still looking for a target with the boundless strike on the blink forward. BKB, RP, but the Yule's up into the air. Monkey King, Skewer, Doom used. This is Shackles and a kill on Nisha as well as Boxy. An opening found by Aurora.
I think Mickey still wants to take the fight. Saberlight has Noxious Plague already. If they find an opening here, if they find the blink initiation, of course, they're gonna find Rubik, Glimmer Cape.
And a God.
Sidestep from Mickey.
Still alive. Sleep gonna run out. He'll wake up. They've got them locked up with the Shockwave, but the Earth Splitter coming through. Nightfall's in trouble. He doesn't have Doom. They get the kill. And now the Avalanche, they'll find Mira. Okay, he's got a double kill. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, but Kiyotaka's running out of mana. And the Skewer back under the tier 3 tower. Mira's gonna buy back the loot for Saberlight. They'll get that kill with the Fade Bolt. Toronto Tokyo is dead, though, and now Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. He's got an Aegis. Not sure if they can kill him twice, but they finally get that first life away with that Fade Bolt. They still want to get a kill on Insania, who's looking for the sleep, but Kiyotaka now slept up. Mickey looking. Should be able to get this Avalanche and the toss, and he's dead. And Boxy's back into the fight. They hit that
Mira, he just
shackle.
bought
Mira
back.
just bought back balance strike going over to Panto. They'll buy back on Kiyotaka. He'll go to the Remnant on the back end, taking out Insania. Panto falls. Mira hit by that
Rubik
avalanche.
with Glimmer, still
and Rubik
alive.
is
Not
gone
for long.
Mira now dead for 70 seconds. They'll finish off Boxy. He's going to be dead for 50, and they're still
Nisha might
looking over
die
for
again.
Nisha again.
Kiyotaka.
Nightfall, no doom for 40 seconds. Toss over it onto Kiyotaka. But Nightfall, Infernal Blade hits on Amike. He'll go for the Avalanche, trying to TP out, but the damage is there, and they got the Tiny.
So 2 buybacks, actually 3 buybacks. So Panto, Kiyotaka, and Mira also did buyback in the previous fight. But look at the gold change and the XP change. This fight definitely favoring him. Rubik getting 1,700 gold in the previous fight. So getting closer to his Blink Dagger. If he manages to get it, you might be able to steal Avalanche, like that's your best spell. Tossback is really nice. If you can steal Shackle and get the free cast, this Glimmer Cape that he picked up gave him a lot of survivability. Plus the pipe that they do have on Chen, making him super tanky. Oh man, Saberlight, he's just scaling. He wants to be the damage dealer. Scotty now available. So his Septic Shock, it like deals extra damage based on how many debuffs you have. And he's going for the Witchblade as well, which is going to be another debuff. Kiyotaka, he got slept here. Mickey blinks in a different direction, but still gonna be able to get the kill. Liquid overextending a little bit.
Yeah, they really went far into the base side, especially to kill Panto here. By the way, they just killed Kiyotaka again. He's dead for 70 seconds. Nisha got credit for that kill. After all is said and done on that fight, by the way, they only brought Aurora's percentage back to 10% chance.
You're fighting near the enemy base. They have buybacks available. They're also not the highest level. So even Doom did respawn in this one. It was a nice try from Mickey, but with the overwhelming damage, that Alpha Volfora from Doom was definitely more than enough. And with that Hand of Midas, gold kicking in, he's still keeping himself in a relatively good spot. About to finish off his BKB. They have no BKB piercing tools, so that's going to be pretty big.
See what neutral he takes. Takes the Gunpowder Gauntlet with the alert, so extra attack speed, extra vision. And
Mira immediately stealing the Serpent Wards. Nicely done. Tumblerstoy out of the trouble. Problem is you're going to be losing the buildings. They can siege relatively easy with Wukong's command, tiny Shadow Shaman wards. We'll drop it. He did the same thing previous time. I think this time around, they're not going to be able to kill melee barracks instantly. Toronto, Tokyo behind enemy lines, trying to get something done.
he wants that horn toss. He wants to give them an option to maybe skewer somebody back through into the base. Doesn't have that shard. It's not something that you're really looking to buy.
He might be in trouble here. Again, still sitting at 0. They haven't touched the tower. Toronto, Tokyo, BKB TP out. He learned from the best.
Gunpowder Gauntlet for Tiny too. No surprise. Alright, Doom's got this BKB. It's been staying around 14 to 16,000 for a little while. Maybe they are sustaining enough where they can continue to fight back. They had 4 kills for the longest time. They've upped it all the way to 11, but it has been all Liquid's game, and Panto, he is going to die showing in the mid lane like that. Wink Avalanche on the Remnant, tossed over, but has that slight Remnant away. Nightfall, 4 staff back. Bit of a save there by Mira to have that 4 staff. He's also still holding on to Serpent Wards, which he can drop again in 30 seconds.
He got him slept. Still, Mira doing a very good job with what he has. Trying to keep them alive, trying to keep himself alive with Glimmer Cape and 4 staff, but Mickey, he's had enough. And it's gonna be another set of barracks.
Avalanche. And the Gale coming in, as well as the Wukongs. Threw out that Noxious Plague, but they don't really continue the fight, and they'll back away from the base completely. Toronto, Tokyo sitting quite far away from getting that Ags, and that Horn Toss is just not going to be available for a while.
And our observers are like, just pick up that Whisper of the Dread, but he doesn't get it.
Serrated Shiv with Brawny.
Venomancer's damage in this game has to be through the roof. Like, the damage over time, that Noxious Plague did spread multiple times. Probably has the highest damage overall in the game.
Just barely. Monkey King's kind of close. Doesn't have the highest damage in the game. It's Ember, though, and...
Kiyotaka really pushing the limits.
Yeah, he's trying to do anything he can to keep this team in the game. We've seen a lot of comebacks, so until that throne falls, I am definitely hard set on saying that this game is possible for Aurora. Sweep. Serpent Words came through from Aurora. They should be able to get the kill on Epoxy here. At least one, but he's got the Gale Guard. He's still in the run. He ends up surviving with BKB being popped by Nisha. The chase is on for Kiyotaka. He's got a remnant, but it's moving slow. The Earth Splitter was used, and Kiyotaka's not able to survive. And Foxy, with him surviving that attack, he's able to get the shackle on the Serpent Wards down on Toronto. Tokyo Mickey gets the kill. Taking out Panto is Nisha.
Oh man, they thought he's dead
really
because
turned it around.
Against the foul play, all you need is one Radiant Stick, but Boxy getting the Gale Guard last second, making sure that he gets enough, and then he runs away, and now he's back to full HP. His Tranquil Boots, it kicks in, then he gets the jump, and now without Magnus, 30 seconds, he still has BKB and RP available. He needs to buy back on Magnus, otherwise you're playing against Mega Creeps.
Seems like they're content on playing against Megas. Honestly. Seems like they might be content on just...
Yeah, maybe just save the buybacks for game number 3. They're probably waiting for everybody to be out to try to take one fight, maybe skewer them into the fountain, and that's it. BKB's ready on Tiny. Toronto Tokyo getting scouted, getting his Blink Dagger canceled by ET. Oh, look at this damage. He's slowed. 100 move speed on Kiyotaka. Nice dodge from Saber.
RP, Mickey, BKB, and he is alive. Still an nullifier onto Kiyotaka, but the Shackles connect on a Nightfall. GG is called. We're going to a game 3 Liquid, taking a very easy game number 2.
Game 1 was pretty massive beatdown from Aurora. Second game, Team Liquid, they're like, oh, you want to see us do the same thing, but beat you even harder? Because this one was really not competitive.
Yeah, they might want to rethink going after Rubik for the next game, but we'll see what both teams think in game number 3. But to break down game number 2, we got the panel. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. There's a decent amount to unpack here for game number 2, but I think I will address the elephant in the room first. This was a opening pick for Team Liquid on the Venomancer. And I must admit, we doubted it. I doubted it, definitely, a little bit. But this lane crushed it. Fair. This was not a... This was insane.
Yeah, I mean, they did really well. I would say the lane matchup he had wasn't one of the harder counters to Venomancer and Dota. I mean, they saw the Doom, right? They picked the Veno as a response.
Yep.
So they kind of just maybe called the bluff, or maybe they knew that Toronto Tokyo doesn't really want to play Doom this patch, and Nightfall might want to play. And yeah, that as well as these gate plays from Insania were absolutely insane. Like, you just throw the Gale, you have this guy come through the gate, and then all of a sudden, like, this Doom died twice because of that. And then I think he's tilted here. He's just going in. It's like, what are we doing, guys? You can't run into a Venomancer.
Level 4 Ember shows up in your lane. You're like, oh, thank God, my mid lane. Oh, why are you level 4?
I mean, Nisha's here too now too. This is like classic Liquids. Like, when they're playing fast, they play really, really fast. And I think if you're Aurora, you're looking back on this one, and yeah, the Doom carry versus Venomancer kind of gave Saberlight an entry into this game, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, I will be the first to say that I do not understand the Venomancer first pick. I have also been a little confused about the Axe first picks, but then it looked as like things were trending that they were just ahead of the curve on Axe. But this is why this is a TI winning team. This is why this team won the previous 2 Wallachias, is that they're willing to do things like this. Maybe it's even just based on feel. Like Saberlight, they've decided that Saberlight is fine playing first pick heroes as long as he's like master tier or grandmaster tier with them. He's feeling really confident on them, and it like lets them pick other heroes in the game that are better for the other players, like later on in the draft. Maybe it's that. It's really hard to say without having some like direct insight into the team. It looks hugely unusual, but they're winning series with this, and I think it's really cool because no team is drafting like this currently other than Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, not much more to say about that. It's just comes down to how long will it work for, right? And typically when I see these axe type of heroes, we have enough data on them where it can be like, oh yeah, you can first pick it, it'll work, because it's been proven that over time we've seen it. I haven't seen enough of this Venomancer to be convinced that there's no counters, and all the classic counters that used to be good versus Veno, I want to see some of those be put into action and really test the hero. But for now, it worked. It looked good. This game was very, very stompy, 11-42. I think this is when we see Liquid play at their best. This is how they play, right? Mikae is being really active, so is Nisha, but the man of the hour, Saberlight, he was like top net worth the entire game somehow on this Venomancer.
Yeah, I even saw him pick up a dust in the game, and he had like 2 or 3 of them. And I realized part of it is because you are applying a debuff with dust.
Yeah.
And so that's going to increase damage coming from the innate on Venomancer. And it's these little details that the really good Venomancer players know. They did just buff Veno. His new facet gives you extra damage based on your base damage and debuffs on the wards. And then also when you Gale somebody, it's spawning wards, which we saw a couple of times. So technically speaking, like the damage output of this hero is really high. And I know a lot of people were theorizing it was pretty good at the start of the patch, but then it never got picked. It's very strange, but cool to see that Liquid is like, yeah, it's good. It's just been ignored. People don't realize it's good.
Yeah, but it makes you wonder, like, is this good in a vacuum because it was going to be against the Doom, or is this going to be good all the way around? Is this going to be first phase banned in game number 3? Let's find out after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time to watch some clips. We're playing Guess the Highlight, where we are going to be asking a pro player to name the player in these clips, but they are not going to know who it is. All they know is that it's from a previous Wallachia tournament. I'm here with GH from Team Nigma, Bahak here from Virtus.pro, and Mr. King Young Girls from Heroic. Do you watch much Dota when you're not playing?
Yes, usually I watch inside Dota, but not like a lot of YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, all right.
I feel like I watched, I don't know, half of the games, so it's gonna be hard without names, without everything. And it's probably across all seasons, right?
Yeah, it is.
For sure, I do watch a lot of Dota. But I believe I'm gonna be bad at this game, so let's see.
We shall see, GH. Let's start the first clip and see what we're working with here. Tell me who the Kunko is just about to come in. Who is this player? So.
An old patch. I saw this moment, I think, live.
All right.
I'm trying to guess by the heroes who it is, because I don't. It's old, right? This Kunka with this bunch of torrents is old.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There's Zeus 5 on meta.
Players are trying to go with Roshan. It's stunning everyone. I saw it.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw it, but I can't tell.
Okay, well, we're looking for the name of the
I feel like
Kunka.
it was Liquid. Like maybe right guys are Liquid, and it's their pick as well. But against who, or what do I need to tell?
I need to know who the Kunka is.
who Kanka is?
I wanna say I literally have no idea, but I would like to say maybe BetBoom or something.
Who picks Ayo with Sniper and Enigma Mars? It has to be like, this is like some Liquid thing, you know? But I don't think Liquid played this one.
You might be right, but not on the right side. But yeah, you're actually on the right tracks here. The tricky part is, who is the Kunkka?
Okay, it's Liquid. And it's for sure a long time ago, because Gaze, because Roshan in different place. I saw this moment, not even during clips, but during the game, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's probably Liquid who won it. Like usually they're winning.
That is true.
Against BetBoom.
Against BetBoom, okay.
So GPK, right?
Oh, interesting. Okay, so Liquid is actually on the Radiant side.
Liquid on Radiant side.
Yep. That's really thrown you, hasn't it?
But Dire Pick looks more Liquidish.
Stealing the Liquid draft, maybe.
Then I have no idea. I mean, of course.
Well, it makes it easier.
I mean, of course, now I know who is Kanka, yeah, but
who is it?
I mean, Nisha. If the left one is Liquid.
Not correct. No. Look at the draft.
So it's probably a mid laner, I'm assuming.
Also no.
I do suck at this game, I told you that. So it's not a mid laner?
It's not a mid laner, no.
Okay.
It can only be 3-tiered Saberlight. It's Saberlight, right? If it's playing Kunkka? No, wait. No, it has to be, right?
Think it's Saberlight?
Wait, before you say, I don't remember 3-3 playing Kunkka in my life.
All right, who's it gonna be, Saberlight or 33?
With Windranger carry, it has to be 33, I think.
Absolutely correct.
It's not Matumba. Zeus is mid, Windranger is carry, Kanka is 3, so it's Neta.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it is 33 playing the Kunkka.
I mean, yeah, it's not very easy. It's not very easy.
It's tough.
It's a very long time ago.
This is gonna go on for like 6 hours.
I think it might.
I will never guess this player. I don't think I will, to be honest.
All right, I will tell you it's Team Liquid.
Okay, Team Liquid.
On the
radio. Saberlight?
No.
Okay, that's close enough.
Yeah, close enough, but a year ago.
Nisha?
It is not Nisha. No. If it took place a year ago, you were correct with the role.
Is it? No clue actually. You got me there. Who is it?
It is 33 playing the Kunkka.
Now we know it was 33 all along.
It was 33 all along, yeah, playing the Kunkka in this clip, stealing the Aegis against Nouns in this game taking place in Wallachia Season 1.
They try and run away. Can they hit it? Can they kill it? Roche is so low. They're waiting desperately, and they move through. They go through. Wait, Roche is dead. Wait a minute. The ghost ship comes down. Aegis on the ground. Every damn thing.
3-3 got it.
He takes it away from them, and now they're going to chase down Corden. Mickey's on top of him. Corden in some trouble with Mickey is 2-4. Staffs gets to the far side. They relocate, but now they can pull him back. Corden separated from the rest of his team. They have a nightmare. The boat is out, but do they have enough damage with that black hole to take him down once? But guess what? He's got an Aegis. Nisha has now shown up to the party, and Secret, they're going to get punished hard as they kill them all off again. Puppy going to get X'd and pulled back. Boom, the lone one surviving, and well, he might not be able to get out of there either.
We're getting ready for game number 3 between Aurora and Team Liquid. Both will be left in the tournament after this. It's in the upper bracket, so whoever wins will continue in the upper bracket, and the loser will drop down to the lower bracket. Both games we've watched so far have been fairly one-sided, so I really hope the teams have had some constructive talks amongst each other to make sure that this time around, game number 3 will be... well, hopefully for us, competitive. But based on what we've seen so far, Jenkins, what do you expect to see from this third game? Because I feel like it could go either way.
Yeah, I think Aurora definitely needs to build a better draft. The Doom, I will agree with my compadre, Big Daddy Fear over here, that I don't know what the idea is picking this into Venomancer. I think it's really cool that Liquid first picks Venom, and it's like, all right, here's a completely new meta. Good luck. And I thought
Doom was first pick, actually.
the first pick on the side of Liquid, but yeah, that does make sense, of course, it being first pick.
Yeah.
But maybe like a Weaver coming out, like we said, like Lycan, Morphling, these are kind of the age-old counters to Venomancer as a core. But yeah, they just went with completely like standard current meta stuff against Veno, which clearly did not work out. I guess they're banking on the fact they're like, this is a shit hero, let's just play normal, we'll beat it. Nah, not even close.
I actually will commend Aurora in that game because it was incredibly one-sided. One of the more one-sided starts that we've seen this entire Wallachia so far. And Aurora did try to held on as long as they could with trying to still, of course, play off the fact that they had the high ground that they could defend fair.
Yeah, I mean, who is this team? Like, this is not the team I expect to, like, just play until the throne dies type of situation.
Yeah, what was that? No early GG from Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, I expected like 15 minutes. It was prime territory. I was on the edge waiting for it to happen. Yeah, but so they continued to play it out. Didn't really help them in the end, but you never know. Sometimes situations can turn good and you can win a fight. And they did have a couple good fights in this game, but ultimately they just did not have the heroes that could compete with Liquid's heroes. As the game progressed, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
too far behind.
The later and later the game goes, the more excited you are to have a Magnus on your team. I think one of the Mega Creep comebacks we saw was actually Magnus, so perhaps that's why. Perhaps it's a mentality shift from Aurora over the past few seasons of Wallachia, which would be nice to see. I mean, this is something nobody thought they would ever change. And it's a nice Cinderella story if they can, come back mentally and win Game 3 here.
Have you ever done this fear where the team that has first pick, so also had first ban, they use their bonus time, they're using it again to go for their first ban, and the moment Aurora had their bans, they insta snapped it, forcing Liquid to be even more close on time for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, if you know what your picks are going to be, like you can put people on the clock. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's two arguments. It's either you use all the time you're given without going into reserve to just really think things through, or you know what you're getting already and you just insta-pick and put them on the clock.
Yeah, I think that the latter has been done here successfully. Let's see. It's a Batrider overall first pick coming out
from
he made
it
Team
through.
Liquid.
Yeah, I believe he was banned in the last two games, so this will be a Batrider appearance here for either Nisha or Boxy, most likely, but they could be played potentially by Saberlight if the game calls for it. And Puck, good response to Batrider already, but especially I think for Aurora, I don't think Mira's gonna bust out the 4 Puck.
Yeah,
so it's probably just a Kiyotaka here.
So they're really confident in him being able to get through any laning stage, I guess.
They did this last time too, right?
They did.
Yeah.
I saw a Shadow Demon, like boom, Puck.
And the thing is, honestly, with the curveball facet, I feel like something has changed in the matchups where Puck can get through a lot of the lanes that were difficult for Puck. Also, with a lot of the counters like Dragon Knight, Tiny being nerfed, they're just not as good of heroes as they were before. It does feel like you're not really getting as punished for picking a Puck super early. I think with a curveball facet, you can one-shot the range creep a lot quicker because it's dealing damage over time with the curveball.
Yeah.
So that definitely helps the matchups.
Yeah, it looks okay. It still does struggle a little bit from playing versus mass stuns and tanky heroes, but if you do get to your timings, this hero is incredibly good in the scale department. It is super strong in the late game. And I think that Dawnbreaker ban is a necessity for this series because it just looked too good in game number 1. And I think if you look at Liquid's playstyle, it makes a lot of sense to want to play Dawn because they're playing so fast and in your face. Just having that global presence to always be there to counter initiate that aggression is very nice. So I do like that ban.
As you mentioned at the very start of the series, though, Fear, both Nigma and Magnus also very much in Toronto Tokyo's wheelhouse, and both seemingly still good. We actually had a first phase Enigma ban in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Magnus last game, but the conditions in which they picked Magnus were bizarre to me because I don't think this carry Doom is ideal with Magnus at all. So I still would like to see him play Magnus, but I think there is this Liquid team in general plays so fast that Magnus can be hard to pull off. But hopefully he didn't lose any confidence in that last game in the hero, because he has looked good on it.
And Mag is definitely good with the puck. It's a hero that can snap the coil. That always feels really good. People tend to group up around a puck trying to kill her, and that sets up for some decent RPs. You can play these like long, many skewer back fights as well.
Yeah, definitely ideal. But they probably won't pick it quite yet.
No, definitely not. The supports are going to come out here.
Is this where we start looking at some potential saves for the Batrider?
Yeah.
Defensive supports are nice.
Tusk is still in the pool, but you can't save from snowballs, so that's a little rough. Shadow Demon is in the pool. That would be great.
I mean, they're burning through reserve time to really think about this one.
Yeah, is there anything they could be having on their mind what Liquid wants to pick now that they already want to preemptively defend against? They will just go for the Shadow Demon as a counter to that Bat.
Yeah, getting a save is always nice to have against Batrider. Or making it so Bat has to jump a support, but I mean, if you're a support Bat, you're not too sad either if you just jump a Shadow Demon every fight. It's pretty high value here.
It's a high value here for sure. I do think the SD also blocks the core Bat a little bit too, because you're all about running on top of people with your napalm, playing long fights, having BKB, and the Purge goes through BKB. So you can counter him that way as well.
And yeah, the cleanse and everything is very annoying.
Yeah. I love any stack farmer with SD, so that's definitely on the menu for Aurora. Maybe a casual bristleback if it's looking like a good game for it.
Or just straight away pick the counter that you want to play against the puck.
Yeah, and I think they're just... I know Kiyotaka is going to play this, right? So I'm just going to jam the Ember in. I'm not going to have to worry about some Monkey King or some Huskar coming out to ruin my day. But now it begs the question here for Aurora. Are they going to take advantage of this? Are they going to use the flex potential? Can you now give Kiyotaka a Shadow Fiend or something? Would Mira be willing to play this puck as a position for?
They'll get the Tusk on the side of Team Liquid. I also have in my head that it would be nice to see a Shadow Demon Mirana again, but that might just be because we saw it on Xtreme and that was very fun to watch.
That was very fun to watch, but I'm not saying it's impossible.
but it's unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Fair enough.
But that day and age is long gone, where you roam around. It was nice to be treated to some nostalgia there, but
it worked out so well.
It
they
did.
Could play so active early.
It did.
It does catch the Ember as well.
No, you go ahead.
Maybe you can go the other direction and pick some like big team fighter like Warlock to counter the fact that like Bat Tusk, they're going to be jumping into fights. It's counter initiation. It's not so good in terms of disable against Ember, but you already have a puck for that.
Yeah.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
There's that Magnus though.
I mean, Imprison plus Skewerback sounds pretty damn good for lane, actually.
Yeah.
If you're an Ember, you can still get out of that, no?
I don't think so, because you're like overlapping the exact frame at the end of the Imprison with the Skewer.
Sure, but I mean,
Ember can get out afterwards, after the Skewer.
You can't RP him after.
You would need some insta silence from Puck to stop the Ember there.
Fair enough.
I mean, honestly, all these heroes are a little hard to skewer right now, but I think they just believe in Toronto Tokyo Magnus, and they're just going to put it into the draft.
It's a stack farmer as well for the SD to go make some big stacks.
And they're going with, yet again, more tempo, strong laning. Worked really well in game number 1, so they're going to revisit that.
Hi, there it is.
Hi, hello, Mickey Nature's Prophet. It's been a series.
Yeah.
Well, one way you can make a Nature's Prophet in lane do a shitload of damage is by having a Tusk 5. Because we talked about like ranged carry plus melee support in safe lane, you know, with the Naga, and the Natures didn't look so good because it's like lacking damage. With Tusk, this is not an issue. And then, of course, outside of the laning phase, Nature's Prophet still looks like he's an insane scaling damage carry.
Yeah, in typical Liquid fashion, you just kind of look at their lineup, lacking team fight, et cetera, but name of the game for them is going to be speed, right? Tusk loves to run across the map. So does Ember. So does all these heroes like to run at you. So if you're Aurora here, you need to address the fact that you are going to be ran at. You are going to be dove under your tower. You need heroes that can fight that. And I think for Nightfall here, I want him to see him just like try to play a hero on this last pick. They're giving him overall last pick, which is great. Give him a hero that can not retreat to jungle. I think that's going to be very, very important. Like, if he has to go jungle because there's being pressure applied to him, everything's going to collapse.
So you're saying give him a hero that can survive any lane.
I want to have like a hero that whatever he's playing against, that he doesn't get forced into the jungle, right? Essentially speaking. Someone that can just stay there, like some lifestealer, right?
I'm looking at lifestealer.
I can't call the hero yet because I don't see what he's playing against yet.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think probably they have a few options, and banning the Veno, like a lot of the heroes we're talking about, do not like playing into a Venomancer.
Yeah.
A lot of these heroes that can just like stay and chill in the lane, those are melee heroes. Like no Drow Ranger type ranged hero will actually just sit in lane.
I will say, though, by the end of this game, now the shoe's on the other foot in terms of bonus time. Team Liquid hasn't needed that much throughout the rest of the draft, and Aurora does not have any left other than like 10 seconds or less.
All right.
Night Stalker.
So Night Stalker has been picked.
Yeah, that's the hero that Saberlight played the first Wallachia that they won, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a
ago?
lot of tempo. I wouldn't be sad if he just grabs Sven again. Like, this is a hero that sometimes has to jungle, but you're just so tanky that you can just kind of stay your ground. Whatever he picks here, I want it to be a strength hero. Ideally.
Yeah, Lifesteal and Omni are good other than into the Night Stalker.
Yeah, you don't want to pick Lifestealer into
You can
Night
get
Stalker.
silenced.
Yeah, it's got to be Sven. Does Sven do okay against the Night Stalker? Are you happy with that?
So, all Sven lanes are very volatile, I'll say. Like, you can run at the hero and you can kill him, but what I do like what Nightfall's doing is he's putting 1 point stun and he's actually getting Warcry instead to make himself a bit tankier. But out of the options that were left, this is a hero that can just, if you have a good laning stage, which he does have Inch, so he should, can easily just shove the lane out quickly, go jungle, come back, shove it out, and just needs to buy enough time. But yeah, this is a pretty good pick.
And I also think the Mag combo this time is incredibly obvious.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be Magnus Sven, and Sven has a good lane. Like, if Aurora can go late game, I think that they're going to have a much easier game to play. Once again, we're in a scenario where Liquid needs to do a lot early, but this is exactly how they won a TI. Yeah. So they're very comfortable executing this sort of lineup.
The previous game we saw on that top lane, a lot of action very early on. Is there going to be another lane like that? Is there going to be another hard hat zone?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be a situation where that top lane, you're going to need a permit to be able to go up there because it's going to be very difficult to just play that lane at all. Night Stalker's going to be running you with ulti. Nature's Prophet is TPing in. Bat Rider is diving you. You're being snowballed. They're going to dive Nightfall and try to make his life miserable.
Yeah.
This time he won't go to the jungle.
I mean,
I think he might have to.
It depends.
I think he might have to jungle.
So the problem is if you do that, though, the game's going to get very hard for you. They're going to have to take a stand at one of their tier ones. If they want to sack the top one, they got to def mid.
Yeah, I agree. I think Night Stalker is going to be the white hat of this this zone. I think he can dictate the pace of the entire game, and he's got to do it because I think that Aurora actually has quite an easy late game to execute if they can maintain some form.
So you would actually favor them in this draft so far?
I would say I favor Liquid because this is exactly how Liquid wins tournaments is by picking like risky drafts like this. Yeah, exactly.
When in doubt,
right? The Nature's Prophet.
But I thought Nature's Prophet was a little bit nerfed.
Does not feel like it.
Not the support role, not the core role. But the core role is actually nerfed last patch. So I mean, it's definitely nerfed all across the board.
Yeah, it didn't stop Liquid from picking him after the core nerf. So I doubt it.
They've demolished with
stop them ever for Mickey in whatever patch it is. But let's see how Liquid does. Let's see how Aurora does, and let's first hear some words from Coach G.
Thanks, Jeeve. Yeah, G, you've got a lot of papers here. Can I ask what's on them?
Answers on your questions.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're not even looking at them, so you must have prepared very, very well.
Yes, indeed. Can you ask me, wait a second. Oh, what will happen this game?
Oh, right. What will happen this game, G?
We will try our best to win.
Very good answer. Very good answer. Does it say on there why people aren't picking Night Stalker and why this is the first time we're seeing it this tournament?
You know, like people always like chasing this meta. It's not meta, so nobody picks it. But I think it was like pretty good pick. I think we got super outdrafted, like, and only like Miracle will save us.
All right, brilliant. So not too confident then?
No, super confident.
Okay, excellent. Good to hear it. All righty then. Would you like to say to the people it's time for game 3?
It's time to game 3.
Thank you, G. That was great. I'll take the throw from G like that again when he gives another interview with Nomad, because those are top-tier interviews. At least I think so.
You gotta hit it. You always have to doubt yourself.
Well, you don't answer immediately, and then
it was like half a second.
I was like, it felt like
I was just reading some of the change logs, making sure that I'm up to date with everything, that I didn't miss something. Oh, smoke, and they just scouted them out. Nightfall is in a good spot. You're fighting into Sven with Stormhammer. Let's see if he decides to commit for it.
Ooh,
he's the one
soloed
isolated.
out. But still holding on. Shockwave, Disruption. Kiyotaka off to the side. Flame Break. Now that curveball will sit on Saberlight. Blood Grenade. First blood for Nightfall. But Toronto Tokyo looks like he'll be traded, because they had the Searing Chains to stop him from getting up into the high ground.
Oh, so Nightfall, in the end, gets the first blood. Considering everything that he was stuck on the other side, they still had Disruption. Level 1 from Team Liquid isn't really the greatest unless you're gonna commit with some like stick in a palm in a longer fight tag team. But instead, they wanted to get better spells overall. And there it is, shards from Insania. Mira is stuck there for a couple of seconds.
Boxy's also here. Flame Break, Searing Chains all of a sudden once again. 4 heroes mid. Trying to get Mira. Who are they going to give it to? It'll be Nisha. I mean, that is 4 heroes in the mid lane to start off for Liquid.
It's a good start for Nisha. Giving him this kill, giving him one extra bit of assist. And he has enough gold to buy a bottle immediately. 30 seconds into the game, this could be pretty massive.
How's this matchup go overall, though? When it normally isn't bottle immediately for Nisha and an Ember Spirit, how is it against the puck?
Ember Spirit likes to play into this matchup. Like his, as we can see, like even before that bottle, Kiyotaka with the curve. And will still die. And that answers your question. This is also
really
a bit of a
favoring
Kiyotaka
Ember
added into the equation. So Nisha, level 2, will be level 3 after this creep wave. I don't think you can ask for a better start.
Something that they really needed for that mid lane. Nightfall, he's the one who got that first blood. See how his lane goes. I expect, honestly, a lot of rotations from this Nature's Prophet early. That's the way we've seen a lot of these Prophets in the tournament so far play. They'll TP in to help with a kill.
Yeah, well, I want to see aggression onto Nightfall this time around. They have Night Stalker, which is not going to lose the lane to Sven and Enchantress. I saw Saberlight toying with the idea to go for the other facet for a long time before he actually picked it, but this allows you to have extra move speed in the lane immediately, extra attack speed, put slightly more pressure onto the Nightfall, and I also want to see Twin Gate rotation from Insania when the lane is close to the tower, because the bottom lane is not like the most killer lane. If they use Disruption, if they use Skewer, you can TP out, but if its lane is in a good spot, Mickey can also jungle a little bit, allow Tusk to go through the Twin Gates, because I want to see some diving. I want to see them play super aggressive, and Mickey already trying to TP in, thinking about it.
Thinking about it with Panto going back under the tower when he TP'd to the lane. So if you could pressure that and then get aggressive, that would be interesting. But now Disruption, Skewer, and immediately trying to TP, but the damage is overwhelming, and a pause from Nightfall as he disconnects after they got that kill onto this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it looks like one of those BM pauses, but Nightfall, he was on a different side of the map, definitely not clicking the bottom lane to see what's going to happen. And it was a nice try from Mickey. As I said, if these abilities are used, you can try to TP out, but it was not good enough. Didn't have enough sustain. Maybe if he popped a stick, actually, yeah, that could definitely save them there.
Kiyotaka got both water runes, keeping Nisha's bottle empty. That'll help him kind of maintain the lane, at least from where it was. But you see the big difference in net worth already. Ember is very far ahead. Kiyotaka giving up, of course, that solo kill, and now just trying to recover so far. And taking those water runes is certainly going to help.
Definitely will. And knowing Kiyotaka, he wants to play aggressive. He wants to be the annoying guy, wants to keep the pressure. Nisha, level 4, putting 2 points into Flame Guard after getting that first blood. I guess he got a little surprised by Searing Chains in this matchup. That's what did allow him to get the first blood. Mickey will TP back to the bottom lane.
Tying that quickly, it could happen again. One Disruption Skewer combo proving to be enough.
They also have pretty good combo with Nature's Prophet, this Tusk and NP, because you can get out of the Sprout with your Quelling Blade, but if you use Ice Shards on top of that, you're still gonna be stuck.
Stack, by the way, made by Mira while he backed up, gaining some of that mana with the clarity that he's got running. Nightfall just level 2 here, has Panto. We'll have that help. We'll see if it's Panto more so into the heal, if they want to try and just keep Nightfall safe if there is that dive. Nisha still staying ahead, but taking a lot of damage here. Kiyotaka just continuing to right-click onto this Ember Spirit. Still needs to be a bit careful. We'll lose that range creep to a deny. But 6 stacks on the Sticky Napalm. I think things a little bit uncomfortable for this Sven. You can walk right back, get that heal. And this is definitely the benefits of Enchantress. Something we see very similarly to Warlock, who has that Shadow Word early on.
Yeah, I would say that he's slightly better laner. What he provides, he can push the lane easily, provide you with more sustain and lower cooldown. But yeah, Enchantress did one hell of a job in game number 1, where did allow us Nightfall to stay in the lane for a really long time. And now Mira with the tag team.
Very dead.
Sprout, Mickey will get the kill.
So many of these blocking abilities with the shards, with the Sprout. It is kind of annoying to deal with and making it impossible to kind of retreat from these fights. Saberlight, he is quite low, but won't fall to the damage coming in from Nightfall and Panto. Panto deciding to go 2 into the enchant, which is pretty standard.
Saberlight is having a good amount of CS, but they haven't managed to pressure Nightfall. Nightfall right now on top of the CS chart, and there's going to be nighttime in the next 15-ish seconds, 20 seconds from now, actually.
Kiyotaka now 2 levels behind Nisha for a moment. He'll get that level 5 now. Does have that Waning Rift silence on Nisha, avoiding that slight. Had to go all the way back to base. Now Saberlight, Panto not going to be able to survive the trade coming through with all the stacks of Sticky Napalm. And again, Mickey even feinting, TPing over into the top lane and try and go for Nightfall, who's got 10 stacks of Sticky Napalm on him.
Nice timing from Aurora, knowing that it's going to be daytime. Maybe Boxy could have gave him Healing Lotus. It's 125 HP. Could have maybe made the difference, but he was also relatively slow. I'm not sure if he had boots ready at the time. So this is level 4 Night Stalker, needs XP. This hero from the offlane needs a lot of XP, a lot of solo XP. And Boxy's doing a good job, going into the triangle immediately, trying to get some stacks going. While Mira is trying to secure the rune, Kiyotaka will get it.
Yeah, getting that Arcane Rune, filling up that bottle again. Curious to see how they react with this Arcane Rune. Maybe there's a play with supports coming over when Kiyotaka does hit that level 6, pop the Arcane Rune, go to the Dream Coil, or maybe he gets that 6 and TPs to one of these side lanes. Try to get a kill elsewhere. But Nisha really finding the advantages so far, and experience-wise is very far ahead, as well as in that net worth department. That being said, you know, Nightfall is having a good time top. They have not punished this Sven at all, and they are going to look for this 7-minute shrine.
They need to bail. Liquid, they don't have enough. They can't bring enough numbers.
It'll be
Night Stalker, yeah, isn't level 6 yet. Maybe with him being level 6, NP TPing in, and he's gonna TP out to the mid lane, try to collect some of that XP, seeing that the top lane is not very safe for him. Nisha
stealing stacks.
And Mickey stealing the stacks. This is nicely done. This is something that Magnus would definitely love to pick up, playing with Eternal Empowerment. Level 6 is ready.
They had that obs there, saw those stacks. They knew that 3 heroes were over by the shrine, so they were able to sneak in and steal those stacks. And now this illusory orb is going to jaunt back, but no, he'll hold it, and that could be an issue. Dream Coil popped, and the Wrath of Nature flies in. That gets Kiyotaka, who uses this Dream Coil just to hold him down for a second, but nothing more. Kind of expected maybe that Arcane Rune, that Dream Coil, to be used on a side lane, but instead kind of gets caught out of position across the river.
Yeah, classic Kiyotaka move. The rest of the team were playing top lane, dealing good amount of damage to the tier 1 tower, which would open up their entrance to the triangle, knowing that there's going to be a lot of stacking. Boxy, whenever he plays Batrider, he is the guy that stacks the most. This is how you're getting the XP, how you're getting the gold. Insania making a move. Nisha's also coming to the top lane, and so is Mickey.
Snowball short of Mira, not looking like it'll matter with all these heroes here, but he survives with a shot left. The shards are on the money, and they will finally find the Shadow Demon. So much gold for this Nature's Prophet with that Wrath of Nature kill, and now that kill up top. Looks really good for Liquid. Again, I do worry about how much space they give to Nightfall, as we saw evident in game number 1, but it is not the same. Coil's back up. If Kiyotaka wants to try and turn this, they've got Panto.
Saberlight also wants to go up. Croaker.
Tendrils hurting this a little bit. Wrath of Nature, Snowball coming through on a Panto. They'll get the kill on a Kiyotaka. It's falling apart for Aurora. And they try to get this kill on Nisha, but
it's a lot of physical damage.
Really now going after another kill, and will find this Enchantress. Nisha will be able to remnant onto the other side, and now the attention is on a Nightfall who has no help. So top lane gets devastated by the moves from Liquid. It was all started on Aurora being the ones who wanted to play aggressive, but Liquid have come out ahead, and now they've got themselves a pretty significant lead.
This is Team Liquid playing with Nature's Prophet. Wrath of Nature in the previous one did kill Kiyotaka with the move from Night Stalker. Second one also kills him. And this is not an easy puck game by any means. You're playing into Night Stalker, you're playing into Batrider as well. Like, Night Stalker is going to be the big one. Searing Chains as well. We'll see if anybody else might go into some kind of a, you know, extra bit of a control coming out. Probably not at the start, but Night Stalker is going to be causing a lot of issues. Not just for him, but also for the supports. Even Magnus, when he blinks in, tries to skewer somebody back, you can blink in with the silence pre-BKB and make his life pretty much miserable. Mickey now on top of the network. Those early involvements, managing to get the kill, and also managing to kill tower in the top lane. Saberlight wants to scale. I know that we've seen some of the games where he falls off, because I remember one of the games where he was playing Omni Knight, did go for the Crimson Guard. It might have been previous Wallachia. And I think he also learned a lesson. This guy learns pretty quickly what he needs to do. Venomancer in the previous game, staying on the top of the network, now going for the Echo Saber. So thinking if this game goes late, considering that they do have Magnus, so they can defend the high ground as seen in the second game, that he wants to be able to scale, wants to have that extra bit of a damage, extra bit of a tankiness that he can provide. And now they are underneath the vision. RP in the bottom lane.
And the skewer, Mickey in trouble. We'll throw out that Wrath of Nature, but he'll still end up dead. Now it bounces over, and Mira gets traded out by Insania.
They wanted to make a move onto the top lane. They saw 3 heroes underneath vision. Panther just killed that Observer Ward, but there's another one that is scouting him out.
Sees him everywhere. The vision game from the side of Team Liquid is good.
Nightfall, Nisha at half HP here.
Nisha was there. Nightfall, yeah, like you said, half HP. Blood grenade thrown onto this
AK is out. He needs to TP in.
Trying to TP over, and he actually goes south, so he'll avoid the gank for the moment, but Panto's going to be the one who is focused. Sven can't really turn back into this, and Mira's also shown up, but the damage is just not enough to clean up Panto with the overprotective wisps and the level 2 in the Nature's Attendants.
Didn't commit. Not sure if he was able to get the lasso, but Mickey wasn't responding immediately, and now Kiyotaka again in a lot of trouble.
Another Dream Coil, just not really for much.
They're having some of the same issues as they did in game number 2. Aurora, their supports are not really dealing much damage. Magnus needs a little bit more time. Baka got shut down. Sven also wants to farm, doesn't get involved early on. There it is. Boxy was pretty much the only guy who was stacking 6 camps. Nikkei.
Honestly, so many stacks for Aurora, but how many of them did they? Yeah, how many did they take? Because again, more stacks being taken by the side of Liquid. I'd love to know how many of those 16 stacks were actually successfully taken by Aurora. It doesn't feel like many. Here is level 6, Sven's up here. The Boxy looking potentially to go in with a lasso. This feels like another situation in where they need Toronto Tokyo to kind of have that blink RP moment. They're just going to jump forward. They'll find themselves Mira. There's nothing he can do. They'll go to the RP, and this is the moment I was talking about.
With the sun.
We're back with the Stormhammer and the God Strength, but they hit the lasso. Illusory Orb coming in. They don't have Dream Coil, and this is a really bad fight for Aurora. They're going to lose Nightfall. Kiyotaka drops. Toronto Tokyo hit with the Walrus Punch, and Saberlight not afraid to go under the tower. He's also got some help from Nisha, who will throw the Searing Chains onto 2 heroes, but no creeps to tank the tower, and Toronto Tokyo is going to be fine. But another fight again from Liquid that really doesn't see them lose much, if anything.
Yep, it looked like an okay fight for Aurora. The way that it starts, Magnus gets a 2-man RP, skewer back onto the Sven, who has stun ready. But they are lacking some of the damage as well. These heroes are very tanky. This is Night Stalker with 1700 HP, 13 armor, so you're not really going to be killing him fast. And we said some of the downsides of Aurora's draft is they don't really have that much damage. This was also without Puck really getting too involved. He needs to be careful. One bad Illusory Orb, if he gets silenced by a Night Stalker, he's going to die. And no defensive items. This is a situation as a Puck where you need to decide what you want to buy. Like whether you're going for a Force Staff as your first item, or you want to be able to scale, get your Witchblade. Because if Night Stalker gets a connection onto you, you're pretty much dead unless Shadow Demon gets a disruption. So maybe he's thinking that Mira is going to be able to save him. Nisha. 3 runes for him. That's a good amount of gold. This also tells the story of the game.
Yeah.
That they've been playing the top part of the map, trying to shut down Nightfall. Toronto Tokyo getting scouted.
These middle of the lane wards have done so much for Liquid. Their vision game this game has been on peak. And they're going to go find themselves a Magnus once more. You know, something that was interesting to me in the last fight's fight recap was the fact that they all did equal damage throughout the fight. It was all about every hero doing about 2,000 damage. And there's not one guy they're heavily reliant on in these fights, and they're all going in to try and overwhelm Aurora. They've got the Puck coming over. Kiyotaka's going to be here. Stormhammer, God Strength Shards block him out of the position, which forces them to use Dream Coil to still just get this kill onto the Tusk. But you lose just Tusk, you dive that far, they use God Strength, which won't turn into a fight.
Yes. But look at Liquid. Immediately, Mickey TPs to the top lane. You have bottom lane, Saberlight. He's ready to go, get some creeps. Mid lane is also getting farmed. Moxie was jungling there, stacking for a little bit. So it does feel like, even though they are grabbing the kill, net worth for Team Liquid is still increasing.
Yeah. And you know that this God Strength's not going to be used to fight you, so you don't really have to play too afraid. Dream Coil was used, RP still available, but you're never really gonna be, or really shouldn't be too grouped together. I would say outside of coming out of a snowball where an RP hits more than 2 heroes. So you're kind of gonna be free to fight, right? Like, because Dream Coil and RP, you've got Stormhammer, but the lockdown options aren't exactly amazing for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, if you land a coil, Sven stun, which is now level 2, so you will have some extra. It's still okay, because they have no saves on Liquid, other than Snowball, which is not the easiest to execute if you get initiated on, as well as skewered back. But speaking of initiation, they'll just get whatever they can. Any kind of a kill, Boxy will get that one. There's a lot of damage on the ground, a lot of damage over time as well, coming out from Ember, and also Firefly from Bat. A lot of BKB piercing tools, something that Sven doesn't like to play into, where he wants to blink in, deal the damage. If he gets stunned by Tusk or he gets lassoed, pretty much the whole BKB duration in the mid game is going to be gone.
And they picked the Sven, but there's a lot of ways to kite the Sven. And similar to Ursa, it's just, you know, you find yourself kind of running in a circle.
Yeah. Now you have also a big issue that both supports on Liquid have blink daggers. Much easier to play the game. Good ways of saving people, so Boxy doesn't necessarily, Insania doesn't necessarily need to be really playing.
Look at how they're grouped up
in the middle of a fight. Can keep his distance, make sure that he gets the snowball off.
That was really well done by Liquid. Like, he knew he's going to skewers him back towards the Tusk, and then you just have more lockdown, right? Mickey could be there as a Nature's Prophet. This is all going so well for Liquid. You've got a Nature's Prophet that has 3,000 more gold than anybody else coming up into the net worth conversation. It'll be Blink Dagger soon for Sven, and then he wants that BKB. But again, the BKB could definitely be mitigated with a couple of spells here for Liquid, which will make Nightfall's life tougher. You don't really have the ability to do the classic Nightfall, right? With both the lasso and the Walrus Punch, you're never really going to find yourself a moment in which you can just BKB TP out.
I also think in this game, he is not allowed to BKB TP out of the fights because with this overwhelming damage that Team Liquid does have, they will punish you. As soon as they see that there is no BKB available, it makes the team fight. Like, they can go for an objective. They see him BKB TPing out, that's Roshan, that's Tormentor.
TP in. Panto caught. Boxy's here. Flame Break lands. They've got the silence, and they will heal with the Wisp. They'll use that Walrus Punch, and Boxy's on a mega kill streak on this Bat Rider. He's got a lot of gold already.
Didn't die a single time.
He's
5-0 and 6.
2 matches on this Bat Rider, 2 wins. Easy 100%, easy math. Having the support so far in tier 2 for the side of Liquid, it puts even more stress on Aurora. Opens up these initiation items where they've got the Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider. Well, what do you do if you're Aurora? You want time for Sven, but I mean, farm on Sven doesn't feel like it's going to make the most difference if they can kite him well enough.
Yeah, they still need these 2 big items. He can disassemble his Echo Saber, get a BKB if he feels that the fight is going to occur. That's why he has Recipe. Mira, just going to be another easy pickoff for Liquid. Liquid, I think they should be doing what they did in the second game. Go for Tormentor, which is going to be spawning in the next 15 seconds. Try to take Roshan. Take it slow, then with the first stages, try to go for the high ground, put a little bit more pressure. Still, you gotta be aware of Magnus. This time around, Magnus is having a slightly better game. Kiyotaka, Insania snaps the coil.
He's snowballing towards the Croakers. And Insania shards, curveball. He was the one who was trying to mess around with that puck and ends up paying for it. Kiyotaka gets a kill, but they find themselves Panto again. They will burn him out. Nisha's got the credit for that one, and on the monster kill streak, as you've got the Ember at 8-0 and 5. And the Bat Rider 5-0 and 7. Really good games for both Boxy and Nisha so far. I mean, really good games for everybody on Liquid. They've only died 6 times. Not really a lot of deaths to go around. Do commit to the BKB on the Sven, so we'll forego the Blink Dagger initially. See if the BKB can help Nightfall kind of survive in the fights and maybe get the damage off with the God Strength. But you can see Mickey is making progress and continuing to just expand that net worth lead over the Sven.
It is a lot. It's just very difficult. If Mickey gets the BKB off before, he also has Hurricane Pike ready. One downside to his neutral item choices is that Searing Signet doesn't work when you deal the damage over the 2k range. That's the one that was a bit OP with Zeus, with these global type of abilities. Wrath of Nature, so you need to be relatively close, otherwise it's not going to trigger.
He's been TPing into fights pretty close, but also has that option, Wrath of Nature from a distance. Aurora, they are pretty far forward, all things considered. Nightfall across the river, but will finally retreat back, so Mira And so will the rest of the team.
Double observer ward, one planted by Mira, one by Panto. They might have been planted at the same time, looking at the duration left.
Good enough sentry, could take them both out. Smoke from Liquid. Everything available for Aurora. We'll see how they initiate. They still have this nighttime. Kiyotaka might be the one who's caught. Silence, Snowball, and the Remnant forward. They have got everything needed to get Kiyotaka. Nisha now godlike.
Even with the shield rune, he dies so quickly. That's the downside of him playing into Night Stalker matchup with the Blink Dagger. He has BKB queued up, definitely needs some kind of a protection, whether he gets a Force Staff, which is a bit of a cheaper option on a lower cooldown, or if he wants to commit with the BKB, which is a safer option. Panto.
Just no way out.
Nice one, Insania. Was trying not to steal it, but also did not want to let him get away. Did cancel that punch a couple of times.
And then Nisha right in on Amira. The disruption was used, but there is the movement forward from Boxy to get that lasso sleight of fist. Nisha's got another kill. It is 24-6 in favor of Team Liquid.
We haven't seen Magnus try to go for any kind of a skewer plays. Toronto Tokyo has been pretty silent again this game. Does have BKB, does have Blink Dagger available, so we'll try to go for defending the high ground. They are losing most of the towers. There's still tier 2 tower in the mid lane and in the bottom, but Liquid will use this opportunity, knowing that they can't really take the fight because they are showing many heroes in the top lane. And this will give them Roshan for free.
Easy Aegis. Picked up for Nisha. Insania finds the snowball on a Nightfall, and that will connect. Kiyotaka's here. Shards expanded, blocking out the stairs, so they can't really get to him. Waning Rift, Blink Dagger. I lied. He's dead. They couldn't walk to him, but they could blink in Waning Rift and Illusory Orb jaunt to him. Wasn't as safe as maybe some would have thought. Could have killed another Tusk, but a lot of time to work with this Aegis. And God Strength used again. So God Strength, when that's down, might be the moment where Liquid want to go, but right now they found themselves this Magnus who was thinking about the RP, but the skewers are off the mark. They hit the lasso that'll pull him back, but the Stormhammer the damage. They take out Boxy to look over. The Street Coil was used and now hits away at this Ember. God Strength.
Saberlight, Blink Dagger in a second. He's in.
Right on top of Panto, but the rest of the team not there in time.
Still showing the strength of the lineup from Aurora when Sven goes in with Empower, with that extra cleave. And this was without even using the RP. Toronto Tokyo had to pop his BKB, so triple BKB used in that one. But Sven got a good amount of gold and dealt a decent amount of damage as well. Level 17. Crystallis is being delivered on the courier. Liquid. It says 11k gold lead, but when they are defending high ground on Aurora, it is definitely a game that, or even fights that they can relatively easy win. With 2-3 man RPs, that fight definitely belongs to Aurora, if Sven can follow up.
Yeah, that's the big if, right? Like, you need him to kind of have that God Strength, you need him to have that damage, but an RP into the Stormhammer does produce a lot of lockdown. Maybe enough time for Nightfall to get that damage out there. Like you said, it is a big lead right now for Liquid, but they are looking for their opportunity. They will smoke. Maybe they find an RP and a connection, as Nightfall's got God Strength.
BKB's coming off cooldown in 10.
The question really becomes, who can they find? And right now, these heroes on Liquid or bottom, they have avoided this gank pretty efficiently.
No one's showing. Now Kiyotaka showed in the top lane. Try to fish for any kind of information.
Pushing out this creep wave and maybe putting some pressure onto the tier 2 tower. Nightfall still in the area looking for his Harpoon. He's got this Crystallis. He's farmed a lot. It looked like things were looking really grim. Forced him to go to an early BKB, but then he got that Blink Dagger, and now he's picked up that Crystallis almost into the Harpoon. Sven has had time to farm back into it, is tied with the Ember. A lot of gold is here onto the Nature's Prophet, but one good fight for Nightfall puts him towards the top.
Also just got level 18 from it, so extra 40 bonus damage gonna come out. Yeah, damage still isn't there compared to Mickey, who is more early game-oriented hero, has a global presence. Nightfall didn't get pushed out of the lane, but still was struggling a little bit in terms of how much he was able to do, considering that they did lose some of the lanes, especially the mid lane. Mickey staying one full item ahead of him. 21,000 compared to 16,000 on Nightfall.
Quite a lot of gold. But a gap that can be reclaimed. Or made to feel even worse if they lose that fight. Smoke used by Liquid. A lot of time on the next Roche, of course. Aegis was taken very quickly. Might have seen that smoke, and they do back up towards their side of the map, on the edge of the map, and also have Kiyotaka top. No surprise that Mickey is just trying to continue to farm while the rest of the team is looking for a pickoff. He could TP into the fight at any time, similar to the way we've seen Dawnbreakers play. You don't need to be there initially. Boxy going for the Ags. We've seen this be very beneficial for the Bat Riders that we've seen in the games. Blink Lasso comes through on Amira, and Sleight of Fist, Nightfall, maybe thinking about retreating immediately as they've gotten their hands on a Panto after getting the kill on Amira. Uses that Essence Ring, has those Wisps, trying to get into the high ground. The damage is starting to break through a little bit, and they will get a second as it's beyond godlike now for Nisha.
Nightfall was ready to blink in, but decided not to, seeing that Team Liquid is there. BKB and TP out is ready. He's gonna blink out, try to blink away from Tusk, trying to blink away from Batrider, who doesn't even have Lasso available. So let's see how they approach this one. No BKB for a minute and a half. They should be able to potentially take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. By tier 1, I mean tier 2.
An outer tower. Toronto, Tokyo cleaning up. He's still going for that Ags. He really wants to have that extra bit of lockdown with the Horn Toss. Well, like you said, they're not working with this BKB for Nightfall. That's going to make them feel a bit vulnerable. But the push can come through. Toronto, Tokyo, BKB, skewer, RP, but the damage he's taking, Nightfall's in.
Look at the cleave.
Walrus Punch, but they've got the Harpoon, the pullback Insignia, they'll get the kill there. Amir's going to be forced to disrupt, but they land the lasso. It's on a Nightfall. He's sprouted, flame broken, and burning out. Nightfall is dead. Mira drops. Boxy dead to Kiyotaka. Dream Coil was on Mickey, and he'll see Kiyotaka, who will be Sleight of Fisted, but avoiding it with Phase Shift, blinking away from Nisha. Has some help if Toronto, Tokyo maybe can go in and get a Blink Shockwave score, but he really doesn't want to do that without a BKB, and they will get back to base.
You can still see the damage. It was a nice play from Mickey using Hurricane Pike during the skewer, pushes himself slightly away from that RP. And yeah, the damage from Sven was definitely there, but without a BKB, he's gonna get kited. Even throughout the BKB, we already said they have multiple abilities that go through. Lasso, immediately used. They have Tusk with the punch on relatively short cooldown. That's a 13-second cooldown ability.
RP, but Toronto, Tokyo actually survives this. He was in such a bad spot, but without that BKB for the Sven, it made Nightfall vulnerable. I mean, the lasso could go through anyway, but he wasn't really so confident throughout that fight. Kiyotaka's in trouble. Dream Coil comes in, and now Toronto, Tokyo skewer through the middle of the fight, but they'll look for Nisha. Toronto, Tokyo is the only one who's died so far.
He dodges it. Oh,
he is
God.
all alive and away from the fight and away from any harm. Nisha surviving, and the blinking from Saberlight, they don't want to stop. God's Strength comes through. Saberlight gets ripped apart by Nightfall, but that's really all you're going to get with this BKB usage. Shards are short of Nightfall, but land on the Panto. They've got Walrus Punch, and they'll have the damage, but he is now up out of the high ground. Sprout actually pushed him out. Mickey's going to TP behind the racks. find that double kill, find the kill to Panto, but now they've got the lasso again on a Nightfall.
Nightfall
Mickey
got
with the
baited.
BKB, he's free to hit in, and they will take out the Sven. Toronto Tokyo misses the skewer once more. Mickey with that force staff onto the low ground. Now the shards, they block him Mira, they block him Panto. This should be another couple of kills for the side of Liquid. It's an ultra kill for Mickey. The RP is used. That connects.
They need
have a
Kiyotaka
chance
to
here.
deal the damage.
They get the kill to Insignia. They'll take out Mickey. Now they'll look for Nisha. Is the damage enough? No, not yet. Boxy ends up dead, but Toronto Tokyo falls too.
Kiyotaka.
Nisha on the run from Kiyotaka, who's going to be hit with the Searing Chains. The illusory orb is curved away from Nisha, but he has mana. He has that Blade Mail ready to go. Kiyotaka searching, not finding this Ember Spirit just yet, but there's the curveball.
Kiyotaka needs to be
And maybe he
careful
can
with
get
the
him.
Blade Mail.
Blade Mail, Waning Rift gets the silence, but Blade Mail's still going, forcing Kiyotaka to run away. Takes out his courier, and they'll curveball, but Nisha wants to
Remnant
go back
in
in
a
and misses
second.
that slight. They've got the jump back in from Saberlight, though.
Doesn't matter
He'll
with the
blink in, has the
BKB.
silencing, will get that kill onto the puck.
Amplify damage on him. Very long fight, 13,000 damage. Pretty much the same amount of damage as the whole enemy team. Mickey standing his ground, getting those right clicks in. And for the next fight, he's going to have Satanic, so that's going to be even more difficult to kill him. Level 25, no TP CD.
I said one good fight for Aurora could bring Sven back, or oppositely exacerbate the difference, and look at the difference now.
Those are some fancy words.
There was some SAT words, a little standardized testing in the US and in New York. I did okay on my SATs.
3 out of 5, huh?
Sure. I mean, that
Got
probably
that
sounds
C,
better
huh?
than whatever I was going to say. There's that Satanic.
Like, the way this fight started, I don't think it showed on the screen, but there was Impetus chasing Ember Spirit. Nisha used one Remnant defensively, and then saw Impetus still following him, so he used it towards the Impetus and dodged it. The game's falling apart. They needed 3-man RP to win this game. 3-man RP into Sven follow-up. But the problem is, Boxy, he doesn't want to initiate. Like, he understands what his job is, to be staying away from the fight, wait for Sven to blink in, and then lasso him so that he can't deal the damage.
Roche will roar, but he's dead pretty quickly. There's really no answer for Aurora. They can't fight this on the low ground, and as happens with plenty of Magnus games, you're forced into a position where you have to defend on an RP on the high ground. Panto. He's out of vision. Good TP. Nature's Prophet.
He can be anywhere
Level
on the map.
25. Yeah, he removed the teleportation cooldown. We've seen a couple of 3x Treant HP damage pickups.
Not so good in this game. You are playing against Sven and Magnus. They can easily cleave them. This is not that old one Treant that had 4,000 or 5,000 HP with bazillion damage.
Yeah, they transferred all those perks to Shadow Shaman's ward. Good win percentage for Nature's Prophet. Removing that teleportation cooldown, like you said, means you could be anywhere at any time on any gank.
Bottom.
And there's that RP into a TP, but he knows he's got lasso, so he'll wait a second, look for the high five, and then say bye-bye.
Knows that he's not getting out of that one. I mean, Boxy's pretty massive in this game. He has the same amount of farm as the enemy offlaner after this kill. It's daytime, but they do have Dark Ascension available, and they're building into a lot of physical damage reduction. I see Tusk with Vlad. Night Stalker going for AC. Mickey, he's in.
Dark Ascension gets used.
You hear that sound. You don't know where he is. You better run back. Saberlight. Thinking about getting the jump on Kiyotaka. Maybe get the BKB out of him.
Bottom set of racks are going to go. Daedalus for the Sven. They really could use an RP, but they don't have an RP and they don't have a Magnus. And even when Magnus is back up in 30, the RP will be down for another 35. You don't have that high ground defense tool, that one thing that you're leaning on to try and bring the game back. Lasso connects on Kiyotaka, and he
Nightfall did not want to follow.
Got not a lot of life remaining. Mira's already dead to Mickey. And this puck will try to run away, but won't be successful as Nisha follows it. And will snag that curveball and hit it out of the park.
They really set up Nisha for success in this game. 14-0 and 15. That first blood, or the second blood that he got, then the solo kill that he got on Puck. It is one play that they do have. It's during the daytime, so Night Stalker's not going to be as effective.
Morntoss got strength, the damage, not enough.
No RP for 20.
Nisha's able to leave in Toronto, Tokyo. You mean no RP for 75 because he is dead, no buyback. RP's not going to matter. Nightfall's going to die. GG is called. Liquid take the back end 2 games and will beat Aurora 2-1.
Very fast game from Liquid. Even though it took them 37 minutes, again, pretty similar to what happened in Game 1, Game 2 as well. In Game 1, they got pretty stomped. Second game, they stomped even harder. This third game as well. Snowballing out of control from the laning stage. Mickey on his signature Nature Prophet. Boxy playing his Batrider. Pretty much playing all the signature heroes on them and completely knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, really good game there from Liquid, especially that in Game 2. We're going to throw it over to the panel. Take it away.
Team Liquid is one series closer to getting a three-peat for Wallachia, since they are the defending champions, of course, of not just Wallachia 4, but also of 3. So a one step closer is a nice achievement, especially in the way they did it. We're going to ignore Game 1, but Game 2 and 3, Jenkins, were immaculate.
Shiver, I'm not going to ignore Game 1. I'm going to say that for some reason, Liquid, just wake up and play a game of Dota. It's really obvious you guys just woke up. Game 1 was shit. Game 2 and Game 3 was immaculate. This was flawless Dota against one of the best teams in the tournament. Aurora has dismantled, deconstructed the teams that they've played against for the most part, not having much resistance, but good lord, this was not even close. I mean, starting from the early game, I love this rotation to mid by Saberlight, by the way. He was just chilling. This was legit like a farming rotation. He just turns it into a kill somehow. Beautiful stuff. Nisha always in the enemy team's face. Like he would not lay off for just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how they play in Game 2 and Game 3 here. Nisha on his Monkey King, he was in the same spot many times. I think in the last 2 games, I don't know if I saw Aurora really cross their side of the river for the first 20 minutes of the game. And yeah, like these moments here, it's like, it was inevitable, right? This is the hard hat zone, and it did not end up very well for the side of Aurora. And you look back on the draft a little bit, and you know, this is twice in a row now where Saberlight picks an unconventional hero for himself in the offlane. And this Night Stalker was absolutely brilliant because there's 2 heroes specifically, well, 3 actually, that this hero is going to completely destroy. One is the Puck, as we saw multiple times. Blink on the Puck and silencing, not fun. Number 2 is the Shadow Demon, another hero that really doesn't like playing versus a Night Stalker. And the third one is going to be the Magnus. If you know where Magnus is, it's much easier to play the team fights. So it really comes down to me, like Saberlight, he really proved in this series that he's not just an Axe player.
No, and in Wallachia 3, I feel like the Night Stalker was Saberlight's most played hero. It was very popular then, and we have not really seen... I think this was the first Night Stalker of the entire tournament. Why did the hero seemingly had fallen off? Or did he even fall off? And this is just Saberlight that plays it?
I feel like
he was nerfed.
He was definitely nerfed.
I mean, his facet, right, used to give you 40% regen at night, which is busted. Yeah. And I think it does like 25 now. So it was a significant nerf, but if you know what your lane is, and I think more importantly, like back then, Night Stalker could be played into anything because it just could work, but you just need to see a couple things that make the hero viable. And like Shadow Demon, Mag was enough.
You could also flex it to 4. That was a patch where
that was a thing.
That was a thing.
And that's also just because the innate was so broken.
Yeah. I think Batrider also makes it so that like if you pick this hero as a 4 position, it's so strong at laning currently that it opens up all of the offlaners that are not that great at laning. Like he will carry you through the laning stage and still manage to, if you can leave the offlaner alone, get a bunch of farm. Boxy had a very early blink dagger this game. We saw the Toronto Tokyo attempting to dodge the gank mid, and then Boxy just blinked straight into the tower. And it's like, oh shit, he has like the same blink timing as the offlane Magnus because he was also farming. He was stacking the entire game, getting a bunch of stack gold, and he was also sneaking in some kills on those stacks himself.
Yeah, I will say though, there's a couple of players that you could name on the MVP. Obviously, Boxy played a fantastic game. But my eye was actually going towards the Emperor Spirit because Nisha didn't die a single time this game. I know he had the very luxurious position of he knows he's going to go up against Kiyotaka Puck.
Yeah. You're thinking tapioca. That's what we call him when he does bad.
No. He played... Nisha played phenomenally. And he also gets a chance to talk to Nomad in a winner's interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Nisha from Liquid. Firstly, congratulations. Good win. 2 very convincing games there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're smiling. I mean, this has been a bit of a trend for you guys. You know, you've dropped game 1 in every series you've played except against OG. Why is that, Nisha? Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe people need to kind of wake up or like get into. But also, it was like so warm in here the first game, so that we'll blame it on that.
Okay, all right, good cope. So coming into this one, I mean, obviously in the mid lane, game number 2, you know, you got the counter pick, worked really, really well. Game number 3, you get a solo kill on him on the puck in this game. I mean, how does that happen in that matchup?
I guess I think I had like XP from the kills we had, 2 kills on the mid. Also, I had like chains, so I guess it's like not familiar for puck players to play against Embers with chains. Also, he traded a lot, and I guess I killed him.
I guess you did. Great stuff. And of course, the Mickey profit is always very good. I mean, you must be so confident on that hero by now.
Yeah. Also, with Toby, we wanted to play it on 5 a lot. So it was like a good flex, and Mickey obviously can like 1v5 most of the games, so that's nice.
Yeah, very nice. You win your lane and still Mickey's just doing it all. Very, very nice. And you mentioned Toby there. I mean, what was he like to play with? He was obviously helping you guys out here.
Yeah, he was great. He was great. I don't know, he merged into the team very well. We played a lot of scrims, so we were like kind of prepared for anything, and he played all the meta heroes and Warlock.
Brilliant. All right, Nisha, I will let you go and rest, but thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and congratulations on your win here at Wallachia Season 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid played a fantastic series. Of course, Insania played well. I do think, though, Jenkins, I feel like this team, it felt like they have not missed a beat. It feels like Insania did not leave. This is just continuation.
Yeah, he's just been here all along. I think Liquid just plays. Like, they just play Dota. You can see it with Nisha, that he's like, yeah, I mean, I had chains. I guess you're not used to playing with against the chains as a puck. And I guess I killed him. Like, he didn't calculate anything. He's just
vibe team.
He's just, yeah, he's a vibe player. He's just playing things as they come to him, and then he gets the kill. He's like, oh, I guess I'm gonna go godlike this game. All right.
I guess I'm just not gonna die at all. And I think for Aurora, I guess we don't pick puck anymore. Maybe we'll see what they're gonna do in that lower bracket, but that's where they're headed, as there was no elimination today. Lower bracket for Aurora, upper bracket for Team Liquid, and we're gonna find out who they're gonna play against, because that will be our winner of our next matchup. It is Team Spirit and BetBoom after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You're watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we are getting ready for our final series of the day, of the night even. It is a series in the upper bracket. We're going to watch Team Spirit taking on BetBoom, and I want to focus our attention first on a team that we basically haven't seen for a very long time because they just went 3-0 in the Swiss group stages, and then they had the longest break. Fair.
They did, and that's what happens when you go 3-0. You get to relax, watch all the games, and then just prepare and kind of absorb what everyone else is doing. Get a hate watch potentially if you want as well, and the comfort of knowing you are in the playoffs. But the break is over now. It is time for them to show if they're still in form, and I think they should be. They looked pretty promising throughout the group stage. They went 3-0 pretty flawlessly.
Yeah, I agree. And they, dropped a couple of games here or there. They did lose with the Mars carry, but you can argue that they were experimenting. Of course, having Collapse on your team, it's always nice to have Mars as a potential flex. We also saw them win against Mega Creeps.
Twice.
It was NAVI that lost, or they lost
Navi
twice with Mega Creeps. They beat NAVI once, right?
Yeah. Their last match was first.
Yes.
Did Spirit win twice with Mega Creeps against them?
Against Edge as well, no? Or am I wrong? Yes, against Edge as well, the night before.
Twice in one...
Two nights in a row on the final series of the night.
And then Navi lost twice of that. Yeah.
I mean, all I know is Team Spirit, when they play at night, have some very entertaining games.
Do.
And you know what time it is now? It's nighttime here in Wallachia, so...
It is, and I think, Fear, what you want to talk about is they need a little bit of their nighttime spice coming out in his best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, if you look at this matchup with BetBoom and Team Spirit, you would imagine they've played a lot, but their record has not been particularly good against BetBoom team here. As you can see, like, BetBoom has their number in almost every... These are the past tournaments they played. It was only just in Dream League Season 25 where Spirit was able to beat this BetBoom team. So a lot of time has passed. I think this BetBoom team has looked a little more shaky, and Spirit over time, it's around that time of the year again where they're starting to look good. So maybe those are a little skewed, but doesn't change the fact that BetBoom team, when they do play for Spirit, they oftentimes win. So they are probably confident going into this one.
My question is, was Yatoro bald or have his hair dyed with any of those
I do not have that stat.
I think if it was this year, it was definitely not bald because he's mostly had either his normal hair color or hair dyed. So
computer, can we pull up bald Yatoro win rate, please?
He's not bald now.
100% win rate. That's 100%.
But he's not bald. He's blue haired now.
Yeah, but blue is the new bald Sheever.
I disagree.
I mean, Jenkins isn't wrong. I think that's actually, at least for this tournament.
I think he's wrong with that blue hair is bald, Fear.
I mean, yes, that's a factually wrong statement, but he means like shaving your head was like a ritual to be able so you could win. And at this tournament, turning your hair blue is
just also a ritual.
It's something about it just shows a confidence, a fearlessness. And I think Spirit has shown with some of their picks as well that they are fearless as a team. They'll play Muerta carry. It's very interesting.
That's a great segue, Jenkins, if we could pull that up here as well. Like, I want to show this draft here. This is the draft we were talking about before, where this, if you're looking at this and you're like, where'd Veno go? This is a Venomancer mid 24 last pick because they know Monkey King or Tiny was going to that mid role. And then it's like, we already have an Ember guy, so instead of going through the suffering that we saw last game where Kiyotaka had to go against a Monkey King versus Ember matchup, he just put a Veno mid and destroyed him. So if we can show up the item builds as well, and the support Ember was what they put into the game, and Rue just found a way to make it work, where the mid Veno, don't see it very much. We saw it with the old Plague Carrier facet, but that isn't in the game anymore.
He has a rapier.
He does have a rapier.
Count as his build.
This is, I mean, he went Yule's first item, but like he's just making it work, right? Like from a position 4, and the mid lane, we're just seeing this is, I guess, the new standard build, the Pike into Vessel with the Scotty into the Mjolnir. So this is going to be something I'm very interested to see. The flex potential. Like they're allowed to pick this Ember now early because Rue can play it on position 4, and that's a powerful weapon to have.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that his build was like clearly Yule's first. This is starting to go.
I think it was Rapier first.
Rapier first, yeah, that makes sense. Bottom right corner of the inventory is always first. But going for like a support build to start, and then when the game is going well, and you realize like, oh shit, I'm actually getting farm. I'm pushing out the lanes. Like I'm essentially able to play like a core, actually building like a core, getting the Aghanim Scepter, getting the Kaya. Like I think if the game was maybe if Rue wasn't having such a good game, maybe he'd get like a Glimmer Cape, you know, like you could go for these like support items as Ember and it would still be very good.
Yeah, as we're looking at the position 4s for both squad, we did have some unusual heroes also for the side of BetBoom. The most obvious unusual one has to be your favorite support fear, the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, they lost that game.
They did.
But
Quite
that was
hard.
cool. I mean, he had a lot of deaths. I mean, I love the concept of Witch Doctor. Just, you don't get punished for feeding. And
it's great. This is great for core players playing support in their pubs.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would see Save as one of the least, I mean, this is going to sound bad, but least feedy support.
I mean, he fed on that Witch Doctor game.
Well, it's because it's part of the strategy.
You can't avoid the fact that you're not playing Witch Doctor right if you're not feeding.
That's fair.
You're just not using your Gree.
But he did not misclick the Gris. In the
Unlike
inventory.
a different TI winner that we will not name.
I'm being called out here. This was private information.
You were trying to click the Blink Dagger instead. The Blink Rush Witch Doctor.
300 gold Gree.
Let's see what's going our way with the draft, as we do have game number 1 of this best of 3 coming your way. We get with Spirit Radiant, BetBoom on the Dire side, first pick to Team Spirit. And in terms of bans, actually nice to see that Spirit still goes for the Queen of Pain first phase ban.
I mean,
Is that a surprise, or are we happy?
I think Queen of Pain moving up in priority isn't a huge surprise if you know the team has the capability of flexing it. I think, yeah. I mean, we saw before there's some really cool combinations. Like the Dawnbreaker looked really good with it. We've seen Ame utilize it in the carry position. The only place we haven't seen it yet that I know of is in the support position, but
I'm sure you could, like Vessel.
I mean, yeah, I saw 9 class playing pubs with it, so he's experimenting with it, but he's not at this tournament, so we'll have to see if that one sticks or not. But either way, the hero's on the rise.
There's a lot of heroes. It feels like it counters a lot. Like it counters a lot of the ranged heroes because you get a blade mail and you have high armor, and it counters a lot of magic damage heroes because you reflect the magic damage and you lifesteal for spell lifesteal from it. So yeah, it's a hard one to figure out, so just get it out of the pool unless you can pick it yourself.
And the thing that is really unique about it is it's like, if you look at Anti-Mage or something, right? He has like reduction to magic damage, but hers is spell damage, right? So like these interactions with like physical spell damage actually works on it, like Bristleback and stuff like that. So it works on everything that's a spell, including Blade Mail.
With all these unusual bans, Muerta and Queen of Pain, I think, still somewhat unusual. We have an Undying in our game on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Morta is one of those heroes. I've seen it a couple times. Hard counters this Undying, especially if you want to do it off lane on Undying. So they might be playing with that idea. Just, you know, the way this Undying plays is he wants to turn into a Flesh Golem and right-click you. But if you turn Ethereal, you just blow him up and he can't hit you at all, so...
Can we pull up the win rate stats for Undying again? I don't know if it was up there. I feel like every time we see it, it looks strong.
Yeah.
You know, it's dumpstering lanes that it shouldn't. You mentioned Muerta. This does seem like a good counter, but we've seen it beat like Lina, you know? In fact, I think it was BetBoom that lost to off-lane Undying. It was Boom playing it.
Yeah.
With the Lina. And you'd think that that's a good counter. You're a ranged hero. You don't really care about being harassed by decay. You're already low HP. You can kill the Tombstone really quickly. You can harass him from long range. Nope. He dumpstered the lane.
Yeah, we still mostly see it as a hard sport. Ooh, this is another popular hero, the TA.
Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot. This used to be BetBoom's... I mean, I guess it still is. Like, their bread and butter, right? Just, they can play this on pure. I remember several tournaments in a row when Pure was looking insane, a lot of it had to do with his TA. It was like incredibly powerful.
Insane in a good way.
Yes, insane, not like he went and crazy.
I just feel like I should check. Also, zombies do break refraction, right?
Yes.
I mean, they do damage to refraction. Refraction works differently than it used to, right?
yeah.
It's like 40 damage threshold per barrier, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if the early level zombies do that much damage, but I think if you get to the talent, they probably do. But it's still very good. Like, you don't want to fight into the tombstone. However, TA loves a couple things. Like, she loves playing versus no stuns, so she can blink freely on the map. I think the lane should be pretty decent too. Like, you get decayed, but he's just going to trade with you and just meld you in the face. So they're confident in this matchup. I could definitely see a TA just getting crushed somehow too in this lane, just because that's what Undying does as well. But they could easily just be like, nah, this is Undying 5. We're not even going to put the lane up there. Which is probably the smart move.
It is.
And I think you're looking more at your Beastmasters and stuff like that for your offlane potential.
Yeah, we have got the Pango and the Bane band on the side of Team Spirit. Can we learn anything from that? Is this extra good against the Undying? Are they protecting something that they're going to pick after this? That is obvious?
I don't think... I mean, obviously, Bane is not like a counter to Undying at all, but probably just comfort or something they want to pick later on down the road here.
I think also, like, Pango is just generically a good hero that solves a lot of problems in a draft. You know, you can run it off lane, you can run it mid. It's one of GPK's favorite heroes. It provides, like, team fight disable, it provides scaling. Mana burn is also good against Undying. This hero spams the shit out of his spells, and he does not have a very high mana pool. So there's a lot of reasons they could have banned it. So SD, we saw in the previous series, big point to this hero is you make stacks. Now, unfortunately, sometimes those stacks just get stolen by the enemy side. And I do think that Jakiro plus Undying is quite a good duo to go and invade stacks. And Fear, do you think they'll run the Jakiro into the TA lane, or is this just a game counter?
I mean, it depends, right? Like, it's really good in the lane. And it's not even to break their fraction, really. Just the attack speed slow destroys this hero in any trade situation. But it's also a bonus that it does do that too.
Spirit definitely wants something to, like, anchor the fight right now. That does not really do it. That's another thing that if they can just get something to lock the fight down in an area. Now they have the Wukong ulti, they have Jakiro ulti, they have Undying Tombstone.
You know what's happening? They're setting up for round 2 of the tryout of the Mars carry.
Of course.
I could see that you cut the monkey off the trees first to start.
But that was
no. It's like
Spirit who played the Mars carry.
Yeah,
I mean, for Spirit, I mean,
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
Circle upon
My
circle.
teammates cut me off of trees is what I'm used to.
That does happen. I mean, this Monkey King, it's one of those heroes that can follow TA. Because as much as I talk about Pure being so good on the TA, GPK is also a great TA player. He plays all these farming TAs, or farming mids very well. I'm just going to pick up a Centaur here. A little bit of disengage. If you do get caught in a Tombstone or a Wukong's, you can now just run away from that.
And I know people actually like Centaur in lane against Monkey now. Like, lots of teams.
And Undying, actually.
Yeah, like the disengage is insane this game for all the circle spells, all the ground targeted spells that we talked about. You just press R and run away, and it's going to be pretty rough for Team Spirit. Like, unironically, I think a Mars type hero would be great right now.
And the Nature's Prophet goes the way of BetBoom.
Yep, I really think if you pick Beast in this game, it is devastation of the highest degree for Spirit. Their heroes are terrible versus Beastmaster. It gives you that hard lockdown, so Stampede can't be effective. Shadow Demon hates dealing with Zoo. Great versus TA on lane 2. I mean, Axes cut down trees from the Sprout. Like, I usually don't want to, like, hard call a hero, but I think that's pretty in order here, unless they're set on doing Undying offlane. But I don't think they should be. But back to the point about Centaur as well being good. A lot of people enjoy playing it versus Undying too, just because this hero has really high base health regen. So one of the few strength heroes that can just, you know, withstand it a little better than a lot of the other ones. And
as long as you don't get right-clicked by him, you're honestly fine.
Yeah, and then you just can't not pick strength heroes because Undying's in the game. Ruins your draft integrity. And they're just going to be like, all right, Laurel, you are going mid lane on this Monkey King. Good luck, have fun. I'd love to see Collapse maybe play it against the TA. That'd be cool too, but hopes aren't very high for that.
What about a Terrorblade off lane?
Yeah, because there's a lot of flex still.
I mean, yeah, Collapse does play the Terrorblade. So, I mean, yeah, it's still flexible.
And, oh, they do actually not have overall last pick, so they do have to make up their minds before they even see what BetBoom has last.
I mean, I don't think Terrorblade destroys TA on lane, though, but I think Terrorblade carry destroys TA in the game. I feel like that's the one matchup that is unplayable. It used to be Morph, too, but Morph is just, like, so weird now. It feels like you just aren't tanky enough to survive anything. But TB hasn't really changed. He lost 2 damage. Rest in peace to that in the latter patch, but he'll be fine in the late game. It's like an unplayable matchup. But none of their heroes do any AoE damage, right? So this is, I think Toro saying he doesn't have to play. It could still be Collapse, but I'm saying if this was a carry TB, he is the ultimate raid boss of the game right now, no matter what BetBoom take.
My gut says, because it's Spirit, that there's no like crazy sick flex that needs to happen here. It's just a Terrorblade carry, Laurel playing mid, and they're going to pick a Rue hero. And if I had to put money on it, what does Rue like to play? It's Dark Willow. Like, it's just a decent Dark Willow game. There's nothing that's like ground targeted that's going to kill him. You can dodge the TA damage. It's the Brambles would help you with the Centaur disengage a little bit. Like it's got to be something with the Sable, right? I mean, maybe like a Hoodwink. It did get buffed.
You think there's no potential for a Collapse hero here?
Sure, they could put Jakiro 4
and then Rue
Undying
plays
5.
Jakiro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that for sure.
I mean, there's lots they could do, right? That's what we talk about. They could pick if they wanted to, they could pick a Yatoro hero next.
They could.
If they want, they could pick a Laurel hero last as well. There's lots of options available, but they're on the same wavelength as you, Jenkins. It's probably going to be a support. And they banned out the Tusk and the Ricky.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see. I mean, I still, depending on what they ban here, would like to see like let me see. Is there enough bans? Yeah, Gyro ban into Beast. I still think Beastmaster is crazy good this game. With laning with Jakiro, I think TA.
I think that will
pull your hair out.
This would dumpster a TA. This would just.
But then you're sending Laurel mid with this monkey.
Yeah.
Does he care? I don't know.
Yeah, into
whatever.
Who knows what.
Yeah.
What is left in the pool that would dumpster a monkey mid? That's the question for me. I mean, maybe Sniper.
Venomancer.
Ooh.
Sniper, Queen of Pain's band. Not that one. We saw them. Literally, Spirit did Veno against it, so that would dumpster it. Viper, like. But I feel like Veno kind of has this weird scale now with, like, how he plays compared to a Viper who just, rest in peace, doesn't have any scale anymore.
Yeah, that hero's not great. I mean, Leshrac, maybe?
Sure.
And we're banking on predicting essentially what
but we have no idea.
Is. We don't know.
We have no idea.
No. They ban out the puck. So we'll pick up that Mars.
So it's still an offlaner, I
You can
guess.
say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good versus TA too, right? Like just the arena. This is a classic counter to Centaur. They just want to make sure that. I mean, you called the Mars yourself.
Thank you.
Actually.
That was what I was waiting for.
We're just waiting for Gatoro to play it though, for you that to come to.
I know.
It still could be.
Unlikely, but
Collapse plays offlane TB.
I mean, I think that's the beauty of this. There is still flex. Maybe that one, you know what? They came into the tournament, that first game they played against Wildcard, they're like, how about we play the Mars as a carry so that from that moment on, Mars is also a flex pick for us.
Yeah, I mean, Collapse is playing it, but okay, so it went about the way that I thought it was going to go. I think they were looking for an offlaner, and they decided Mars instead of Beast because, well, you have Collapse on your team, so what more reason do you need than that? This Lush is risky business. I feel like Lush running into a Tombstone arena meta.
There's a lot to run into here. Yeah,
I don't know. I think GPK has this work cut out for him this game. I know in a vacuum, Lesh is good versus Monkey in the lane. There's times where you can just kill him through the Wukong solo, but there's a big support cast here, and your support cast isn't so good. I think Team Spirit's draft, they got Yatoro on TB. He's going to 1v5 this game if it gets to a certain point with his net worth, which he always gets there. I think this is a pretty hard win for Spirit on the draft, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think BetBoom needs to have some advantage from the lanes and snowball, but yeah, they definitely can. You know, they could farm some big stacks with SD, Leshrac. They could do it.
They could do it. Curious also to hear some more from our commentary duo. What are we thinking, B Cup? What's your thoughts on this draft?
How does this keep happening to me? I like both drafts. I'm a big fan of the Mars, but I do think that a lot of teams have had success using that Nature's Profits for some global approach. But Spirit feel like they've been playing better recently. BetBoom's been a little shaky, so I definitely favor Spirit overall.
You trained him well, Lacan.
That was not bad.
Did. Yeah. This time we didn't practice anything at all.
No, this is good.
Usually he asks for an advice.
Guys, stop.
Keep it up, Benjamin.
Decent job, Ben.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
you, Waluigi.
I can't take you seriously, Jenkins.
What's the problem here, man? You got a mustache.
Hard to tell. They're not upside down.
What's the problem here, man?
You look like a boar. You look like Beastmaster summoned you.
Anything to add to the draft analysis, Lacoste?
I think this is a clear outdraft. I would not love to play Leshrac in this game. I think it's a very difficult one. Like, in theory, it looks good against TB because you're dealing magical damage. By getting close to TB, maybe with the Scotty even, like, you're just going to die. You have no real save, like, no real follow-up to what type of a game you want to play.
Okay, well then I guess I need to hear how BetBoom has a chance to win this. Who's gonna pop off? Who's gonna be strong? Who's gonna save him?
I think it's your turn.
No, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Thank God.
I think they need to snowball pretty heavily. Like this Templar Assassin, she's definitely a tempo hero. With the Nature's Prophet, they can try to break the lanes and play off of that with like maybe two auras on Centaur. Try to go, like, because with TA you always have enough to go for these objectives, but a lot of these things need to align to make sure that you're winning against Team Spirit. So I would give them a generous 20% in this game.
Oh, wow. Okay. That is very, very, very big difference there. So I'm sure that BetBoom can do a little bit better than 20%. They're going to earn it, though. Let's see. Game number 1 coming your way.
Getting into game number 1. 20%? 20%. I mean, that's not that high. And they better hope that they boom off here from the beginning. And
yeah, 20% is not high, but let's say they're taxing you for 20%, then you would complain, oh man, this is a lot.
It is a lot. When it's that, that's very specific. I feel like 20% normally, though, isn't great. If I have 5 M&Ms and I give you 1 M&M, would you be happy with 1 M&M?
Depending which color you give me. If you're giving me green M&M, I'm fine. Yellow, sure.
I'll give you 1 peanut M&M. It'll be a great 20% that you can enjoy while I get 4. But 20%, we'll see if they can make it work. How do you feel about this last pick with Shrek?
I see what they try to go with it, to have a little bit of a say with the center where you can like bring Templar Assassin and Leshrac, but Leshrac also doesn't like to play into these type of heroes. Like one arena is going to keep you inside, and also to point out, Mars did go for the Bloodsport this time around. He did have Victory Feast chosen at the start, because this is, I think, overall a better facet on Mars nowadays. It gives you insane amount of heal and insane amount of damage, especially if you have explosive damage. Let's say you trap them with TB, then Monkey gets a bit of a heal. He gets the Wukong. Unfortunately, there are no Croakers here, so nothing can stun them. They didn't spawn yet. And yeah, it's good against Shadow Demon in this one, not allowing them to see inside of the arena, not allowing them to get the save, which is, I think this is like one of the better Mars games I've seen, and it's also collapse on Mars. Maybe not so much in the lane. He's laning with the Jakiro, so that's going to be a bit of a saving grace for collapse, but also what he can do in this game, because you have a lot of things like Bloodsport is great, and also great against Centaur. You can break the team fight. You have ways to play with the Wukong's command, 2 big circles. Your damage is going to be insane. You have a good amount of, I would say, saves with the Arena, Sunder, Tombstone with the Shard later on.
Does this feel like another game where BetBoom are heavily reliant on Pure to kind of just take over the game for them? Because there's been a couple of those where it just feels like there's a lot of expectations on Pure to make something more than what you can do in the early parts of the game or even later on.
Yeah, Pure had some top-tier performances, and he had, when they played against NAVI, 3 really bad Lina performances. Yesterday against Tidebound, his lifesteal looked really, really good. Then Monkey King was kind of okay-ish, and then they managed to win the game with the gyrocopter. Also a bit of a questionable buyback in one of that later scenarios, game 3, when he blinked into the 5 enemy heroes, bought back instantly. So he's been a little bit of a hit or miss. If we go back a year, let's say to the last EWC, I think I was saying that he is currently the best carry player in the world, and he definitely was at the time. But something did happen. I just don't see him, when we talk about the best carry players right now, I would not put him up there. He had a couple of bad tournaments. BetBoom Team also didn't do the greatest. They also didn't have him for the last Dream League as well. So we'll have to see. Maybe it affected his mentality slightly, but we'll have to see. This player still has a lot to offer. Had two really good performances yesterday, as already said.
Yeah, he's definitely had some really good performances, and he does show glimpses of still being in that top spot as a carry. But there is a lot needed, or a lot really wished on here by BetBoom fans on what they have to bring to kind of feel a little bit more successful in Spirit. They felt a lot more comfortable. Their road to getting to 3-0 out of the Swiss stage was Wildcard, Edge, and NAVI. Some would say an easier road than most, but they take advantage and they make sure that they make these games still look pretty easy, honestly. I mean, they look like a very fluid team that has a lot of chemistry.
Yeah, for sure. Some of the early games, I would say for Spirit, didn't look as crisp, but their late game is always going to be their best, mid and late game, especially late game. When Collapse played at Mars, when they were playing against NAVI, basically one hit away from killing the throne. He lands 2 arenas, soaks up some of the damage with the Bulwark as well.
Right now, Yatoro is doing all right here. Bottom save on this saving hero of the Shadow Demon. Has Miero in the mix, but this shouldn't really be the most killer lane for, I would say, the dire side. Potentially it happens with a Tombstone and a Metamorphosis where they go over bottom. And as I say that, Miposhka's actually the one getting low first. He drops for first blood, but this is what I was expecting. Kataomi made the rotation to try and help out, but it's 2 kills for Yatoro, and he's going to start hitting away at Kataomi, who needs to TP out of the lane as this Terrorblade takes over.
Very strong start for them. TB getting a double kill. Miposhka did die, but he got all of the solo XP, and now Yatoro is level 4. Also, Templar Assassin doesn't really like to play into the Jakiro period with Mars as well. If she gets initiated on, Nature's Prophet can't really do much to save you. Let's say you initiate with one good dual breath, he gets the Spear Bat God's Rebuke. I think you're straight up gonna die.
It does feel that way. Very fragile state if you're up against this Jakiro. We'll see how it goes. But the one who's in trouble right now is Kataomi, who TP'd to top. He'll come back in 15 seconds. He will have his teleportation spell up to come back to the lane. But going from bottom, they got themselves one, but they end up losing a couple. And now over in the top lane, like you said, the damage that can come through is quite a lot from the side of Spirit. Collapse, I mean, you were calling for this hero, the panel was calling for the hero. This Mars is devastating in his hands.
It really is, and he's having a good time in the lane, being paired up with Jakiro. Pure does have 9 Magic 1 charges to work with, but I could also see Team Spirit playing very aggressive onto the Pure. There it is. Mars didn't use anything yet.
Now has that spear, the wand was used, and Pure running away. That God's Rebuke kills him off and also pushes Kataomi the other way, but
unless he TPs
move
out
forward with the dual breath, and Kataomi now needs to kind of stick away from Collapse, but he's slowed up. That dual breath doing some decent damage. The spear connects, and now under the tower they'll have the God's Rebuke and get another. It's a double kill for Collapse.
Oh, what a great start for them. Bottom lane getting a double kill, Collapse getting the double kill, solo XP from Kataomi. Kataomi is not the highest level at the moment, but still level 5 Mars, exactly 5 minutes, is going to be causing you quite a lot of issues. You can't really pressure him, you can't push him out of the lane anymore. This is level 3 Spear, and now Pure again in trouble. They have no regeneration left other than maybe a couple of tangos, maybe a Sprout form. Nature's Prophet and Pure, I think he will need to bail relatively soon out of this lane.
Yeah, how long are you willing to stay?
Miposhka, he's here without Blood Grenade though, but can still drop a Tombstone. They do see him.
They're sticking close to the lane though.
We see a lot of these position 5s making a rotation relatively early on, even with other carries not having that good of a start. Seems like Kataomi wants to take an L in this one.
And this is why it worries me. You stick close enough to the lane where they can pick you off. Like, Ice Path has a decent enough reach. It's one of the things that I noticed BetBoom kind of does. They're a little stubborn about leaving the lane. Wukongs. And, well, they'll change
Not
the
the easiest kill to get. You would think Monkey, you're like, oh, we're going to be able to kill him. But with the Wukongs, it's actually your defense tool as well, where you can choose where you want to go and which direction, dodge some of the spells as well.
We've been looking a lot towards top collapses happening a really good game. But you look at the CS numbers, and Terrorblade, after getting those couple of kills, bottom has been free to do whatever he wants. And I really do love this about Yatoro. I always look at his quick buy, and it's 28 items ready to go. He has just got the shopping list ready. He is going to go to insert sponsored supermarket's name here and pick up all the items that he needs.
Yeah, one of the worst memories I have from when I was a kid is standing in the line because mom always has to get something else, and then it's getting close. I'm next, you know?
Oh, yeah. Hold my place in line. I got to go get one more thing. Oh, yeah, that... Someone like me, I got a lot of anxiety. I'm like, am I going to have to pay for this? Like,
I don't have any money.
I'm 8. I don't have any money. Do I just let people pass in front of me, and then your mom always makes it back at the last second? Thank God. Can I get a nice candy bar since I held the line? No.
We were all raised by the same mom. Huh?
Apparently. Gosh. Only a 1K lead, but everything looking like it's going right for Spirit. What do you do for the Templar Assassin if you're BetBoom? Because you look at the net worth of Pure, and this is a hero that recovers well. It's not like you have to do anything too crazy, but it stacks in what else? How do you make sure that they feel more comfortable in the lane?
They will need to bring some numbers, help him out with the Stampede, maybe bail him out of the trouble, maybe he can get an extra kill out of it, but you're playing against the Arena. Collapse is almost level 7, saving a point for Arena. This is something that he does really well. A lot of the times Collapse will make a rotation, even 6 minutes in, make sure that the power rune is secured, but also if they decide to make a move, he can land that Arena, and they can grab a kill.
Stack numbers coming through and put some pressure onto the tier 1 over mid. Collapses back to top. Mystical Cobalt Cup for Rue. Alert Sister Shroud for Kataomi. And there's neutral starting to come in, but I'll see which team is the next one to kind of go on the jumping off point and look to fight.
They left the side lanes pretty open. Yatoro is completely free farming in the bottom lane. Level 8.5. Centaur's doing an okay job in terms of his farm, but still not close to what Yatoro and Collapse were able to get from the laning stage. This is going to be a very early Blink Dagger on Mars. Completely uncontested.
Uncontested and a part of 4 of 6 kills. He got all 4 kills. This will be a very quick Blink Dagger indeed. There's not really a lot of pressure coming out from BetBoom, and it worries me to see them maybe play so content in the lanes, where maybe you'd like a little bit more from them to put the pressure on a Team Spirit, and that Spear almost landing, but Pure will start to run away, and they'll get that Obs. They want to put the pressure onto the tower. They want to start taking these outer objectives, get themselves some more gold. And if you put pressure elsewhere on the map, Yatoro's still going to continue to have a free time. He picked up that diadem, and he's close to getting that Manta style.
Yeah, this is going to be probably the fastest Manta style that we've seen, because he did get the double kill. They will kill the tower. They are getting some extra gold from the bounty runes. Also, there was a nice try there from Mars to land the spear, because they didn't know if he starts running away or if he's going to hide and meld. If you connect the spear, if you get stunned, you also reveal invis units. So nice try from them. 5 out of 7.
It's okay numbers. 5 out of 8. Update that one real quick.
Thank you for griefing him. Usually it's us. This time
There it
it's
is.
production. Immediately up.
Appreciate that one. I really love that. It's